Chapter 1. After a blinding flash of light, Zhang Chun was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. He found himself standing in the middle of an 8-lane thoroughfare. On either side of the road towered imposing skyscrapers. Scattered across the street were several overturned vehicles, lying haphazardly as if a horrific traffic accident had just occurred. In the distance, colossal red vines coiled around the towering buildings, their leaves trembling as if stirred by an unseen breeze. What filled Zhang Chun with the most dread was the sight of hundreds of zombies standing ominously beside him. Their vacant stares and pallid skin, with visible purple veins, sent chills down his spine. The ground was awash with streams of congealed blood, mingling with the remains of unrecognizable corpses. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, inducing waves of nausea. Have I traversed into an apocalyptic world? But why aren't these zombies attacking me? Panic-stricken, Zhang Chun stood frozen, fearful that any sudden movement might awaken the zombies, which appear to be in a state of temporal stasis. If that were to happen, it would surely mean his demise. Welcome to the world of the apocalypse. Initiate the reincarnator game. Suddenly, a voice echoed within Zhang Chun's mind. Subsequently, an unfamiliar world map materialized before him. This map, in stark contrast to his recollection of Earth, displayed vast expanses of land, with oceans resembling colossal lakes scattered throughout. Is this not Earth? This realm is known as Water Blue Star, boasting a surface area 1,000 times that of Earth. The number of towns here is approximately 10,000 times greater than that of Earth. Its cultural and technological advancements closely mirror those of Earth civilization. This world has been overrun by zombies and various mutated creatures, and survival is your sole objective. The voice, devoid of emotion, continued its dispassionate exposition. In this apocalyptic survival scenario, 1. A peculiar energy envelopes the globe, slaying zombies and mutated beings allows you to gather energy and enhance your abilities, sometimes proving more advantageous than wielding firearms. 2. Natural water sources have been contaminated. Unpurified water could very well cost you your life. 3. Not all mutated flora and fauna are harmful. Some possess edible fruits and meats that can even fortify your health. 4. Numerous supply crates are scattered across the world, containing unexpected treasures. 5. Each individual possesses a spatial ring, which allows for the enhancement of storage space through energy consumption. It serves as your trusty companion, while also appearing as a tempting prize to other survivors. 6. Effectively utilizing the gathering skill enables you to rapidly collect resources from zombies and mutated creatures. 7. As night falls, zombies and mutated beings become increasingly active. It is advisable to seek a safe and secure refuge. 8. Currently, the mutation levels of zombies and mutated beings have been suppressed, with the suppression diminishing every 30 days. Prepare accordingly. Attention! The game will commence in 5 minutes. Adjusting gravity parameters. Constructing game world. Rebooting city power supply. Activating remote auction feature. Opening chat channel. Modifying human adaptability. The game prompt concluded, leaving behind a series of inconsequential notifications. Zhang Chun stood on the thoroughfare, aware that the game was about to begin. If all these zombies were to become mobile, his meager flesh would scarcely suffice for such a horde. He needed to find a safe haven, and swiftly. But where could he hide? Who could know if the shops nearby harbored zombies? How many zombies might there be? Finding a secure location within 5 minutes was no simple task. With some hesitation, Zhang Chun glanced at a restaurant by the roadside. Many shop entrances bore gruesome bloodstains. Only this place appeared remarkably clean. Perhaps it could serve as an excellent hiding spot. Just as he was about to approach, a prompt appeared beside the restaurant. There are 27 starving zombies within a restaurant. If you recklessly charge in, they will surely feast upon you. What? Zhang Chun was startled. What is this? A notification? He instinctively glanced at the regional chat channel. Where is this place and why are there so many zombies? Can someone explain what is happening? I'm so scared. My legs are trembling. I can hardly move. There's zombies all around. I'm afraid that if I open the door, more will be waiting. Am hiding in a closet. The situation isn't much better here. I don't know if there's zombies in the room. Am in a bus. Is there anyone nearby? Am on the rooftop. There are no zombies around, but I'm about to dry out in the sun. What should I do about the emergency exit? Everyone was chatting, seeking help, and bolstering each other's courage. Yet, none mentioned the ability to see the prompts. If they could truly see the notifications like Zhang Chun, would they still worry about what lurked behind the door? Indeed, this notification was visible only to him. Zhang Chun hurriedly turned his gaze to a nearby, small supermarket, and sure enough, another prompt materialized. There are 6 zombies in the supermarket, along with some purified water. If you possess a suitable weapon and are agile enough, you might be able to venture inside. That option was certainly not viable. Zhang Chun was acutely aware of his own capability-ish, was merely an ordinary person. Taking on 6 at once and expecting to come out unscathed? That was an impossible notion. Zhang Chun then shifted his attention to a nearby real estate agency. Congratulations, this location not only lacks zombies, but also contains a level 1 supply crate. No zombies? And supplies? This could work. This is the place. Zhang Chun glanced at the zombies nearby, and the same prompt reappeared. Zombies in a stationary state cannot move or be killed remaining time. For minutes and 26 seconds. Zhang Chun estimated the distance from his position to the real estate agency was merely 30 meters. In 10 seconds, he could easily reach the agency and securely close the door. With 4 minutes remaining, this time was certainly not meant for idle chatter or daydreaming. It was imperative to engage in something more meaningful. Zhang Chun swiftly scanned the zombies surrounding him. Soon, his attention was captured by a zombie clad in riot gear. This former riot police officer had succumbed to the undead. Dressed in a black bomb suit, wearing a helmet, and wielding a reinforced shield, he stood ominously. Zhang Chun rushed forward and swiftly removed the riot helmet from the zombie's head. Indeed, the prompt indicated that these zombies could not move or be killed. However, that did not imply that their belongings were off-limits. Zhang Chun examined the sturdy helmet, which was remarkably clean inside. These zombies, while appearing fearsome, were far from the grotesque, oozing, and decaying types. Had they been of that ilk, Zhang Chun would never dare to take anything from them. What if he were to contract an infection? In this realm, as long as one avoided being bitten or scratched, infection was not a concern. Zhang Chun donned the reinforced helmet. He then reached for the reinforced riot shield held by the zombie. This zombie, in its stationary state, maintained a rigid grip. With considerable effort, Zhang Chun managed to wrest the shield from the zombie's grasp. Upon further inspection, he discovered a tiered gas grenade on the zombie's person. Nothing else of note remained. Surveying the surroundings, all he saw were ordinary zombies. Nothing particularly remarkable. A few meters away, another zombie in riot gear was vaguely visible, clutching a revolver. However, the countdown for the game had already begun to appear before Zhang Chun. 59, 58, 57. Time was of the essence. Rushing over to seize the gun was far too perilous. In the apocalypse, survival was paramount. One must not act recklessly. Zhang Chun diligently noted the zombie's location and the surrounding environment. He then turned his back and dashed toward the real estate agency. The prompt remained unchanged, still displaying. There are no zombies inside, and a level 1 supply crate awaits. With a resounding thud, Zhang Chun burst into the real estate agency and swiftly locked the glass door behind him. He hastily snatched a half-consumed bottle of purified water from a desk. This substance has already been consumed by someone, rendering it a tainted source of water. It is undrinkable, yet it can still be utilized. Zhang Chun deftly sprinkled the water from the bottle evenly across the glass door. He then swiftly seized a flyer from the table and hastily affixed it to the glass door. Just as the last blank space on the glass door was covered with the flyer, the countdown promptly reached 0. In an instant, a cacophony of anguished wails from the zombies erupted, rising and falling in a dissonant chorus. The sound was utterly chilling. Roar! Ugh! Several zombies aimlessly shuffled past the real estate agency's entrance, their bodies twitching sporadically. They remained completely oblivious to the presence of humans behind that very door. Phew, at last, we are safe. Zhang Chun took 2 steps back and collapsed onto the sofa. It was only then that he noticed, due to the surge of adrenaline, his hands were trembling uncontrollably. His legs felt somewhat weak. Facing the throng of zombies outside, to claim one was not afraid would be sheer nonsense. It was already remarkable that Zhang Chun could maintain such composure in the face of zombies for the first time. As he endeavored to calm his wildly pounding heart, he opened the chat channel. The regional chat channel, which had been inundated with rapid-fire messages, suddenly fell into a more subdued silence. Although some conversation continued, it lacked the frantic pace of before, where a single message would vanish in an instant. Now, a message could linger on the screen for 3 to 4 seconds before gradually being swept away. This indicated that, from the very onset of the apocalyptic game, lives had already been lost, and the number was not insignificant. What's happening? I see the zombies on the street have all come to life. They're surging like a tide. It's terrifying. Damn, I just ducked into an apartment. Those zombies move too fast. If I were seconds slower, I wouldn't have made it. I'm on the 5th floor, and I saw a survivor who, in an attempt to retrieve a box of purified water from the trunk of a car, was too slow and was torn apart by the horde. Isn't this a game? How could someone be dismembered? Shouldn't they just vanish in an instant or something? I feel like this is merely a gamified world, but if you get caught by a zombie, you will die, and the manner of death is just as real. What kind of game is this? It's as if we've stepped into a world of apocalypse to meet our doom. I don't want to die. Is there a godly player who can guide me? The last speaker was a young woman. The regional chat channel displayed the conversations of survivors from Zhangchen City. Each message bore a 3-dimensional representation of the speaker, along with their name, height, weight, and other basic information. Under normal gaming circumstances, if a delicate girl sought a strong player to assist her, many would eagerly vie for the chance to help. However, in the current dire situation, everyone was struggling to save themselves. Who would dare to boast about leading others? Thus, after the young woman spoke, no one responded to her. Many were engaged in their own conversations, most sharing their experiences, or they were simply pleading for assistance. There was little information of value. Zhang Chun had no intention of contributing to the channel. Did they truly believe this was just a game? This was the apocalypse, a world where survival hinged on a ruthless struggle for resources. The more one speaks in the channel, the more personal information one inadvertently reveals, making it all too easy for malevolent survivors to track them down. Until one has fortified oneself, survival through discretion is paramount. Zhang Chun took a moment to recover, ensuring that the zombies outside would not burst through the door. By using flyers to barricade the glass door, he rendered this entrance akin to an impenetrable wall for the undead. For now, this place was secure. Zhang Chun recalled that a hint had mentioned the presence of a level 1 supply box in this room, that he stood up and surveyed his surroundings. The real estate agency was quite diminutive, comprising only a single floor. Upon entering, one would find a sofa set, a coffee table, and a reception area. Behind that lay an office. The total area of the 2 rooms combined was barely over 60 square meters. Zhang Chun entered the office and discovered a level 1 supply box, roughly the size of a suitcase, tucked away in the corner. As soon as his hand rested upon the box, a prompt emerged. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes or no? Yes. The box responded promptly. He opened it to find a fire axe, a basic stamina potion, and a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. Suddenly, Zhang Chun remembered that he had a spatial ring. This ring was dark green, seemingly fused to the middle finger of his left hand. With a mere thought, the space within the ring was revealed. It contained a total of 12 compartments, each capable of holding items of the same type. Items could be stacked without limit. Currently, 2 compartments were occupied. The first held a can of luncheon meat weighing 1 pound, while the second contained a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water. Zhang Chun stored the blast shield, reinforced helmet, fire axe, tear gas, and the newly discovered purified water, instantly filling 6 compartments, leaving 6 remaining. The compartment for drinking water indicated a count of 2, signifying that there were 2 bottles of drinking water. Zhang Chun's attention shifted to the syringe in his hand, filled with a yellow liquid. The basic stamina potion could enhance one's physical condition to an extraordinarily robust state. The physical levels of ordinary survivors were categorized as frail, average, strong, exceptionally strong, and the human limit, Upon reaching the human limit, one would transition into the awakened stage. The evolutionary stage has its own classifications, which are currently inaccessible. However, one could unlock talents to gain extraordinary abilities. Zhang Chun was presently at the average survivor level. Since this potion could elevate his physical condition to the exceptionally strong tier regardless of his current state, it was undoubtedly wise to use it as soon as possible. Even if Zhang Chun were to begin a daily regimen of exercise to elevate his strength to the strong tier, injecting the potion would still propel him to the exceptionally strong tier. Thus, there was no need for such redundant efforts. Use it immediately. Zhang Chen's hands seemed to instinctively know how to locate a vein for injection. He skillfully administered the yellow liquid into his bloodstream. Instantly, a searing warmth coursed through his circulatory system, igniting every fiber of his being. The muscles felt as though they were being torn apart with excruciating pain, and Zhang Chun longed to scream. Yet he restrained himself. Outside, throngs of zombies roamed the streets. One loud cry could attract them, sealing his fate. With no potion able to save him, after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the intense heat gradually subsided. Subsequently, Zhang Chun felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. His senses appeared sharper than before, and his entire being brimmed with vitality. He swung the fire axe in his hand, which had previously felt somewhat heavy. Now felt as light as a feather. His hearing seemed more acute than ever, as he suddenly caught a faint cry for help. This voice had intruded upon his ears mid-sentenced, "Is anyone there to help me? No, don't come any closer. You monsters. Is there anyone nearby?" From the fragmented utterances, it was clear that this voice had been calling out for some time. However, before using the potion, Zhang Chen's hearing had not been so keen, which was why he only now detected it. Zhang Chun listened intently. The voice emanated from outside the window. That he approached the window, careful not to stand in the center where he might attract the attention of the zombies. Any action that could draw their gaze would be foolish. Instead, he positioned himself against the wall, peering outside. Behind the real estate agency was a residential community. The survivor in distress stood approximately 100 meters away. Atop the awning of an apartment building, she was a woman clad in a fitted, low-cut evening gown, seemingly transported from a gala. Whatever attire one wore before crossing over, they appeared in the same clothing upon arrival. Zhang Chun had been dressed in athletic wear before transitioning, and he remained so. Had it not been for his athletic shoes, he could not have traversed such a distance in mere seconds. This woman's attire was clearly ill-suited for movement, as she stood precariously in high heels, making it easy to twist an ankle on uneven surfaces. Surviving in such an extreme apocalyptic environment while dressed like that was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the most perilous aspect was that her position had initially been secure. However, her frantic cries had attracted all the zombies wandering the neighborhood, thereby transforming her into a target. A gathering of 7 or 8 zombies now clustered at the entrance of the building. Their heads tilted back, arms outstretched, and low growls escaping their throats. What a foolish woman! Did she not realize that noise would attract zombies? Yet, this also seemed to present an opportunity. Zhang Chun observed for a while from the window. The zombies were entirely captivated by the woman's cries. They faced the entrance, oblivious to Zhang Chen's presence. That it was the perfect moment for a sneak attack. He could not ascertain whether these zombies were like those portrayed in the films he had seen, sensitive to sound and sight. Would they also track humans based on scent? If that were the case, acting recklessly would surely lead to his demise in this apocalypse, where one life was all he had. Caution was imperative. Just as Zhang Chun was meticulously assessing the situation, another prompt appeared. Zombies are sensitive to sharp sounds. Now is the opportune moment to strike. The prompt answered Zhang Chen's question precisely. Since the indication was favorable, it would be wise to seize the chance, an opportunity to eliminate 7 or 8 zombies in an instant. The system had previously stated that killing zombies and mutated creatures would yield energy cores that could enhance one's strength. One must not let such a chance slip away. With a determined thought, Zhang Chun equipped his reinforced helmet, blast shield, and fire axe. He then approached the back door of the real estate agency. The front entrance was a glass door facing the street, while the back led to the interior of the community through a security door. This door had aged, and opening it too quickly would produce a sharp metallic screech. The prompt appeared just in time. Zhang Chun grasped the handle of the security door. He exhaled deeply and cautiously pushed the door open just a crack. Creak. A sound emerged from the friction between the metal door and its slightly warped frame. Fortunately, it was not loud. Even so, the zombies in the distance momentarily halted their movements, only to be drawn back to the woman's incessant cries. Phew, that was close. A mere gentle push nearly attracted the zombies. Had he pushed it open forcefully, the sound would have echoed throughout the desolate neighborhood, and he would have found himself surrounded. Thank goodness for the prompt. Having gained experience, Zhang Chun continued to inch the door open until it created a gap wide enough for a single person to slip through. He then swiftly maneuvered through the opening. "Hey, I'm here. Please help me." The woman, initially fatigued from her cries, became invigorated upon seeing Zhang Chun and began to shout excitedly once more. With that volume, she would undoubtedly attract the zombies even more. Zhang Chun executed a flawless backhand strike. Demonstrating his prowess, he dared not let his guard down. With his left hand gripping the bomb-proof shield and his right wielding a fire axe, he advanced swiftly while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Soon, he found himself behind a horde of zombies. Be careful. You must be cautious. Don't let those zombies grab you. A woman screamed, her voice piercing the air. Zhang Chun paid her no heed, his focus solely on the grotesque creatures before him. He understood the gravity of the situation. A single blow must ensure their demise. With that thought in mind, he positioned the shield against his chest and swung the axe with great force, targeting the nearest zombie's skull. With a sickening squelch, the creature's head was cleaved in half, repugnant fluids spraying forth as it collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chun marveled at the surprising strength he possessed. It was astonishing how his body had become so formidable. Previously, in his domestic life, he had struggled to chop through bones, requiring immense effort and the right tools. Head bones, among the strongest in the human body, posed a significant challenge for any weapon. The task of severing one while a creature moved unpredictably would have been daunting in the past, but now he found it effortless. Dispatching these zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. The woman, horrified by the gruesome scene, raised her voice again, shrieking in terror. With precision and speed, Zhang Chun continued his onslaught, dispatching zombies with ease. In the blink of an eye, he felled 5 of them. The remaining 2 zombies, now aware of his presence, advanced towards him. The first, a female zombie, lunged forward. Zhang Chun lowered his head, using his helmet to shield himself as he thrust his shoulder against the bomb-proof shield. Forcefully sending the female zombie crashing against the wall, he swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick that sent the other zombie sprawling to the ground. Raising his axe, he delivered the final blow with a decisive chop, splattering red and white fluids in all directions. Just then, the female zombie charged once more to in this one-on-one encounter. Zhang Chun remained unperturbed. He pressed the shield against the zombie's chin, creating distance, and with a swift motion of his axe, he bisected her skull. With a sigh of relief, he noted that eliminating these zombies was not particularly difficult. The true challenge lay in emerging unscathed from such encounters that in his previous life, delivering 7 or 8 consecutive swings would have exhausted him. But now he felt invigorated, his breath steady and untroubled. That moment, the corpses of the zombies began to shimmer with translucent collect text. Collect, Zhang Chun thought, extending his palm towards the nearest corpse, which instantly vanished. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining energy crystal 1, lighter 1, mutated fertilizer 3. He glanced at the fertilizer in his storage space, noting its unappetizing, decayed appearance, evidence of its origin from the zombies. Thankfully, there was no odor or residue in his storage, or he would never have considered keeping such items. He swiftly collected the remains of the other zombies, accruing various items. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining energy crystal 1, car key 1, mutated fertilizer 3. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining room key 1, unit door access card 1, mutated fertilizer 2. You have recovered a zombie corpse, gaining energy crystal 1, mutated fertilizer 5. In total, he retrieved 8 zombie corpses, amassing a collection of 30 mutated fertilizers, 3 energy crystals, 1 car key, 1 room key, 1 unit door access card, 2 lighters, and 325 units of foreign currency. He realized that collecting involved obtaining useful parts and intact belongings from the fallen zombies, with energy crystals not guaranteed to drop every time. After confirming that no other zombies lurked nearby, Zhang Chun leaned against the locked unit door to examine his spoils. The mutated fertilizer promised to accelerate the growth of crops and livestock, while energy crystals could enhance his physical strength. The other items, lighter, access card, door key, car key, lacked specific descriptions due to their common nature. The lighter's utility was evident, but the latter three items would be rendered useless without corresponding locations. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Car key. Key for a patriotic brand SUV. You might find luck in the underground parking lot. Access card. Access card for Unit 3, Building 2. Door key. Key for Room 2, Floor 5, Unit 3. Cash. You can purchase packaged food from vending machines. Their shelf life exceeds your expectations. Zhang Chun's spirits lifted at the helpful information. Without such prompts, these items would seem worthless, but now they could lead him to transportation and a secure refuge. Even the prospect of food and water, he deemed it unnecessary to store them in his ring-s space, opting instead to pocket them and head towards Building 3. Hey, don't leave me here. You're not just going to abandon me, are you? The woman cried out from the awning, her voice echoing after him. Yet, Zhang Chun remained deaf to her pleas. His paramount objective was survival, securing a safe haven and ample sustenance. Currently, he possessed merely a can of luncheon meat and two 500 milliliters bottles of water, barely enough to last half a day. Especially with the strain of battling zombies, he couldn't afford to babysit a woman who panicked at the mere sight of zombies. Her loud cries akin to a beacon for the undead as for any romantic notions, they were far from his mind. With hunger gnawing at him, he had no time for such distractions. Arriving at the entrance of Unit 3, he found a door constructed of tempered glass and alloy steel, sturdy and formidable. Without the access card, breaching such a door would be impossible. He swiped the card, astonished to discover that there was still power. The red indicator light shifted to green, and with a resounding click, the door unlocked. Peering through the glass, he observed the first floor was devoid of zombies, offering a sense of safety that he quickly slipped inside. Gently closing the door behind him with a soft click of the lock, Zhang Chun positioned the bomb-proof shield protectively against his chest, his grip on the axe firm as he prepared for whatever lay ahead. To prevent the sudden emergence of zombies from unexpected corners, Building Number 3 stands as a modest structure, comprising only 5 stories and lacking an elevator. Upon entering the unit's door, one encounters a corridor stretching approximately 5 to 6 meters. Leading to a staircase with 4 steps. On the first floor reside 2 households. The door of the unit directly facing the staircase remains firmly shut, marked by numerous bloody handprints. The bloodstains, now dried, evoke an unsettling atmosphere. Adjacent to this, the neighboring unit's door is ajar, revealing a gap of a few centimeters on the floor. A conspicuous trail of blood drags from the corridor into the room. Inside, 2 famished zombies await your arrival. A prompt reappears. Zhang Chun is faced with 2 choices. The first is to simply close the door, thereby rendering any potential threat from the zombies inside moot. After all, zombies cannot open doors. Securing them within would ensure they remain trapped. The second option is to charge in and eliminate the zombies. Without hesitation, Zhang Chun opts for the latter, driven by the dire shortage of food and water. Every room that can be searched is an opportunity not to be missed. While zombies are indeed terrifying, as long as he avoids confronting a horde, Zhang Chun is confident in his ability to dispatch them. However, without water, he would succumb to death within a week at most. Furthermore, dehydration would severely diminish his combat effectiveness. He is determined to guard against any zombies lurking in the corridor. Zhang Chun swiftly closes the door behind him with a resounding bang. Suddenly, 2 zombies emerge from the bedroom and bathroom, each approaching from different directions. Thankfully, he had not considered a stealthy approach. Being ambushed from both sides would have been perilous. Upon spotting Zhang Chun, the zombies spring into action, their lethargy replaced by a frenzied charge towards him, moving with astonishing speed. Within a heartbeat, both zombies collide violently against his riot shield. Their combat prowess seems even more formidable than he had anticipated. Zhang Chun raises his shield and swiftly maneuvers to the side. The zombies, caught off guard, are pinned against the security door with his shield. Die! Zhang Chun exclaims, swinging his axe. With 2 swift strikes, the zombies fall to the ground. True combat often unfolds in the blink of an eye, lacking the drawn-out exchanges seen in television dramas. There is no room for a fair duel here. Zhang Chun's sole focus is to eliminate the zombies as quickly as possible. Likewise, the zombies are intent on infecting him in a life-or-death struggle. Every action must be executed with utmost force, and any opportunity to strike must be seized without hesitation. Procrastination equates to death. Having dispatched the 2 zombies, Zhang Chun exhales deeply. Crouching to collect their remains, he recovers one zombie body, acquiring an energy crystal 1, clean fabric 2, and mutated fertilizer 3 from the second zombie. He retrieves clean fabric 3 and mutated fertilizer 2. The clean fabric can enhance clothing's defensive properties, and upon acquiring a sewing blueprint, can be used to create garments. It appears to be a valuable resource indeed. Zhang Chun stores the clean fabric, energy crystal, and mutated fertilizer in his storage space, where they seamlessly integrate with his existing supplies. The quest for resources must continue. In this world, the security doors of the apartment complex are sturdier than those found in the original Earth. Crafted from pure steel, they open outward and lack handles. Unless one possesses the key, attempting to break through with an axe would generate a loud noise that could attract zombies, not to mention inflict significant damage on the axe's blade. Should the axe become dull, he would find himself defenseless, a dire predicament indeed. Moreover, even if he were to attempt to smash such a robust steel door, success is far from guaranteed. Other survivors seeking entry face insurmountable challenges. Hence, Zhang Chun cherishes the opportunity to scour this room thoroughly that he rushes into the kitchen first, for food and water are his most pressing needs. The unit comprises 3 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Zhang Chun opens every cabinet in the kitchen, discovering only a few unopened bottles of seasoning. Everything else is marked expired, including rice and flour, which have turned a sickly green, sprouting odd red-spotted mushrooms. Consuming such food would be perilous. 1 bite could lead to hallucinations, while 2 might bring death. The prompt appears once more. However, even without the warning, Zhang Chun can ascertain that these items are inedible. He opens the refrigerator, revealing only opened food items, uncertain if they have been contaminated by the virus. Only 2 sealed bottles of beer remain, unharmed and unexpired, with a production date of October 15, 2012, boasting a shelf life of 20 years. Such an extended expiration date is astonishing. Zhang Chun recalls that beer on Earth generally has a shelf life of merely 2 years, with some even lasting only 6 months. Here, the beer's longevity is remarkable. A quick glance at the calendar on the wall reveals that it is frozen at December 2012, indicating that the virus outbreak occurred in this world during that month. Zhang Chun wipes the dining table, his fingers gathering a thin layer of dust. Judging by the dust's thickness, only a few months have passed. At most, it cannot exceed a year. It is indeed terrifying that within such a short span, civilization on Water Blue Planet has been utterly obliterated. Zhang Chun recalls the initial system prompt at the beginning of the Apocalypse game. These zombies are merely a result of the system suppression. Every 30 days, the suppression wanes, gradually restoring these mutated beings to their original terrifying forms. Survival and strength are of the essence. Zhang Chun opens the lower compartment of the freezer, uncovering a substantial slab of frozen meat weighing around 5 to 6 pounds. What a boon! With meat and beer, these supplies could sustain him for 3 to 4 days. That he rummages further, discovering a large box of ice cream containing 20 creamy treats. While not a suitable meal, the high sugar content can serve as an emergency energy source during critical times. That he stores everything in his storage space. He selects a bottle of soy sauce from the kitchen seasonings and places it in storage, followed by various knives and utensils. Before departing, Zhang Chun opens the wardrobe in the bedroom, confirming his suspicions. Every piece of clothing is collectible. Collection successful. He hears, "Congratulations on collecting clean fabric." 120. Upon leaving room 102, Zhang Chun does not lock the door. Instead, he leaves it ajar and ascends the stairs to the 5th floor. Along the way, every room remains tightly shut, though he occasionally hears the low growls of zombies and the unsettling sounds of claws scraping against metal doors. In the stairwell, only 2 zombies remain, which Zhang Chun dispatches with ease, recovering energy crystals 2, mutated fertilizer 5, and cash amounting to 173 yuan. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Zhang Chun takes a deep breath. Relieved that the threats encountered along the way have been neutralized, that he hopes that this final destination will not present any unexpected surprises, he did not hastily insert the key into the door lock. Instead, his gaze was intently fixed on the security door. Sure enough, after a brief moment, a line of prompts slowly materialized. There are no zombies in this room. It is clean and suitable for a temporary stronghold. Safe. Only then did Zhang Chun retrieve the key and unlock the door to room 502. Having received such a prompt was indeed a convenience. as it spared him the peril of confronting various unknowns. How comforting! Upon entering, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The soundproofing of the room was exceptional. The very instant Zhang Chen closed the door, the faint echoes of the zombies' growls in the corridor vanished completely. Everything fell into an extraordinary silence. Zhang Chen meticulously searched each room, including the closet and beneath the bed, examining every corner with great care. Once he confirmed that there were indeed no zombies present, he finally let down his guard and collapsed onto the sofa to eye in the struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world. Caution was paramount. After a few recent skirmishes, Zhang Chen felt a slight fatigue, not from physical exertion, but rather from mental strain. Given his physical resilience, dispatching a few zombies would not tire him out. After resting for about 10 minutes, his spirits were greatly revived. It was then that he began to scrutinize the room more closely. It was a chamber belonging to a family of 3, with a large wedding photo hanging above the headboard of the bed. The culture of the humans on Water Blue Star was not vastly different from that of Earth. In the side room, there stood an empty crib. The entire room was impeccably clean, devoid of any bloodstains, and the air even carried a faint fragrance. For the time being, he decided to treat this place as a refuge. Zhang Chen placed the unopened soy sauce in the kitchen and stored the frozen ice cream and food in the freezer, conserving space to at present. His spatial ring contained canned luncheon meat, 2 bottles of purified water, 2 cans of beer, 50 units of mutated fertilizer, 125 pieces of clean fabric, an explosive-proof shield, a tempered helmet, a fire axe, 2 kitchen knives, and 1 fruit knife. These items already occupied 10 slots in his inventory. If he included the recently frozen meat and ice cream, his storage ring would be completely full. This did not even account for the lighter, keys, cash, and a myriad of other small items in his pockets. With 12 slots of storage space, it seemed rather insufficient. The primary issue was that this world offered an overwhelming abundance of collectible items, with an incredibly diverse range. If only he could enhance his backpack's capacity. Contemplating this, Zhang Chen opened the chat channel. Does anyone have water? I just evaded zombies and ran nearly a kilometer. I'm out of water and parched. Is anyone near Holy Forest Hospital? I'm trapped in the doctor's office on the 5th floor of the inpatient department. Please, someone rescue me. I just killed a zombie and collected an energy crystal core. Who wants it? I'll trade it for food or water. No freeloaders. Wow, the person upstairs is amazing, actually daring to kill zombies. I struggled for ages to take down one zombie, and all I got was a pile of mutated fertilizer. Ugh, what bad luck. I have no weapons at all. I can only run when I see zombies. How pitiful. Let us band together, everyone, and form a survivor camp where we can assist one another. Suddenly, a person named Zheng Hao called out. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be a refined university student. Everyone can privately message me their locations. Since this is a regional chat channel, I suspect we're not too far apart. We can gradually gather together, sharing resources and abilities. Unity is essential to combat the zombies. An individual's strength is limited, but the power of a team is boundless. Please, everyone, unite. Upon seeing Zheng Hao's message, Zhang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. While Zheng Hao's idea may have originated from a good intention, it was overly idealistic. There are only 2 scenarios in which collaboration is feasible: strong allies joining forces or weak individuals banding together. That a coalition between the strong and weak is virtually impossible. Those with strength are seldom willing to carry dead weight, and who would willingly share the food and water they worked hard to procure. Zhang Chen favored aligning with the strong, as mutual support fosters rapid growth and strength. However, since the apocalypse had only just begun, it would take time for the truly strong to emerge. Thus, forming alliances at this juncture was not a prudent choice. As for the weak joining forces, well, that was even less promising. A group of individuals struggling for survival could only huddle for warmth. Moreover, Zheng Hao's approach had another flaw. It exposed the locations of other survivors to eye in this world of extreme scarcity. Who could tell whether the one approaching was a rescue organization or a looting survivor? One must never harbor ill intentions, yet one must always remain vigilant. Zhang Chen chose to ignore Zheng Hao's call. Instantly, the chat room was flooded with messages. Wang Jirun posted a staggering 20 or so bottles of purified water. Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, a flurry of messages followed. Who is this godly figure? They are incredible, offering both water and ham sausages. It seemed this individual had fortuitously emerged from a supermarket, hence the abundance of supplies. Truly a windfall. This world is so unfair. Why am I stuck in a restroom stall while others are in supermarkets? Quick, see what this god needs. Perhaps we can barter for food. Wang Jiran, Mighty One, please check your private messages. My sister is hoping for 2 ham sausages. Sigh. I can't even dare to step outside. And I have nothing to trade for food or water. What a predicament. Many shared the sentiment of the last speaker. Surviving was no easy feat, and given the random nature of their starting locations, most were outdoors, in corridors, or offices, with only a fortunate few finding themselves in residential buildings. Those in supermarkets were exceptionally lucky. Most were in a state of reliance on aid, lacking anything to barter for food and water. Zhang Chun opened the trading channel to his astonishment. A myriad of items was listed. Women's lingerie, plush toys, empty water bottles, cups, chopsticks, hats. Essentially everything these survivors could scrounge. They were all hoping to inadvertently encounter a fool willing to exchange their useless items for something of value. Unfortunately, at this moment, the most sought-after items were food and water. Who would squander resources to trade for such trivialities? Thus, these items had been listed for 2 or 3 hours, yet not a single transaction had occurred. Zhang Chen filtered the options to food and water. Soon, Wang Jiran's recent offerings appeared before him. The conditions for exchange were steep. 500 milliliters of purified water required 1 energy crystal core, and the same went for the sealed ham sausages. Energy crystal cores were invaluable. They were essential for enhancing one's abilities. Those who amassed a significant quantity of energy crystal cores would inevitably experience remarkable growth in strength. If Wang Jiran were to convert all 40 or more items of food and water into energy crystal cores, it would certainly elevate him from an ordinary individual status to that of a robust survivor. In fact, if he continued to sell food and water in bulk, he might rapidly ascend to the ranks of an exceptionally strong survivor. Those who appear in the regional chat channel are merely the nearby survivors, and one can never predict when they might cross paths. Encountering someone stronger than oneself in this apocalyptic world can lead to unforeseen consequences, as the ultimate decision lies in the hands of the more powerful individual. Should the formidable person happen to be benevolent, there is a possibility for friendship, or at the very least, a peaceful coexistence. However, if that strong individual covets the supplies contained within your ring, then one can only resign themselves to misfortune, potentially even losing their life. Zhang Chun could not naively assume that Wang Jiran would undoubtedly be a good person. After all, life is singular and allows for no errors. One must exercise utmost caution. Zhang Chun maintained a facade of calm as he continued to observe the regional chat channel. Alas, the prices for food and water posted by the esteemed players were exorbitant. 1 energy crystal core for a mere bottle of water? This was tantamount to robbery. Indeed, I was fortunate to have slain 2 juvenile zombies, which yielded an energy crystal core. However, this item does not seem to drop with absolute certainty. An energy crystal core can only be exchanged for a bottle of water or a stick of ham. A transaction that is essentially a gamble with one's life. Utterly unwise. Thankfully, I had brought along a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of water. Otherwise, I would have faced hunger today. The only viable option now is to confront the zombies. Without fighting them, resources are unattainable. Lacking resources means one cannot exchange for desired items, ultimately leading to a dead end. Upon uttering this last statement, he immediately garnered a chorus of agreement. Yes, there are zombies right outside. If we venture out and eliminate them, we might scavenge some food. But how can we fight them barehanded? Although I am a combat coach, I would prefer to wield a knife rather than engage with my fists. What if I scrape my skin and succumb to an infection? Does anyone have a knife? Is anyone selling knives? Or even a hammer would suffice. I possess a fruit knife, but I dare not confront zombies with it. I would gladly give it away. If anyone is near the school, please come to the classroom and rescue me. Observing the chat messages, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile faintly that a business opportunity had arisen. He had previously brought the supplies from downstairs to his current location, and along with the knives available in this room, he had a total of 5 kitchen knives and 4 fruit knives. Zhang Chun opened the auction interface, selected the items for sale, and chose to exchange. Can luncheon meat and 500 milliliters of purified water. Every survivor who has traversed here automatically possesses a can of luncheon meat and a bottle of purified water. They are bound to be able to afford these items in exchange for weapons. Of course, those willing to trade their initial food and water for weapons would not be many, but surely there are some. Such individuals fall into 2 categories, the first being robust survivors capable of battling zombies. Through extensive slaying of zombies, they acquire crystal cores that allow them to exchange for more food and water, a veritable windfall. The second group consists of survivors in areas where zombies are scarce, and it is evident that food and water are nearby. They can trade a day's worth of sustenance for even more provisions. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence can deduce that this is undeniably a lucrative deal. Zhang Chun was betting on the existence of such survivors. In truth, even if he were to miscalculate, he could simply adjust the price and relist the items. He would suffer no loss. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Ding! Zhang Chun successfully listed the sharp fruit knife. Meanwhile, others had also astutely recognized that weapons were the most sought-after commodities at present. They hastily listed various items such as long wooden sticks, bricks, ashtrays, and chairs, truly an eclectic assortment. Similarly, these individuals were also seeking to exchange their goods for food and water. Indeed, using sticks, bricks, and ashtrays as weapons is somewhat acceptable. However, the inclusion of chairs is rather excessive. Of course, had these weapons been available before Zhang Chun listed his kitchen and fruit knives, they would have been seen as the only viable options. Now that the choice of knives exists, who would desire those items? Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully traded a fruit knife and received canned luncheon meat and purified water. After approximately an hour, the weapons Zhang Chun had listed were completely sold out. He had amassed 9 cans of luncheon meat and 9 bottles of purified water. His survival capabilities had significantly improved. He had indeed made the right bet, just as Zhang Chun had anticipated. He did not fear that someone would wield a kitchen or fruit knife to swiftly eliminate zombies and grow stronger, ultimately becoming a threat to him, for knives are subject to wear and tear. Especially when used to cleave a zombie's skull. It is certainly not as simple as depicted in the movies, where vegetables are effortlessly sliced. A kitchen knife is designed for cutting vegetables and meat, while a specialized cleaver exists for chopping bones. Though the cleaver resembles a kitchen knife, it is larger and heftier. A kitchen knife attempting to sever a zombie's head is prone to getting lodged in the skull and is likely to dull quickly. Essentially, it is a consumable item. Thus, what was once deemed the most scarce resource in this apocalypse, purified water and ham, was selling less effectively than Zhang Chun's goods. Naturally, this situation is only temporary. Zhang Chun had recognized the needs of the survivors and seized the opportunity to make a small profit. However, as more survivors gain the strength to slay zombies and accumulate crystal cores, food and water will undoubtedly retain their value as hard currency. This is indisputable. Having sold his weapons, Zhang Chun now found himself with a substantial reserve. He decided to browse the auction house for items he might need. This time, he did not filter his search, but rather aimlessly flipped through several pages. The listings remained consistent with previous ones: ladies' lingerie, hats, down jackets, ceramic bowls, and so on. Were it not for the apocalyptic context, one might almost believe they were browsing an online shopping mall. Truly, there is nothing one cannot find if one desires it. Zhang Chun continued to flip through pages rapidly until an item caught his eye. Bloodstained keys 5, requiring food or water, price negotiable. Tianyang City Map, requiring food or water, price negotiable. Tianyang University Campus Layout Map, requiring food or water, price negotiable. These 3 items were all listed by a girl named Zhao Xia. Zhao Xia was a strikingly beautiful girl, clad in an airline attendant uniform, her long legs exceedingly eye-catching. However, Zhang Chun's focus was not on Zhao Xia's beauty or figure, but rather on her merchandise, keys. Upon seeing this item, Zhang Chun's eyes lit up. He concentrated on the keys, and soon a prompt appeared. Bloodstained key. After cleaning, it can unlock corresponding rooms at Tianyang University. The current keys correspond to the following rooms: cafeteria storage, security monitoring room, locked female dormitory, administrative office, and medical room, while the rest of the rooms may hold little value. The cafeteria storage could potentially contain a wealth of preserved food. Zhang Chun's eyes sparkled. This was undoubtedly a treasure trove. He immediately sent a private message to Zhao Xia that I have reviewed your items. I want all of them. Please name your price. Shortly after, Zhao Xia replied. Really? You want all these items? That's wonderful. Can I trade for some water? Would 1 bottle suffice? Upon posing this question, Zhao Xia appeared to waver slightly. The importance of water is self-evident. However, the keys hold little utility. Who can accurately determine which key unlocks which door? Moreover, in this apocalypse, zombies are unlikely to wait as one attempts to unlock doors room by room. As for the Tianyang City Map, it retains some usefulness. but its value is limited to in the early stages. Survivors face survival challenges, and even when venturing outside, they only explore a radius of about 100 meters. Their surroundings are evident without the need for a map. Even in later stages, when survivors possess the strength to travel farther, they can easily acquire a local map from any travel agency. Thus, Zhao Xie's items had languished in the auction house for quite some time, without any inquiries. In desperation, she resorted to a sales pitch to attract buyers. She was well aware of the value of these items, which might not even surpass that of a tempered glass ashtray on the table. To demand a whole bottle of water in exchange could be seen as quite greedy. Yet, she had no choice. This was the only resource she could offer, and she needed to sell them, or she would struggle to survive the next day. Zhangchen shook his head and quickly replied, "One bottle is too much. I have a half-full bottle of leftover water. If you agree, we can exchange right now. A single bottle of water can be traded for an energy crystal core, but such a transaction is indeed not worthwhile. However, without a container, a bottle of water cannot be divided for trade." Thus, Zhangchen proposed to exchange a small half bottle of water, allowing both parties to meet their needs while maintaining equivalent value. Indeed, is this not a bit lacking? Zhao Xie hesitated for a moment, then hesitantly remarked, "But it's only a small half bottle, and it's one you've already consumed." This, Zhao Xie was studying aviation services and had just begun her freshman year. She had never had a boyfriend. She felt that sharing a bottle of water between two people was rather inappropriate. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, having something to drink is already a significant blessing. There is truly no room for complaints. Noticing Zhao Xie's hesitation, Zhangchen realized that his previous words might have been too blunt, so he added, "I don't have any other empty bottles. Even if I did, they would also be ones I've used. If you have a clean container, I could see if I can directly trade the water. I don't have an empty bottle either. I'm currently in a security room." Surrounded by zombies, the key was found on the corpse of a security guard in the room. Zhao Xie said, her voice tinged with lingering fear. After a moment, she sighed softly and said, "Well, at this point, it's no use getting caught up in these details. Let us proceed with the exchange." Ding. Zhao Xie has submitted a trade request. Accept. Soon, a trading interface appeared before them. Zhangchen placed the remaining half bottle of purified water onto the platform. Zhao Xie placed the bloodstained key 5, the map of Tianyang City, and the layout of Tianyang University all at once. Both parties confirmed the transaction. Ding. You have lost half a bottle of purified water and gained a bloodstained key 5. A map of Tianyang City and a layout of Tianyang University. Thank you. You are a good person, Zhao Xie said sincerely. It wasn't that she was naive. On the contrary, her experiences over the past half-day had exposed her to the darker side of human nature. She placed the half bottle of purified water into her ring, which confirmed it was indeed uncontaminated. Previously, some survivors had approached her with half bottles of contaminated water as a means of conversation. Others had used food and water as bait, demanding she fulfill their shameless desires to end this lawless and morally bankrupt apocalypse. The worst aspects of humanity were magnified many times over. For such individuals, Zhao Xie had chosen to block them without hesitation. Zhang Chun was the only person who had genuinely traded with her thus far. Moreover, he had not made any inappropriate advances throughout the entire process. Such individuals are indeed rare. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly. Such naivety in an apocalyptic world would likely lead to suffering. Am I considered a good person just for this? In this environment, the moral standards of peaceful times have long since crumbled. What remains to be considered good or bad? It is merely a struggle for survival with all one's might. Zhang Chen quickly unfolded the map he had acquired and affixed it to the wall. Recalling his previous memories, he noted that he was on Tianhe Street, near a real estate agency, adjacent to a small supermarket. Behind the agency was a residential complex. With this information, Zhang Chen swiftly pinpointed his location on the map. He was situated in a residential complex known as Yujing Bay, just 500 meters from Tianyang University. A short walk past an intersection would bring him to the university's main entrance. In normal circumstances, 500 meters would hardly be considered a distance, easily traversed in a few minutes. However, in the current situation, forget about 500 meters. Being able to walk a few dozen meters on the main road would be commendable. He would have to wait until his strength was sufficient before attempting to reach Tianyang University. As for the key, it could wait. Fortunately, he currently had a sufficient supply of food and water. allowing him to gradually enhance his abilities. Zhang Chen glanced at the surroundings near the residential complex. Besides the small supermarket on the main road, there was another supermarket situated at the entrance of the complex. He contemplated visiting there tomorrow for a stroke of luck. He posted a bottle of beer on the trading channel with the note, "Seeking keys." Then he quietly monitored the chat channel. Wow, another expert has posted water. Beer can be considered water too. In fact, beer might be better than water since it contains maltose, which can be broken down to provide energy to the body. This is great, but why does this expert need a key? What a peculiar request. I once collected a key, but deemed it useless and discarded it. What a mistake. Sigh. It seems people either want energy crystal cores or keys. Why are their demands so bizarre? I once had a keychain right in front of me, but I didn't pick it up. Now I regret it deeply. All that remains is the communication among survivors. Occasionally, male survivors would attempt to flirt with attractive girls, but there was nothing substantial in those interactions. That it was merely a means for everyone to relax their minds after surviving the initial zombie attack through conversation. This was nothing more than a form of self-comfort, because the zombies were lurking just outside the door, outside the window, and on the streets. This was a challenge that must be overcome. Failure to eliminate the zombies would inevitably lead to becoming a victim in this world. Wang Zhirun had not spoken in the regional chat channel, leaving Zhang Chun unable to ascertain his whereabouts. However, judging by the vast amount of goods he had auctioned, Wang Zhirun was likely holed up in a place similar to a supermarket. As the sun gradually set, the last rays of sunlight disappeared beyond the rooftops. The streetlights in the neighborhood, controlled by a program, automatically illuminated the area. At this moment, the zombies became increasingly agitated. They raised their heads, seemingly sniffing the air for the scent of humans. Room 502 in Building 3 faced both the interior of the complex and the main road. Zhang Chun tightly closed the windows, keeping the lights off. He stood beside the window, silently observing the movements of the zombies on the street. The windows of this residence were well sealed. Many zombies languidly passed beneath Zhang Chen's window, showing no signs of detecting anything unusual. They had not caught the scent of humans, so they gradually wandered away. However, some zombies did catch the scent of humanity and let out a roar. Subsequently, dozens of zombies rushed toward the nearest source of the scent. The horde comprised at least 30 to 40 zombies, charging into a nearby alley, roaring as they ran off. Who knows which unfortunate soul would suffer next? If it weren't for Zhang Chen's habit of reading apocalyptic novels, he would not have developed such vigilance. Who says reading novels is useless? Indeed, one only realizes the value of knowledge when it is needed. Oh no, zombies can actively seek out humans. What kind of ability is this? Infrared sensing or something? First, I can rule out visual detection. I am on the 10th floor and the zombies shouldn't be able to see me, yet they are violently banging on the door. I am feeling somewhat frightened. Me too. I spent most of the day on the bus without incident, and now the windows are covered with bloody handprints from zombies. It's terrifying. Zombies must be able to identify humans by scent at night. Everyone should choose sealed spaces and avoid opening windows as much as possible. Oh no, I'm hiding in the wardrobe, and I see a zombie walking towards me. At night, zombies are even more agile. During the day, they wound T-scale obstacles, yet now they can easily navigate around them and even leap over a 1-meter-high barrier. Everyone needs to be cautious when fleeing. The chat channel buzzed with discussions of everyone's situations and observations. At that moment, Zheng Hao reappeared. The nights are difficult. Please be sure to stay safe, and do not let the zombies catch your scent. These zombies have enhanced mobility, smell, and hearing at night. However, they currently do not react to light. So turning on a light won't draw them closer. If you are afraid, feel free to illuminate your room. In this manner, there exists a mutual assurance, allowing us to be aware of each other's whereabouts, thus fostering a sense of security. If the opportunity arises, I recommend everyone venture out during daylight. Currently, I have established a small safe zone near the stadium, where 5 survivors have already congregated. We welcome everyone to join us here. As we unite to overcome this adversity, can it be that Zheng Hao has so swiftly set up a survivor camp, and that he has gathered 5 survivors already? Is this not a tad too rapid? Zhang Chun pondered in confusion. Yet, he did not have the time to dwell on it. After all, this matter holds little relevance to him. Moreover, thanks to Zheng Hao's efforts, many survivors in Zhang Chen's vicinity had been too fearful to turn on their lights, dreading that the illumination would attract the zombies. However, after Zheng Hao and others in the chat channel shared their insights, they finally felt at ease. One by one, lights began to illuminate. Zhang Chen glanced around and noted that there were at least a dozen brightly lit rooms nearby. Some were in shops, while others were in residential buildings. Given the limited vantage point from his location, if one were to calculate based on such a density of distribution, there must be at least 30 to 40 survivors in the nearby apartment complex. Zhang Chun was acutely aware that despite the polite exchanges in the chat channel, no one knew how others would act when face-to-face. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than zombies. Having grasped the basic situation of the surrounding survivors, Zhang Chen finally took out a can of luncheon meat, eating half of it by the light streaming in from the window, followed by a substantial gulp from a bottle of purified water. He then lay down on the bed and fell into a peaceful slumber. Upon waking, the day had already brightened. The number of zombies on the street had diminished significantly. Fortunately, the armed zombie remained wandering in place. Not straying far, Zhang Chun proceeded to finish off the remaining half can of luncheon meat and the rest of his water. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, his overall state improved considerably. Zhang Chen glanced around the residential area. The woman in the low-cut evening gown on the rain canopy had vanished. There were no traces of blood that it was likely she had been rescued or had escaped on her own. After a night exchange, 3 or 4 new zombies had appeared in the community. They were clustered around the window of a unit on the first floor of building number 2. Something seemed to have drawn the zombies' attention there. Whatever it may be, it was best to investigate. Zhang Chen did not feel confident about engaging too many zombies. However, these 3 isolated zombies were practically a gift delivered to his doorstep. Why not seize the opportunity? Zhang Chen warmed up a bit in his room before stepping out. The hallway was eerily quiet. The door to room 102 on the first floor remained ajar, just as it had been yesterday. The unit door was intact, indicating that the zombies had not pressed against it last night. It seemed the 5th floor offered a commendable level of concealment and safety. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chun pushed the unit door open that he stealthily charged towards the 3 zombies in the distance. This time was different from before. Previously, Zhang Chun had managed to dispatch 7 zombies with the aid of the woman in the low-cut dress who had attracted their attention with her screams. This time, there was no particular sound to draw them in. The zombies' hearing suddenly sharpened. Just as Zhang Chen closed in within 7 or 8 meters of the zombies, they simultaneously detected his presence. Could they really hear even the sound of footsteps? These zombies were undoubtedly of a higher caliber. Hiss! Ugh! Roaring in unison, the 3 zombies lunged towards Zhang Chen. Their speed was alarming, yet Zhang Chen was not slow either. As the zombies reacted, he sprinted forward 2 quick steps, swinging his axe to cleave one zombie's skull in 2. He then raised his shield to block the assaults of the other 2. Dispatching each with a swift strike of his axe, he effortlessly eliminated the 3 zombies. Collect. You have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining an energy core 1, a damaged car key 1, and mutated fertilizer 3. You have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining an energy core 1 and mutated fertilizer 3. That you have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining a broken key 1 and mutated fertilizer 3. The energy cores and mutated fertilizers were nothing new to Zhang Chun. He was quite familiar with them. His attention shifted to the damaged car key and the broken key. Shortly, another prompt appeared. These items are broken and hold no value. Zhang Chun promptly discarded both items onto the ground. Storing the energy cores and fertilizers in his inventory, he continued on his way. Zhang Chen's objective had always been clear. The 3 zombies in the community were merely an appetizer. His true target was the zombie wielding a revolver that he had been eyeing all day. In Zhang Chen's mind, the threat posed by other survivors far outweighed that of the zombies. As long as one could retreat into a safe house, the zombies were rendered ineffective. At most, they would encircle you, preventing your escape. However, malicious survivors were a different story. They could pick locks, climb, and even dismantle your safe haven, drawing a horde of zombies to eliminate you. A gun, without a doubt, served as the best deterrent against other survivors. A single zombie would soon emerge from around the corner. If you wish to avoid a close encounter, it would be prudent to halt your advance now. As Zhang Chen departed from building No. 2, he found himself at the corner of a structure. When this prompt suddenly appeared, he immediately came to a stop, holding his breath and focusing his senses. Slowly, he raised his axe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ugh! A heavy, distinctive groan of a zombie echoed from around the corner. First, one foot stepped out, then the other. The moment its head emerged, Zhang Chen's firefighting axe swung with ferocity, cleaving the zombie's skull in 2. You have recovered a zombie corpse, obtaining an Energy Core 1, bloodstained clothing, and mutated fertilizer 3-up bloodstained clothing. It has been infected by the virus and holds no practical value. Another worthless piece of trash. Zhang Chun carelessly discarded the blood-stained clothing. Standing at the corner of the building, he surveyed the distance. This corridor branched into two paths, one leading to an uninhabited pathway that connected to the main road, and the other leading to a small garden 50 meters away, where two zombies wandered aimlessly. With daylight breaking, acquiring a handgun and gathering supplies was paramount. Zombies were inexhaustible. This world was not lacking in zombies, and there was no need to squander time here. Thus, Zhang Chun crouched low and moved quietly. Seizing a moment when the two wandering zombies had their backs turned, he dashed past them, successfully reaching the uninhabited pathway. Zhang Chun pressed his back against the wall, peering towards the road. Due to the scent of survivors from yesterday luring away most of the zombies near the armed one, only a handful remained nearby. Yet in the distance, a mass of zombies could be seen, a sight that sent chills down his spine. This opportunity must not be missed. If he did not acquire firearms today, who could predict what might transpire overnight? A mere handful of zombies, taking it slow, attracting them bit by bit should pose no issue. Zhang Chun grasped his axe and gently tapped it against the wall, producing a resonant clang. Ugh! The two nearest zombies on the road turned slowly towards the sound. Their attention peaked. The outcome was promising. Having only attracted two utilizing the cover of a nearby car, Zhang Chun pressed his body against it, continuing to gently knock on the wall with his axe. Ugh! Hiss! The zombies staggered closer, their movements growing ever more deliberate. Zhang Chun observed that the zombies' response to sound was directly related to its volume. When the sound was soft, they would merely shuffle towards the source. However, if the noise was sufficiently loud, their speed would surge dramatically, akin to a sprint, which was utterly terrifying. Zhang Chun patiently tapped the wall with a gentle rhythm, his gaze fixed on the movements of the zombies through the car window. They were drawing closer, ever nearer. Now was the moment. With a sudden swing of his axe, he decapitated the first zombie with a single, swift stroke. Harnessing the momentum, the axe traced a reverse arc, ascending once more to strike the second zombie, smashing its skull to pieces beginning from its chin. In the span of a single second, two zombies lay defeated at his feet, collapsing to the ground with barely a sound. 12 more remained. Zhang Chun methodically attracted each of the remaining zombies from the street, dispatching them one by one at the roadside. Upon surveying his spoils of victory, he found himself in possession of 8 energy crystals, 2 car keys, 1 Colt revolver, 15 pistol bullets, 40 mutated fertilizers, 2 police batons, 2 pairs of handcuffs along with their keys, 2 walkie-talkies, 1 pristine police uniform, and 20 clean cloths. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. These items occupied 10 slots in his inventory, with the mutated fertilizers and cloths neatly stacked alongside his previous supplies. Coupled with his canned luncheon meat and drinking water, all 12 slots were filled to capacity. At that moment, Zhang Chun still clutched his fire axe and riot shield. Thankfully, he had sold off some weapons the previous night and stashed away other supplies in his room. Otherwise, his storage ring would likely have been unable to accommodate all these treasures. After a moment's contemplation, he withdrew the revolver, engaged the safety, and secured it at his waist. An additional weapon at his side meant an extra layer of safety. Moreover, this maneuver freed up one more slot in his inventory. Next, he retrieved the car keys. Since they were taken from zombies on the street, it was likely that a vehicle awaited him somewhere along this road. Why not try his luck? If fortune favored him, he might uncover yet another cache of supplies. With that thought in mind, he gently pressed the unlock button on the first car key. Click! The sound echoed in his ears, revealing that it was indeed the nearby red sedan. What incredible luck! Suddenly, a collect notification appeared on the side of the red car. Unlike the usual green text, this time the words were yellow. Could it be that even a car could be stored in his inventory? That seemed rather extraordinary. He clicked collect. Ding! Current storage ring level insufficient to collect this item. Required storage ring level. Level 3. Current storage ring level. Level 1. The requirement for a level upgrade to his storage ring was a shock. What were these storage ring fragments? Did they imply that? Zhang Chun glanced at the dark green storage ring on his finger. This item was exclusive to survivors entering the game. Did it mean that collection could only be conducted from fellow survivors? The implications were chilling. It was tantamount to survivors robbing and murdering one another, now with an even more plausible justification. Zhang Chun instinctively stroked the revolver secured at his waist, finding some comfort in its presence. In this apocalyptic world, becoming stronger was the only path forward. Regaining his composure, he peered into the car window to ensure there were no zombies inside before opening the door to search the vehicle. He found nothing but a roll of toilet paper. While it seemed largely useless, there were times when it proved indispensable, especially in the realm of bodily functions, where proper preparations were paramount, given the heightened sensitivity of zombies to odors at night. Neglecting such matters could result in becoming their prime target for attack. Dying from a lack of toilet paper during a crucial moment would undoubtedly be one of the most lamentable fates imaginable. How embarrassing. He decided to keep it for now. Zhang Chun then opened the trunk, discovering 2 large, unopened packages of toilet paper within. This individual had truly gone to great lengths to stock up. Zhang Chun opened the auction trading system and placed 2 small segments of toilet paper on the market. Desired items included door keys, car keys, water, food, weapons, energy crystals, and storage ring fragments. Anything useful that came to mind. With a click, he sent the listing. Ding! Congratulations! Transaction successful. 2 segments of toilet paper sold for keys. That was remarkably quick. They sold almost instantaneously. Zhang Chun refrained from hastily claiming his rewards, as his storage space was already cramped. His pockets were filled with numerous keys. Fortunately, as long as he did not extract the items, they would remain in the trading system temporarily. However, this temporary storage had a time limit of 24 hours. After that, the items would be destroyed. He tore off 2 more segments of toilet paper and placed them on the auction system. After a few minutes, ding! Congratulations! Transaction successful. 2 segments of toilet paper sold for a bloody access card. It appeared everyone's stomachs were in good condition. Zhang Chun had inadvertently stumbled upon a small business opportunity. Toilet paper was not particularly valuable, and one could hardly expect to trade it for anything significant. If he set the price too high, others might choose to sacrifice their pants for self-preservation. However, trading it for unknown keys and access cards was akin to repurposing waste to other survivors. These items were worthless. Yet to Zhang Chun, they represented keys to treasure chests, occasionally far more valuable than a bottle of water or a can of luncheon meat. Seeing the enthusiastic response from others, Zhang Chun tore the bulk of toilet paper into over 60 small segments and listed them in the auction trading system. This item was hardly rare. Anyone rummaging through residential buildings could find toilet paper. Yet, they would never think to trade it for useless keys. Thus, Zhang Chun monopolized this particular market, closing the trading interface. He shifted his attention to the other car key in his possession. Finding a wide-open space, he pressed the unlock button once more. Almost immediately, a police car lit up in the middle of the street. Incredible! Was it really a police car? Zhang Chun did not rush towards the police vehicle. Instead, he cautiously surveyed the surrounding area for any sign of zombies. It appeared clear. Caution was essential, as sometimes zombies were simply obscured by obstacles. A warning flashed before him again, prompting Zhang Chun to crouch down and peer beneath the CART. His dismay. He spotted a pair of bloodied white ballet shoes limping past the gap beside the police car. Given the size, it was likely a zombie little girl. Thank goodness for the warning. Had he been ambushed by a zombie child, a single bite could spell doom. That was far too close. The apocalypse was terrifyingly realistic. Allowing for no margin of error, Zhang Chun stealthily circled behind the zombie girl and, with a powerful swing of his axe, ended her existence. He gently opened the police car door and, within the glove compartment, found a pair of handcuffs and a walkie-talkie that on the passenger seat sat a fast food container. Its contents now a colorful array of mold, a nauseating sight indeed. This item was surely devoid of value. Zhang Chun searched further but found nothing else of interest. Turning to the trunk, he lifted the lid and was astonished to discover a shotgun within, accompanied by 2 boxes of shotgun shells. This was a serious weapon. While he was currently facing only ordinary zombies, who could predict the existence of mutated ones in this world? At close range, a shotgun could obliterate zombies, and a headshot would exponentially increase its lethality. What a windfall! Zhang Chun quickly retrieved the police baton from his storage ring and stuffed it into the bag meant for the shotgun, leaving him with 2 open slots in his inventory. He carefully stored the shotgun and shells within his storage ring, safeguarding these precious items from loss. The baton was of little value. With so much gear at his disposal, it seemed prudent to return home first before heading to the supermarket. Armed with a handgun and a shotgun, Zhang Chun felt emboldened to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. Upon returning home, Zhang Chun stored all the items from the space in his residence, save for 2 firearms and their accompanying ammunition that he then turned on the gas and retrieved frozen meat from the refrigerator. After thawing it in the microwave, he sliced 2 thick portions in a pan. He added a dash of soy sauce and a sprinkle of pepper and commenced frying. The conditions for cooking raw meat are rather demanding, necessitating fire, oil, cookware, and various seasonings. Fortunately, electricity was available. However, should a blackout occur, it would pose significant challenges in consuming the frozen meat, unlike canned luncheon meat, which can be opened at any time for consumption. Thus, Zhang Chun resolved to prioritize the consumption of these more challenging ingredients. As he watched the red meat sizzle in the skillet, the aroma of the meat intertwined with the fragrance of the seasonings wafted through the exhaust duct and out the window. Gently drifting into an apartment within Building 5, on the 3rd floor landing of Building 5 sat 2 men clad in vests, adorned with intricate tattoos on their arms, one tall and lean, the other short and stout. The taller man twitched his nose, then abruptly swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Brother, do you smell that? I think I can detect the scent of meat. It seems someone is frying meat or perhaps beef. This is downright extravagant." In these circumstances, how can one still indulge in meat? The shorter man sniffed the air but detected nothing. The atmosphere was permeated with dust and the scent of canned luncheon meat. You must be delirious from hunger. Where would the smell of frying meat come from? Besides, we are in the apocalypse. Do you see anyone selling meat in the auction listings? Being able to eat canned luncheon meat is already quite fortunate, he retorted, spooning a large mouthful of the luncheon meat into his mouth. With only 13 cans left, he offered one to the tall man. That does seem plausible. Perhaps I am simply too craving of meat. The latter conceded, devouring the offering with gusto. At that moment, a woman squatting in the corner of the staircase spoke up. She was the low-cut dress woman who had been trapped on the awning yesterday. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing disarrayed, and she curled up in the corner, watching the 2 men greedily consume their provisions and water, her anger stifled by fear. "What is it? Do you have something to say?" The stout man shot her a glance. "I haven't eaten yet. You said you would leave me some." The woman licked her parched lips, her voice hoarse. How can you even say that? This is the price for us rescuing you. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have survived the night," the stout man sneered. "You should be grateful to us. But to repay you already." The woman weakly protested. "Surely you can't take everything for yourselves." "What? Were only we 2 brothers to enjoy ourselves yesterday? Were you not happy? Moreover, yesterday was compensation for saving you from the awning. You yourself said that as long as we saved you, it would be fine. Today's meal of luncheon meat is recompense for allowing you to stay the night without kicking you out. Outside are hordes of zombies. Without this sturdy apartment door, could you have safely endured the night? You would have likely become food for the undead." The stout man growled. He and the tall man had known each other prior, and by chance, both found themselves in the same building when the game commenced. When the zombies in the room were initially stationary in a panic, they grabbed kitchen knives and fled. Upon exiting, they even had the cleverness to close the door behind them. Thus, the zombies were indeed trapped inside. But they too found themselves ensnared in the stairwell, spending a night on the cold floor. When rescuing the woman yesterday, it was primarily due to their desire for her body. Now, with dwindling food and water supplies, they perceived her as a liability. Hence, their manner of speaking was understandably brusque. "Brother, we've even consumed the girl's luncheon meat and water. We truly have nothing left. If we don't find some food soon, we might starve to death right here." The tall man lamented. "Don't worry. I've already devised a plan," the stout man declared confidently. "Look over there." He pointed out the window. Building 5 was situated adjacent to the roadside, providing a clear view of the small plaza at the main entrance of the community. Flanking the plaza were a small supermarket and a dumpling shop. A restaurant and a supermarket. "We are bound to find food inside. As long as we can make it over there, food will be no issue. But with so many zombies, how can just the 2 of us get through?" the tall man asked, his face etched with worry. "Those zombies are terrifying, and they run with reckless abandon. If we get bitten or scratched even once, we'll become zombies ourselves. Even if I were to confront a single zombie, I wouldn't feel confident, let alone facing so many. Isn't going out akin to courting death? Rest assured, I've already thought it through," the stout man replied, a mysterious smile creeping across his face as he focused on the woman. 20 minutes later, near the plaza at the community's main entrance, The woman was forced to climb a tree branch about 4 to 5 meters high. Initially, she was assisted up with a ladder. But now, she was coerced into climbing as she clung to the branch in terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. "Please, let me down. I promise, whatever you want me to do in the future, I will comply. I don't want food or water. Please, let me down. I don't want to die." The stout man shot her an impatient glare and said in a low voice, "You better keep it down. If you want to live, do as I say. Once we've hidden ourselves, you must shout at the top of your lungs. Draw all the zombies in the plaza over here. Once we've dealt with them, we can rescue you." Hearing the stout man's plan, the tall man hesitantly inquired, "Brother, will that really work? Over 20 zombies, just the two of us. What if something goes wrong?" The stout man waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. "Don't worry. Didn't we witness it yesterday?" That woman was shouting while on the awning. 7 or 8 zombies surrounded her, and that man with the fire axe dispatched them effortlessly. "Although there are more zombies this time, the two of us can sup." The woman let out a piercing scream, her voice sharp and resonant, cutting through the air with remarkable clarity. In an instant, her cry attracted a multitude of zombies from the front gate, the sound echoing ominously. Hiss, arg. The horde of the undead, seemingly activated by her wail, surged forward, driven by an insatiable hunger. "Help! I don't want to die. Please, save me." Initially, the woman's scream had been a reluctant response to her dire situation, but now sheer terror enveloped her, rendering her voice a desperate shriek. Her high-pitched soprano shattered the eerie silence of the residential area, drawing all the zombies in the square towards the tree where she stood, encircling it completely. They raised their heads, extending their pale, cold arms towards her. "It is time," the short, stout man remarked with a slight smile, recalling a similar scenario when Zhang Chun had dispatched several zombies. In that instance, the undead had posed virtually no threat. Go. At his command, 2 men, armed with their respective cleavers, charged forward, aware that noise attracted zombies. The stout man and his lanky companion proceeded cautiously, positioning themselves behind the horde. They raised their cleavers and struck at the nearest zombie's nape. With a sickening thud, the blade sank into the creature's skull, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. However, before the stout man could revel in his success, a wave of dread washed over him as he realized the cleaver had lodged itself firmly within the zombie's head. Refusing to budge. As the lifeless body fell, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Yet, the cleaver remained ensnared. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, bewildered by the disparity between this encounter and the previous days. He had put forth his utmost effort in that strike, and now his wrist throbbed with pain. He had expected to cleave through the zombie's head effortlessly like Zhang Chun had done, yet here he was, only managing to penetrate a mere few inches. Simultaneously, the lanky man swung his cleaver horizontally, aiming for the zombie's neck. His dismay, the blade penetrated only halfway, becoming stuck upon striking the vertebrae. The most unfortunate part was that the zombie did not perish. Instead, it slowly turned towards him. "Big brother, this is not at all like yesterday." The lanky man, terrified, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, his cleaver now embedded in the zombie's neck. Both brothers found themselves weaponless, vulnerable to the relentless horde. "Run, run," the stout man shouted, bolting away, inadvertently drawing even more zombies towards him. Hiss. Several zombies abandoned their pursuit of the woman perched in the tree, redirecting their attention to the 2 men. "Big brother, help me," the lanky man cried, scrambling to his feet and racing towards the stout man, who, despite his head start, could not match the lanky man's speed due to his short stature. Soon, the lanky man caught up. But the pursuing zombies were even faster, their guttural cries echoing behind them. "Hurry, big brother, the zombies are coming," he urged, unwilling to abandon his sibling. The stout man, panting heavily, gasped, "I'm sorry, brother. I can't keep up." Years of inactivity had left him winded after merely a few dozen meters. "Hold on, big brother. We're almost at the unit door. Don't give up." The lanky man reached out, hoping to grasp his brother's arm and pull him along. But at that moment, the stout man unexpectedly seized his brother's arm. And before the lanky man could react, the stout man delivered a fierce kick to his brother's ankle. With a sickening crack, the lanky man crumpled in agony, his face a mask of shock and despair. "I'm sorry, brother. If we run together, neither of us will escape. I owe you a debt, and in the next life, I shall repay it." The stout man followed up with a brutal kick to the lanky man's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ravenous horde of zombies. "You bastard. I considered you a brother, yet you, gah. The lanky man's curse was cut short as he was overwhelmed by the oncoming throng. Several zombies descended upon him. Tearing into his flesh, the female zombie viciously severed his throat, blood choking his airway, silencing his cries. The horrific sounds of flesh tearing and bones cracking echoed around, sending chills down the stout man's spine. As he neared the unit door, safety felt tantalizingly close. However, just as this woman is truly peculiar. She has been screaming frantically from atop the tree, drawing the attention of the zombies lurking below. Nearby, 2 clusters of the undead are irresistibly attracted by the scent of fresh meat and blood, feasting voraciously. This is an opportunity. Zhang Chen steadied himself, as long as he is swift enough and strikes accurately. He should face no significant issues. Moreover, the woman's loud cries have surely lured most of the nearby zombies. Even if the battle turns unfavorable, he can resort to his handgun for defense, and the outcome cannot worsen. So be it. Taking several deep breaths, Zhang Chen grasped his shield and stealthily charged towards the nearest group of zombies. With a swift motion, he swung his axe thrice. In an instant, the heads of 3 zombies were cleaved in twain. At the moment the 4th zombie lifted its gaze to see him, another axe swung down, smashing its skull open. Just then, the 5th zombie noticed Zhang Chen, rising to its feet, with a powerful thrust of his explosive shield. He knocked it down. Whack! The raised axe fell heavily, severing the zombie's head. Subsequently, he delivered a finishing blow to a stout man, whose skeletal remains were nearly all that remained. The first group of zombies was vanquished. Onward, Zhang Chen dared not pause. Although he had dispatched the first horde with relative silence, the proximity to the second cluster was perilously close. Zombies identify survivors through both auditory and visual cues. Should even one zombie lay eyes upon a living soul, the others nearby would soon follow suit. Zhang Chen was uncertain of the mechanics, but the phenomenon was undeniable, as anticipated, while the first horde was eliminated. The second began to take notice of Zhang Chen. Hiss! Hiss! They growled ominously, glancing in his direction. Clad in determination, Zhang Chen advanced boldly before the second group of zombies before they could fully rise. Swinging his axe twice to eliminate the 2 nearest threats. At that moment, the remaining 4 zombies stood upright, growling as they lunged towards Zhang Chen. The numbers were daunting. With a swift maneuver, Zhang Chen hurled his shield forward, using a powerful kick to thrust it into 3 zombies, sending them sprawling to the ground. Seizing the moment, he swung his axe to crush the skull of the last standing zombie. Then, wielding his axe with both hands, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The sheer force of his blows, amplified by the strength of both arms, sent blood splattering everywhere. 3 zombies were reduced to mere chunks of flesh. One unfortunate creature was cleaved, so that its head remained attached to its body by a mere thread. Still attempting to gnaw at him, without hesitation, Zhang Chen delivered another decisive blow, ensuring the tall, gaunt zombie met the same fate. The second horde was dispatched. Regaining his breath, Zhang Chen focused on the 10 or so zombies beneath the tree. Fortunately, the woman's screams had yet to cease. Were it not for her, all those zombies would have surged forth, leading to catastrophic consequences. In terms of combat prowess, Zhang Chen, armed with his axe and shield, far surpassed these unarmed zombies. Yet, the true challenge lay in avoiding injury. Even the slightest scratch could spell doom. Thus, the greater the number of zombies, the exponentially more difficult the task became. Onward, with swift precision, Zhang Chen executed a brutal onslaught, annihilating the group of zombies beneath the woman's tree. As the final zombie fell, the woman's screams finally ceased. It's you again. She recognized Zhang Chen. But how did you come to be atop this tree? Zhang Chen wiped the blood from his axe onto a zombie's corpse, slightly out of breath as he spoke, having just felled over 20 zombies. The exertion was not trivial. Had he taken them on one by one, he would have remained composed, yet this relentless spree left him breathless, akin to having sprinted a full 400 meters. I have much to explain, he began, but the woman abruptly screamed once more. Zhang Chen understood that her screams were never a good omen. As she cried out, he felt a powerful gust of wind approach from behind. Instinctively, he crouched low and raised his shield. With a thunderous crash, a kitchen knife struck his shield with force, leaving a white mark upon it. The tremendous impact jolted his arm, causing a slight tingling sensation. It was not a zombie. It was a human. Before Zhang Chen could discern the assailant's face, the knife rained down upon him in a relentless flurry. Each strike resonated against his shield. This attacker was not holding back. They came prepared, not uttering a single word. Zhang Chun defended himself with the shield while retreating, dodging around the tree, creating distance between them. At last, he could see clearly. A burly man stood before him, wielding a knife in each hand, emanating a menacing aura. The mark upon Zhang Chun's shield testified to the opponent's considerable strength. This man was strikingly familiar. Zhang Chun paused, recollecting swiftly. It was Wang Jiran, the very individual who had boasted an abundance of food and water the previous night. To his astonishment, this man was also within the complex and had launched a surprise attack against him. Ah, Zhang Chun, it seems I have underestimated you. Wang Jiran spoke with a sinister smile. Having witnessed Zhang Chun sell weapons the day before, and knowing the brief appearance of his name and image in the trading channel, he had been vigilant, monitoring the auction for food and water, which led him to Zhang Chun. Wang Jiran, you dare to ambush me? Zhang Chun retorted. Wang Jiran, unfazed, replied with a nonchalant grin. I hadn't expected you to reach such an unusually robust state. Did you slay enough zombies, or did you stumble upon some other fortune? Noticing Zhang Chun's silence, Wang Jiran chuckled mockingly. Ah, but I know you wouldn't divulge your secrets even if I asked. Your potential is vast. If you continue to grow, you might become a formidable ruler. Alas, I cannot allow anyone to surpass me. Once I eliminate you, I shall take my time discovering the methods to grow stronger myself. Zhang Chun narrowed his eyes, a wary expression on his face as he inquired, You mentioned you have also reached an unusually robust state. Wang Jiran scoffed dismissively. What is so astounding about that? You have your own ways of becoming stronger, and I certainly have mine. I wouldn't mind telling you, as you are about to become a corpse, though food and water may sell slowly. They are still valuable commodities. Thanks to those fools willing to trade energy crystals for my provisions, I've been able to enhance my strength without stepping outside, he continued. Now, I shall unleash my full power. You've expended so much energy, I wonder how long you can hold out. To Wang Jiran, Zhang Chun was already a dead man walking. Both men, embodying the same formidable state, theoretically possessed equal strength. Their stamina, might, and speed were evenly matched. However, Zhang Chun had just dispatched over 20 zombies, and his energy reserves were notably depleted. With all attributes paralleled, yet Zhang Chun's stamina diminished. The victor would soon become evident once combat commenced. Zhang Chun observed the smug Wang Jiran, then abruptly tossed his axe and shield to the ground, his expression devoid of emotion. This unexpected gesture rendered Wang Jiran momentarily stunned. What is this? Are you surrendering? Or perhaps you wish to propose some nonsense about teaming up or submitting to me. Do you think I am that foolish? I understand the dangers of nurturing a tiger. Today, you must die. Just as Wang Jiran uttered the word die, an explosive sound resonated. A small blood hole appeared on Wang Jiran's head. He gazed at Zhang Chun in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and terror. His lips twitched as if he wished to utter something. Yet ultimately, no words escaped his mouth. Thud, Wang Jiran's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Clang, the kitchen knife fell to the floor. He succumbed there. Kneeling before Zhang Chun. Foolish, I SMT it. I have a gun. Zhang Chun secured the safety on his revolver and stowed it away in his spatial storage. From the very beginning, he had no intention of engaging in a close-range combat with Wang Jiran. Why not defeat the enemy with a single strike? Did he think this was an action movie? Must he trade blows for dozens of rounds, striking poses all the while? This is the apocalypse. Life and death hang in the balance. Swiftly eliminating the opponent is the true path. Thank goodness that woman in the tree had been shouting at the top of her lungs for over 20 minutes, attracting all the surrounding zombies. Otherwise, who knows how many zombies Zhang Chun's gunshot would have summoned. Meanwhile, Zhang Chun was somewhat astonished. He never expected his marksmanship to be so precise. A single shot to the head. The woman in the tree was now wearing a look of sheer terror. After all, the psychological impact of killing zombies is entirely different from that of killing a human, overwhelmed by fear. The woman found herself unable to utter a word. After dispatching Wang Jiran, Zhang Chun slowly approached his lifeless body. To his surprise, the word collect appeared above it. It turned out that even the bodies of survivors could be collected. Collect. You have recovered a survivor's corpse, gaining energy crystal 35, purified water 166, leftover purified water 1, ham sausage 84, instant noodles 60, kitchen knife 2, fruit knife 1, storage ring fragments 5. A design blueprint for a sharpened tang knife, a map fusion device, and certain scandalous videos 7. Zhang Chun had anticipated that Wang Jiran would possess a wealth of resources. However, You never imagined there would be so much. Not only did he have ample food and water, but also blueprints and material detection devices. These are undoubtedly treasures. It goes without saying that this fellow must have exchanged food and water for these. As for those scandalous videos, what on earth? Trading food for such things? Hiss. But it wouldn't hurt to take a look. While replenishing his stamina, Zhang Chun meticulously studied the materials. After completing his review, he clicked to destroy. The videos could not be extracted. They could only exist within the storage ring, taking up too much space. Zhang Chun then examined the blueprint for the sharpened tang knife and the map fusion device. Sharpened tang knife blueprint requires metal weapon 010. Energy crystal 010 can create an alloy tang knife capable of slicing through iron, never dulls. Map fusion device allows previously obtained maps to be scanned into the device, and the scanned maps can be summoned as navigational maps at any time. Opening this map fusion device now displays only the buildings within a radius of about 100 meters. If the map is reduced, it becomes evident that aside from Zhang Chen's location, all other areas remain shrouded in black, that it's akin to the fog of war in a video game. With the map, the surrounding fog will dissipate, revealing a normal map. Without a map, one must rely on gradual exploration. Only the areas that have been explored will be displayed like a map. The principle is quite similar to a game. Zhang Chen's backpack currently holds 2 guns and ammunition, occupying 4 slots. He secured his handgun at his waist, freeing up another slot. Wang Jurun's possessions were particularly abundant. After removing the leftover purified water and the already destroyed scandalous videos, he still required 9 slots. Just enough to accommodate everything. He stored them all in his storage ring. Zhang Chen rose, surveying the ground littered with zombie corpses. These too are resources. Unfortunately, his storage space was already full, leaving no room for more. What to do? Now that all the zombies in the vicinity had been eliminated, if Zhang Chen were to rush back to Building 3, deposit his items in the room, and then return, what if other survivors arrived in the meantime? He would miss out on 20+ zombie corpses, and that would be a significant loss. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Chen. To upgrade the storage ring from level 1 to level 2 requires 10 fragments of the storage ring. Just now, he had collected 5 fragments from Wang Jurun's body. There were still 2 other survivor corpses on the ground, one fat and one thin. After collecting from them, he might just have enough. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen moved aside several zombie corpses, then clicked to collect from the tall, slender man. You have recovered a survivor's corpse, gaining storage ring fragments 3. This guy is rather poor. He only had a single storage ring on him. Nothing else at all. Zhang Chen then approached the short, stout man and proceeded with collection. You have recovered a survivor's corpse, gaining a set of lace women's underwear and storage ring fragments too. Women's underwear. Does this short, stout fellow have a penchant for collecting such items? What a pervert. Zhang Chen casually tossed the women's underwear aside, completely oblivious to the fact that the size of this underwear was strikingly similar to that of the woman in the tree. Meanwhile, the woman felt a flush of heat spread across her face, her neck turning crimson. Zhang Chen stored the storage ring fragments in his storage space. Ding. Reminder. Your storage ring now meets the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade. Ding. You have lost storage ring fragments 10, energy crystal 5. Storage ring level. Upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Storage space. Increased from 12 slots to 24 slots. To reach level 3, required. Storage ring fragments 100, energy crystal 50. Level 3 new feature. Unlocks vehicle storage, allowing 1 vehicle to be stored. In an instant, the storage space expanded by a factor of 2. The once full storage space suddenly doubled in capacity. Now, he could continue his extensive collection. Zhang Chen began collecting from the corpses of the zombies one by one. He collected from a total of 22 zombie corpses. Gaining, energy crystal 14, keychain 1, access card 1, mutated fertilizer 70, clean fabric 30, chain lock 1, solar-powered flashlight 1, kitchen knife 2, meat potato seeds 5. Zhang Chen stored all these items in his storage space, occupying 6 slots. Leaving him with 6 slots remaining, Zhang Chen's attention turned to the meat potato seeds. Soon, a prompt appeared. Meat potato seeds, a unique edible plant from water blue star, resembling potatoes with a taste akin to meat. Known as meat potatoes, rich in protein, nutrients, and trace elements, highly adaptable, with a maturation period of 4 months. Seeds for crops? This is a fantastic find. The inherent food and water in the city are limited. As survivors scavenge, they diminish. Sooner or later, they will face depletion. Self-sufficiency is the cornerstone of survival. Zhang Chen checked his upgrade progress. Tio reached the human physical limit. He needs 57,100 energy crystals. Energy crystals exist as items prior to his upgrade and will not be consumed. To upgrade from ordinary to strong requires 10 energy crystals. From strong to exceptionally strong requires 50 energy crystals. Wang Jirun must have consumed at least 60 energy crystals to reach the exceptionally strong stage. However, after defeating him, Zhang Chen only obtained 35 crystals. This indicates that only items within the storage ring can be collected at 100. The absorbed energy crystals yield only a portion. Zhang Chen still requires 43 energy crystals to reach the limit of human physicality. Roughly, he would need to defeat around 70 more zombies. This is no easy feat. Moreover, ensuring the safe attraction of so many zombies poses another challenge. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Chen's gaze suddenly fell upon the woman trembling in fear atop the tree. At the same time, the woman noticed Zhang Chen. Upon seeing him, as if a god of death had descended, fear flickered across her face, and she trembled as she spoke. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. I will serve you, and I guarantee I will never betray you. An idea sparked. He tossed the half-empty bottle of purified water, abandoned by Wang Jirun, to the woman. Zhang Chen certainly couldn't drink it, but discarding it would be wasteful. Better to do her a favor. Drink this water first. I won't harm you. Zhang Chen spoke calmly. Thank you. Thank you. Could you help me down from the tree? I shall undoubtedly repay you well. Whatever you desire is yours, the woman said, her voice trembling slightly. She hurriedly began to express her loyalty that I will release you. But not at this moment. You shall remain in this tree for the night. I assure you, come dawn, I will set you free, Zhang Chen declared. What? I have to spend the night in the tree, the woman nervously echoed. However, upon meeting Zhang Chen's piercing gaze, she quickly suppressed her pleas for mercy. Very well, I shall endure the night here. Zhang Chen chose to ignore her further. He first scoured the supermarket at the community's main entrance. Indeed, there was little of value to be found. Anything of worth had already been taken by Wang Jirun. The remaining supplies were either expired or had been tainted by a peculiar red mushroom. The items on the cashier's counter lay scattered on the floor, revealing that Wang Jirun had huddled on a tabletop measuring 1.5 meters long and 1 meter wide for the night. Such a narrow table made it impossible to lie comfortably, and one could only imagine that a mere turn in sleep might send him tumbling off. It was hard to fathom how Wang Jirun had survived the night. At least he hadn't enjoyed the comfort of lying on a soft mattress in a tranquil bedroom like Zhang Chen would. Zhang Chen conducted a further search of several adjacent shops, but found nothing of use. The Baozi shop was no different, its food entirely engulfed by the red mushrooms. Any food that wasn't vacuum-sealed had fallen prey to contamination. Returning to the community's main entrance, he noted that it was separated from the outside world by a sturdy metal fence, approximately 1.5 to 1.6 meters high. Zhang Chen gripped the railing, shaking it vigorously. But it barely trembled in response. The entire main entrance featured only a small door for access, which was currently ajar, its electromagnetic lock seemingly malfunctioning, lacking any magnetic pull. As soon as the small door met the frame, it swayed open once more. Zhang Chen retrieved a chain lock from his storage space. He wrapped it around the small door and frame twice, shortening the chain to its minimal length before securing it with a satisfying click. This action established a defensive line at the community's entrance, effectively keeping the external zombies at bay. Zhang Chen's plan was straightforward. The woman's voice, no matter how loud, would not attract more zombies. Actively drawing their attention posed significant danger. It was wiser to let them come of their own accord. As night fell, zombies would identify humans by scent, with the woman in the tree serving as a natural bait. Drawing the zombies near the perimeter wall, the following morning, Zhang Chen would simply eliminate them one by one from behind the wall, safe, efficient, and in considerable numbers. The sun began its gradual descent, with roughly 2 hours remaining before it vanished completely behind the buildings. Time was of the essence. Zhang Chen glanced at the sharpened Tang knife design blueprint in his storage space. It required 10 metal weapons and 10 energy cores. The energy cores posed no issue. As zombies were plentiful, the challenge lay in acquiring 10 metal weapons. Currently, Zhang Chen possessed 4 kitchen knives, 1 fruit knife, and 1 fire axe, equating to 6 metal weapons. He still needed to find 4 more. His attention shifted to the recently collected keychain, which was peculiar. Unlike a typical keychain, it bore an assortment of keys, house keys, access cards, office keys, car keys, and more, each distinct in style. This keychain featured 5 identical keys, all adorned with tape marked with numbers. These keys appear to be door keys. Zhang Chen mused, recognizing them as somewhat familiar. Could it be that this zombie was a landlord, carrying the keys to 5 properties? As Zhang Chen contemplated the keychain, a prompt reappeared. You are quite fortunate. These are the keys to Building 8 that you ought to try your luck at the lottery, if such a thing still exists in this world. Excitement surged within Zhang Chen. He could directly clear an entire building. He hurriedly made his way toward Building 8. Building 8 stood apart from the other residential structures, isolated on a small island. Surrounded by water on all sides, accessible only via a single stone bridge, the island spanned an area roughly the size of a football field, with a small garden of vibrant flowers surrounding the building. This location was ideal, easily defensible and difficult to attack. While the area was devoid of zombies, a hungry little cutie awaited him, as the prompt indicated. What could that possibly be? Zhang Chen pondered, momentarily startled. Yet, the prompt offered no further details. Well, if it's a little cutie, it should pose no threat. He reasoned and decided to enter. Zhang Chen swiped his access card and stepped inside. The air was fresh, devoid of any foul odors of blood or decaying flesh. The floors were clean, without a trace of blood. Building 8 was a spacious unit, containing only 1 apartment per floor. An elevator and a secure stairwell were available. Following the key numbers, Zhang Chen unlocked each apartment door, searching thoroughly. The layout and decor were nearly identical throughout, as if the places had just been renovated, with brand new furniture and appliances awaiting occupants before the zombie outbreak occurred. Thus, the refrigerators were empty, lacking both food and clean water. However, the kitchenware was quite complete. Zhang Chen searched from the 1st floor to the 5th, collecting a total of 10 kitchen knives and 5 fruit knives. The building was remarkably safe, with no signs of prior visitors, nor any evidence of the so-called little cutie. Regardless, he chose to settle in the 5th floor apartment. The reasons were twofold. Being the highest floor offered the best view, and it provided direct access to the rooftop, which featured a small garden. Zhang Chen intended to plant some meat potatoes there as an experiment, making it convenient to tend to his crops from the 5th floor. With daylight still lingering, Zhang Chen hurried back to Building 3 to retrieve all his stored supplies and transport them to Building 8. This would become his stronghold, with preparations complete. The last rays of sunlight gradually disappeared below the horizon, ushering in the frenzied night of the zombies. Zhang Chen gently pressed the switch for the electric curtains to in an instant. The blackout curtains in all the 5th floor rooms slowly drew closed, plunging the space into darkness. Pressing the wake-up mode, the lights flickered to life, illuminating the rooms as brightly as day. The curtains effectively isolated the room's light from the outside, making it difficult for anyone standing below to discern that lights were on inside. I quite enjoy this modern smart home, Zhang Chen mused as he sank into the plush leather sofa, reaching for a bottle of purified water and gulping down half in one go. Refreshing. In this environment, being able to drink freely was an extravagant luxury. Many would wish to mark their water bottles with measurements, sipping only a small amount when thirst became unbearable. Zhang Chen opened the auction trading channel, and instantaneously, a flurry of successful auction notifications appeared. Ding! You have successfully sold 2 rolls of toilet paper, earning you 1 key. Ding! You have successfully sold 2 rolls of toilet paper, earning you 1 fruit knife. Ding! You have successfully sold 2 rolls of toilet paper, earning you 1 bloodstained access card. Ding! You have successfully sold 2 rolls of toilet paper, earning you 1 bloodstained key. Zhang Chen's 60-plus rolls of toilet paper listed for auction had all sold out. He roughly counted and discovered that he had acquired the following: keys 22, access cards 15, fruit knives 7, safe keys 5, car keys 8. Remarkably, he had managed to exchange such an abundance of resources with less than a roll of toilet paper. Once he finds the time, he is determined to put all these keys to good use and reap significant profits. Furthermore, the fruit knife could be resold, although its value had diminished considerably by the next day compared to its worth at the time of his arrival. It still held market potential. Truly, a remarkable profit. At this moment, he checked the auction trading channel, where numerous individuals had begun listing toilet paper for sale, likely following a frenzy of competitive bidding, with toilet paper now being sold by the roll. However, their demands primarily revolved around food, water, and crystal nuclei. While toilet paper was indeed in demand, it hardly warranted exchange for crystal nuclei. The auction house remained cluttered with an array of bizarre and useless items. With food and water still being in short supply, occasionally, someone would list energy crystal nuclei for exchange. Having consumed the food and water provided by the system, he found himself both hungry and thirsty. Was there anyone willing to provide him with sustenance? I am so famished. By the way, why hasn't the esteemed Wang Zhirun been selling food and water lately? He mentioned this morning that he had a significant amount of resources to offer. After a hard-fought battle upstairs using a flower pot to crush a zombie, he had collected an energy crystal nucleus, yet the price of food had skyrocketed. Perhaps the esteemed one had found a companion and was indulging in a romantic escapade. Is there anyone near 5th Middle School? I have food and water. Ladies, please private message me, but men need not apply. Guan Xian, where are you? If you see this, please message me privately. I have been searching for you for so long. Does anyone know me? I seek to form a team, exclusively with acquaintances, for I dare not venture outside. The zombies are far too terrifying. Young ladies with fine figures. Videos available for sale, customizable content, negotiable prices. Contact me if you possess food and water. The chatter in the channel was oblivious to the fact that Wang Zhirun had already perished. Meanwhile, the prices for food and water in the auction house had surged dramatically, yet there were no buyers. The reason for this situation was quite simple. Crystal nuclei could only be obtained by slaying zombies. Survivors capable of defeating zombies naturally possessed the ability to explore further afield in search of food and water. Take this city as an example, where restaurants and small supermarkets are ubiquitous. Even residents might have stockpiled food and water. Therefore, for those survivors capable of acquiring crystal nuclei, food and water were in ample supply, as they would undoubtedly reserve the nuclei for their own upgrades. Conversely, those unable to combat zombies could not afford to purchase them. Thus, the prices of food and water in the auction house had reached their current state. Zhang Chun would neither spend his precious crystal nuclei on resources nor list his resources for exchange, as they would hardly sell and would expose the wealth of resources he possessed. Until Zhang Chun achieved an absolute advantage in strength, survival was the name of the game. The survivor camp now boasted 15 members, and their combat capabilities were rapidly improving. Their team could now simultaneously eliminate around 3 zombies. They were planning to launch an assault on a nearby large supermarket, with participating survivors given priority in resource distribution. Everyone was welcome to message him privately with their addresses, and he would lead a team to rescue them. Additionally, he urged everyone to remain vigilant, as he had recently noticed a group of individuals, approximately 4 men and 2 women, seemingly robbing solitary survivors. Please be cautious and protect yourselves. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to re-emerge, making his presence felt while sharing information. As the number of camp members increased, Zhang Chun remained silent. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. While teamwork has its benefits, it also harbors its drawbacks in an apocalyptic world. Particularly under conditions of extreme resource scarcity, the darker aspects of human nature often manifest in their most extreme forms. Zhang Chun continued to observe the chat channel for a while longer. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. Another mundane day on the top floor, and today I witnessed 3 survivors being devoured by zombies. Zombies have a penchant for lurking in dark corners, so everyone must be vigilant while traveling. Your life is at stake. Furthermore, a friendly reminder. There is a massive horde of zombies on Yingbin Road, densely packed and seemingly endless. Nearby companions should take care to deter. Goodness, amidst this horde, there are peculiar entities that look utterly grotesque. Crawling on the ground, there are even gigantic zombies towering higher than a bus. My heavens, it's practically a zombie exhibition. For those near Yingbin Road, if possible, it would be wise to steer clear of that area. As soon as this message was sent, the chat channel erupted. Goodness, I thought these ordinary zombies were the limit. Could there truly be even more terrifying beings, something taller than a bus? Could that still be classified as a zombie? It is more akin to a monster. Didn't the system state that the game would gradually lift its restrictions after 30 days? How could such grotesque zombies exist now? I have no idea where I am. Where is Yingbin Road, and how can I deter? This is a death trap. Absorbing energy crystal nuclei can enhance one's strength. Everyone, hurry and slay zombies. This world is already so terrifying after 30 days. It will surely resemble a scene from hell. I must swiftly withdraw the energy crystal nuclei from trading. They are not to be sold. Seeking refuge. There are 6 of us sisters together. We request a strong gentleman for protection. Zhang Chun was somewhat astonished by the recent message. He had not anticipated that, even under suppression, zombies could be so monstrous, taller than a bus. In that case, he truly needed to enhance his abilities as soon as possible. Zhang Chun retrieved the blueprint for the sharpened tang knife. Initially, he had intended to synthesize this weapon only after reaching the pinnacle of human strength. However, Given the current circumstances, it seemed prudent to synthesize it now. After all, even at the peak of human physicality, 1's damage output could not compare to that of a well-crafted weapon. Click to synthesize. Ding! You have lost 10 metal weapons and 10 energy crystal nuclei. Congratulations, you have obtained a sharpened alloy tang knife. A gleaming tang knife appeared before Zhang Chen. The blade bore exquisite patterns that hinted at its superior quality. Time to test the weapon's effectiveness. Zhang Chen brandished the tang knife lightly against the coffee table. Swish! A flash of cold light. He barely felt resistance. One corner of the wooden coffee table was cleanly sliced off. So sharp. Had he attempted this with a fire axe, not only would he require considerable force, but the cut would not have been nearly as clean. With this weapon in hand, slaying zombies would be a breeze. Zhang Chen was pleased as he stowed the weapon away. Ding dong. Suddenly, someone sent him a private message. It was Zhao Xia, who had traded him half a bottle of water for a map and keys the previous day. Are you there? Yes. I have the blueprint for a basic water purifier. Can I exchange it for some water? I'm about to die of thirst. Zhang Chen clicked on the blueprint. Basic water purifier blueprint. Requires 1 ordinary water purifier 5 energy crystal nuclei. Basic water purifier. Can purify contaminated water into mildly contaminated water. Mildly contaminated water can be used for washing faces, bathing, and irrigation, but is not safe for drinking, as it carries a high risk of causing diarrhea and dysentery. This item might be of little use to others. After all the trouble, the purified water is undrinkable. It's utterly useless, isn't it? However, for Zhang Chen, it held a different significance. The growth of meat potatoes requires water and fertilizer. Fertilizer was manageable, as he had hundreds stockpiled in his storage space. Yet, he was evidently short on irrigation water. He certainly couldn't use his drinkable purified water for watering plants. That would be far too extravagant. All right, but you must tell me where you obtained this blueprint. Zhang Chen inquired. It was indeed curious. Despite having slain so many zombies, he had yet to acquire a single blueprint. Yet Wang Jiran, who hadn't killed a single zombie, somehow obtained a tang knife design. Zhao Xia, trapped in the security room, also managed to acquire a blueprint. What was going on? Was this one of the conditions for exchange? Zhao hesitated and inquired. Indeed, one might even assert that your intelligence far surpasses the value of this blueprint. Should the information you provide prove beneficial to me, I might contemplate trading you half a bottle of water. Zhang Chen remarked. Of course, this half bottle of water was merely what he had just consumed. Very well then. Regardless, you shall discover the truth sooner or later. I have come across numerous supply crates within the university campus. Zhao candidly replied. She believed Zhang Chen to be a good person. Thus she was willing to share the genuine circumstances. Numerous supply crates. Zhang Chen was captivated by her words. Having recently entered the game, he had opened a level 1 supply crate and obtained a physical enhancement potion, granting him an edge over others. If he could seize the supply crates within the university campus first, it would undoubtedly provide him with a significant advantage. Truly, I am not deceiving you. I opened a level 1 supply crate, made of wood, appearing quite rudimentary. I noticed supply crates at the entrance of the campus buildings and the playground. I even spotted a golden level 3 supply crate. However, there were too many zombies surrounding it. I merely caught a fleeting glimpse before retreating. Zhao, fearing Zhang Chen might doubt her, elaborated on the location and appearance of the crates. Zhang Chen had never encountered a level 3 supply crate. Yet the description of the level 1 crate aligned perfectly with his own experience. I believe you. Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. Thank you for believing in me. I knew you were a good person. Zhao said, slightly moved. I am not a good person. I advise you not to easily trust anyone who claims to be good. Anyone can don a fade, especially a beautiful girl like you. You are already a target for other male survivors, and placing your trust in others may lead to dire consequences. Zhang Chen coldly corrected her. I understand. I know you are looking out for me. I am capable of protecting myself. Thank you. Zhao exclaimed, displaying an energy crystal 3. She gazed at the handsome figure in the chat and felt warmth in her heart. Have you killed zombies? Upon seeing the energy crystal, Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I happened to find a military knife in a supply crate, so I gave it a try. I was quite scared and nervous during my first kill. However, I felt that if I could launch a surprise attack, my chances of success would be substantial. Unfortunately, opportunities for such attacks are few and far between. Zhao excitedly shared her experiences with Zhang Chen. This girl was capable of slaying zombies. Zhang Chen couldn't help but view this seemingly delicate and beautiful girl with newfound respect. Countless girls in the chat would rather sell themselves than venture outside, let alone face zombies. They merely awaited others' charity or rescue. Yet Zheoxiu dared to kill zombies, and had slain at least 5 or 6 of them. Are you there? What happened? Why are you silent? Have you encountered danger? Please respond. Don't frighten me. Zheoxiu, noticing Zhang Qin's prolonged silence, grew anxious and pressed for a reply. No, I am simply astonished. You are truly impressive, having killed so many zombies. Zhang Qin responded. Don't underestimate me. I am a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Moreover, as long as I remain silent, dealing with these zombies one-on-one is quite manageable. Zheoxiu declared proudly. Oh, by the way, she suddenly seemed to recall something and said, Today, I collected a locked diary from a zombie. I noticed you have an affinity for peculiar items, so I wondered if this might be of any use to you. Zhang Qin clicked on the locked diary. It was a diary belonging to the indigenous people of the Old World. The system provided no particular prompts. However, at that moment, a notification appeared. Collecting such diaries will greatly aid your understanding of mutated creatures in this world. Who writes diaries anymore? And can they truly help understand mutated creatures? Indeed, the monsters before us have been suppressed. Who knows how terrifying the unrestrained ones might be? Gaining prior knowledge is always prudent. This diary is valuable. What would you like in exchange? Zhang Qin inquired. It's merely a diary. If you like it, consider it a gift. Zheoxiu smiled sweetly and then sent a trade request. She placed the bloodstained diary in the trade box and promptly clicked to lock it. Once Zhang Qin clicked to confirm, the trade would be successful. I dislike taking others' possessions without recompense. Zhang Qin pondered for a moment before placing a pink bear blanket from Building 3 in the trade box. He clicked to trade. How did you know I needed a blanket? The ground is too cold at night, and I often wake up frozen. With this, I will be much more comfortable and can finally sleep soundly at night. And it's my favorite pink. Thank you. Zheoxiu exclaimed excitedly. She held the blanket and inhaled its scent, which still seemed to carry Zhang Qin's masculine aroma, making her cheeks flush. Well, if you come across anything good in the future, feel free to contact me. I can offer you more than the auction price, Zhang Qin stated. All right, thank you. Zheoxiu sent a smiley face. I will rest now. Going to bed early will help conserve food and water. Goodbye. Good night. After completing the trade, Zhang Qin closed the chat window. Generally, survivors, lacking food and water, would indeed follow Zheoxiu's lead, attempting to sleep early or lie down to conserve energy. However, Zhang Qin was different if food and water were akin to currency. He was undoubtedly a super-rich individual in this post-apocalyptic world. With food and water counted in hundreds, it was something any survivor would scarcely dare to dream of. It was time for dinner. Zhang Qin hummed a tune as he ignited the gas stove. There was no choice. The frozen meat remained uneaten. For the next few meals, he would have to continue feasting on meat. Alas, how monotonous and dull. Is this even a human sentiment? If other survivors witnessed Zhang Qin's seemingly endless meat consumption and deemed it boring, they would be utterly infuriated. Most survivors relied on the single can of luncheon meat provided by the system, rationing it to last 2 days. Some even resorted to unidentifiable wild fruits to stave off hunger. Yet Zhang Qin was indulging in hearty meat. In the realm of survival, this was simply excessive. Sizzling, the well-cooked meat slices emitted a tantalizing aroma as they sizzled in the frying pan. Once one side turned golden brown, Zhang Qin flipped it over, commencing the cooking of the other side. Cooking meat is indeed a skillful endeavor. One must not flip it too frequently. Otherwise, the juices and moisture within the meat would evaporate quickly, resulting in a tough texture that is difficult to chew. Conversely, allowing one side to thoroughly cook before flipping ensures that the juices are locked in and the meat retains its delectable flavor. Most importantly, it remains tender and palatable. This was a lesson Zhang Qin had learned from years of enjoying barbecued meat. As he noticed the other side nearing completion, Zhang Qin sprinkled a bit of salt and black pepper on the meat. It was ready to serve. A rich aroma instantly filled the entire room. Time to dig in. As Zhang Qin prepared his utensils, just as he was about to begin, he suddenly felt as though a pair of eyes were watching him from the corner. What is that? Zhang Qin instinctively crouched down and rolled to the side. He habitually drew out his blast shield and sharpened Tang Dao. Grr, the sound was somewhat juvenile. Zhang Qin focused his gaze and finally discerned. In the corner of the kitchen stood a fluffy little white puppy, measuring over 20 centimeters in length. It bared its teeth at Zhang Qin, emitting a low growl in a high-pitched voice. This was a young variant energy beast, Howling Moonwolf cub, boasting an S-level combat talent, and it could be tamed. Howling Moonwolf, that name sounds rather impressive. It can be tamed as a pet? An S-level 1 at that? Zhang Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Woof, the little creature bared its teeth, watching Zhang Qin with caution. It was likely drawn by the enticing aroma of meat. The adorable creature mentioned earlier must be this one. Come, come, have a piece of meat. Zhang Chen sheathed his weapon and shield, slicing a small piece of meat to hold in his hand. He crouched down, smiling as he gazed at the distant little white dog. Woof! The puppy remained wary, lifting its head as if engaged in an internal struggle. Tasty, give it a try. Zhang Chen popped the piece of meat into his mouth, chewing loudly on purpose. At that moment, the little dog could no longer resist. Its bright, clear eyes widened, fixated on Zhang Chen's mouth, drool spilling from the corners. Here, this piece of meat is for you. Zhang Chen cut another piece, placing it on the ground while smiling at the puppy. The little dog, unable to resist the delicious scent, cautiously approached Zhang Chen. It quickly snatched the meat and gulped it down in just a few bites, then swiftly retreated a few steps. Zhang Chen ascended the staircase to the rooftop, where he proceeded to uproot all the peculiar plants from the flower pots. He then placed 5 tuber seeds into several large pots and watered them. The tuber seeds began to sprout, yet they required an additional 120 days to mature. 120 days. That means it will take 4 months to ripen. Just imagine, in a month, this world could transform into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about using the mutated fertilizer? Doesn't it expedite the maturation of crops? Zhang Chen produced a hefty bundle of mutated fertilizer. Ding! Each crop may only utilize fertilizer once per day. Are you certain you wish to use the mutated fertilizer? Note: using mutated fertilizer will shorten the tuber's maturation period by 10 days. Only a reduction of 10 days. That seems rather inadequate. Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. Presently, the first 30 days appeared relatively safe. He should seize this opportunity to accumulate food. No one could predict what the world would look like 30 days hence. Thus, the more he could shorten the growth period, the more tubers he could harvest, and the greater his food supply would become. Synthesize. Zhang Chen combined 10 units of mutated fertilizer to create 1 unit of acceleration fertilizer. The acceleration fertilizer could reduce the tuber's growth period by 60 days. This is promising. Although the total time reduced by the acceleration fertilizer was less than that of 10 units of mutated fertilizer. Time was of the essence, and he had to opt for the acceleration fertilizer. He used the acceleration fertilizer. Ding! Usage successful. The tubers began to grow as if viewed through a fast-forward lens, from rooting and sprouting to growth. Their transformation was visibly rapid. Soon, 5 plants, each half a meter tall, emerged from the pots. The tubers would now require only 60 more days to mature, having used only half of the acceleration fertilizer. He could apply more tomorrow. Zhang Chen stacked the acceleration fertilizer beside the pots, hastily consumed a quick breakfast, and then departed building number 8 with Air Pao, who obediently trotted alongside him. Occasionally, Air Pao would wander off to sniff at some corner on the ground, but he would quickly catch up to Zhang Chen's pace. The duo soon arrived at the community's main gate, where an unsettling scene unfolded before Zhang Chen's eyes. A group of 4 or 5 survivors was busily slaying the zombies that he had lured there the previous day. A woman was rescued from a tree, her hands bound to a lamp post like a prisoner. These survivors wielded an assortment of weapons. Some held baseball bats, others wielded fruit knives, and a few brandished cleavers. All engaged in the extermination of the zombies gathered at the community entrance. With the protection of the community's railings, the zombies were unable to attack the survivors, who were, in essence, reaping a windfall. Yet, they had not considered who had orchestrated the arrival of these zombies. They were pilfering Zhang Chen's hard-won spoils. Hey, what are you doing? Zhang Chen bellowed furiously, brandishing his sharpened Tang Dao with one hand and raising a riot shield with the other. Air Pao sensed his owner's anger, baring its teeth and emitting a low growl of warning. Someone's here. The group turned nervously, and upon seeing only one person accompanied by a small dog, their wariness diminished significantly. What do you want? A burly man with a bushy beard glanced at the woman in revealing attire, mistakenly assuming Zhang Chen was interested in her, but he smirked, saying, I spotted her first. She belongs to me now. If you want her, you can trade food for her, or I think that Tang Dao looks rather nice. You could let me play with it. And this little dog, though small, could serve as a delightful meal. Ha ha ha. The others laughed greedily at the bearded man's words. Woman? What woman? I'm referring to the zombies. Release those zombies. They are my property. I offer you 2 choices. Either steer clear of the zombie corpses and scram, and I want to kill you, or I will slay you all and then collect the zombies. Choose, Zhang Chen said slowly, a chilling aura emanating from him. This time, Air Pao did not retreat to a corner, but excitedly wagged its tail at Zhang Chen. Wow, this kid is surprisingly bold. Just one person, and he is acting so tough. Does he still believe that there are rules about precedence in this world? Laughter erupted from the group, who thought Zhang was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. These zombies were discovered by us, and they belong to us, including that woman. The group of thugs mocked him. The bearded man added with a cold smile, "If you had fled immediately, I might have let you go. But now I have changed my mind and I'll take that Tang Dao, that little dog, and everything in your storage space." As he spoke, the bearded man and his companions began to close in on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen observed their configuration: 4 men and 1 woman, armed with a cleaver, a baseball bat, 2 kitchen knives, and a fruit knife. 4 men and 1 woman? This suddenly reminded him of a conversation he had in the chat channel yesterday, where someone mentioned a gang of survivors robbing others nearby, consisting of 4 men and 2 women. Could they be that group? Or was there another woman hiding? Regardless, a survivor group that could roam freely in the apocalypse was certainly no benign presence. In these times, one must either avoid trouble or face the consequences. Since they had already crossed him, he would have to eradicate them completely. My apologies, young one, but I fear your retaliation, so you must perish here today. The bearded man cracked his shoulders and produced a modified cutting board from his storage, which had a handle on one side, allowing it to serve as a shield. The others also pulled out their makeshift armor. Utilizing whatever they could find, such as frying pans and pot lids, the dried bloodstains on the shield indicated that this group had experienced their fair share of battles. This fool even brought a puppy. He must have plenty of food. Or how else could he sustain a dog? The tattooed woman schemed. While you all engage him directly, I'll capture the puppy. In front of this man, I'll dismember it. While he is distracted, you can take him down. All right, let's do it. The bearded man grinned malevolently. The tattooed woman was essentially the brains of the operation, and under her guidance, they had opted for a path of robbery from the outset. They had killed several survivors on the first day, successfully seizing their provisions. After tasting success, they had become insatiable, leaving no survivors or zombies behind in their wake. The reason they had not killed the woman in revealing attire was that they had discovered she would stop at nothing to survive. Making her easy to control, she could later be used to seduce other survivors, sowing discord from within their ranks. Go on, you brat. Die. The bearded man roared, charging forward with his 3 henchmen. Wait, something's off. Zhang Chen's expression turned serious. In a typical confrontation, the best strategy would be to catch the opponent off guard. These battle-hardened individuals could not possibly be so naive. They were deliberately provoking him, indicating there was a scheme at play. Moreover, Zhang Chen noticed the bearded man glance at a specific direction behind him at the moment he finished speaking. During combat, both sides would typically focus intently on each other. The bearded man's glance suggested one thing: an ambush. Their dialogue was merely a diversion to draw his attention away from the true threat lurking behind. In a flash of insight, Zhang Chen comprehended the gravity of the situation that he swiftly rolled to the side. Brandishing his riot shield to deflect an incoming projectile, with a resounding clang, an arrow struck the shield with tremendous force, ricocheting off into the air. Damn, they truly have set a trap, he realized, noting the presence of a woman concealed in the shadows. Armed with a bow and arrow, Zhang Chen could not help but acknowledge that this band of robbers was indeed formidable, ruthless, cunning, and adept at ambushes. They possessed nearly all the essential qualities required for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Any ordinary survivor would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with such a team. Had they not encountered Zhang Chen today, they would undoubtedly have risen to become regional overlords. Alas, they had chosen the wrong adversary. How is it possible that he has discerned our presence? This fellow is more formidable than any opponent we have faced. At this juncture, sparing a life was out of the question. Brothers, charge, the burly leader bellowed. Leading the charge, the tattooed woman swiftly sidestepped, lunging towards Pang. Perfect, let me test the prowess of my sharpened Tang saber. Zhang Chen advanced boldly towards the group of survivors. He refrained from using his firearm. With so many adversaries, a mere shot or 2 would suffice. Moreover, the zombies were perilously close, particularly sensitive to noise. Gunfire would incite a frenzy among the undead, rendering the flimsy barrier of the community fence utterly ineffective. They could easily surge over it, jeopardizing Zhang Chen's meticulously crafted strategy. With the sharpened Tang saber in hand, he was confident in facing 4 adversaries simultaneously, especially with Pang at his side. Pang, charge, Zhang Chen shouted, raising his saber and aiming for the burly leader's head. Seeing Zhang Chen take the offensive, the burly leader couldn't suppress a sneer. He's still too young. The riot shield is an excellent defensive tool, spacious, resilient, and transparent, allowing one to observe the opponent's tactical maneuvers. If Zhang Chen were to hold the shield defensively, we, armed only with makeshift weapons like kitchen knives and baseball bats, would struggle to inflict any damage on him. But now that he has chosen to attack, the situation is different. If I can withstand his initial onslaught, a swift kick followed by a coordinated assault from my comrades will ensure his demise. What a fool! The burly leader smirked as he raised the cutting board to block Zhang Chen's strike. His imposing physique and considerable strength made him confident. The thick wooden board would withstand even the mightiest cleaver. In fact, it might even become embedded in the cutting board, simplifying the fight further. However, before he could revel in this thought, he felt a sudden chill in his arm as half of it, along with the board, was severed cleanly. Blood gushed from the stump. The burly leader screamed in agony. Zhang Chen wasted no time, following up with another swift strike that severed the leader's head from his shoulders. With a fountain of blood, the spray drenched the 3 remaining men behind him. What? The leader is dead. Avenge him. The remaining men charged forward, but Zhang Chen swiftly executed 3 more strikes, each one cleaving through their weapons and into their bodies, leaving them bleeding profusely. Kitchen knives and baseball bats felt like soft tofu against the edge of Zhang Chen's sharpened saber. In an instant, the 4 men who had dared to confront him lay lifeless in a pool of blood. How was this possible? The tattooed woman had just reached Erpang's side, previously intent on eliminating him. However, witnessing Zhang Chen's ferocity, she quickly devised a plan to seize Erpang, hoping to use him as leverage to force Zhang Chen to spare her life. With this thought in mind, she retracted her kitchen knife and reached for the nape of Erpang's neck, a vulnerable spot on canines. Should she succeed in grabbing it, he would be rendered powerless. Yet, just as her fingers were about to make contact, Erpang transformed from a diminutive wolf pup into a massive war wolf, nearly 2 meters in length, faster than she could comprehend. His long, gleaming fangs glinted menacingly as he exuded an aura of danger. What is happening? Before the tattooed woman could react, Erpang lunged, sinking his teeth into her shoulder with a fierce grip, then proceeded to toss her into the air, only to leap and clamp down again, dragging her across the ground in mere moments. Her life essence was rapidly depleting, a shoe flung off in the chaos, just as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Erpang released her and let out a series of ferocious barks. Erpang, go after this one, Zhang Chen instructed, picking up a fallen arrow and placing it near Erpang's nose for him to sniff. Oh, whoa! Erpang howled, sprinting towards a nearby building. Please, just kill me. The tattooed woman lay on the ground, her upper body a mangled mess, blood oozing from her mouth, her life slipping away. I don't want to become one of those monsters, she pleaded, mustering her last ounce of strength. Zhang Chen remained impassive, standing expressionless beside her. Moments later, she gasped her last breath. Zhang Chen began to count the seconds. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 25, the tattooed woman suddenly opened her eyes, her face marred by dark veins. With a swift thrust, Zhang Chen plunged the Tang saber into the zombie's skull. 25 seconds. The transformation from human to zombie takes approximately 25 seconds, though it may vary slightly depending on individual physiology. The time frame is generally consistent. At least, she was not one of those who took ages to reanimate. Zhang Chen nodded, having gleaned another crucial piece of information. Shortly thereafter, Erpang returned, clutching a woman in his jaws. She had succumbed to death and now roamed as a mindless zombie, flailing her arms and attempting to bite Erpang, but failing miserably. Excellent. Erpang, take care of her, Zhang Chen encouraged with a knowing glance. With a crunch, Erpang exerted pressure, shattering the zombie's skull. The battle was over, and Erpang resumed his pup size, trotting towards Zhang Chen, tail wagging in delight. Good boy. Zhang Chen reached into his storage space, retrieving a lump of mutated fertilizer and tossing it to Erpang. The little creature had quite the appetite, having just eaten earlier that morning and now ravenously devouring the treat. Where did that low-cut woman go? After dispatching the 6 survivors, Zhang Chen suddenly noticed that the woman in the revealing outfit had vanished without a trace. It seemed the apocalypse had taught her some caution, at least enough to flee rather than foolishly await rescue. Oh well, it matters not. Let's see what spoils remain. Zhang Chen proceeded to gather items from the fallen bodies. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Energy Crystal 83, Pure Water 23, Can Luncheon Meat 7, Storage Ring Fragments 97. Medicine 55, Odd-Looking Key 1, Precision Longbow 1, Arrows 283, Mutated Fertilizer 374, Clean Fabric 152, Arrow Blueprint 1, Precision Longbow Blueprint 1, Basic Wall Design Blueprint 1, Wood Collection Skill 1, Expert Climbing Skill, Fashion Master Skill, Precision Longbow, requires no archery skills. Arrows automatically correct their trajectory upon aiming at a target and cannot be altered mid-flight. Basic wall design blueprint allows the construction of basic wooden walls to withstand the assault of ordinary zombies. Wood collection skill enables you to gather wood materials from trees and wooden items. Expert climbing skill transforms you into a climbing expert, allowing you to scale most buildings and cliffs with ease. Master of attire skill. This skill enables you to craft all clothing, footwear, and protective gear from recycled materials. As your level increases, the manufactured items will exhibit higher rare qualities and additional attributes. Such an abundance of energy cores, so many fragments of storage rings, countless blueprints. Zhang Chen could hardly contain his joy. This is an immense gain. It seems this group has not shied away from taking lives. Otherwise, how could there be so many fragments of storage rings? Ding. Detection confirms that the storage ring can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade it immediately? Fresh from resource gathering, the system promptly displayed the notification. Upgrade now. Ding. You have lost storage ring fragments 100, energy cores 50. Congratulations. Your storage ring has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Storage capacity has expanded from 24 to 48 slots. Vehicle storage unlocked. Space. 1 slot, vehicle storage, can accommodate vehicles of any size. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, you require storage ring fragments 200, energy cores 100. Note: a level 5 storage ring allows access to the building storage, enabling the storage of structures. Hiss. Upon seeing the attributes of the level 3 storage ring, Zhang Chen couldn't help but gasp. This ring is nothing short of a divine artifact. Each upgrade doubles its capacity. At merely level 3, it already boasts a backpack of 48 slots. Under such circumstances, it can almost accommodate all items. Even adding some daily necessities would suffice. Furthermore, the level 3 ring permits the storage of a vehicle. With a car at his disposal, the likelihood of a successful escape would dramatically increase. No matter how swiftly the zombies run, can they outrun a car? What captivates Zhang Chen the most are the attributes of the level 5 ring. It can store buildings. This means Zhang Chen can carry his shelter wherever he goes. He could settle down wherever he pleases. This is simply exhilarating. Subsequently, Zhang Chen learned the Master of Attire skill, Expert Climbing skill, and Timber Gathering skill. He glanced at his current energy core status. Current upgrade progress, 87100. Zhang Chen looked at the horde of zombies at the community entrance. A dark mass, at least 40 or 50 zombies. It seems today he would undoubtedly reach the human physical limit stage. Half an hour later, the area around the community entrance was strewn with the remains of zombies. Killing them from behind the community wall was quite effortless. The zombies' arms couldn't reach him. Only their heads peeked over the wall. They were utterly like lambs awaiting slaughter. After a thorough tally, Zhang Chen collected energy cores 28, mutated fertilizer 230, clean fabric 120, bloodstained keys 8, car keys 5, clean sanitary napkins 2, and Egret brand cigarettes 32, along with storage ring fragments 3, sanitary napkins, cigarettes. The items on these zombies were indeed diverse. As for the storage ring fragments, they likely belonged to survivors infected by zombies right from the start. Currently, only survivors possess such items. Current upgrade progress, 115100. Ding. Detection confirms eligibility for upgrade. Shall we proceed immediately? Upgrade. In an instant. Zhang Chen felt a powerful energy surge within him. Every inch of his muscles brimmed with strength. His senses sharpened. Even the world before him appeared clearer. Ding. Congratulations. You have ascended to the human physical limit tier. Is this the state of human physical limits? Zhang Chen gazed at the chest-high community wall. Pushed off with his left hand, and effortlessly leaped over it. He barely brushed against the fence. So effortless. Zhang Chen looked at the adjacent residential building. With a running start, he leaped forward. He found himself propelled by inertia, scaling the smooth, even wall, reaching the 5th floor in one bound. As he released the force, Zhang Chen felt a tremendous gravitational pull descend upon him. Instinctively, he lightly brushed his shoe against the wall. Slowing his descent, he then landed gracefully on the ground. From a height of 5 stories, he fell without any assistance, yet he landed without a scratch. This was truly an incredible feat. It is worth noting that there had been news reports of individuals dying from falls from the 5th floor. Is this the level of human physical limits? Zhang Chen was thoroughly satisfied with his state. He continued to check his upgrade panel. To ascend to Awakener, he requires 15,200 energy cores. He still needs 185 energy cores. This means he needs to eliminate at least 300 more zombies. Hiss. Zhang Chen drew a sharp breath. The zombies around the community had been largely cleared. If you wish to slay more zombies, he would have to venture into unfamiliar territory. Exploring the unknown inherently carries risks. The community was relatively safe, as it was enclosed, with only 1 or 2 entry points. The mobility of zombies was limited. Killing one meant there was one less. However, the streets outside were a different story. The main roads branched out in all directions, and a careless move could attract zombies from several blocks away. With so many zombies, he could easily find himself surrounded. At that point, forget about slaying zombies. Escaping might prove impossible. He must devise a reliable method for eliminating zombies. Zhang Chen inspected the car keys in his hand. This is the key to a red sedan with a power of 1.6. This is the key to a white SUV with a power of 1.8 T. This is the key to a taxi with a power of 1.4. This is the key to a heavy-duty truck with a power of 600 horsepower. A heavy truck. This is the one. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, armed with a riot shield and a tang knife. He cautiously made his way toward the main road. Last night, the scent of a low-cut woman had attracted most of the zombies, leaving the nearby roads remarkably clear, with only a few stray zombies. Zhang Chen swiftly dispatched them with ease. He climbed atop an SUV, surveying the area. Soon, he spotted a heavy-duty truck carrying a blue container. This is it. Zhang Chen eliminated the 2 zombies wandering near the heavy-duty truck, then focused his attention on the container. Not only was there no zombie presence here, but it also held 5,000 neatly packaged boxes of canned beef. Such luck should warrant a lottery ticket. 5,000 boxes of canned beef. Zhang Chen rejoiced. He lightly sliced the lock on the container with his tang knife. Pulling open the steel doors of the container, he found it brimming with neatly arranged boxes of canned beef. He randomly selected a box, opened it, and found 6 sealed cans of beef, each weighing 500 grams in total. One box contained 6 cans, equating to 6 pounds. With 5,000 boxes in the container, that amounts to 30,000 cans, 30,000 pounds. This is genuinely a windfall. 30,000 pounds of canned beef. Even if Zhang Chen consumes 2 cans a day, he could sustain himself for 15,000 days. That's equivalent to 40 years. He never anticipated encountering such fortuitous circumstances. Zhang Chen hurriedly stored all the cans in his storage space. They occupied only one slot, labeled as neatly packaged canned beef 30,000. Delightful. This storage space is indeed more capacious than a heavy-duty truck. Now, the performance begins. Zhang Chen placed Air Pow in the passenger seat and took the driver's seat himself. He spent some time familiarizing himself with the vehicle controls of this world. Fortunately, the cultural developments of the 2 worlds were quite similar. Soon, Zhang Chen grasped the essentials of driving the heavy-duty truck. Time to hunt zombies. Zhang Chen first put it in reverse. Roar. The engine of the heavy-duty truck emitted a thunderous roar, startling the unknown birds perched in the trees, causing them to flutter away in panic. A few zombies staggered out from the nearby shops, drawn by the roar of the heavy-duty truck's engine. This is just the beginning. Reverse. Without glancing at the rearview mirror, Zhang Chen directly shifted into reverse gear. He slammed down on the accelerator. Roar. The heavy-duty truck jolted backward, effortlessly flipping over parked sedans like twigs. Roar. The surrounding zombies seemed to be activated, surging toward the heavy-duty truck in a frenzy. Excellent. Just like that. Zhang Chen smiled slightly. Ignoring the tide of zombies pouring out from the nearby shops, he shifted into drive. The truck veered left, charging into a narrow alley he had previously scouted. The streets here are nearly devoid of vehicles, with 7 or 8 wandering zombies meandering about the pavement. This place is exceptionally suitable for a thrilling drive. Zhang Chen, unfazed and unhurried, steers his truck into a narrow alleyway. The speed is not rapid, maintaining a safe distance from the horde of zombies trailing behind. The zombies cannot catch up, yet they are not easily shaken off. The heavy, resounding horn of the truck blares, echoing through the vicinity. This sound instantly draws the attention of half a block's worth of zombies. Zhang Chen hears the low growls of the undead resonating all around him, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic footsteps. They're coming. With a crack, the glass on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the buildings lining the alley shatters. Dozens of zombies leap out of the windows. A surge of indistinguishable sounds from the densely packed horde erupts from the side entrance of a nearby complex. Due to the cramped space at the entrance, many zombies begin to stack upon one another, climbing over the iron gate and tumbling heavily to the ground. Yet, these zombies are oblivious to pain. Some have broken ankles, revealing ghastly white bones, yet they continue their frenzied charge towards the heavy truck. Roar. Air Pow, witnessing this swarm of zombies, cannot help but emit a low growl, his fur standing on end. Sensing that he is on the brink of entering a combat state, calm down. Air Pow, we are quite safe here. These ordinary zombies pose no threat to us, Zhang Chen confidently asserts, simultaneously pressing the horn repeatedly. An increasing number of zombies swarm towards him, and it seems they are about to encircle the heavy truck. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel erupts in chaos. What was that sound? Did everyone just hear that? It sounded like a car horn. That noise rivals an air raid siren. Does this fool not realize that zombies are attracted to sound? I'm hiding at home, not daring to breathe, and someone is making such a loud commotion? What the hell? Could it be that someone has gone mad from the apocalypse and is seeking death? From the sound, it seems to be a truck's horn. Such a loud noise must have drawn the zombies from the surrounding blocks. Oh my, I can see the truck, right below my building. There are already hundreds of zombies gathering around. What could he possibly be thinking? I'm on the rooftop. The good news is that the zombies on Ingdon Road remain unaffected by the horn. The bad news is that all the zombies in the entire block have indeed been attracted. These zombies are like streams flowing into the sea. I estimate there are still 200 to 300 zombies on their way. If this guy doesn't drive away soon, he will likely be surrounded and perish here. Of all places, why must he die right below my home? With these hundreds of zombies, I won't even have a chance to step outside. As the horde grows larger, nearly filling the entire alleyway, just when everyone thinks Zhang Chen is doomed, the heavy truck suddenly roars to life. Huh, is he only now deciding to drive? Was he dozing off just moments ago? In this situation, there is hardly any chance of escape. It's a certain death. Survivors nearby can take advantage of the truck's distraction to hastily find a new hiding spot. If the truck draws the surrounding zombies away, it indicates that all other locations are safe. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? I'll find a new place right away. Goodness, the truck is actually moving. The horde can't block him. How is that possible? I was once trapped in an SUV, and I know that when the zombies reach a certain density, you simply cannot drive away, let alone in his case, where the zombies have practically blocked the entire road. Soon, survivors on the rooftop transmit a video. The heavy truck accelerates suddenly, charging into the horde like a tiger amidst sheep, crushing the zombies in its path beneath its wheels. The force of the acceleration is so immense that it sends several distant zombies flying. How is this possible? He actually made it out. Indeed, the tide of undead is utterly helpless before him. It is a sight to behold. The heavy truck likely possesses between 400 to 600 horsepower, a term that refers to the pulling power of a horse. With the capability to generate hundreds of horsepower, a mere few hundred zombies are surely insufficient to impede its progress. Wow, is he just showing off? What a lunatic. I reckon he just loves the attention, wanting us all to focus on him. As they speak, the heavy truck has carved a bloody path through the throng, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. After this, only a fraction of the zombies that were struck lie dead. Most are left with broken bones, sprawled on the ground. Some zombies are still desperately crawling, attempting to catch up to the heavy truck. If only I had such a truck, I could go anywhere. The zombies would be powerless to stop me. This is like playing a game. Such a thrilling spectacle. What are you all blabbering about upstairs? I did manage to collect some car keys from killing zombies. But with so many vehicles on the road, how could I possibly know which key belongs to which? It's not that simple to just happen upon the key to a heavy truck, let alone finding the truck itself. The odds are akin to winning the lottery. Does the guy driving the heavy truck need a girlfriend? I can sit in the passenger seat, help with navigation, and cater to all his needs. Hey, I'm in the dormitory at Tianyang University. Come save me. There are 6 of us girls. We come in all types. What is happening? That heavy truck is coming back. Amidst the astonishment, they see Zhang Chen maneuvering the heavy truck, making a U-turn at the intersection, and then accelerating back towards the alley. This time, he speeds even faster, with greater force upon impact. The sounds of thuds and crunches reverberate as the zombies' severed limbs and bodies continuously collide with the truck's front. The truck's tires are enormous, over a meter in diameter, resulting in a towering vehicle. The zombies can only hit the front, barely managing to touch the glass. Occasionally, blood splatters against the windshield, and Zhang Chen simply activates the wipers, effortlessly clearing it away. He charges through the tide of zombies once more. After this onslaught, the ground is strewn with the remains of the undead. Only a few can still rise, while the majority lie motionless. Mouths agape. Some even fold forward grotesquely. Yet, devoid of pain, they continue to reach out in the direction the heavy truck has departed. Zhang Chen makes another U-turn at a nearby corner, returning for another round of carnage. As the number of zombies dwindles, it paradoxically becomes more challenging to crush them. Ultimately, only about 13 or 14 zombies remain, eluding his grasp. Zhang Chen, not overly concerned with these details, parks the truck at the roadside, disembarks, and swiftly dispatches the remaining zombies with a series of precise strikes. He then proceeds to deliver the final blows to those on the ground, teetering between life and death at this moment. The chat room participants finally comprehend. Zhang Chen is not seeking death, nor is he trying to attract attention. Rather, he has devised this efficient and safe method to eliminate zombies. This is astonishingly impressive. While we have been preoccupied with avoiding detection by zombies, he has been contemplating ways to eradicate them. The disparity is staggering. Such horror truly is terrifying. His prowess likely surpasses our own. Is this boss looking for underlings? I can fend for myself. As long as I can join him in slaying zombies and enjoy a meal, I am content. This enigmatic figure has remained silent. Truly a person of few words. What a pity that his appearance is obscured. Otherwise, I could have messaged him privately. Boss, please take me along. Let us form a team. Unbeknownst to Zhang Chen, he has already become a celebrity in the regional chat channel. He is too occupied to pay attention to the chatter. Daylight represents the prime opportunity for slaying zombies and enhancing strength. To squander such precious time on chatting, that would be sheer folly. Zhang Chen methodically dispatched the remaining bloodied zombies. One by one. He then commenced his gathering. This collection was exhilarating. A veritable street filled with the corpses of the undead. Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystals 236, Mutated Fertilizer 2132, Clean Fabric 758, Damaged Car Keys 34, Broken Keys 72, Creased Pollution Defense Map 1. Crushed Cigarettes 33, Tattered Notebook 3, Cash 2735 yuan. The resources obtained from this collection were rather dismal. Aside from the ever-constant energy crystals, mutated fertilizer, and clean fabric, most of the other supplies had been damaged under the relentless crushing of the heavy truck. It was somewhat regrettable, however, in light of the abundant energy crystals. This loss was hardly significant. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, discarding all the damaged items onto the ground. He then casually touched the heavy truck. In an instant, the truck was drawn into a storage space. Ding. Upgrade conditions met. Energy crystals 251200. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Naturally, he chose to upgrade without hesitation. As a surge of immense energy coursed through him, Zhang Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming power enveloping his being. His skin flushed red, and his body temperature soared. Pal, witnessing this transformation, anxiously called out beside him. Zhang Chen understood that this was the energy crystals enhancing his physique. His original body had reached the limit of what a human body could endure. To unleash even greater strength, he needed to undergo transformation. After a few minutes, the searing sensation gradually subsided, and Zhang Chen's skin returned to its normal hue. Ding, congratulations. You have advanced to the initial Awakener Stage 1. The talent system is now activated. As the voice echoed, a sprawling tree-like structure of talents appeared before Zhang Chen. The talents at the base were few, but as one ascended, the variety of talents increased. At first glance, it was densely packed. Please select your desired evolution direction. 1. Gene modification, 2. Energy enhancement. Choosing one talent direction will forfeit the other, and changes cannot be made. Please make your decision wisely. Gene modification. By continuously altering the survivor's genetic attributes, they will acquire formidable physical qualities, including enhanced speed, strength, and resilience. In conjunction with energy weapons, combat capabilities will multiply. Energy enhancement. By improving the utilization of energy crystals, the survivor will be enveloped in an energy field, thereby increasing their combat prowess. As long as there are sufficient energy crystals, one can display remarkable fighting abilities. Zhang Chen skimmed through the information, grasping the gist. The gene modification direction essentially equated to a warrior or assassin path, focusing on physical enhancement. Conversely, the energy enhancement direction resembled that of a mage, emphasizing the amplification of the energy field's strength. The choice was challenging, as each option presented its own advantages. Zhang Chen contemplated for a moment. Just as he found himself at an impasse, the system issued another prompt. Ding. Recognize that this survivor has consecutively advanced 2 levels within 2 hours, activating hidden rewards, unlocking hidden evolution directions. Limited to a select few survivors who have crossed the physical limits within 2 hours by achieving an exceptionally strong rank and advancing to Awakener. You may simultaneously choose to retain both talents. Combat capabilities will experience a significant boost, but the energy crystals required for upgrades will also increase. Would you like to simultaneously evolve in both directions? At this crucial moment, the prompt appeared just in time. The hidden talent is undoubtedly the optimal choice. It is advised to fully invest in both talent points. After all, the path can only be traversed once. Since even the prompt suggested choosing to evolve in both directions, what hesitation remained for Zhang Chen? Yes, a dazzling white light enveloped him. Zhang Chen ascended to Initial Awakener Stage 1. The talent trees for both gene evolution and energy evolution illuminated simultaneously. Congratulations, you have acquired the gene evolution talent. Strong body 11. Your physique has become significantly more robust. Self-healing effect increased tenfold, capable of healing mild viral infections, with enhancements of 50 to strength, speed, and reaction attributes. Congratulations, you have obtained the energy evolution talent, Enlightenment 11. You are surrounded by pure energy. Damage inflicted is increased by 10, and damage received is reduced by 10, with a 20 increase in the probability of acquiring energy crystals during gathering. Both strong body and enlightenment are talents automatically acquired upon ascending to Initial Awakener Stage 1. This means that if a survivor chooses the gene evolution path, they will receive the strong body talent upon reaching Awakener. Similarly, those selecting the energy evolution path will directly obtain enlightenment upon ascending. Henceforth, for every level a survivor upgrades, they will gain 2 talent points for talent enhancement. Currently, strong body and enlightenment are marked as 11, indicating that merely 1 talent point is necessary to activate these talents. Moreover, these talents are already activated and maxed out, rendering further upgrades impossible. Some talents are marked as 05, signifying that they are yet to be activated and can be upgraded an additional 4 times after activation. It is quite akin to playing a game, easily comprehensible. Zhang Chen glanced at his upgrade conditions, which stated, to advance to Initial Awakener Stage 2, the requirement is 51,802. For a survivor who normally selects a single evolution path, this would read 51800. However, as Zhang Chen chose the hidden dual talent route, the consumption is thus increased. Expend more energy crystals to gain more formidable abilities. Zhang Chen found this quite fair. However, the difficulty of upgrading had indeed escalated considerably. Beyond his routine zombie slaying, he would need to seek additional sources of income. Zhang Chen surveyed the surrounding buildings. Following the prompt, he entered a tidy storefront. It was a small restaurant, devoid of any supplies, yet impeccably clean. Here, he could enjoy a meal and take a well-deserved rest. Zhang Chen produced a hefty chunk of mutated fertilizer and tossed it to Air Pao, while he retrieved a perfectly cooked steak. Devouring it heartily. As he ate, he scrutinized his supplies. Currently, his most abundant resource was food. Yet, until he found a sustainable source of nourishment, these items remained indispensable consumables. He could not afford to trade them casually for crystals. Moreover, today marked the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Many survivors were still in hiding. Even if Zhang Chen wished to exchange food for crystals, others would have little to offer. The most pressing concern remained to address the issue fundamentally. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's attention was drawn to the precise longbow blueprint. He could continue selling weapons. The sharpened Tang Dao possessed excessive lethality, rendering it unsuitable for other survivors. Was it not akin to raising a tiger to trouble him? The longbow, however, seemed more appropriate. It could eliminate zombies from a distance without posing a threat to himself. This would do. After finishing his lunch, Zhang Chen made his way to the roadside of a narrow alley. The gathered zombie corpses vanished without a trace. Thus, the entire alley was now barren, save for the bloodstains that marred the ground. Within this alley, a small tree, about the thickness of a bowl, was planted every 5 or 6 meters. Perfect. Zhang Chen approached the tree, and the word gather materialized above it. Gather. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired wood 3. In the storage space, the wood appeared in the form of long planks. No need for chopping, merely gathering? How convenient. Zhang Chen then approached a larger tree nearby. Gather. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired wood 5. It seems the quantity of wood obtained from trees is determined by their thickness. The sturdier the tree, the more wood one can gather. Continuing. Gather. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired wood 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired wood 4. Sprouting branches 1. Zhang Chen gathered all the trees in the alley, totaling wood 240 and sprouting branches 65. Sprouting branches. Planting them in the soil can yield new trees. Once the next stage system suppression is lifted, the unmutated trees will become rare resources, so they must be utilized wisely. A prompt suddenly appeared. Initially, Zhang Chen intended to discard the sprouting branches. There were trees everywhere. What use did he have for this? However, upon seeing the prompt, he quickly realized. This meant that after 30 days, all plants would mutate. These trees may very well consume humans if things go awry. When the time comes to craft tools or erect walls, the absence of unmutated trees would be dire. Next, the creation of a precise longbow is in order. Design blueprint for the precise longbow. Consumes wood 10. Energy crystal 1. Yielding 1 precise longbow. Arrow design blueprint. Consumes wood 1. producing 20 arrows. Ding. You have lost with 10. Energy crystal 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 precise longbow 1. Ding. You have lost with 10. Energy crystal 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 precise longbow 1. Ding. You have lost with 1. Energy crystal 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 precise longbow 1. Zhangchen directly expended 20 energy crystals and 200 units of wood to craft 20 precise longbows. He first perused the auction channel, where the items were quite bizarre, and even slightly valuable goods commanded exorbitant prices. Some individuals were even offering half a bottle of water in hopes of exchanging it for 10 energy crystals. It was akin to highway robbery. Such outrageous demands had become the norm at the auction house. To restore rationality to the market, it would require several more days until everyone's supplies were sufficiently abundant. Almost every participant in the auction house, upon acquiring a few crystals, sought to exchange them for vast quantities of resources, adopting a mindset of seizing opportunities. However, this market also bore advantages, as it was quite easy to find bargains. Undoubtedly, some individuals with wavering resolve would be swayed by these deceptive offers, ultimately allowing others to reap significant rewards. After much contemplation, Zhangchen resolved to hawk his wares himself, as this would provide insight into the market's genuine conditions. He opened the chat channel. Is anyone in need of a precise longbow? Comes with 10 arrows as a bonus. Limited stock. Once sold out, it's gone. Message me with your price. At that moment, the survivors, invigorated by videos of heavy trucks crushing zombies, were eager to showcase their prowess by slaying a few undead. Yet, many, despite wielding kitchen knives, hesitated to venture outside. After all, engaging in close combat posed a high risk of injury, and injury equated to death. Thus, when Zhangchen announced the availability of the precise longbow, the chat room erupted in excitement. Wow, a ranged weapon. This is amazing. Arrows that auto-aim. Even if you can't shoot, you'll still hit? This is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Brothers, we must venture out to slay zombies. Remaining stagnant will lead to our demise sooner or later, so let us take a gamble. Indeed, a gamble worth taking. A bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. At that moment, Zhangchen's private chat interface was inundated with messages. Big guy, could you lend me the bow for a bit? I'll trade you energy crystals once I've slain some zombies. Sound good? Hey there, I also want the bow. What do you desire? How about a video call? I'll follow your lead. It sounds fun. I only have half a sausage. Would that suffice? Zhangchen disregarded these freeloading survivors. What nonsense. He had expended 10 units of wood and 1 energy crystal to craft this weapon, and they expected to obtain it for free. Insanity. With so many survivors around, there were bound to be those willing to pay a fair price. I have 5 energy crystals. Would you consider a trade? The speaker was a man clad in military attire, exuding vitality. His name was Dong Taijun. All right, let us exchange. Zhangchen nodded in agreement. It was solely due to the reasonable price of 5 energy crystals. Primarily, Zhangchen assessed this individual's combat prowess as formidable. If he possessed the bow, he could undoubtedly eliminate more zombies, thus acquiring additional energy crystals to trade for Zhangchen's arrows. Indeed, from the outset, Zhangchen never intended to profit from selling bows. His long-term strategy relied on arrows. These were consumables. Without arrows, the bow is rendered ineffectual. To continue slaying zombies, then arrows must be purchased. That was the correct approach to reaping benefits. Big guy, do you want a skill book for basic insight? Basic insight. This skill allows you to intuitively perceive an opponent's strength level, effective range, 3 levels above or below your own. It enables clear visibility of other survivors' capabilities, which is undeniably significant. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, this item pales in comparison to a bow. The strength of zombies is as such. Is there really a need for insight? As for encountering survivors, strength is often measured by numbers. More individuals naturally equate to greater strength. The disparity in early capabilities cannot compensate for numerical superiority. A pragmatic exchange for bows and arrows. Killing a few more zombies without injury is the way to go. Absolutely. Let us trade. Ding. You have lost a precise longbow and gained the skill basic insight. I have a 10L bottle of purified water. Would you consider a trade? A 10L bottle of purified water? Zhangchen clicked on the item. Instantly, an image popped up. It resembled the bottled water commonly used at home. To offer a 10L bottle in exchange for a weapon. This individual surely possessed more than just one. Zhangchen's interest was piqued as he replied, I'll take 10 bottles. Huh? Big guy, that's too steep. 10 bottles is excessive. How about 2? At most 2. This individual, named Li Xiefeng, was indeed troubled. Zhang Chun had accurately surmised that he was trapped at a water station. The room was stacked with 15 barrels of purified water. He was not concerned about the water itself. The issue was that he couldn't sell it. It was in a state of having a price but no market. He had previously attempted to exchange a barrel of water for 50 energy crystals, but no one was interested. He lowered the price to 30 crystals, still no buyers. When he dropped it to 25 crystals, he remained ignored. At the auction house, a 500 milliliters bottle of water was priced at 10 energy crystals. His 10L could be exchanged for 20 bottles, which was already a fire sale. If he went below 25 crystals, it would no longer be worth selling. In truth, Li Xiefeng was unaware that the inflated prices at the auction house had no actual transactions. His pricing wasn't unreasonable, but the total number of crystals demanded was too high. Who could casually part with 20 or 30 crystals so liberally? Thus, after several days, Li Xiefeng had not sold a single barrel and had lost his confidence. What he desperately desired now was a reliable weapon. The small supermarket across from the water station was teeming with zombies. If he could rush in and eliminate them, it would undoubtedly yield significant profits. Signs of survivor activity were already emerging nearby. If he delayed any longer and others got there first, he would be trapped along with his barrels of water. Upon seeing the auto-aim bow, Li Xiefeng was resolute in his determination to acquire it. As long as he could secure this weapon, any price would be justified. Once inside the supermarket, he would reap returns many times over. Thus, he mustered the courage to privately message Zhang Chen. Who could have predicted that Zhang Chen would demand such a high price, asking for 10 barrels? That's robbery. 10 barrels, not a single one less. Brother, I only have 10 barrels of water. If you take them all, how will I survive? Li Xiefeng feigned poverty. No worries. Consider it. There are others bidding here. We can resume our conversation later. Zhang Chen smiled slightly, thinking, if we're gambling, let us go big. No, big guy, don't contact anyone else. I didn't say it's impossible. Li Xiefeng panicked. If this bow were acquired by other nearby survivors, rushing into the supermarket first, he would truly suffer for his greed. 10 barrels. Just 10 barrels. Let us trade now. Li Xiefeng hurriedly declared. Ding. Trade successful. You have lost 10 barrels of water, acquiring 1 precise longbow 1 and 50 arrows. Li Xiefeng was taken aback. Big guy, you gave me 50 arrows. Didn't you just say 10? Indeed. I thought you were quite straightforward in trading, so I'll give you 40 extra. Just don't tell anyone else. It would be great if you could promote me in the chat channel. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. He understood the principle of giving a sweet reward for a slap. As expected. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's words, Li Xiefeng felt immensely grateful. He initially hesitated to part with 10 barrels of water, but his mood brightened instantly. Rest assured, big guy, I will definitely promote you, he exclaimed. Overwhelmed with emotion. A conscientious seller like you is truly rare. Thank you. Look, Zhang Chun has just extorted 10 barrels of purified water from Li Xiefeng, and in the end, the latter even had to thank him. It was merely a trifling favor. As expected, no sooner had Li Xiefeng finished a private chat with Zhang Chun than he began to boast in the chat channel. Wow, this precise longbow is incredible. 1 arrow, 1 zombie, it never misses. It's undoubtedly a monster-slaying artifact. I feel as if I'm on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of my life, ready to marry a wealthy beauty. A few minutes later, Li Xiefeng shared a video from a first-person perspective. An arrow pierced directly through a zombie's skull. The scene was particularly gruesome, but one cannot deny that the effect was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, the chat channel, which had been filled with hesitant individuals contemplating a purchase, became lively. Awesome, brother, this is so much safer than a kitchen knife. Moreover, the bow and arrow make little noise and won't attract zombies. It's truly excellent. Wow, being able to kill zombies, gaining power, and acquiring energy crystals. What more could one desire? Who needs to marry a wealthy beauty when the ladies would be eager for your affection? I just saw 6 girls coming from somewhere. Wait for me. I'm going to buy a longbow right now. It is indeed worth acquiring one, as it would allow me to storm into the supermarket across the street, where there must be supplies. In no time, the inquiries surged. Private messages flooded the screen, making it impossible to respond. Among them were numerous messages from girls, mostly seeking relationships, asking for companionship, or even proposing to be kept. Most lacked resources to offer and had no courage to confront zombies. In this apocalyptic world, even adult males cannot guarantee their survival. Who would want to carry a burden? Expecting to mooch off supplies and be supported is even more unrealistic. Brother, I want 10 precise longbows. What's your price? Suddenly, A message caught Zhang Qin's attention. It was from Zheng Hao. You want 10? Zhang Qin was slightly taken aback. The request for such an abundance of longbows indicated that Zheng Hao's team had grown with at least 10 fighters. Moreover, it suggested that Zheng Hao had ample resources at his disposal. Zhang Qin suddenly recalled that this guy had mentioned an assault on a large supermarket yesterday. Could it be that he had succeeded? Indeed. Name your price. If you need materials, we can provide them if we have them, and we can also offer you a processing fee, Zheng Hao said. This fellow is quite calculating. If he learns about the materials, he could ascertain the production cost of a bow and bargain accordingly. Zhang Qin would never give him that opportunity. State your price. What would you like to exchange for them? For 10 longbows, you'll need at least 100 energy crystals, 50 units of food, and 50 units of water. In truth, timber is not particularly valuable at the moment. The real treasure lies solely in the energy crystals. 10 longbows require 10 energy crystals. Zhang Qin quoted a price of 100 crystals, a 10-fold increase right off the bat. Adding food and water, there was at least a 20-fold profit margin. Dude, your price is a bit steep. How about this? I'll counter with 80 energy crystals. Food and water are too scarce, and prices at the auction house are astronomical. Plus, we have a large group here, and expenses are high. We don't even have enough for ourselves. Zheng Hao proposed. Energy crystals are 100, no less. If you lack food and water, you can substitute with other items. If the offer is reasonable, I might consider a trade. After all, the cost of producing 10 longbows is extremely high. This is the only ranged weapon on the market. Zhang Qin firmly maintained his bottom line. In truth, 80 crystals were within his acceptable range. A net profit of 70 crystals is not a loss. He would still sell arrows to earn more crystals. However, haggling works like this. The more unyielding you appear, the more the other party feels they are getting a bargain when they lower their price even slightly. If you agree to their counteroffer immediately, they will certainly feel they have overpaid. That's just human psychology, a bit mischievous. Currently, we only have 90 energy crystals. All right, we can make up the difference with other items. Zheng Hao said, sending a list of supplies in the private chat. Mutated fertilizer 300, clean fabric 120, bloodstained keys 23, strange keys 1, bloodstained access cards 8, toilet paper 12, fresh grapes 20, fresh oranges 7, football helmets 12. Diesel generators 2, barrels of diesel 200 liters 10, barrels of gasoline 159 liters 12, steel 178. This is all my supplies. See what you can use. Whatever can offset the cost, please do so. As I truly have no surplus resources. Brother, just consider it a favor. When you come to our place, I'll make you an official. Zhang Qin completely ignored the last remark. In any survivor team, strength is the sole measure of status. Without strength, any title of official is meaningless. Conversely, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, the entire camp must bow before me. As for these supplies, except for the football helmet, I want them all. Zhang Qin replied coolly. After all, his backpack had plenty of space. Packing them all in would be no trouble at all. Furthermore, generators, diesel, and gasoline will surely play a significant role in the future. Just because the city has electricity now doesn't mean it will always have it. What if this is merely a protective benefit for beginners? Logically, the apocalypse should have wiped out humanity in at most 6 months, and the generators should have ceased functioning by now. The current situation is certainly abnormal. Better safe than sorry. Thanks, brother. You're always welcome to our camp. We are located in the gymnasium, where the living conditions are excellent, with clean beds and safe activity areas. Our team has grown to 20 members, half of whom are girls. There's even a celebrity among us. Zheng Hao seized the opportunity to promote his camp. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll leave it at that for now. Zhang Qin replied nonchalantly before completing the transaction. Are you there? Suddenly, Zhao Xie sent a message. Yes? What's up? Zhang Qin was curious. This girl usually only contacted him at night. Why was she reaching out during the day? Did she see his information about selling longbows and wish to acquire one too? Zhao Xie didn't reply and immediately sent a trade invitation. Subsequently, various items were placed on the table. Mutated fertilizer 30, bloodstained keys 2, clean fabric 10, empty mineral water bottles 3, bright flashlights 2, batteries 3. Without waiting for Zhang Qin to inquire about the situation, he quickly clicked to lock the deal. Little brother, I know you are a good person. I'll give you all these things. All of them? What about you? Zhang Qin sensed that something serious was amiss. I can't use them anymore. A large horde of zombies suddenly appeared on campus. Some of them are particularly fast, with long claws and a terrifying appearance. A survivor team passed through here earlier and was easily devoured by that monster. Kitchen knives can't inflict any harm on it. I'm certain I won't escape. I'll eventually be trapped here. Anyway, I can't use these items anymore. So I'm giving them to you, hoping they might be useful. I'm also glad to have met you before I die, Zhao Xie said, sending a photo of herself smiling. Her smile was radiant and sunny. However, after 3 days of alternating between hunger and feasting, her cheeks had noticeably thinned, adding to her delicate charm. Here's a photo for you. I hope you will remember me in the future. Remember your friend in this apocalypse. You are the first friend I've made in this world. Zheoxiu spoke slowly. Crawling zombies? Zhang Chen furrowed his brow in inquiry. Thus far, he had only encountered ordinary zombies. He had merely heard, in the chat channel, tales of some that were rather different. Indeed, their appearance is truly terrifying. Shortly thereafter, Zheoxiu sent over an image that I captured this when it was not paying attention. I witnessed it tear a burly man. Over 6 feet tall, and half with my own eyes. You must keep your distance if you ever encounter it. Shouldn't one's first concern be oneself? Logically, Zheoxiu should have concealed the existence of this monster, devising a way to persuade Zhang Chen to rescue her. Is this not the typical mindset of a rational person? This girl, even in her imminent peril, worries that Zhang Chen might cross paths with a frightful creature? What a foolish woman. Zhang Chen glanced at the image. It depicted a muscular monstrosity, its head grotesquely elongated on its neck, its limbs twisted as it crawled upon the ground, long, sharp claws protruding from its fingers and toes. It was evidently a formidable foe. Zhang Chen focused intently on the image. Soon, a prompt materialized. Crawlers, Type 2 mutated zombie, swift in movement, keenly perceptive. Defeating it yields substantial energy course. As long as you do not encounter this creature in a confined space and engage it in open areas, your chances of victory are significantly high. Substantial course. A considerable chance of success. Zhang Chen's heart stirred. If this creature were indeed an overwhelming presence, he would never challenge such a monster, regardless of what Zheoxiu said. Survival is paramount. He would not risk his life for a girl he had known for merely 3 days, since this creature was not his match, and carried a wealth of energy course. It was worth a try. Zhang Chen retrieved a 10-liter barrel of purified water from his storage space, along with the empty water bottle Zheoxiu had just traded for. He directly poured 500 milliliters of purified water into the bottle. Within the confines of his storage space, he could seamlessly separate water and food, provided there was a container. He placed the bottle of water along with the sausage in the trading interface and sent it to Zheoxiu. Then click to lock the transaction. Zheoxiu replied, "You need not send me more water and food. I cannot escape, and I have nothing to exchange with you. Furthermore, being trapped here, I will require food and water daily, which you cannot afford." Zhang Chen chuckled helplessly. This woman was adorably naive. Who said these items were being given to her for free? Must she be so self-deceptive? Of course, providing her with food and water came at a cost. Zheoxiu responded, "But I truly have nothing of value to trade. I possess not a single valuable item. You wouldn't." Zheoxiu's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she continued, "You wouldn't be seeking such photos and videos. Would you? What are you thinking? Am I so sordid? My apologies, I was merely jesting. Please don't be upset. I am not angry. Let us speak seriously." Go ahead. I have 2 tasks for you. The first task is to monitor the movements of this creature while ensuring your own safety. The second task is that I still possess a few precision longbows that have yet to be sold. You will be responsible for selling them. Zhang Chen's thoughts were clear. Understanding the creature's movements was essential for him to launch a preemptive attack. If he were ambushed by such a being on the way, it would not be a trivial matter. Moreover, selling weapons was an utter waste of time. With so many inquiries flooding in, Zhang Chen needed to discern who were genuine buyers and those merely idly inquiring. He also had to filter out the freeloaders. Among the remaining inquirers, he would need to negotiate prices. Sometimes the other party would even retract their interest, rendering his discussions futile, had it not been for Zheng Hao, who swiftly purchased 10 longbows in one go. Zhang Chen would likely have sold fewer than 10 by now. As luck would have it, Zheoxiu had ample time on her hands, trapped in the security room. Instead of idling, she might as well assist him in selling the weapons. Once a price was agreed upon, Zhang Chen could directly transact with the buyer, killing zombies to earn energy cores while selling weapons for additional cores. Both endeavors could proceed concurrently without hindrance. That was true efficiency. Keeping an eye on that creature's movements is not even a task. I will certainly be vigilant. Selling items is fine as well. I enjoy bargaining. Thank you for looking after me. Zheoxiu expressed gratefully. Eye in her eyes, observing the creature's movements seemed trivial, merely glancing from time to time. How could this be considered a task? Regarding selling items, that required a high degree of trust. What if Zheoxiu deliberately undervalued the prices for a kickback? Zhang Qin's willingness to entrust her with this responsibility signified his immense trust in her. To encounter such a man in a post-apocalyptic world, how fortunate! She absolutely could not let Zhang Qin down. Zhaoxiu, who had nearly abandoned hope for survival, was suddenly ignited by Zhang Qin's words. I am not looking after you. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Do you understand? Zhang Qin corrected her. Yes, understood. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. In any case, thank you. It's truly a pleasure to have met you. Zhaoxiu replied with a smile. Where is the pleasure in it? What a foolish woman. Zhang Qin recounted the cost price of the precision longbow to Zhaoxiu, detailing several recent transactions to provide her with an estimate of the selling price for the longbows. Only then did he prepare to continue the battle in the afternoon. Zhang Qin glanced at the wall clock. It was already 2 p.m. There were about 4 hours until nightfall. He wondered if he could reach Tianyang University in such a short span of time. The community where Zhang Qin was hiding was a mere 500 meters from Tianyang University. However, the current alley was in the opposite direction of the university. Therefore, no matter how many zombies he killed here, it would have little impact on that side. Moreover, the zombies in this vicinity had already been vanquished. It was time to find another location to continue. Zhang Qin retraced his steps through the community, arriving at another entrance. This was a small gate typically used by pedestrians, barred by a large iron gate standing 4 or 5 meters high. There was a smaller side gate that required a card swipe. Zhang Qin produced the access card for Building 8 and swiped it. Beep. As expected, it worked. The small iron gate swung open automatically. However, Zhang Qin did not rush out but stood within the doorway. He heard the small gate emit a rhythmic beep. 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 Its frequency increasing, indicating that it was about to close. Two zombies slowly emerged from behind the building's obstruction. Upon spotting Zhang Qin, they suddenly surged forward, charging at him with the speed of 100 sprinters. In the past, such speed would have seemed terrifying to Zhang Qin. However, he had just leveled up twice, reaching the initial stage of an awakened being. Furthermore, he possessed a dual evolution talent for genes and energy. The frantic speed of these zombies appeared to Zhang Qin as though it were in slow motion. As the zombies lunged towards him, Airpow let out a low growl, and his body instantly swelled. Woof! With a powerful leap, it sank its teeth into the neck of the first zombie, then frantically shook its head. In just a few moments, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. The zombie's neck was snapped. Another zombie lunged at Airpow, Jazagape, but Airpow was enveloped in a thick, resilient fur coat. The bite did not even manage to tear a single hair. With a swift turn, Airpow retaliated, sinking its long canine teeth into the zombie's eye socket, piercing directly into the brain. The second zombie was swiftly dispatched as well. Having effortlessly eliminated 2 zombies in succession, Airpow wagged its tail at Zhang Qin, as if seeking praise. Good boy, Airpow. Zhang Qin chuckled, stroking the fluffy head of Airpow, who wore an expression of sheer delight. Gathering resources, they continued on their journey. Following the markings on the map, Zhang Qin made his way towards Tianyang University. A distance of 500 meters separated them, with a street block in between. The road here was far more congested than before. Filled with cars parked tightly together, heavy trucks could hardly navigate such a thoroughfare. It seemed they would have to fight their way through, step by step. Airpow sensed the dangers of this route as well, maintaining its heightened form without a moment's relaxation. According to the map, there were 2 notable locations along this road. Point 1 was a gas station, just 200 meters ahead. Fuel, whether gasoline or diesel, was always a vital resource. It would be wise to stockpile as much as possible. Additionally, near the intersection leading to Tianyang University, there was a large shopping mall. Typically, such malls boasted restaurants, supermarkets, clothing stores, and more, undoubtedly housing a plethora of resources. In truth, Zhang Qin could have bypassed these resources to charge straight to Tianyang University to confront the creepers. However, being a cautious individual, he preferred to avoid such recklessness. If the zombies along the way were not properly dealt with, charging into the school could stir up trouble, leaving Zhang Qin trapped in a perilous predicament. A wise person would never place themselves in such danger. Therefore, it was imperative to clear out the zombies in this block before proceeding with confidence. With Airpow by his side, they advanced along the road for several dozen meters. Shadows of zombies flickered across the street. Occasionally, a zombie would wander close to shop windows before aimlessly drifting away. Employing the old strategy, they decided to confront the horde head-on. It was the perfect opportunity to test the strength gained from leveling up twice. Zhang Qin surveyed the arrangement of vehicles on the road. A large bus lay overturned, with several cars having collided nearby, blocking a significant portion of the street. and forming a natural barrier of automobiles. The gap of 7 or 8 meters appeared on the right. Zhang Chen examined the cars parked in the center of the road and pushed with all his might. The vehicles began to shift slowly. After pushing 3 or 4 cars to the right, he gripped the edge of one car and exerted force. With a loud creak, a small sedan weighing over a ton was easily overturned onto the ground. A zombie from a nearby shop was drawn by the noise. As it poked its head out, it was swiftly dispatched by Erpeo, who had been lying in wait. Zhang Chen cast a look of approval at Erpeo, then pushed another car beneath the overturned vehicle for cover, ensuring that no zombies could topple the sedan should they surge forward. Thus, a barricade of cars was established. Zhang Chen retrieved his blast shield and sharpened Tang Dao, then gracefully leaped onto the roof of a parked car. The cars along the roadside differed from those haphazardly abandoned in the middle of the street. Many of the latter still had their keys inside, left running when the disaster struck, rendering them mere heaps of unusable metal. In contrast, the roadside vehicles had been parked with the engines off, preserving some battery power. As Zhang Chen stepped onto the car's roof, the alarm blared. The piercing sound drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, who began to converge on Zhang Chen's position with guttural cries from all directions. Not lingering on the sedan, Zhang Chen sprinted a few steps and leaped onto the roof of a bus. Erpeo, lithe and agile, followed closely behind, baring its teeth as drool dripped onto the bus roof. Let us see how strong I have become. A smile crept across Zhang Chen's face. The earlier feat of lifting the sedan had bolstered his confidence immensely. In this world, the density of zombies was far greater than that of those in the series The Walking Dead. While the latter featured only a handful of zombies, here, dozens could appear at once. The commotion created by Zhang Chen had effortlessly attracted over 100 zombies. They surged forward like a dark, bloodthirsty tide, howling and clawing. During the day, zombies could not climb. The first wave reached the makeshift automotive barricade, stretching their arms in a futile attempt to grasp Zhang Chen. The zombies behind them trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing to wail. Wave after wave crashed against the steel wall of cars, with each subsequent surge elevating the height of the undead. After 4 or 5 waves, the first zombie managed to climb onto the bus. Let me handle this. You watch my back, Zhang Chen instructed Erpeo. Strangely enough, despite their brief time together, they exhibited remarkable synergy. Erpeo seemed to comprehend Zhang Chen's words, instinctively positioning itself behind him to ward off any zombies attempting to flank them. Die. With a swift motion, Zhang Chen swung his Tang Dao at a zombie's head. With a clean slice, he severed the skull with ease, as if cutting through a watermelon. Astonished by his newfound strength, Zhang Chen could hardly believe it. At that moment, 3 additional zombies charged forth. With a horizontal slash, their heads fell to the ground, their headless bodies staggering forward a few paces before collapsing. Was it truly this simple to dispatch zombies? Enthralled by the thrill of battle, Zhang Chen surged ahead, using his blast shield to deflect 2 zombies with a slight push, sending them crashing to the ground several meters away. With his right hand wielding the Tang Dao, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, sending blood and flesh flying. The zombies before him offered no resistance, akin to ripe fruit before a blade. Even more astonishingly, Zhang Chen realized his reflexes had improved significantly. Although he found himself in the midst of the horde, he could effortlessly evade the zombies charging from multiple directions and deliver lethal blows. What felt like slow motion to him appeared as if he were gliding through the throng. An ethereal presence darting among the zombies thought he struck left and right, confounding the undead, who could not anticipate his movements. Wherever he went, zombies either met their demise or were sent soaring through the air. Utterly powerless, seeing Zhang Chen plunge into the horde, Erpeo let out a bark and followed suit. Some zombies, still partially intact from Zhang Chen's earlier strikes, were swiftly finished off by Erpeo. Their coordination was impeccable. After a brief but intense skirmish, the street lay strewn with the corpses of zombies and scattered remains. Zhang Chen remained remarkably composed, his face devoid of any flush and his breath steady, as if he had not yet reached the peak of his excitement. Blood pooled into a small stream, cascading down the blade of his Tang knife and dripping steadily onto the ground. The zombies before him had all been dispatched. Yet, Erpang began to bark ferociously at a distant restaurant. Is something amiss? Following Erpang's gaze, Zhang Chen observed that the glass doors of the establishment were densely packed with zombies, akin to commuters in a morning rush, jostling against one another, countless hands and faces pressed against the glass, creating a truly horrifying scene. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past the restaurant's window, and in an instant, the glass door shattered. A mass of zombies tumbled to the ground, entwined with one another. A grotesque creature, its limbs on the ground, stepped onto the heap of zombies, emitting a chilling wail that echoed like a woman's anguished cry under extreme torment. Is this the crawler? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, originally intending to confront this creature at Tianyang University, yet here it was before him. It seemed there were more of these things than he initially thought. Air Pang sensed danger, baring his teeth and positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Chen. Leave this creature to me. You handle those bothersome, ordinary zombies, Zhang Chen commanded. Woof, howl. Air Pang reluctantly stepped aside. This creature was a warrior at heart. The more zombies or formidable foes it encountered, the more exhilarated it became, eager to join the fray. The crawler, too, had spotted Zhang Chen, its head twisting to reveal an expression that was neither laughter nor tears. Whoosh! The crawler charged swiftly towards Zhang Chen, its powerful limbs effortlessly cleaving through the chest of the zombies beneath it. So fast, as Zhang Chen raised his shield, the crawler was already upon him. A resounding thud echoed as the tremendous force sent Zhang Chen staggering back 2 steps. The crawler experienced the same recoil but felt no pain. Upon landing, it unleashed a flurry of clawed attacks, its sharp talons slicing through the air just inches from Zhang Chen's face, the gusts stinging his skin. Indeed, this was a formidable opponent. No wonder an entire survivor squad had fallen to this one creature. Zhang Chen continued to retreat a couple of steps, frustrated by Zhang Chen's effortless blocks and evasions. The crawler grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, it seized Zhang Chen's shield with both hands, its neck stretching out over the top. A terrifyingly grotesque face loomed before Zhang Chen. It let out a piercing shriek that assaulted Zhang Chen's eardrums, momentarily disorienting him and causing his left hand to loosen. The shield was snatched away by the crawler. Sensing Zhang Chen's loss of defense, it lunged forward with its elongated claws aimed at his neck. The talons, over 10 centimeters long, could easily slice through flesh, let alone grasp his throat, just as the crawler seemed poised to strike. Zhang Chen swiftly raised his left hand, intercepting the attack with a firm grip on the crawler's wrist. The claws were mere centimeters from his neck, yet despite the crawler's desperate efforts, its fingers could not advance an inch. Is this all you can muster? No wonder they say I can easily defeat you in open spaces. It must be that your sound waves create echoes in confined areas. Indeed, had that last attack occurred within a building, the echoes would have inflicted multiple injuries, incapacitating survivors for an extended period. Even the strongest survivor would falter against you under such circumstances. Alas, you lack the intelligence of a human, Zhang Chen remarked coolly. He refrained from immediate retaliation, opting instead for a defensive stance to ascertain the crawler's true capabilities. Understanding its attack patterns and combat characteristics would enhance his odds of victory in future encounters within confined spaces. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. The crawler, of course, could not comprehend Zhang Chen's words. It merely felt as though its wrist was encased in stone and was unable to move. It emitted another shrill cry, but this time, Zhang Chen offered it no chance. Just as the scream began, he swung his tang knife, severing the crawler's head cleanly. What a nuisance. Whoosh, the head fell, yet the crawler did not perish entirely. Its legs propelled it towards Zhang Chen's chest with enough force to easily eviscerate a zombie. A threat not to be underestimated, still not dead. The crawler's central nervous system resided not in its brain, but rather in its spine. Only by destroying the spine could it be truly vanquished. Just as Zhang Chen pondered this, a notification appeared before him. Understood. He evaded the attack. The tang knife swung again. Thud. To his surprise, the crawler's body was exceptionally resilient. The knife penetrated only halfway before becoming lodged. Squeak. Despite its head being severed, some part of it continued to emit sounds. It thrashed about wildly in midair. This creature is surprisingly sturdy. Zhang Chen delivered a powerful kick to the crawler, sending it crashing to the ground, and seized the opportunity to withdraw his knife. Though beheaded, the crawler was not dead. It flailed about like a headless fly on the ground. Its sharp claws swung erratically. With a loud crash, it left 3 half-meter-long gashes on the door of a parked sedan. Zhang Chen seized the moment. Having learned from experience, he wielded the knife with both hands and struck downward with all his might, precisely along the previous incision, cleaving the crawler in two. The crawler let out a final, grotesque sound before succumbing to death. Destroying its spine was the key to annihilating this creature. Its weakness was surprisingly different from that of other zombies. Zhang Chen wiped the reddish-brown viscous fluid from his knife. At that moment, Air Pang had also concluded his battle. Although numerous zombies lurked within the restaurant, perhaps a dozen, most lay tangled on the ground, lacking effective combat capabilities. Consequently, Air Pang found the confrontation to be exceedingly effortless. Moreover, as a creature that had grown by consuming zombie flesh, it was impervious to the zombie virus. It easily dispatched the dozen or so zombies. With the battle concluded, it was time to gather the spoils. Zhang Chun first collected from the crawler. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal 5010, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus, Accelerated Fertilizer 5, Evolver Blood 1, Resilient Leather 3, Sharp Claws 2, a plethora of unfamiliar materials. Zhang Chun focused intently on each, and notifications promptly appeared. Evolver Blood is a precious material for crafting potions. It is advisable to accumulate it. Resilient Leather is a crucial ingredient for making energy armor. It is advisable to stockpile it. Sharp Claws are essential for crafting energy weapons. It is advisable to gather them. Precious potions, energy armor, and energy weapons, although Zhang Chun lacked blueprints for these items. He sensed their power would far surpass that of his current Tang knife and longbow. Next, he proceeded to collect from the other zombies. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal 9018, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Mutated Fertilizer 530, Bunny Girl Outfit 1, Baihe Brand Cigarette 62, Cash 1245, Spoiled Food 1, Clean Notebook 2, Clean Briefcase 1, Carbon Pen 6, Universal Charger 3. Zhang Chun still had sufficient space in his backpack to store all these items. By chance, he noticed an automatic vending machine by the roadside outside the restaurant. Curiously, he approached it. The vending machine, fortified to a level comparable to an ATM, would not dispense its goods without cash. Comparable to an ATM's security level. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Chun raised his fist, intending to test the sturdiness of the machine at that moment. A prompt appeared once more. The vending machine is equipped not only with a honking alarm system, but is also connected to the nearby police station and broadcasting system. If I were you, I wouldn't attempt that. Upon reading this warning, Zhang Chun withdrew his raised fist. Having just emerged victorious from a fierce battle, he deemed it unwise to confront another horde of undead. Moreover, no one could ascertain precisely how many of those crawling monstrosities lurked nearby. It was best to exercise caution. Zhang Chun examined the items within the vending machine. There were beverages, self-heating rice meals, and even a considerate addition of purified water. Various styles of instant noodles and cold noodles were also available. The selection was quite extensive. Furthermore, the prices were remarkably low. Instant noodles cost merely 50 cents. Beverages just 10 cents, and the priciest self-heating rice meal with meat was only 1.5 yuan. It seemed that the cost of living in this world was exceedingly low. Zhang Chun currently possessed over 5,000 cash in hand, which, in this realm, must be considered a substantial sum. He selected the self-heating rice meal and smoothed out a crumpled 5 yuan note before inserting it into the machine. Ding! Soon, the self-heating rice meal, accompanied by a bottle of purified water, tumbled out. Zhang Chun inspected the meal, noting the production date, June 15, 2012, with an astonishing shelf life of 20 years. Indeed, all food items in this world boasted remarkably extended expiration dates, often starting at 10 or 20 years. He stored the self-heating rice meal in his inventory and purchased a bottle of orange-flavored soda, opening it immediately and taking hearty gulps. The taste was reminiscent of Fanta from Earth, sweet and delightful. Wang Wu. Air Pang reverted to a small, fluffy bundle, gazing at Zhang Chun's drink with eager eyes, seemingly impatiently inquiring, "Is it tasty? I want to try." Zhang Chun poured the remaining soda into a plastic bag and placed it before Air Pang. The little creature exhibited complete trust in Zhang Chun, not even taking a moment to sniff before beginning to lick it eagerly. After a taste, its eyes lit up, and it licked with renewed fervor. Zhang Chun continued to buy relentlessly, quickly emptying the vending machine that he spent a little over 100 yuan in total, acquiring 20 bottles of soda, 30 bottles of purified water, 10 boxes of braised beef rice, 10 boxes of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, 10 boxes of vegetarian rice, 20 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of ready-to-eat cold noodles, and 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Perhaps it was due to the vending machines being located by the roadside, surrounded by zombies, that they remained largely untouched. Zhang Chun ventured into several nearby shops, finding all the freezers and vending machines completely ransacked, clearly consumed by the native inhabitants of this world. After dispatching the zombies on the street, Zhang Chun and Air Pang arrived beside a gas station. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a heavy truck materialized beside him. Zhang Chun opened the fuel tank and inserted the nozzle, allowing it to refuel automatically, while he explored the small convenience store within the gas station. Disappointingly, there was nothing left, only a few bottles of windshield washer fluid and engine oil scattered haphazardly across the shelves and floor. Behind the gas station's convenience store, Zhang Chun discovered 4 empty fuel containers, which he collected that he filled them with a total of 4 barrels of fuel, 2 barrels of gasoline, and 2 barrels of diesel. Although the gas station still had a fair amount of gasoline and diesel, the limited containers prevented him from storing any more. Zhang Chen circled the gas station's location on the map as a marker before proceeding to his next destination, the department store. With a sweeping gaze, he scanned the shops along the way. There were no supply boxes, only a few scattered zombies. However, given the recent commotion, they had not emerged, indicating they were trapped and unable to escape. There was no cause for concern. Zhang Chen turned his attention to the brightly lit mall, and once again, a prompt appeared. There are multiple Type 2 mutated zombies within. Proceed with caution. A Level 2 supply box is located in the gym on the 3rd floor. Multiple Type 2 mutated zombies. Zhang Chen noted that the prompt referred specifically to Type 2 mutated zombies, not merely crawlers. This suggested that Type 2 mutated zombies came in various forms, with crawlers being just one type. Moreover, there was a Level 2 supply box inside. For the sake of that supply box, it was worth a try. Zhang Chen once again drew his shield, and Tang Dao, cautiously stepping inside as Air Pang approached the entrance of the mall. It sensed the lingering scent of danger, its form instantly swelling as it followed Zhang Chen inside. The automatic glass doors of the mall bore bloodstains, and the ground was marked with trails of crimson. Yet, surprisingly, the first-floor lobby was devoid of zombies. It was eerily quiet, save for the mall's melodious music echoing incessantly. Zhang Chen's soft footsteps and the sound of Air Pang's hefty paws patting the ground were the only other noises. Where had all the zombies gone? Zhang Chen felt a flicker of confusion. If dozens, or even hundreds, of zombies had surged forth upon opening the door, he would have felt more at ease. Such would be the norm. But now, with not a single zombie in sight, he grew increasingly vigilant. Hey! Zhang Chen suddenly shouted, striking the cosmetics counter with his shield. With a loud crash, the entire counter collapsed, glass shattering everywhere. Such a noise should have drawn zombies. Yet still, none appeared. Were there truly no zombies? Zhang Chen shouted again. Roar! Air Pang echoed, but silence ensued. Perhaps the mall's music was too loud, drowning out the sounds of the undead. Despite Zhang Chen straining his senses, he detected no unusual sounds. There was no way this place could be devoid of zombies. But where had they all gone? Zhang Chen and Air Pang circled the 1st floor. Here was the cosmetics counter, surely. In the apocalypse, no one would still be concerned with makeup. However, skincare products and perfumes would likely still hold market value for trade purposes. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Foundation 75. Skincare products 120, perfume 40. Various lipsticks 1255, makeup remover 112, cash 5345, counterstaff uniform 3. After gathering a considerable haul, Zhang Chen took the elevator to the 2nd floor. Haha. Awuh. Ugh. As soon as he stepped onto the 2nd floor, he was met with the chilling cacophony of zombies howling in unison. A mass of undead crowded at the entrance of a children's education center, golden light spilling from within. In the illuminated glow, the zombies appeared as a dense swarm of shadows, their countless hands dancing against the glass, creating a terrifying scene. So, where had all the zombies gone? Zhang Chen realized with clarity. Perhaps survivors inside had drawn the zombies' attention. Combined with the mall's music interfering, preventing the undead from being lured by the sounds below, it was time to take action. Zhang Chen brandished his Tang Dao and swiftly charged forward. Air Pang took another route. Lunging alongside him, as a level 1 awakened with dual talents, Zhang Chen cut through the ordinary zombies as if slicing through vegetables. The zombies had no chance to approach. In terms of strength, he was utterly dominant. With Air Pang assisting, they swiftly dispatched the horde of zombies. Collection, congratulations on acquiring Energy Crystal 24-5, Energy Evolution Talent Bonus, Mutated Fertilizer 140. Clean Fabric 60, Cash 827, Shopping Guide Map 1. Storage Ring Fragments 12, Broken Baseball Bat 1, and a Dull Kitchen Knife 1. Once again, it is a collection of peculiar items. The damaged goods are of no use, and Zhang Chen simply discarded them onto the ground. He then took out the shopping guide map and glanced at it. The mall comprises 5 floors. The basement is a food street. The 1st floor features cosmetics and maternal infant products. The 2nd floor consists of clothing, footwear, and children's education. The 3rd floor is dedicated to fitness equipment and bedding, while the 4th floor houses restaurants. He decided to keep the clothing and footwear, as he needed to change his attire almost daily after battling zombies. The blood from the zombies is impossible to wash out. Furniture and bedding are also necessities, making it a perfect opportunity for a thorough scavenging. Zhang Chen refrained from opening the door to the children's education section, aware that survivors were likely inside. However, Encountering strangers could lead to awkwardness. What if they insisted on joining him? He couldn't simply kill them for seeking a team. Zhang Chen is no maniac. It is best to avoid interactions. Zhang Chen possesses the skill of a clothing master, allowing him to create any clothing he has gathered. Thus, he went directly to the clothing store and recycled all the garments into clean fabric for storage. There was even a lingerie store. He collected from there too. The fabric from lingerie is scant, yielding fewer resources. However, the odd styles significantly increased. A high-end suit store, recycled, in the face of the system's recycling. Nearly all clothing is calculated by area, regardless of their usual price. They all turn into mere cabbages at this moment. An outdoor supplies store. Intrigued, Zhang Chen stepped inside. The store contained tents, sleeping bags, portable tables, and chairs. Additionally, there were searchlights for night use in the wilderness and a 5-piece dining set for outdoor meals. These items are quite practical. Zhang Chen collected a children's tent and, upon testing, acquired clean fabric 50. Tents can also yield fabric. However, in Zhang Chen's crafting list, there is no option for a children's tent. This means tents can be gathered but cannot be crafted afterward. He decided to toss everything directly into his storage space. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a windproof and moisture-proof tent 30, moisture-proof picnic mat 50, sleeping bag 25, outdoor lighting equipment 10, outdoor barbecue utensils 10, outdoor barbecue 5-piece set 20, night vision goggles 5, and a 100x zoom telescope 5. Fishing rod 20. The 48-slot storage space is delightful. With so many items stored, coupled with previous collections, they only occupy 34 slots. Even with the remaining 14 slots, there are still ample spaces available. This is equivalent to an ordinary survivor's storage ring. After thoroughly scouring the second floor, Zhang Chen finally took the elevator to the third floor. According to the prompt, there is a level 2 supply box in the gym on the third floor. Moreover, several Type 2 mutated zombies are lurking within the mall. There were none encountered on the first and second floors, so they are likely hiding on the third floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, the nauseating stench of blood grew increasingly potent. Cough, cough, cough. That familiar sound, it is a crawler. As soon as Zhang Chen set foot on the third floor, he abruptly turned and swung his weapon, whoosh, with all his might. He cleaved the leaping crawler in two. Its grotesque head bore a twisted expression, seemingly caught between a smile and a grimace. Its mouth agape. It perished before even emitting a sound wave of attack. Cough, cough, cough. Another crawler. Is this their lair? Zhang Chen raised his shield to protect himself, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He noticed 3 crawlers sprawled on the floor, walls, and ceiling of the corridor directly opposite him. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had just fought with remarkable efficiency. He had hardly made a sound, perfectly masking it with the mall's music. The 3 crawlers remained oblivious to his presence, aimlessly crawling about. Occasionally, they frantically clawed at the ceiling, sending debris cascading to the ground. In the direction behind him stood a female zombie with disheveled hair, facing sideways. This particular zombie was evidently different from the ordinary ones, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with greenish-blue skin and a protruding abdomen. One could faintly discern something rolling beneath her skin. Type 2 mutated zombie, the insect breeder, capable of spewing highly corrosive venom and crawling with its body covered in corrosive substances. If I were you, I'd certainly keep my distance from such a creature. Hiss. Zhang Chen inhaled sharply, as this situation was beyond his expectations. Not only were there 4 Type 2 mutated zombies, but he had also encountered a new breed. And it appeared rather formidable. Engaging in reckless combat is not Zhang Chen's style. He crouched at the elevator entrance, meticulously observing the surrounding environment. Fortunately, not far from the stairway, there was the gym, the very place housing the level 2 supply box. Zhang Chen was acutely aware that his purpose for visiting the mall was not to battle mutated zombies, seeking thrills. His goal had always been to grow stronger and gather resources. If he could silently acquire the supply box and retreat safely, that would be nothing short of perfect. With this thought, Zhang Chen gently patted the robust body of Air Pang. The latter, understanding, instantly transformed into the state of a small wolf cub. The smaller the size, the less likely it is to be detected by zombies. Zhang Chen held his breath and stealthily entered the gym. His hand was poised to close the glass door when suddenly a prompt appeared again. Zhang Chen glanced above the glass door. Indeed, a wind chime hung there. This is a common tactic employed by various shops. Every time someone enters or exits, it produces a sound, alerting the front desk staff to attend to or bid farewell to guests. The sound of such a wind chime is particularly crisp and pleasant, with strong sound penetration. If inadvertently triggered, the consequences could be dire. Thankfully, the prompt appeared. Zhang Qin's heart raced with anxiety. He slowly stood up, exerted a slight force, and severed the wind chime's string. He then wrapped it in his clothing and gently placed it on the table. He quietly closed the door. Through the glass, he observed that the mutated zombies had not noticed anything amiss. Zhang Chun let out a sigh of relief. The mall's music, combined with the soundproofing of the glass door, ensured that even if he made some noise, he would not be discovered. Zhang Chun circumvented the front desk and proceeded directly to the equipment area. These fitness machines were currently the least useful items. With energy crystals, one can rapidly enhance physical attributes. Who would waste considerable effort on exercising? The equipment area contained no supply boxes. The treadmill section lacked any supply boxes. Zhang Chen walked straight into the bathing area. Ultimately, he found a level 2 supply box in the women's restroom. It was a large box, appearing jet black with mysterious pattern lines etched upon it. As soon as his hand rested on the supply box, a prompt popped up. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes or no? Yes. The box responded accordingly. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a Talent Crystal 1. Design Blueprint for Resilient Beginner Energy Armor 1 and High Quality Pet Food 1. Talent Crystal. Using it grants 1 talent point. In the case of dual talents, each talent receives 1 point. Design Blueprint for Resilient Beginner Energy Armor. Requires Energy Crystal 200. Tough Leather 20. Clean Fabric 500. Resilient Beginner Energy Armor. Automatically envelopes the body in the presence of danger, absorbing fall damage from heights of up to 50 meters and equivalent impact damage. Reduces other damage by 20. High-quality pet food. Using it accelerates the growth of pets, effective only for pets before reaching adulthood, not including adulthood. Wow, is this what a level 2 supply box contains? The items within are a world apart from those in a level 1 supply box. Erpang gazed longingly at the high-quality pet food Zhang Qin held, salivating at the mere scent. He placed his 2 front legs on Zhang Qin's lap, stretching his neck just to be closer to the delectable food. His tail wagged like a fan. All right, you can have it now. Zhang Qin opened the box of rations and placed it on the ground. Erpang, filled with excitement, dashed forward, eager to bury his entire head in the box. With his head lowered, he began to munch away, oblivious to everything around him. Zhang Qin then picked up a talent crystal. A small red gem. With a slight pressure from his fingers, the crystal shattered instantly. A surge of energy flowed through his finger and into his body. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1 talent point in the direction of genetic evolution. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1 talent point in the direction of energy evolution. Subsequently, Zhang Qin glanced at the second row of talents. The talent tree requires the first row to be illuminated before the second row can be activated. In the second row, there are 2 talents to choose from in each of these directions. The 2 talents for genetic evolution are Spirit Reflection 03, enhances evasion, speed, and reaction time by 33. Skill, Fury 01, significantly boosts all attributes for a short duration while reducing damage taken by 30. The duration and increased attribute scale with the survivor's level. The 2 talents for energy evolution are Skill, Energy Strike 01, unleashes a powerful energy ray from your hand to obliterate enemies. Damage depends on the energy core capacity required for the survivor's upgrades. The higher the capacity, the greater the damage dealt. Wealthy and Prosperous 03 increases the yield of non-special item resources collected by 20. With an initial bonus of 20 also applying to other resources. At this moment, Zhang Qin had 1 talent point in each of these 2 evolutionary directions. Under such circumstances, there was simply no other choice. Was there? Directly selecting both skills would be quite advantageous. Indeed. Upgrade talent. Skill. Energy Strike. Upgrade talent. Skill. Fury. In an instant, 2 streams of energy, 1 red and 1 blue, surged into Zhang Qin's body. When he opened his eyes again, a fierce glint flashed across his gaze. At this moment, on the inner side of his left wrist, a small intertwining line of red and blue appeared. It measured only about 1 centimeter in length. This line represented his talent. Survivors focused on genetic evolution bore red lines on their wrists, while those oriented towards energy evolution displayed blue lines. Zhang Qin's wrist, however, showcased a red and blue intertwined line. As more talents were illuminated, the line would grow longer and the patterns more intricate. At this time, Erpang had also finished the high-grade pet food. What had initially been a small, fluffy creature had now grown noticeably larger. Its body measured a substantial 30 to 40 centimeters in length. With a vigorous wag of its tail, it struck Zhang Qin's calf with considerable force. The pet information immediately updated. Pet name, Erpang Battle Pet Type. Mutated Energy Beast. Howling Moon Wolf King Growth Stage. Juvenile 1 Stage Preferred Food. Meat. Zombies, mutated animals, mutated insects, skills, doubling combat. Upon entering battle, its size, strength, speed, and mass will exponentially increase. Wild Call can summon 2 Howling Moon Wolf pups to join the fray. The pups will vanish after the battle concludes. It can summon companions too? Zhang Chen smiled slightly. He had not expected this creature to be quite reliable. With this, it would be a 4-on-4 battle, at least in terms of numbers. Let's go and see how our newfound strength measures up. Zhang Chen waved his hand. Erpang shook off the fur on its body, and suddenly, its size expanded several dozen times. Previously, in its doubled state, it had been comparable to a large hunting dog such as a golden retriever or an Alaskan Malamute. However, after this latest transformation, it had grown to the size of a small car. Its stature was akin to that of a robust male lion. Roar. Erpang lowered its head and rubbed against Zhang Chen's shoulder. Signifying its submission, the duo arrived at the entrance of the GYM.AT. That moment, 3 crawlers had stealthily approached. Point 1 was perched on the roof outside, another on the ground, and the third was at the stairway. Voraciously gnawing on the corpse of a crawler that Zhang Chen had slain, the music in the mall grew louder, becoming somewhat raucous, which agitated the mutated zombies, while the increased noise was beneficial. As Zhang Chen had now gained 2 additional skills, enhancing his chances against these mutated zombies, caution was paramount. The fewer mutated zombies he faced at once, the lower his injury rate and the higher his safety margin. Even now, as an awakened, Zhang Chen still lacked immunity to the zombie virus, compelling him to exercise utmost vigilance. Erpang, I'll leave the one on the ground to you. I'll handle the one on the roof. Zhang Chen gently patted Erpang's sturdy back. Woof. Erpang wagged its tail. In its doubled state, the power of that tail was formidable. A few casual swings against Zhang Chen's arm elicited a sharp sting. Let us go, Zhang Chen commanded. Erpang charged forth first, its speed significantly enhanced. Its massive form smashed through the glass door, and its enormous paw struck the crawler's back with tremendous force. Crack. The crawler on the roof took notice of Erpang. Preparing to attack, Zhang Chen activated the skill Fury. Instantly, he felt like he had been injected with a stimulant. His pupils dilated, pores opened, and a surge of furious energy erupted from within. Ah! Zhang Chen leaped. Soaring 4 to 5 meters in distance, with a swift slice of his Tang Dao, he cleaved the rooftop crawler in half, a decisive kill. At that moment, the crawler at the elevator also became aware of Zhang Chen's presence. Screeching as it charged forward, simultaneously, the long-eared monster, the bug breeder, slowly turned its face towards Zhang Chen. It bore a visage that seemed to be melting away. The skin sagged as if it were about to drip, and its oversized mouth stretched grotesquely to the roots of its ears. It was utterly repulsive. Squish. Though the bug breeder moved slowly, it could attack from a distance. It opened its mouth and spewed forth a glob of sticky liquid, hurling it towards Zhang Chen. Just what I needed. Zhang Chen sidestepped, evading the crawler's assault. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the crawler's legs and yanked it backward, shielding himself from the bug breeder. Splash, the green, viscous corrosive liquid splattered onto the crawler. Squeak. The crawler emitted a series of high-pitched cries. Wisps of green smoke began to rise from its back. Clearly, this corrosive substance was highly damaging. If it were to make contact with skin, the consequences would be dire. If one thought it was merely corrosive liquid being spat out, they would be mistaken. The substance contained bugs. The bug breeder's name was not without reason. A prompt appeared once more. Bugs. Zhang Chen kicked forcefully, sending the crawler flying over 10 meters. The effects of fury were exhilarating. Zhang Chen felt his combat prowess elevate to a new level. These crawlers were nothing more than playthings before him. As the crawler was sent flying, a small 4-legged creature crawled out from its back. It had been poised to ambush Zhang Chen, but the force of the blow had sent it skidding across the ground for several meters. The ground was marked with a deep green slime. The bug was dead. This small creature not only moved swiftly but was also covered in corrosive liquid. Even a slight touch could be detrimental. Fortunately, its body was exceedingly fragile, making it easy to eliminate. Gurgle, gurgle. The bug breeder spat out 2 more globs of green liquid. Without the crawler as a shield, Zhang Chen quickly darted forward, covering another 5 to 6 meters in a flash. He deftly evaded the corrosive attack. Zhang Chen chose not to use his blast shield to defend, deeming it unworthy. If the shield failed to withstand the corrosive substance, it would mean he had willingly sacrificed a piece of armor. Confronting such ranged attackers, dodging was preferable whenever possible. Shields were to be employed only in dire circumstances. 2 blobs of liquid struck the wall and the ground respectively. Soon, smoke and bubbling began to emanate from the marble surface, and within moments, a large pit was forming due to the corrosion. Following this, 2 palm-sized, spider-like green bugs emerged from the surface, rapidly scuttling towards Zhang Chen. Their bodies were coated in corrosive liquid, leaving a trail of corrosive footprints in their wake. These foes were indeed troublesome. Zhang Chun swiftly approached the newly risen crawler. With a sudden and fierce strike, he swung his blade down. Before the adversary could react, its body was cleaved in two. Although the venomous insects moved with remarkable speed, their diminutive size rendered them unable to catch up with Zhang Chun. Goa! Another blob of viscous liquid splattered, this time upon the glass wall of the gym. Instantly corroding a gaping hole, the venomous insect plummeted into the gym, and shortly thereafter, it managed to erode the glass and crawl out. A swift resolution was imperative. The number of these insects was rapidly increasing. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would become. Utilizing his skill, Energy Strike, with a mere thought, a brilliant blue light erupted from his left palm. Subsequently, a shockwave, reminiscent of the Kamehameha from Dragon Ball, surged forth from his hand, striking the belly of the insect progenitor. Ziz bang, splurt. The insect progenitor burst apart like a ruptured water balloon, splattering corrosive liquid everywhere. The entire mall became enveloped in a pungent, acrid odor. With the demise of the insect progenitor, the venomous insects that had trailed Zhang Chun screeched and fell lifeless to the ground, all collapsing on their backs. It turned out that eliminating the mother insect resulted in the death of all its offspring. What a relief! Zhang Chun had previously worried that if he encountered multiple insect progenitors, they could effortlessly spew forth dozens of untouchable venomous insects, which would surely spell doom. The battle on Zhang Chun's side had concluded, and Air Pow's skirmish was nearing its end as well. He was accompanied by 2 multiplied howling moonwolf cubs, with 3 wolves besieging the crawler. The latter had both arms bitten off, and one leg was nowhere to be found, its body riddled with wounds. The 3 howling moonwolves fiercely contended to tear apart the crawler's remains. After a fierce struggle, with a resounding rip, the crawler was brutally torn into 3 pieces, its spine shattered into segments. This was hardly a battle. It resembled more of a hunt led by Air Pow with his 2 little companions, now sharing the spoils. Witnessing the crawler's demise, Zhang Chun suddenly felt a twinge of pity for it. The combat was over. In this fierce confrontation, Zhang Chun and Air Pow had collectively vanquished 4 crawlers, including the one eliminated at the elevator, and 1 insect progenitor. Collecting the spoils. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Core 26052, Accelerated Fertilizer 25, Evolver Blood 5, Resilient Leather 12, Sharp Claws 8, Corrosion Resistant Leather 2, Corrosive Essence 1. A significant profit, an absolute windfall. The energy cores acquired from dispatching these few mutated Type 2 zombies equated to the defeat of 500 to 600 zombies. What remarkable efficiency. Zhang Chun checked his upgrade status. 522,802. The current energy cores had only accumulated 13, necessary for leveling up. Nonetheless, this was already quite impressive. Today marked his ascent of 2 levels. If he continued to eliminate a substantial number of mutated Type 2 zombies, he believed he would soon progress to the initial stage of an awakened being, Phase 2. Zhang Chun and Air Pow then strolled around the 4th floor. There was no need for prompts. Merely observing Air Pow's demeanor indicated whether there were zombies nearby. At this moment, Air Pow had reverted to the size of a small yellow dog, eagerly sniffing around, exuding an air of leisure as if on a vacation. Judging by this behavior, it was evident there were no zombies in the vicinity. Indeed, the 4th floor was devoid of any zombies. Many shop doors bore spray-painted markings, and the kitchens were completely empty. A profusion of red mushrooms sprouted from spoiled rice and flour, covering the walls and floors. These bulk foods, once exposed to the air, would be overrun by these toxic mushrooms. After thoroughly searching the mall, Zhang Chun and Air Pow leisurely descended the escalator. The mall could indeed serve as a shelter, given its ample space capable of accommodating many people. The only drawback was the absence of beds. Sleeping on the cold floor would undoubtedly be a grueling experience. As the escalator descended to the 2nd floor, they encountered a group of survivors wielding various weapons, their faces painted with terror. Some had even collapsed to the ground, pale as death, as if they had seen a ghost. As the elevator continued its slow descent, Zhang Chun could finally see several survivors in the distance. Even at the entrance of a nearby educational institution, a few girls clung to the doorframe, resembling startled fawns, ready to flee indoors at the slightest disturbance. Am I truly that terrifying? Zhang Chun cast a baffled glance at the crowd, then slowly descended the elevator to the 1st floor. Are you human or a zombie? A man at the forefront, pale as a sheet, mustered the courage to ask. Zhang Chun did not respond, quietly making his way to the exit. It seemed he was indeed human. Impossible. He had descended from the 3rd floor, where we are all too familiar with what lurks above. Indeed, we were originally over 20 strong. unafraid of the ordinary zombies on the 4th floor. Yet on the 3rd floor, a single monster slaughtered over 10 of us. There are at least 3 or 4 monsters still up there. And a long-haired monster. Just recalling it sends shivers down my spine. How could this man have come down unscathed? This is inconceivable. Could it be he killed all the monsters above? Upon uttering this, the faces of everyone were filled with astonishment. This is utterly impossible. Brother Su had already reached the pinnacle of human capability. Yet he couldn't even endure for a minute before being torn apart. Are you suggesting that this man has surpassed the limits of humanity? Brother Su was aided by our collective efforts to slay zombies. And we pooled all the energy cores to elevate him to the human limit. How could an ordinary survivor level up so quickly on his own? While the group was conversing, someone had stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor, only to return with a ghastly pallor. It's true, the 3rd floor bore the marks of battle, along with greenish remnants of flesh. The newcomer spoke gravely. Greenish remnants of flesh? Could it be from that green monster? A chorus of gasps erupted. The individual reluctantly nodded, stating, "Indeed, only that monster has green skin. If it's not its flesh, whose could it be? Furthermore, the entire mall is sealed off. And these monsters couldn't possibly vanish into thin air. The only conclusion is that the man we just saw used overwhelming might to eliminate all the monsters, and he reduced that green monster to mush reduced to mush. Could it be he already possesses superhuman abilities? It is utterly unimaginable how he achieved this. I believe we should follow this powerful individual and have him lead us. Precisely. With his protection, we would be much safer." Several girls chimed in enthusiastically. They unanimously resolved to seek Zhang Chen's allegiance. The others were somewhat at a loss. Ever since the team's leader, Brother Su, had fallen, the group had remained disjointed, with anxiety rampant. Everyone longed for a strong leader to guide them. "Quick, let us go after that great one," someone urged urgently. The swift-footed survivor immediately dashed down the escalator. Moments later, he returned, a look of disappointment on his face, saying, "The great one has already vanished without a trace." Moreover, what's more alarming is that the entire street outside has been cleared of zombies. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left dumbfounded, simultaneously filled with immense regret. How could they have let such a powerful ally slip away so easily? They had even questioned whether he was human or monster. What a ridiculous thought process. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Having exited the mall, Zhang Chen stood atop a bus, gazing toward Tianyang University, now merely a street away from his location. However, what astonished Zhang Chen was the sheer, staggering number of zombies congregated at Tianyang University, a density so overwhelming it sent shivers down his spine. These undead creatures swayed through the campus, jostling against one another, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere with little room to maneuver. At first glance, it resembled a tide of black engulfing the area, amidst the throngs of ordinary zombies. There were also the ominous figures of crawlers and insect breeders. Occasionally, a massive silhouette towering over 3 meters could be spotted, though it lingered behind the teaching building, revealing only a portion of its arm. It was unmistakably human in form, yet considerably larger, with sinewy veins bulging as if its muscles were on the verge of bursting. Just by observing that arm, Zhang Chen deduced that this creature's strength far surpassed that of the crawlers and insect breeders. If any other survivor were to witness such a sight, they would likely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, a greedy smile crept across Zhang Chen's lips. To him, these were all energy cores, resources scattered abundantly, capable of enhancing his power. Acquiring such a wealth of resources in one go would not be an easy feat. He had to make the most of it. Zhang Chen instinctively glanced towards the entrance of Tianyang University. Suddenly, his gaze faltered. The security booth at the entrance lay in ruins, reduced to mere fragments of walls. Exposed rebar jutted out into the air. A crawler was crawling along the edge of the debris. Could Zhao Xia be dead? Zhang Chen's heart jolted. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhao Xia, are you there? Qingge, Zhao Xia was alive. A wave of relief washed over Zhang Chen. Then it dawned on him that such a large institution would certainly have multiple entrances and exits. Therefore, there must be more than one security booth. Zhao Xia must have taken refuge in another one. Indeed. Zhang Chen scrutinized the destroyed security booth once more. The exposed rebar was already rusted, indicating it had been destroyed a long time ago. Moreover, given the strength of the crawler, although its claws were sharp, they were not capable of dismantling steel and concrete structures. What's the matter? Zhang Chen replied. Several people were looking to purchase bows, and the ones you provided have already been reserved. I am not sure if you have any extra bows. If so, I can inform them. Furthermore, those who had placed orders had already sent their transactions. They included energy cores 10, plus ice condensing flowers 5, instant noodles in a barrel 5, bloodstained keys 10, carbonated hard materials 5, skills, basic mechanical repair plus skills, advanced electrician, basic physique potions 1 plus steel 100, when you make the transactions. Please compare them with what I sent you to avoid anyone trying to pull a fast one or skimping. I was hesitant to ask you earlier since you seemed busy. Your bows are incredibly popular right now. There are just too many inquiries. The backlog of orders has compelled me to contact you. I hope this has interrupted your affairs. Zhao Xie was remarkably organized and incredibly understanding. All right, I understand. I'll handle it once I return home. Zhongshan responded. Oh, you're still outside. Don't speak too much. Be sure to stay safe. No need to reply to this message. Just let me know when you get back. Zhao Xie said anxiously. I'm fine. I've cleared the zombies around me. How about you? Is that crawler still lurking nearby? Zhongshan inquired. I'm safe. I'm perfectly fine. I've been keeping an eye on that crawler. It's been meandering nearby. Just now, I saw it heading towards teaching building number 1. Zhao Xie replied earnestly. Good to hear you're okay. Zhongshan exhaled with relief. Though he had never met this girl and they had only known each other for a few days, he inexplicably hoped she wouldn't fall prey to the zombies. Ah, you care about me. Zhao Xie's cheeks flushed. No, I was merely asking where that creature was. Remember, in this apocalypse, no one is truly reliable. Regardless of how I may seem now, it's all a fade. Women in this world, especially beautiful ones, who trust easily are courting death. Zhongshan admonished sternly. Do you understand? Hee. Are you saying I'm beautiful? Zhao Xie replied with a sweet smile. I meant you need to protect yourself and not be so trusting of others. Can you grasp the main point here? Zhongshan said, exasperated. Got it. Don't worry, I know how to take care of myself. In fact, many pursued me back in school, but I could tell they didn't truly have my best interests at heart. However, you're different. You are special. Zhao Xie replied bashfully. All right, let us not dwell on this. I'll talk to you more when I get home. Zhongshan concluded, shutting down the chat. At this moment, the sun had begun its descent towards the horizon. With just an hour remaining before it fully set, with such limited time, clearing the sea of zombies at Tianyang University would undoubtedly be unfeasible. Instead, he ought to gather more wood. He decided to utilize the night hours to craft more bows. With this thought, Zhongshan fixed his gaze upon the rows of trees lining the roadside and began to gather. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained wood 7, budding branches 2. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained wood 5, budding branches 1. He continued to gather until the sun was about to disappear, finally returning to his apartment. Zhongshan had amassed a total of wood 356, budding branches 177, upon returning home. The first thing Zhongshan did was remove the clothes stained with zombie blood. Recycling them for a yield of clean fabric 5, he then utilized his skill, tailoring master to craft a new set of athletic wear. Afterward, he retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Washing away the sweat from his body, he then retrieved a bottle of carbonated drink and pulled several ice cubes from the refrigerator, pouring them into a glass, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window on the 8th floor. Zhongshan gazed out at the desolate city. He took a leisurely sip of the chilled beverage. Ah, how refreshing. Stretching with pleasure, he mused that hunting zombies had become akin to a 9-to-5 job. The chubby dog had battled all day and was now utterly exhausted. Despite its formidable combat prowess when amplified, it remained, at heart, just a little dog. At this moment, it lay curled up at Zhongshan's feet. Deep in slumber, occasionally smacking its lips as if dreaming of delectable treats. Zhongshan glanced at the time. Mere seconds remained until the street lights were set to illuminate. He relished the moment when the city would come alive with light, granting him the illusion that civilization had not yet completely perished. Yet, as time ticked away, the streetlights did not flicker to life. With the sky growing darker, the entire world descended into an abyss of darkness. Tonight marked the waning crescent moon. The moon was already dim, and the sudden blackout plunged the entire city into an impenetrable blackness, observing the inky void before him. Zhongshan realized that the phrase unable to see one's hand in front of them was not an exaggeration but a stark reality. In former times, even when the lights within the community extinguished, the streetlights would cast some illumination, reflecting light into the sky, creating the illusion that the night was not entirely devoid of visibility. Even when traversing shadowy paths, one could still discern the way, albeit faintly. It was only now, with all lights extinguished, that Zhongshan comprehended the true terror of darkness. His hand hovered approximately half a meter from his eyes. Yet he could see nothing. The electric curtains and refrigerator have both ceased to function. Due to the power outage, the water pump has also stopped operating, leaving the faucet dry, with not a single drop of water flowing. The eerie and dissonant cries of the zombies resonate loudly in the darkness of the night, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Zhongshan retrieved a powerful flashlight from his storage space, setting it upright on the table to cast a brilliant beam onto the ceiling. The room was suddenly illuminated. This technique was a little trick he had discovered during his childhood play. By directing the flashlight to a specific spot, it indeed produced a bright glow, while other areas remained shrouded in darkness. This method allowed for a more even distribution of light, creating a softer ambience. Fortunately, Zhang Chen had already cooked the frozen beef in advance. There was no need to prepare a meal now. He could simply take it out and enjoy hot food. After finishing the beef, he opened the chat channel. The conversation was ablaze with survivors discussing the power outage, as the absence of electricity heightened their feelings of insecurity. Thus, there was an urgent need to alleviate this tension through conversation. Today, the chat channel was livelier than ever. Wow, my power is out. Is yours down too? We're all in the same regional chat channel. It is likely we're all experiencing the outage. I'm on the rooftop, and I can see that the entire city is plunged into darkness as far as the eye can see. I live on the 45th floor, and I spent the last couple of days clearing zombies from the elevator, intentionally leading the ones in the corridor to the safe passage. This is the end for me. I am in a mall, completely windowless, relying solely on indoor lighting. Now that the power is out, even during the day, it's pitch black in here. This is too frustrating. I just exchanged for 2 bowls of instant noodles in the auction channel, intending to enjoy a steaming hot meal, and now I can only nibble on them dry. I envy you for having food. I've been starving for 2 days. I'm in a bookstore. And I used to read novels to distract myself from the hunger, but now it's like being blind, and my hearing has become so acute that I can hear my stomach growling. It is so dark. I'm terrified. Can someone please chat with me all night? I don't dare to sleep. Well, if zombies rush in, I want to even know where they are. At least I want to be afraid when I die. Hey. Don't scare me. I've locked my door tight. The zombies should be able to get in, right? Guan Xin, where are you? Message me immediately if you see this. Zheng Hao, welcome to the survivor camp. Everyone, we have emergency lighting equipment, a fully armed combat team, and supplies of food and water at the stadium. Zheng Hao wasted no time in promoting his camp. Emergency lighting equipment. Upon seeing this phrase, Zhang Chen suddenly recalled that he had a diesel generator in his storage space. This device, along with several barrels of gasoline and diesel that Zheng Hao had recently exchanged with him, was a valuable asset. In times of power outages, the worth of a diesel generator is surpassed only by food and water. Zhang Chen had acquired 2 of them with such ease, and it was likely that Zheng Hao was regretting his decision immensely. Now, the survivors' pursuit of light was second only to food and water. Consequently, the prices of generators and various energy sources had skyrocketed. Zhang Chen had truly struck gold. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen then opened the trading channel and successfully completed the orders introduced by Zhao Xie earlier that day. These individuals had no ulterior motives. The items traded were exactly as Zhao Xie had provided. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Energy Crystal 10, Ice Condensed Flour 5, Bucket of Instant Noodles 5, Bloodstained Key 10, Carbonate Hard Material 5. Skill, Basic Mechanical Repair. Skill, Advanced Electrical Engineering, Basic Physique Potion 1. Steel 100. Zhang Chen utilized the 2 skill books. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding mechanical repair and electrical circuits flooded his mind, enhancing his cognitive agility significantly. As he surveyed the world anew, it appeared increasingly lucid. Zhang Chen, wielding the powerful flashlight, made his way to the basement, connecting the fully fueled generator to the household power grid. Start. With a thunderous roar, the diesel generator came to life, causing the lights in the corridor of building number 8 to flicker before suddenly illuminating the space. Done. The entire building number 8 radiated brightly, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness. Wow, wow, wow. Guess what I see? It's pitch black. What can you possibly see? No. I can see a room not far away that is lit up, ablaze with light. What the heck? ISNT, they're a massive power outage. How can someone still have power? I see it too, but it's too dark around to discern where it is. The survivors living there must be incredibly fortunate. Can you figure out where it is? Are you kidding? Everything is dark. I can't tell east from west. I can only see the light without any reference point, so I have no idea where it is. When there was power, I didn't dare to turn on the lights for fear of exposure. Now that it's utterly dark, I can turn on the lights without worry, but unfortunately, I have no power. I use binoculars to take a look. The big shot has a plate on the table, as if he just had meat. Plus, there's a bottle of soda next to it, and a plush, large bed. How envious. Eating meat in the apocalypse? Drinking soda? Sleeping in a big bed? This is practically a heavenly existence. While we're struggling to survive, they're simply enjoying life. I don't crave a big bed or soda. I'd be content with just a full meal. Hey, anyone of bedding? I can't even dare to dream of a mattress. It's too cold at night, and sleeping on the concrete floor is unbearable. To be honest, I've started relieving myself. The color is just like the Big Shot soda. The big shot with power is probably surprised to receive a private message from a girl. Those upstairs are too naive. Having power, food, and a bed is like having a fortune in peacetime. Do they still lack women? Big shot. If you fancy men, I'm also game. Wow, the upstairs person has disgusted me. Can't we have some dignity while alive? Standing and talking without feeling the pain of hunger. Try going 3 days without food or water and sleeping on concrete before discussing dignity with me. 110086. Zhang Chen was completely unaware that his casual actions had caused the chat channel to explode. He had connected the generator and strolled back to his bedroom leisurely, wearing slippers. Unbeknownst to him, he and his room had become the focal point of the entire channel's attention. He approached the wardrobe and opened the door, revealing several identical sets of sportswear he had made, along with a few sets of silk pajamas. Zhang Chen changed into a pair of pajamas and then casually reappeared at the window. Wow, I see the Big Shot in person, but it's too far away to make out their features. Am I seeing things? I remember the Big Shot was in sportswear, but now they're in satin pajamas? How indulgent. Wearing special pajamas to sleep. I've been wearing the same outfit for 3 days. It's unbearable. I've worn satin before. It's incredibly soft and fits like a second skin. So comfortable. Oh, how I wish I could wear it again. Now isn't the time for that. I should be thinking about what to eat tomorrow. As the crowd debated, Zhang Chen, clad in pajamas, vanished from the window once more. Having just dealt with the diesel generator, he was now reeking of diesel. He entered the bathroom for a quick shower and emerged refreshed. Building number 8, being the most luxurious in the upscale community, had its own water pump. Moreover, the Water Supply Bureau's pump was equipped with a backup power system, ensuring water was delivered to each community. However, reaching the higher floors required the cooperation of the pump. Zhang Chen was fortunate to have both, which allowed him access to water. As he dried his wet hair, he returned to the window. Upon witnessing this scene, the chat channel erupted once more. I have a rather inappropriate thought about a certain deity who decided to take a bath despite the circumstances. Is it not absurd that, even amidst a power outage, there remains water? Yet, what is even more outrageous is the notion that tap water is typically contaminated. How can one bathe in it? Indeed, I once washed my face with tap water, only to suffer from folliculitis, leaving my face swollen like that of a pig. The audacity of the individual upstairs is remarkable. Can they not see that the water is a reddish-brown hue? How can they dare to wash themselves with it? I even witnessed someone drinking urine. What is the world coming to? When pushed to the brink, what actions will one not resort to? Yet, it seems this gentleman emerged from his bath unscathed. Otherwise, his skin would have turned red by now. Could it be that this deity is bathing in purified water? This is intolerable. I cannot even access water, and he is indulging in purified bathing? This is infuriating. If it were not for the darkness obscuring my view, I dare say this brother would likely be accosted by a mob by morning. Robbery, with so many zombies lurking outside. One must first escape the premises before contemplating such acts. Moreover, with so many individuals hoarding food and water, do you genuinely believe you can rob them? The profile of this deity resembles that of a truck driver I encountered earlier. Could they be the same person? It is highly plausible that such a formidable individual has reached the peak of human capability. How terrifying. With wealth and power, how can one leave others to languish in envy? It is enough to make one explode with jealousy. Zhang Chen, standing by the window, wiped his hair and suddenly realized the curtains were still drawn. He gently pressed a switch to close them, thereby severing the live feeds from those envious souls. Only then did he begin to sift through the items within his storage ring. Some trivial knickknacks that were not urgently needed could simply be stored in his room. More significant resources, such as wood, gasoline, diesel, and energy crystals, which occupied considerable space, would remain in the storage ring. During this process of tidying up, Zhang Chen noticed 2 particular items. Point 1 was a bloodstained diary, obtained during his initial exchange with Zhao Xie. This diary would aid him in comprehending this world and its monsters better. He placed the diary on the table. It was only a little past 7. There was still ample time to read before sleep. The other item was a primary physique potion, which he had acquired from a level 1 supply box upon entering this world. At that time, he was of ordinary physique, and thanks to this potion, his combat abilities had significantly improved. Now, many days had passed since the apocalypse began. Most survivors capable of venturing out had evolved into exceptionally robust individuals. Those who could not even kill a zombie lacked the resources to trade for such potions, rendering this potion a coveted item at the start of the game, but its value had depreciated over time. Now, it was akin to a useless relic. High-tier survivors had no need for it, while low-tier survivors could not afford it. This item had become virtually worthless. Zhang Chen tapped on Zhao Siya's chat message. Are you there? The moment he sent the message, a reply came almost instantaneously. Yes. I'm here. Have you just arrived home? Zhao Siya's response was nearly instantaneous, as if she had been waiting eagerly for his message. I was so worried. The power is out, and it's pitch dark outside. I was just scared that you might be caught out there in danger, but thank heavens, you have finally made it home. Yes, I just got home. Apologies for the late reply. Zhang Chen felt a twinge of guilt at Zhao Siya's eagerness. It's nothing. The important thing is that you arrived home safely. The world's conditions are becoming increasingly dire. It's safer for me to stay indoors. You go out frequently, so please take care. Upon reading the last sentence, Zhao Siya felt it was a bit too blunt and quickly retracted it. She sent a new message. Otherwise, if something were to happen to you, and others come to me for bows and arrows, what would I give them? Zhang Chen smiled faintly, suddenly finding Zhao Siya endearingly silly. By the way, I have some items for you. Zhang Chen initiated a trade with Zhao Siya, placing a primary physique potion 1, canned beef 1, purified water 1, sanitary pads 10, and a women's sports outfit 1 in the trade window before locking it in. Zhao Siya replied, Why are you giving me so many things? Oh, you want me to help sell them, right? Zhang Chen shook his head and said, No, these are for you. For me, these items are quite valuable. Why give them to me? Zhao Siya was somewhat touched. She had managed to survive these past few days locked in the security room entirely thanks to the food and water provided by Zhang Chen. Today, she had almost lost all hope for survival. It was Zhang Chen who, at the critical moment, had given her the hope and courage to persist. At this moment, Zhao Siya was curled up in the pink bear blanket gifted by Zhang Chen. Overwhelmed with emotion, don't misunderstand. These items are not given freely. Consider it a sales commission, Zhang Chen remarked. Sales commission. Indeed. You help me sell the bows and arrows, and I give you a commission. It's only fair. Thank you. You are so kind. Zhao Siya replied, feeling both touched and elated. With meat to eat, water to drink, and clean new clothes, how could one not be happy? When she arrived in this world, she had been in an air hostess uniform, a short skirt, black, and high heels. It was terribly inconvenient for combat. She stored all of that in her storage space and changed into the new sports outfit. This feels so comfortable. Zhao Siya beamed. By the way, Chingu, I have contacted many buyers. They have offered quite favorable conditions, but I'm not sure if you have any weapons to sell. She inquired. As for longbows, I can make as many as needed. The same goes for arrows. As for the price, you can decide. The weapons you sold today are very reasonably priced. Zhang Chen sincerely praised. It must be said that Zhao Siya possessed a remarkable talent for sales. Moreover, girls naturally held an advantage when haggling with men. Sometimes, men feel that it is rather ungracious to be stingy with a delicate girl over trivial matters. Thus, Zhao Siya capitalized on this advantage, selling bows and arrows for a significantly higher price than Zhang Chen had. The orders were still pouring in. Zhang Chen was acutely aware that weapons were considered obsolete products, just like how he had acquired the blueprints for energy armor today. As survivors grew stronger, more weapon and armor blueprints would emerge, leading to a decline in the market for bows and arrows. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to make a profit while the competition was still relatively weak was undoubtedly wise. All right, I will take the initiative then. Also, if you have any other items, I can help you sell those too. I have nothing to do while stuck here, Zhao Siya offered eagerly. Let me see. Zhang Chen glanced through his storage space, then opened the trade interface. You can help me sell these items. White Egret brand cigarettes, skincare products, perfumes, tents, sleeping bags, fishing rods, outdoor tables and chairs, clean sportswear, canned luncheon meat, and purified water. Containers required. That should be about it. However, food and water can only be exchanged for energy crystals and blueprints, nothing else. The canned luncheon meat provided by Zhang Chen was not obtained from a large truck carrying beef cans. This luncheon meat was the initial food allocated to each survivor by the system. A total of 12 boxes were distributed. To be frank, the texture of this canned luncheon meat pales in comparison to that of beef. Furthermore, this item is scarce in quantity. Unlike instant noodles or similar products, which can readily be collected from supermarkets, this canned meat cannot be stacked indefinitely. As time progresses, its availability will only diminish. It occupies valuable space in the storage. It would be wiser to sell it directly, freeing up some storage space. All right, Chingu, leave it to me. I assure you that I will sell them at a good price, Zhao Siya exclaimed with great enthusiasm. She felt a sense of pride in being able to share some burdens with Zhang Chen, believing that at least she was not living off handouts. In Zhao Siya's mindset, the notion of being supported or living off others was simply inconceivable. Perhaps most women aspire to find a reliable and capable man so that they can focus solely on maintaining their beauty and do nothing else, merely existing as a decorative vase. However, Zhao Xie did not share this belief. She felt that a woman's image and physique must be preserved, but she also had to contribute to her partner's burdens. Otherwise, she would become a liability. Especially in a post-apocalyptic world, no matter how attractive one may be, lacking capability and value would not alter the fact of being a burden. Surviving in such dire circumstances is already challenging enough. Who would want to carry a dead weight along the way? Hence, Zhao Xie yearned to become valuable, believing that even if she could alleviate just a fraction of Zhang Qin's workload, it would affirm her existence's worth. Go for it. Yes, I will strive to do my best. Qin, please take care of your health and rest early. Understood. Zhang Qin switched off the chat channel. He stretched lazily, directing his attention to the blood-stained diary lying on the table. The cover of this diary had a corner stained red with blood. The blood had long since dried, turning a dark brown, yet it had not seeped into the pages, allowing for easy reading. Zhang Qin turned to the first page of the diary. On May 17, 2012, the Federal Medical Commission reassured everyone that this was merely a common flu and that there was no need for concern. They suggested that immunity could be acquired through group infection for prevention and treatment. Moreover, it was asserted that this virus would not pose a threat to public health in the future, becoming just another part of everyday life like the common cold. Although I am not a medical professional, I sense that this illness is quite different. Some individuals exhibit symptoms reminiscent of rabies. Fearing light and water, a typical cold should not present such bizarre symptoms, right? I resolved to wear a mask, regardless of others' actions. I must take responsibility for myself and those around me. On May 20th, 2012, Longting Nation began constructing high walls around key cities. I truly cannot fathom their reasoning. Major media outlets scoffed at this initiative. The number of sick students around me has been increasing, and recently, it has become rare to find available machines in internet cafes. For the first time, I could access an internet CAF without queuing, which is quite nice. The following entries consist of mundane daily matters. Zhang Qin had little interest in this individual's personal privacy, so he swiftly turned the pages. On July 25, 2012, the high walls of Longting Nation were completed in an astonishingly short span of just 2 months. The media continued to ridicule Tingxiang Nation's absurdity, yet I cannot shake off an ominous feeling. Due to the overwhelming number of sick students, the school was forced to cancel final exams. This might be the only piece of good news recently. On August 3, 2012, all the students returned home for summer vacation. I decided to remain at school to earn some money during the break. Moreover, violent incidents have been occurring frequently, and I prefer to avoid crowded places like train stations. Today, however, I noticed the army has stationed itself here, supposedly for drills. I am curious as to why the military would choose to conduct exercises at a school. On August 12, 2012, the virus mutated, turning the infected into zombies. The military has dispatched troops to cleanse the infected cities. A citywide curfew is now in effect. Anyone found on the streets will be shot on sight. It seems my foreboding has come to fruition. Ironically, Tingxiang Nation has now become a model for other countries. The media that once mocked them has fallen silent. Yet, it is too late to say anything now. To hell with herd immunity. Now the herd is transformed into a zombie tide. On August 25th, or perhaps 26th, I can't recall, nor does it matter. The university has become the last refuge. I am grateful for my wise decision, which allowed me to be among the first residents of the sanctuary. I never imagined there was such a large air-raid shelter beneath the playground. Each day, thousands of residents outside the walls yearn to break in. I pity them, yet I am powerless to help. I even hope the military will not allow them entrance, if there are any infected among them. Our sanctuary would be rendered utterly useless. On September 29, 2012, the virus caused rapid mutations in plants, accelerating their growth. Zombies are merely a minor concern. Mutated insects and plants are humanity's true nightmare. Numerous monsters that can resurrect after being killed have emerged from underground. The main forces have been annihilated. All the weapons humanity once took pride in have proven ineffective against these mutated creatures. Thanks to the influx of refugees into our sanctuary, food supplies have drastically diminished, and the water cycle has encountered problems. Even if the monsters above ground cannot find us for now, it won't be long before we find ourselves trapped here. On October 12, 2012, another soldier has taken his own life with a gun. The crime rate in the sanctuary has surged, with the sound of women weeping echoing daily. I have had enough of this place. It is said that there are 3 armed men stocked with ammunition in the armory. We have resolved to steal them and fight our way back to the surface. Wish me luck. On November 7, the mutated burrowing worms have invaded the sanctuary, but I successfully stole an armed mech. However, this world is no longer the one we once knew. This marks the final page of the diary. The entire diary consists of only this page, and the cover stained with blood. It is not difficult to infer that the diary's owner perished shortly after writing this entry. As for what he witnessed, he did not elaborate. However, from his accounts, it seems the armed armor is a formidable piece of equipment. Yet, it was swiftly destroyed upon emerging to the surface, indicating that the creatures in this world are far more powerful than the armed armor. Zhang Qin's expression grew grave as he finished reading the diary. Indeed, zombies occupy the lowest tier of the food chain. I must grow stronger quickly. If I cannot even handle these mutated zombies, I will face utter catastrophe in 30 days. The walls surrounding the city? Where is Tingxiang Nation? Perhaps that place could become a long-term refuge. Armed armor. Is there an air raid shelter beneath the playground of Tianyang University? Zhang Chun's mind raced. The diary mentioned that food consumption in the shelter was rapid, and soldiers were stationed there. This suggests that not only is there food, but also a plethora of military weapons. If I can acquire these items, the efficiency of eliminating zombies will surely increase significantly. While these weapons may prove ineffective against mutated creatures at this stage, being able to eliminate zombies and enhance my strength is paramount. Yet the only pressing issue now is Zhang Chun cannot ascertain where the entrance to the air raid shelter is. Furthermore, the campus of Tianyang University is teeming with zombies. There are even beings more terrifying than the mutated Type 2 zombies. Recklessly charging in to investigate would undoubtedly be an unwise choice. If only there was something that could allow Zhang Chen to safely scout the situation on the playground. While lost in thought, Zhao Xie suddenly sent another message. Are you asleep, Chen Ge? Not yet. Is there something up? Well, someone just offered to trade a drone equipped with a high-definition camera and remote control for a longbow. I am not sure if this would be of any use to you, but it's quite rare. I've never seen anything like it at the trading post. I didn't want to make a decision on my own, so I thought I'd ask you. Zhao Xie replied obediently. A drone. What a splendid item. It seems that wishes do come true. With this device, Zhang Chen will be able to clearly observe the distribution of zombies throughout the playground, enabling him to devise the most effective battle plan. Yes, I can definitely make use of that, Zhang Chen replied. All right then, I shall negotiate the price with him. Zhao Xie sent an okay gesture. Before long, she messaged again. I haggled with her for quite a while. It is evident that this is likely her bottom line. She probably doesn't have many resources left. The offer included 1 drone with a high-definition camera, 1 drone control console, and 3 energy cores. Zhang Chen surveyed the terms and nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Xie's sales prowess is indeed remarkable. Energy cores are as crucial to survivors as food and water. To part with 3 of them indicates she has truly invested heavily. Very well, I will provide you with the precise longbows, and you can transact directly with her. Zhang Chun crafted 20 precise longbows in one go and handed 10 over to Zhao Xie. This girl is full of energy. She doesn't venture out during the day and can rest at any time. However, I cannot afford such luxury. Daily battles impose a significant burden on my body. I must ensure ample sleep to maintain my combat effectiveness. You can handle the transaction with the buyer directly. Once sold, just come to me for more, Zhang Chen instructed. You want me to deal with the buyer directly? Aren't you worried I might abscond with your weapons? Zhao Xie inquired with a teasing smile. Would you? Zhang Chen countered without providing an answer. That of course not. Don't underestimate me, Zhao Xie retorted, feigning annoyance. Indeed, I trust you 1T. You are quite cunning. All right, enough chatter. I shall rest now. Good night. Yes, sweet dreams. Goodbye. Zhang Chen felt slightly puzzled. Logically, when he bid Zhao Xie good night, she ought to reciprocate the sentiment. Yet, she seemed to consistently reply with goodbye every evening. What an odd woman. The following day, Zhang Chen rose, washed up, and had breakfast. Once everything was in order, he opened the chat channel. At this moment, Zhao Xie had sent several trade invitations. The items listed included 10 bottles of purified water, 10 packs of instant noodles, 25 energy cores, and various skills such as sharpshooter, general driving skills, steel collection, and basic mechanical enhancement. The sharpshooter skill significantly enhances shooting accuracy upon use. The general driving skills allow one to operate any vehicle after a brief familiarization. This includes cars, motorcycles, airplanes, helicopters, boats, and even horseback riding. The steel collection skill enables the extraction of steel materials directly from metal structures or materials. Basic mechanical enhancement allows for the reinforcement of mechanical devices using steel. Zhang Chen was taken aback by the wealth of resources acquired overnight, a considerable profit indeed. He noted the timestamps of Zhao Xie's trade offers, ranging from 10 o'clock at night to just past 3 in the morning. This indicated her unwavering dedication to selling weapons to him. Zhang Qin stored the sharpshooter skill in his storage space and utilized the other skills one by one. For Zhang Qin, the sharpshooter skill currently held little value. His arrows are automatically aimed. Firearms produce excessive noise, attracting zombies, and given Zhang Qin's current prowess, his lethality with a bow is on par with that of guns, especially when dealing with crawlers. It is imperative to damage their spines to ensure a complete kill. Relying solely on firearms would yield insufficient results. Woof. Erpang had awakened. This little creature truly knows how to sleep. Since returning home yesterday, he had slumbered for over 10 hours. But considering Zhang Qin's past experiences with dogs, it is typical for puppies to be slothful, spending the majority of their day in dreamland. Zhang Qin retrieved 2 units of mutated fertilizer and placed them in a metal bowl. When Erpang was a pup, he could effortlessly consume an entire serving of mutated fertilizer. Now that he has grown, it's time to increase his portion. Zhang Qin made his way to the rooftop. 5 meat tubers had flourished, displaying 59 days, 23 hours, and 53 minutes until maturity. He poured the leftover accelerated fertilizer onto the plants. Instantly, the meat tubers surged in height by over 20 centimeters. Yellow flowers bloomed and withered in an instant, leading to the swelling of robust roots emerging from the soil. The adjacent information indicated meat tubers are now mature. Zhang Qin uprooted all 5 tubers, knocking the soil off their roots. Each tuber bore between 5 to 7 edible roots, each weighing over 2 pounds. In total, he harvested nearly 30 pounds of food. The yield was indeed impressive. The meat tuber is a fascinating plant. Unlike potatoes, it does not sprout through its roots but rather propagates through seeds produced after flowering. A single meat tuber can yield approximately 10 seeds. Thus, from 5 meat tubers, Zhang Qin could cultivate 50, a tenfold increase in yield. This is truly delightful. With this, food shortages will no longer be a concern. However, the rooftop space is limited, with only a handful of pots available. It cannot accommodate so many meat tubers. Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Zhang Qin looked down. Building 8 is situated atop a small island, surrounded by ample lawns and open spaces. Why not plant them outside? Zhang Qin stored the meat tubers and seeds in his storage space and hurried downstairs. By this time, Erpang had finished eating and was wagging his tail, happily following Zhang Qin. Creating a primitive fence. This was a skill Zhang Qin had acquired. Soon, waist-high wooden fences appeared around the area. Rapidly, they encircled the small island, and a large gate was constructed directly opposite Building 8. This gate was as rudimentary as could be, merely a plain wooden door, lacking even a simple awning for rain protection. Nevertheless, for a primitive fence, such craftsmanship is commendable. The primary purpose is not to deter survivors or zombies but to signify that this place is claimed, and the cultivated items must not be disturbed. With the fence completed, it was imperative to have someone guard these crops. Otherwise, if Zhang Qin left, the meat tubers could easily be pilfered by other survivors, resulting in a significant loss. Currently, with only 1 person and 1 pet, Zhang Qin cannot remain here to guard them. The only option left is. Zhang Qin gazed at Erpang and smiled slightly. Wolves possess a strong territorial instinct. It is most fitting for him to guard the premises. After all, Zhang Qin's main task today is reconnaissance, not combat. Tomorrow, once the meat tubers ripen, he can take Erpang along for battle. Erpang, I have a task for you, Zhang Qin stated. Erpang tilted his head in confusion, as if to say, aren't we supposed to go out and play? You are responsible for guarding these meat tubers. No one should approach. Zhang Qin gestured emphatically towards the tubers, then patted Erpang. Woof. Erpang looked puzzled. He could comprehend simple combat commands, but the concept of guarding was too complex to explain. You stay home while I go out, understand? Zhang Qin attempted to clarify. This time, Erpang seemed to grasp it somewhat. He lay on the ground, panting with his tongue out, gazing at Zhang Qin with an endearing expression. Excellent. Then it's settled. Zhang Qin applied accelerated fertilizer to all 50 planted meat tuber seeds. This time, he required a substantial amount of fertilizer, utilizing 3 large bags in total. At last, Zhang Qin took down Erpang's food bowl and filled it with 4 portions of mutated fertilizer. This constituted the little creature's sustenance for the day. With everything in order, Zhang Qin felt a sense of relief as he stepped outside. After walking a distance of several meters, he turned back for a glance. There sat Erpang, understanding and reluctant, gazing at Zhang Qin with a hint of sorrow. Yet, it was fully aware of its responsibilities. It merely watched him depart without following. The two traveled in silence. Zhang Qin soon arrived near Tianyang University once more. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the roof of the bus. From this vantage point, even if a stray zombie wandered nearby, it posed no immediate threat to him. This allowed Zhang Chen to focus entirely on deploying the drone for reconnaissance. Activating the drone. The whirring of the drone's propellers began to spin rapidly, emitting a sound reminiscent of insects fluttering their wings. Zhang Chen quickly acclimated to the drone's responsiveness and controls. After observing the drone flit about aimlessly for a while, it suddenly stabilized and flew swiftly towards the direction of Tianyang University. Zhang Chen monitored the situation below on the control panel screen. The zombies here were as dense as the previous day, showing no signs of decrease. They were primarily concentrated in the corridors, on the playground, and in the small park, while places like the teaching buildings and dormitories revealed hardly any zombies. It seemed the diary's entries were indeed accurate. The outbreak of the zombie virus coincided with summer vacation, hence the absence of people inside the buildings. Most of the zombies on the ground likely originated from civilians and soldiers who had breached the defenses. Along the way, countless zombies were attracted by the drone's sounds. They looked up, raising their pallid hands and howling. Even through the screen, Zhang Chen could almost sense the foul stench emanating from the horde. Caw, caw, caw. A crawler leaped gracefully above the throng of corpses, its limbs stepping across the shoulders and heads of the zombies, casting an eerie gaze at the drone hovering above. Such a repulsive creature. Zhang Chen gently nudged the control stick, and the drone surged forward. It circled above the playground for a while before swiftly discovering the entrance to the air raid shelter, surprisingly located beneath the flagpole. The main entrance had been forced open, with a 4-meter-high armored vehicle leaning precariously against the command platform. The tempered glass of the control room had been completely shattered, and the ground was stained with copious amounts of blood. Was this the armed armor? Zhang Chen maneuvered the drone closer to the armored vehicle. The armor boasted 4 arms. The upper 2 mechanical arms firmly grasped a 2-meter-long firearm, while one of the lower arms had been modified into an alloy battle blade, and the other bore a heavy shield. The shoulders of the armor housed miniature missile launchers, and it was equipped with rocket boosters at the back, indicating it could likely achieve short-distance flight. Such a formidable apparatus was truly a weapon of war. While it might prove vulnerable against those unrestrained mutated creatures, it was undoubtedly a crushing force against these zombies. If only he could acquire this behemoth, he would fear no tide of corpses. Zhang Chen squinted and mused. Mecha is the romance of men, but this was merely armor and not yet at the mecha level. It was already a remarkable advancement beyond earthly technology. Who wouldn't yearn to pilot such a marvel? Rampaging through a horde of zombies. Just the thought of it brought immense satisfaction. Zhang Chen directed the drone to fly towards another part of the campus. Soon, he was captivated by a gleaming supply crate. A level 3 supply crate, large enough to rival a van. Surrounding it were dozens of crawlers and toxic insect incubators. It seemed that the higher the grade of the resource crate, the greater its allure to these mutated zombies. This place resembled a convention for mutated zombies. Roar. Zhang Chen felt a powerful gust of wind rush past, causing the drone to tremble uncontrollably. Almost immediately, a massive 4-meter-tall zombie appeared in the drone's view. This creature was the very monster Zhang Chen had encountered before. The previous distance had obscured an accurate assessment of its height, but now it was clear that it was even more imposing and robust than anticipated. It retained a humanoid appearance, its skin a dark gray, devoid of hair, with bulging muscles and veins coursing beneath its surface. The most alarming aspect was its colossal size, rendering it impossible to wear any clothing. It was now in a state of complete abandon, particularly in its lower half. Zhang Chen felt an acute embarrassment wash over him. How on earth could one engage in battle with such a sight? Just a glance could inflict 1,000 points of psychological damage. This was a Type 3 mutated zombie, the giant tank, endowed with immense strength, speed, reflexes, and resistance. Roar. The giant tank let out a thunderous bellow, its massive form leaping high into the air, fingers outstretched to deliver a crushing blow. In an instant, the drone was smashed to smithereens, its components scattering across the ground, while the camera plummeted down. In that fleeting moment of losing signal, a glimpse of a security room was captured. As expected, there was a security room on the opposite side of the school, based on what Zhao Xie had said. She could see the crawlers and the status of the level 3 supply crate, leading to the deduction that she was likely inside that very security room. Zhang Chen nodded, confirming Zhao Xie's location. The pressing challenge now was how to acquire the armed mecha, eliminate the tide of zombies and mutated creatures, and successfully secure the level 3 supply crate. He retrieved the map of Tianyang University and, based on the drone's prior reconnaissance, reconstructed the distribution of the zombies. There were at least several thousand zombies, if not more, if he were to draw them out and eliminate them one by one using sound. It could take several days. Too long. Delay could spell disaster. That conspicuous glimmering level 3 resource crate was surely coveted by countless survivors. A swift resolution was imperative. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. I've got it. He leaped down from the bus and began to push every vehicle on the road aside. With his current strength, moving a vehicle weighing over a ton was akin to an average person lifting a water cooler. It was a bit taxing, but hardly challenging. Once the road was cleared, Zhang Chen continued tidying up the adjacent streets, creating a passage wide enough for 2 lanes of small cars to pass. Everything was ready. Zhang Chen retrieved a heavy-duty truck from his storage space. Climbing aboard, he roared to life. Previously, he would merely charge forward and clumsily turn around, but with newfound driving expertise. A surge of confidence enveloped him the moment his hands grasped the steering wheel. He started up and surged ahead. With the engine's roar, the heavy-duty truck accelerated to 60 miles per hour. Then, at that high speed, he executed a sharp turn. The rear of the truck swung like a pendulum, leaving a long trail on the ground. What a rush! While others might race sports cars, that posed little challenge. Racing a heavy-duty truck was the true test of manhood. At that moment, Zhang Chen's audacious actions caught the attention of other survivors. The heavy-duty truck left an indelible impression on them. Whoa, everyone, look, the zombie meat grinder is back in action. Incredible, the heavy-duty truck is here to reap the zombie harvest. What a rapid upgrade. Just watching is exhilarating. Huh, why are all the cars on the road pushed to the sides? Could someone actually move vehicles? Move vehicles? Huh, are you serious? The weight of just a small car is around 1.6 tons, if you can lift one. You might as well go for Olympic gold. Sorry, but the Olympic record is around 183 kilograms. Even at 200 kilograms, it's still much lighter than a car. But where is this big shot headed to slay zombies? I see all the zombies nearby are already wiped out. Whoa, has he turned the zombies into rare animals? That's utterly ruthless. There are still over a dozen zombies lurking downstairs in my building. I earnestly beseech the great deity for assistance in eradicating them. Do not jest. Those mere dozen zombies hardly warrant the attention of a deity who deals with them in the hundreds. Goodness. It appears the heavy truck is headed towards Tianyang University. Is the deity intending to go to Tianyang University? In an instant, the comment section erupted once more. What is happening? Is there something amiss at Tianyang University? Some distant survivors, unaware of the truth, inquired. Allow me to capture a photograph for you. Interpret it as you will. Soon, a flurry of images depicting a throng of heads surged forth, showcasing a myriad of mutated zombies. It was a veritable dance of demons. Good grief. Is this a festival for zombies? This is utterly excessive. The sight sent shivers down my spine. After witnessing the zombies here, I suddenly felt that the mere dozen downstairs were insignificant. Have I lost my senses with such a dense concentration of zombies? I doubt even a heavy truck could prevail. It seems this individual is courting disaster. If the truck becomes ensnared in the horde, death is inevitable. Exactly. Why not drive the vehicle elsewhere? There are zombies aplenty in every direction. Why must it be Tianyang University? Such a waste of resources. If he perishes amidst the tide of corpses, I want to even have the chance to scavenge. Survivors near Tianyang University promptly activated a live video stream. Watching as the heavy truck sped forth, racing towards the southern gate of the university with reckless abandon. It's going to collide. It's going to collide. At that moment, the survivors in the chat channel felt their hearts race as the truck drew ever closer to the university. With a resounding crash, the iron-barriered wall crumbled beneath the truck's wheels, followed by a relentless wave of thousands of zombies. The heavy truck forged a bloody path through the horde. Truly, the might of the heavy truck is astonishing. Its force is unparalleled. This spectacle rivals that of a blockbuster film. It is exhilarating. It reminds me of a game I played where one drives a vehicle to smash zombies. Yet today's scenario is evidently different from yesterday. Upon this person's reminder, everyone finally recognized the distinction. Yesterday, the truck barreled through the zombies in a single thrust, turned around, and then charged back, as its speed made it impossible for the zombies to catch up, allowing it ample time to maneuver. However, this time is markedly different. As soon as the truck sent zombies flying, the bloody path was swiftly engulfed by the encroaching tide of corpses. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, the loss of a few dozen zombies becomes utterly negligible. The heavy truck's exhaust belched out a plume of black smoke, its massive frame charging inexorably into the campus. Is it not turning back? There are nearly 1,000 zombies at the campus entrance. Is that not enough? It seems to be heading towards the playground. Good heavens, the playground? There are not only ordinary zombies there, but monsters as well. I said the truck was on a path to self-destruction. Surely everyone agrees now. The crowd fell silent, uncertain of what the truck driver was thinking. As the heavy truck gradually became ensnared in the zombies' relentless grip, it showed no signs of slowing down, roaring forward with full throttle. Zhang Chen sat in the driver's seat, expressionless, as he observed the zombies being struck down by the truck's momentum. He methodically activated the windshield wipers, clearing the remnants of flesh and blood from the glass. Almost there, we're nearly there. The heavy truck charged alongside the armored mech, executing a sharp drift. The force of the truck's maneuver was extraordinary. Had Zhangchen not possessed expert driving skills, such a reckless move would surely have resulted in a rollover. With a screech of tires, the truck pivoted sharply around its front axis. In an instant, dozens of zombies were smashed and their skulls shattered by the tremendous force, sent flying high into the air before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a brief vacuum of zombies formed near the truck's door. Now is the time. Zhangchen flung open the door and swiftly reached out to touch the armored mech. In an instant, the massive armored mech vanished into thin air. As expected, Zhangchen rejoiced. The armored mech was indeed classified as a vehicle. Previously, the only vehicle in his storage space was the heavy truck. Now that the truck was in play, the vehicle slot was vacant, perfectly accommodating the armored mech. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Collecting the armored mech took but a moment. At this point, he began to descend due to gravity's pull. As soon as his left foot touched the ground, he exerted force once more, propelling himself back into the driver's seat. Just as he shut the door, countless pale, cold hands slammed against the truck's exterior. Retreat. Zhangchen floored the accelerator, executing a graceful arc on the playground before speeding away. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire chat channel was mute for a full 3 to 4 seconds. Everyone was awestruck by the spectacle before them. What just transpired? Was I seeing things? I witnessed a wave of energy emanate from that man's hands, piercing through a mutated zombie. Good heavens, is that the Kamehameha? Such a phenomenon exists in this world. How absurd. A single strike dispatches a mutated zombie, and his hand can unleash energy waves. We only ever run from mutated zombies. Yet he dispatches them as if chopping vegetables. What tier is this individual? Has he transcended to the realm of the awakened? This is only the 4th day since the apocalypse began. We all started from the same starting line. Yet this fellow has taken off ahead of us. Undoubtedly, this man is the strongest survivor in the world, without exception. Suddenly, I realized how strikingly handsome this young man is in battle. Great one, may I cling to your coattails? Are you forming a base? I wish to enlist. Survivors in the chat could not see the armored mech due to their angle. They only saw Zhangchen driving into the playground, after which their view was obstructed by the buildings. When the heavy truck re-emerged, it bore numerous bloodstains, and one tire had blown out. 2 creepers had taken the opportunity to climb atop the truck, clawing at the cargo area, producing a cacophony of metallic scraping sounds. Good grief, they can survive in such conditions. That's impressive. However, the situation is dire. Do you see those 2 creatures on the truck? Our squad encountered them previously and nearly faced extermination. Indeed, this creature, known as the Creeper, possesses claws sharper than metal and is not to be trifled with. One is already a challenge. Now there are 2. Even if the heavy truck burst through the sea of zombies, failing to shake off these 2 monsters would be futile. Those at the pinnacle of human limits would struggle against these creatures. The driver is doomed. What? Has someone truly reached the pinnacle of human limits? This advancement is astonishing. Do they consume energy cores like meals? I estimate that the number of survivors in our region who can attain such limits is fewer than 10. Good grief. Why am I a frail survivor? What is this nonsense? I thought achieving extraordinary strength was already impressive, especially after only 4 days of the apocalypse. Amidst the myriad of opinions, the heavy truck had already burst forth from Tianong University, trailed by thousands of zombies. The truck accelerated, taking several turns to shake off the ordinary zombies behind. Yet, the creeper's claws dug deeply into the cargo's metal shell. No matter how the truck swerved, they could not be dislodged. The heavy truck sped along the road that Zhangchen had previously cleared. But soon, the path ahead was blocked by wrecked vehicles. In the distance, a handful of zombies wandered aimlessly. It is here that we shall settle matters. Zhangchen gently pressed the brake, allowing the heavy truck to come to a gradual halt. Was the truck stopped? It seemed to be in dire straits. The survivors in the channel continued their discussions. Some timid girls began to cover their eyes, fearful of witnessing the impending bloody scene. Survivors at the pinnacle of human endurance could barely endure a minute against the crawlers. How could they face 2 at once? The truck driver was doomed. Many survivors regarded Zhangchen with pity. Others were merely spectators, eager to gauge the crawler's strength through Zhangchen's battle, so they could better prepare for future confrontations. Even more audacious individuals had already begun to secretly note the location of the truck and nearby signs, hoping to scavenge his remains should he fall. After all, a heavy-duty truck would be hard to escape. Coupled with a considerable number of energy cores, this was an immense fortune. Each individual harbored ulterior motives, as they observed the live broadcast. Suddenly, the truck's door swung open. A tall, imposing man lightly leaped to the ground. Due to the distance, only the outline of his face was discernible, but his confidence and composure were palpable from afar. This fellow couldn't possibly be unaware of the two monsters lurking atop the truck. Perhaps he had been preoccupied in the cabin and failed to notice. Otherwise, a typical person would have fled long ago. Not dawdled as he did. My heart raced with anxiety. The scene felt rather cruel, primarily because I couldn't discern his features or identity, and I was incapable of privately warning him. I hoped that before his demise, he could enlighten us on the crawler's combat methods. That would indeed be a significant contribution. To these survivors, Zhangchen had already become a dead man. Creeping closer, the crawler approached the edge of the cargo area, looking down at Zhangchen with an eerie smile. Meanwhile, another crawler jumped down from the opposite side of the truck, slipping beneath it, preparing to launch a surprise attack from below. Goodness, these creatures can strategize? They are not mere zombies. Having already encountered mutated zombies, why weren't they fleeing? Could they be so frightened that their legs had turned to jelly? Be cautious below. Alas, even if I warned him, he wouldn't hear it. He was as good as dead. Zhangchen gazed at the crawler atop the truck and smiled faintly. Just as the creature was about to leap down, Zhangchen moved with lightning speed. Suddenly appearing before the crawler, the cold glint of his Tang Dao flashed. With all his might, he struck precisely at the crawler's back. The creature had no time to comprehend the situation before its body was cleaved in two, blood splattering onto the ground. At that moment, the other crawler launched an attack from behind. Boom! Bang! A burst of blue light flashed. The crawler's body was punctured through with a massive hole, its spine shattered by the concentrated strike. At this moment, Zhangchen, utilizing the recoil, gracefully landed atop the cargo area, his clothes not a single drop of blood upon them. With a flourish, he raised his right hand and collected the two crawlers. Acquiring Energy Core 100 plus 20, Accelerated Fertilizer 10, Sharp Claws 4, Resilient Leather 5, Blood of the Evolver 2. Upgrade progress 642,802. Ding. Detected that the materials for crafting a basic resilient energy armor are complete. Would you like to craft it immediately? Craft it now. You have lost Energy Cores 200, Resilient Leather 20, Clean Fabric 500. Congratulations, you have obtained basic resilient energy armor. Suddenly, a bracelet appeared on Zhangchen's left wrist, adorned with mysterious symbols. Is this the energy armor? Zhangchen raised his hand to examine the bracelet. Could it activate in times of danger? Let's give it a try, he thought, turning to gaze at a nearby multi-story building. According to the armor's description, it would negate fall damage within a 50-meter height range. Considering a height of 3 meters, 50 meters equated to the height of a 17-story building. The nearby structure was 15 stories tall, perfectly within the immunity range. Furthermore, Zhangchen had prepared for the worst. With his current abilities, even a leap from the 15th floor would not result in death. At worst, he might sprain an ankle or similar. After all, his physical condition had undergone significant enhancement, allowing him to withstand such damage without issue. Coupled with his formidable self-healing capabilities, recovery would be swift. Soon, he reached the rooftop. With newfound confidence, Zhangchen leaped to the adjacent building. Landing on the second-floor awning deck, he then grasped the balcony, exerting a gentle pull, propelling himself effortlessly upward by 2 to 3 meters. This time, without a running start, he relied solely on his skill. Expert climbing. Zhangchen navigated the staircase with the ease of a gecko. It was time to test the prowess of the energy armor. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode to the edge of the rooftop and leaned forward. Thud. The descent from the 15th floor took but 2 to 3 seconds. Just as Zhangchen's feet touched the ground, the bracelet emitted a soft glow. Simultaneously, he found himself enveloped in a brown armor. Zhangchen anticipated a powerful impact upon landing, yet it dissipated entirely. Although he still felt a weighty sensation, he was remarkably unscathed and felt incredibly light. Indeed, the armor triggers in moments of danger. Its response time surpassed even that of a human. Zhangchen examined the fully armored suit with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. After a few minutes, the armor slowly receded, reverting to the bracelet on his left wrist. This all transpired behind the building, cleverly avoiding the gaze of other survivors. Subsequently, Zhangchen retrieved the battle mech from his storage space. The slightly damaged battle mech could be repaired with steel. The prompt appeared once more. Zhangchen had just acquired basic mechanical enhancement capabilities, allowing him to mend minor mechanical faults and enhance machinery. He decided to practice on the battle mech first. Having previously traded with Zheng Hao for a substantial amount of steel, it was the perfect opportunity. Ding. You have lost steel 20. The battle mech has been successfully repaired. Ding. The battle mech cannot be enhanced at this time. You require a higher-level mechanical enhancement skill. Zhang Chen scratched his head. That makes sense. Such advanced machinery like the battle mech cannot be modified casually. The balance, combat capabilities, and maneuverability of the entire mech are meticulously designed. Eager to experience its operational feel, Zhang Chen could hardly contain his excitement. He climbed into the battle armor. Inside was a cockpit akin to that of a vehicle. Beneath his feet were 3 pedals: accelerator, brake, and jump. The right foot controlled the accelerator and brake, while the left foot managed the jump. It felt quite similar to driving a manual transmission car. The difference was that the mech lacked a steering wheel. The arm positions had flexible control sticks, allowing the mech to turn and change direction with a mere twist of the body. With the added benefit of driving proficiency, Zhang Chen, despite piloting the mech for the first time, quickly became adept. The mech dashed across the ground, effortlessly leaping to a height of 5 to 6 meters. In midair, he pressed the thruster switch, enabling the mech to hover, even executing aerial stops, turns, and accelerations. Zhang Chen maneuvered the mech for a while, effortlessly trampling the zombies drawn by the noise into mush. The zombies' teeth and claws were utterly ineffectual against the steel giant. With a casual kick, he sent a zombie flying like a soccer ball, landing with its body bent in half. Crack. Its spine snapped, leaving it unable to rise. What a thrill. Truly exhilarating. However, mere agility and the ability to leap are far from sufficient. One must also master the operation of weapons and comprehend the myriad data displayed on the control panel. Zhang Chen devoted an entire afternoon to thoroughly grasping all the data charts and the utilization of weaponry. Moreover, he adeptly transitioned between ranged and close combat while controlling the armored suit. Phew. Although it was merely operational work, the exertion was no trivial matter. It felt as if he had engaged in battle for an entire afternoon. As the sky began to darken, Zhang Chen finally stowed the armored suit into his storage space. He wiped the sweat from his brow and circled around the side of the building. Arriving beside the heavy truck, suddenly, he overheard a conversation from the other side of the truck. The voices were not loud, yet in the stillness of the street, they resonated distinctly. Is that neon language? Although Zhang Chen did not comprehend it, there was a certain characteristic to its phonetics that allowed him to discern it. Stealthily, he crept around the back of the truck, peering to see what was happening. He spotted 3 slender men and a woman pointing at the heavy truck, even witnessing one of them standing on the truck's tire, tugging forcefully at the driver's door. The keys to the truck were in Zhang Chen's possession. How could they possibly open it? After several fruitless attempts, they began to murmur amongst themselves. They were undoubtedly scheming something nefarious. At that moment, one of the men gestured towards the truck window for a while. Before picking up a large stone from the roadside, it appeared he intended to shatter the window and gain entry. Hey, that's my truck. Get away from it. Zhang Chen gently tapped the cargo box and emerged from behind the vehicle. He had already discerned their strength levels through his inside eye skill. The 3 men were exceptionally robust, while the woman was merely of ordinary stature. Such a caliber was hardly more than vermin in Zhang Chen's eyes. Atanawa K. Nai Disuga, Nanda Y. Disuga, one of the men shouted at Zhang Chen. Simultaneously, the group drew long samurai swords from their waists. Speak in human language, Zhang Chen said impatiently. Urokutika, Kyokushin Sydney Atara Shimaru. A neon man roared, charging at Zhang Chen with his sword raised. At this point, understanding the words was unnecessary. The intent of the action was abundantly clear. This was a death wish. Zhang Chen let out a cold chuckle. Dealing with adversaries of such a level required no weaponry whatsoever. Yet in this apocalyptic world, survival dictated caution. Every battle must be approached with utmost seriousness, for a moment's negligence could cost one their life. He promptly drew his riot shield and sharpened Tang Dao, his form flickering like a specter. Whoosh, whoosh, Zhang Chen zipped past the 3 men in an instant. With a final gasp, the 3 neon men erupted in a spray of blood. Their bodies cleaved in 2. They stared in horror at their severed halves, which slowly fell to the ground, their expressions frozen in terror as they perished. If even these armored foes could be effortlessly bisected by Zhang Chen, what hope did these ordinary individuals have? Please, don't kill me. The remaining baby-faced neon woman was left pale with fright at the gruesome scene. Her voice trembled as she pleaded in Mandarin. I can speak Mandarin. Zhang Chen was taken aback. Yes, I am a foreign student from Neon. My name is Maineko, but in your country, I am called Li Shui. In truth, I am not familiar with these 3. We merely encountered each other on the road. They insisted I translate for them, as they could not understand the chat channels in this area. I genuinely admire your country and your people. They attempted to forcibly take me to the Neon region, but I resisted. Please, you must believe me, I am not one of them. Maineko's voice quivered with desperation. The Neon region? What does that entail? Zhang Chen keenly detected crucial information from Minako's words. It appeared that the chat in this area was solely conducted by people from his country, indicating that the vicinity was populated by them. However, according to those three men, they had crossed over from the other side of the river. The inhabitants there spoke Neon, and they assumed the same applied to this area. They had no idea about the language barrier. Minako, trembling in fear, answered Zhang Chen's inquiries without reservation. Why did they come over from the other side of the river? Zhang Chen pressed further. They did not disclose that to me. However, I overheard them discussing it. It seems that the other side is primarily residential, a hiding place with scarce resources. Some of them examined a map of Tianyang City and discovered that this side is a commercial center. They believed there would be more food and shelter here, so they ventured forth to scout. Minako spoke earnestly, her eyes pleading. I swear, I speak the truth. Please, spare me. I might let you go, but you must hand over anything valuable you possess. And then you may leave, Zhang Chen replied coolly. Huh? I truly have nothing of value. Minako looked innocent. No matter. I can kill you and still obtain the items in your storage ring. Then I'll know if your words hold any truth. Zhang Chen's expression turned frigid. No, please. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's intent to kill her, Minako panicked. She hastily began to rummage through her storage ring. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have. This is all I own. Please accept it. Zhang Chen glanced down at the items scattered on the ground. Sailor Uniform 1. Adorable Ear Girl Cosplay Outfit 1. Frying Pan 1. An Unknown Vibrating Ball 1. A Certain Cylindrical Unknown Object 1. Bucket of Instant Noodles 3. Carbonated Drinks 5. Energy Crystal 1. Mutated Fertilizer 5. Is this all? Zhang Chen's expression darkened. This woman must be lacking in intelligence, even in an apocalypse. Why collect such a plethora of clothing? For whom does she intend to wear them? Furthermore, the system is shockingly unintelligent. There are unidentified items. What is that vibrating ball and the unknown cylindrical object? Can't it identify them? I can see what they are. Zhang Chen reached for the bucket of Instant Noodles 3, Carbonated Drinks 5, and Energy Crystal 1. I'll take these 3. You can keep the rest. You may leave now. Minako's expression was one of distress. Without food and water, how would she survive? Yet, seeing Zhang Chen's blood-dripping Tang Dao, she dared not protest. After stowing the remaining items into her storage space, she hurriedly bowed several times to Zhang Chen before fleeing without a backward glance. Zhang Chen then knelt down, placing his hands on the ground over the 3 neon men's corpses. Collect. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Energy Crystal 12525, Mutated Fertilizer 890, Clean Fabric 432, Sharp Samurai Sword 3, Certain Unknown Vibrating Object 3, Red Candle 35, Sturdy Rope 7, Bucket of Instant Noodles 35, Bottled Sake 24, Certain Inappropriate Video 32, Storage Ring Fragment 73. After gathering the resources, Zhang Chen did not immediately drive away. Instead, he quietly pursued the direction in which Minako had escaped. The reason he allowed her to leave was not out of compassion. He had intentionally let her go to ascertain the truth of her claims. People are prone to deception in times of peace. Liars abound. How much more so in this apocalyptic world where everyone is on edge? To take others at their word is sheer folly. No matter how sincere Minako's earlier demeanor appeared, Zhang Chen had never trusted her. Zhang Chen has indeed entered the awakened stage. Compared to the ordinary Minako, his strength is on an entirely different level. Zhang Chen can effortlessly perceive Minako's heavy breathing and the faint sound of her footsteps. Yet, Minako remains blissfully unaware that he is trailing her from merely a few dozen meters away. She dashes a distance of 300 to 400 meters before glancing back, confirming that Zhang Chen has not pursued her, and finally leans against a lamppost at the roadside to catch her breath. After a brief moment, her expression suddenly freezes, lingering in that state for approximately 10 seconds. Zhang Chen understands that during this time, she is communicating through a chat interface. The system interface manifests directly onto her retina, making her appear dazed to an observer when her attention is focused on it. Minako rests for a while longer, and her demeanor shifts dramatically. The previously anxious and startled Minako, akin to a frightened deer, now adopts a calm and composed facade, her eyes gleaming with cunning and pride. This woman is indeed suspicious. Everything before was merely an act. Minako waits by the roadside, and after 10 minutes, an SUV comes roaring in, with a zombie crushed against it due to the high speed. The moment the vehicle halts, the zombie is flung off, and 2 neon men emerge from the car, their attire reminiscent of the earlier trio. One of them assists Minako into the vehicle while the other swiftly dispatches the zombie with a katana, then reaches out, causing the corpse to vanish in an instant. Zhang Chen realizes that it has been collected for resources. The trio enters the vehicle and makes a U-turn, heading northward, towards their lair. Zhang Chun unleashes his speed, sprinting at a 100-meter dash pace, trailing them from a distance that in terms of explosive power, he certainly has a slight edge over the SUV at the start. However, in terms of endurance, the SUV undoubtedly prevails. Fortunately, the road is littered with zombie remnants and scattered vehicles, creating a convoluted path for the SUV. Thus, its speed is not exceptionally swift. After traveling about 2 kilometers, the SUV halts beside a narrow street, where numerous bloodstains indicate that the area has been cleared of zombies. 2 Neon men escort Minako from the vehicle, and from a nearby alley, for neon youths emerge, 2 males and 2 females, all of petite stature, with the women around 5 feet tall and the men slightly over 5 feet. Upon meeting, they engage in rapid conversation, a language Zhang Chun cannot comprehend, forcing him to conceal himself and observe silently. "Minako, you're back? What about Ono and the others?" asks a man with a small mustache. "We encountered people from the Dragon Country. Ono and the others perished in battle. Thankfully, my wits allowed me to escape." Minako replies, her expression grave. "What? Ono and the others are dead? How many were there? Given their strength, they shouldn't have been unable to break through." The mustached man's face reflects shock. There was only one person, and Ono and the others were killed in an instant. Minako's face darkens ominously. What? 3 men slain by a single individual, in a mere instant? How is that possible? Even a mutated zombie could not achieve such a feat. The mustached man expresses disbelief. "Believe it or not, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. Had it not been for my award-winning performance, I too would have perished there," Minako asserts, enunciating each word. "An award-winning performance?" The mustached man regards her thoughtfully. "What are you thinking, fool? It's not what you imagine. Regardless, we have avoided that terrifying individual. Let us proceed with our plan," Minako responds, adapting to the mustached man's demeanor. This group of men cannot survive without women, their minds consumed by such trivialities. They venture deeper into the alley, where 2 other neon men wielding explosive spears hold 2 zombies firmly against the wall. The zombies emit low growls, desperately clawing at the air, yet the spears pin them at the waist, rendering them immobile. "Are you ready?" the mustached man inquires of Minako. "Yes, just a moment," Minako says, tousling her hair and loosening a few buttons of her blouse to cultivate an air of dishevelment and desperation. She then brandishes a frying pan, weighing it in her hand before declaring, "I'm ready." "Then, you will run 20 meters ahead while we release the zombies. Remember, run swiftly and do not look back. Once you exit the alley, turn right and speak in Dragon Country's language." The mustached man insists repeatedly. I know. This isn't my first time. You're so tedious, always putting me in danger. Do you not understand the meaning of cherishing a delicate flower?" Minako interrupts impatiently. "What can I say? You're just too beautiful. No man can resist a distressed damsel." The mustached man chuckles, giving her a playful slap on the waist. "Let's go." Minako giggles, composing herself before sprinting out. "Help, is anyone there? Please, save me," she cries out in Dragon Country's language, her voice piercing and resonant, instantly capturing the attention of the 2 zombies. The neon men, seeing the opportunity, slowly maneuver the spears away from the wall, then quickly hide to the side. The zombies, drawn by Minako's call, lurch toward her, but their speed is notably sluggish, as if they are injured. This is a meticulously orchestrated trap, though Zhang Chun cannot comprehend the neon men's dialogue. He observes from the adjacent building, grasping the gist of their intentions. This is nothing short of a honey trap. Minako's call in Dragon Country's language reveals their scheme to ensnare the Dragon Country's people. He continues to follow the direction Minako fled, where a large supermarket comes into view. At the entrance, 7 or 8 survivors are present, 4 of whom are vigilantly armed with longbows, while others assess the supplies they have extracted from the supermarket. The leader among them is Zheng Hao. He previously mentioned in the chat channel his intent to target a large supermarket, and it seems this is indeed the place. "Help! Help! Somebody save me!" Minako stumbles towards Zheng Hao's direction. I must say, her acting skills are truly remarkable. When Zhang Chun tracked her over 400 meters earlier, she displayed the prowess of a professional athlete. Now, over 100 meters, she runs as if on the verge of collapse. Hiss. 2 zombies pursue her from behind, shrieking. "Save her!" Zheng Hao shouts. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows find their mark, striking the zombies squarely in the forehead, sending them crashing to the ground. Thank you for saving me." Minako resembled a startled fawn, curled up on the ground, trembling with fear. Just half an hour prior, Zhang Chun had witnessed this very scene. Life truly mirrors a performance, entirely relying on one's acting skills. "Are you all right?" Zheng Hao inquired with genuine concern. In his survivor team, The number of men far exceeded that of women. He was exceedingly eager to increase the count of female survivors, for a balanced gender ratio would mitigate potential problems. I'm fine, but please, kind-hearted stranger, my 2 younger sisters are still trapped in that alley. We just saw you coming and wanted to seek help. Unfortunately, we inadvertently alerted the zombies lurking in the alley. We have no suitable weapons and cannot fend them off. I implore you to rescue my 2 sisters, Minako pleaded, tears streaming down her face. 2 younger sisters. Zheng Hao's eyes brightened. Yes, they are only 16. Like me, and both are dance students. I beg you to help save them. They are still so young. Minako clutched Zheng Hao's sleeve, deliberately brushing her body against his leg. 16, and also dance students, upon hearing this. The other male survivors simultaneously lit up with interest. The thought of having girls coexist in the survivor camp, potentially sparking some romantic connections, seemed exceedingly delightful, now that they had a secure refuge. Having secured the supermarket, they were temporarily free from worries about food and drink. What they lacked now were women. If women could add some liveliness to their existence, the apocalypse would seem far less terrifying. Several men cast inquiring glances at Zheng Hao, and a few young ones could hardly contain their eagerness to go rescue the sisters. How many zombies are in that alley? Zheng Hao asked cautiously. While recruiting beautiful members was indeed important, he knew that risking lives for strangers was unwise. If there were too many zombies, he would rather choose inaction than jeopardize his own people. He maintained a cool-headed approach. Aside from the 2 chasing me, there should be 4 or 5 zombies inside. Minako replied nervously. 4 or 5 zombies. A piece of cake, boss, one of the young men exclaimed. Indeed, the 3 of us can easily handle 4 or 5 zombies. Exactly. We can leave a few people here to continue inventorying supplies. By the time we rescue the sisters, we'll have finished counting the supplies as well, making it a win-win situation. Several young survivors began enthusiastically persuading Zheng Hao. After all, they were young and utterly defenseless when it came to the opposite sex, particularly those with a hint of allure. All right then. Zheng Hao assessed the danger level and deemed it manageable. Lu Feng, Ding Daqiang, you 2 come with me. The rest continue with the inventory and stay alert. We must be wary of both zombies and other survivors who might come to loot. Zheng Hao instructed. Don't worry, boss. The survivors we've encountered are eager to join us. Plus, we have the numbers. Who would dare rob us? That would be sheer madness. One young man chuckled. Caution is paramount. Do not underestimate the situation. In this apocalypse, some people will go to any lengths for food. Zheng Hao warned earnestly. All right, we understand. Boss, rest assured, I'll guarantee that when you return, the supplies will be intact. The young man nodded with a smile. After reiterating his instructions, Zheng Hao, along with 2 survivors, cautiously followed Minako into the alley. Unbeknownst to them, a group of knife-wielding neon individuals awaited them in the alley. Zhang Chen observed everything from above with clarity. Though he held a mediocre opinion of Zheng Hao and felt no obligation to assist him, he harbored an inherent disdain for these neon individuals. Their actions provided Zhang Chen with the perfect justification to eliminate them. With that thought, he silently leapt from the rooftop, landing without a sound, and swiftly made his way toward the alley. Meanwhile, Minako anxiously clutched Zheng Hao's sleeve, resembling a frightened young girl. Her figure was curvaceous. Though slightly shorter, she possessed all the necessary attributes, especially with her alluring walk, which captivated the 2 young men behind her. We're almost there. We just need to turn right at the intersection ahead. Minako implored, her voice filled with urgency. Please, big brother, you must save my sisters. Rest assured, if there are only 4 or 5 zombies as you say, we will certainly rescue your sisters, Zheng Hao replied, his gaze continuously scanning the surroundings. He felt a lingering sense of unease, unable to pinpoint the cause. Moreover, the alley was unusually quiet. Too quiet. Thank you. Big brother, I like you, Minako exclaimed, taking both of Zheng Hao's cheeks in her hands and bestowing a heartfelt kiss upon him. This completely bewildered Zheng Hao. He had never encountered such an overtly forward girl before. Moreover, she was quite beautiful, enhanced by a touch of makeup, making her undeniably alluring. The 2 young men behind him felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Wishing they could be in Zheng Hao's position, while secretly hoping the 2 younger sisters would treat them similarly. Just as they were lost in these daydreams, 7 neon individuals suddenly burst forth from both sides. Each wielding a katana. 3 were in front, while 4 followed behind. Bag, oral cue to Cook Eugene. A man with a mustache bellowed. Huh? What is going on? Before Zheng Hao could react, a cold dagger pressed against his throat. Surrender now, or I will slit your leader's throat. Minako brandished a dagger that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, gazing smugly at the 2 remaining young men. What do we do now? The two young men were competent in combat, yet their adaptability was nearly non-existent. Outnumbered 7-3, with Zheng Hao held as a hostage, how could they possibly fight back? The two stood frozen, unsure whether to raise their bows or lower them. In this tense state of battle, chatting was out of the question. The system chat interface could only be accessed in safe zones, explaining why some individuals suddenly fell silent. Who are you? And what do you want? Zheng Hao demanded sharply. I am Minako, one of the neon individuals, and these are my comrades. We, like you, have formed a camp. However, while your camp is nothing more than a pathetic survivor group, we have established a hunter camp. Their essay saying in the Dragon Kingdom, wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, while dogs traverse the same distance for scraps. We embody the spirit of wolves and teamwork, hence we feast on meat. And you are merely our prey, Minako replied with a smile. You seek food and water, don't you? I can provide that. Just let us go, and I promise I will keep my word, Zheng Hao pleaded. Huh? Keep your word? Do you think I would believe that? I understand the folly of letting a tiger return to the mountain. Right now, one of your little brothers will come with me, and you and the other will stay behind. If this little brother refuses to cooperate, then I shall take the lives of you and your companions, Minako said to one of the younger survivors. Do not heed her words. If the three of us perish here, the others might still survive. If you allow her to lure the others in, we shall be utterly annihilated. The food and water will be seized by them as well, Zheng Hao exclaimed with great distress. However, given your current predicament, it seems you possess little leverage for negotiation. We could eliminate the three of you, and I could still employ the same tactic to bring in the remaining individuals. Moreover, we number 8, while you have only 4 left. Even with a numerical advantage, your remaining members would be no match for us. However, I can assure you that if you obediently follow my commands, I can ensure that you experience a moment of comfort before your demise. Furthermore, you shall not suffer in your final moments. Otherwise, I guarantee you will witness the zombies devouring your flesh piece by piece. Minako's tone fluctuated between gentleness and malice, sending chills down the spines of the 3. Am I considered a third option? Suddenly, a resounding and crisp voice emerged from above. Nanny, are you toying with me? Gakosu, the little mustached man exclaimed in terror as he looked up. There stood a remarkably handsome man, exuding charisma as he gazed down at them from the eaves. A living person appeared right above them. Yet, among so many neon warriors present, not a single one noticed him. Are you Zhangchen? Zheng Hao had previously conducted a transaction with Zhangchen, purchasing 10 bows from him, which had left him utterly fleeced. Thus, his impression of Zhangchen was particularly vivid. Fortunately, it was those 10 bows that had allowed them to seize the supermarket with minimal losses. Had they relied solely on melee weapons to confront the zombies, the casualties among their camp's fighters would have been substantial. Zheng Hao initially felt joy upon seeing Zhangchen, followed by astonishment. Joy, for reinforcements had arrived. Astonishment, for it was but a single individual. Was he not merely offering himself as a sacrifice? Not to mention that he was currently a hostage. Even if he were free to act, with Zhangchen, they would number only 4, for against 8. A discerning eye could easily perceive the disparity in strength. Hey, Zhangchen, hurry to the supermarket entrance and call my brothers over. If we are evenly matched in numbers, perhaps we can still fight, Zheng Hao shouted loudly. Wait, I have a question. If I rescue you, what benefits will I receive? Zhangchen suddenly inquired. What, nanny? Zhangchen's unexpected maneuver left both Minako and Zheng Hao utterly dumbfounded. Good grief, at such a critical moment, you're still bargaining? Have you no moral compass? Zheng Hao felt on the verge of tears. What kind of people are these? Spare me the moral high ground. It is only reasonable that I seek compensation for my labor in saving you. I could have waited for these neon folks to kill you, and then I would have dispatched them myself, claiming all the spoils for myself. Thus, my decision to negotiate with you instead is already quite ethical. Wouldn't you agree? Zhangchen asserted with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Zhangchen's words, Zheng Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, there was a certain logic to his argument that was utterly irrefutable. Why should he be expected to rescue someone for free? Even when returning a lost wallet, one should offer a token of gratitude. To expect a life to be saved without any form of recompense was a bit excessive. Very well, then. I shall offer you 20 bags of frozen dumplings. How does that sound? Zheng Hao proposed. You truly know how to calculate. The power is out now. Frozen food cannot be stored in the refrigerator and must be kept in storage space. You expect me to take things you have no means of handling? Forget it. I won't dally with you any longer. It's a flat rate. You shall give me half of the resources you procure from the supermarket. Should you attempt any clever tricks, I shall take everything. Do you understand? Zhangchen said coldly. Very well, it's settled then. A deal. Zheng Hao gritted his teeth. He and his companions had spent days scouting the terrain, executing tactical strikes, and battling zombies. To now have to share half of their hard-earned spoils with Zhangchen felt utterly tragic. Yet, what other choice did he have? If he lost his life, what use would the supermarket's food be? Zheng Hao could only concede. You scoundrels, do you treat me as heir? I will slaughter all of you. The little mustached man, witnessing Zhangchen and Zheng Hao's brazen haggling, erupted in fury. Be cautious. Do not underestimate him. He's the one who killed Ohaya and the others, Minako said anxiously. That fool Ohaya must have underestimated his opponent. I shall not make such a mistake. We have only just entered this world, and we are a team. Even if this kid levels up quickly, he can only be comparable to our top members at best. Let us all attack together. Do not let this Dragon Kingdom person escape. The little mustached man shouted. However, Zhang Chen had no intention of fleeing. He gracefully descended into the alley, drawing forth his Tang Dao. Damn, Zhang Chen, didn't you say you came to save us? I sent you to deliver a message. Who told you to challenge them? Isn't that akin to courting death? Zhang Hao cried out in desperation. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he beheld Zhang Chen employing some unknown technique, his figure flickering unpredictably. The little mustached man and the two nearby neon warriors were instantly cleaved in two. The two young men behind Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to engage the remaining neon warriors. Zhang Hao's fighters were in the exceptionally robust tier, and those four neon warriors were equally formidable. However, in terms of numbers, they had the upper hand, pressing the two back relentlessly. Whoosh! The two felt a chilling glint flash before them. Suddenly, the four individuals in front collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What the hell is happening? Zhang Chen just killed four neon warriors in an instant. Good grief, these neon warriors are on par with me. Which means, we are no match for him even combined. This is utterly terrifying. The two young men, initially unafraid despite facing 2 against 4, were now trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Zhang Chen. The disparity in strength was so vast it sent shivers down their spines. Do not approach. If you do, I will kill their leader. In that case, you shall receive nothing of the promised supplies. Minako had anticipated such an outcome. She had already maneuvered Zheng Hao to one side, positioning herself against the wall to ensure no one could launch a surprise attack from her blind spot. This woman is quite cunning. Before engaging in combat, she had already prepared for a potential defeat, leaving herself with an escape route. I'm afraid I cannot accept your threats. I have recorded the promise Zheng Hao just made to me. If your people do not believe it and refuse to part with half of the resources, I shall simply eliminate all of you. It will hardly take much time, and I can seize the supplies at my leisure. However, you must die, for I have offered you a chance, yet you deceived me. Zhang Chen stated indifferently, stepping closer to Minako. Don't come any closer. Minako felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. It was a sensation she had never encountered before. As if he were a god of death, the air around them thick with the scent of mortality, this man may genuinely follow through on his words. When comparing half of the supermarket's resources to the entirety of it, everyone knows which is more advantageous. Were it her alone, Minako would undoubtedly devise a scheme to eliminate everyone and claim the resources for herself. Thus, she envisioned Zhang Chen as such a person. Although she held a hostage, her sense of security had vanished completely. Zheng Hao noticed that Minako's right hand began to tremble slightly, seizing the opportunity to grasp her hand, sinking his body down. He rolled a few times on the ground, clumsily escaping. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen approached Minako. With a single stroke, he cleaved her in half from top to bottom. Brother Zhang Chen, what a skillful maneuver. Did you foresee that this woman would not dare to kill me? Zheng Hao remarked with admiration. Stop being delusional. My aim is to eliminate her. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Zhang Chen replied nonchalantly. TSK. Zheng Hao chuckled awkwardly, commenting, you truly are heartless. Nonetheless, thank you for saving us. I will honor my promise regarding the supplies. Just as Zheng Hao finished speaking, a commotion of footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. It turned out that the remaining survivors had finished counting the supplies. Concerned that Zheng Hao and the others had not returned, they came to search for them. Upon entering the alley, they were met with a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about in grotesque positions. The stench of blood lingered in the alley, making some unable to suppress their urge to vomit. Boss, what happened here? Are these zombies? Qian Jinyu, responsible for the supply management, inquired. These are neons. That woman was also a neon. They lured us in to kill us and seize our supplies. Thanks to the great Zhang Chen, we are alive. Otherwise, we would have become 3 corpses by now. Hurry, bring out half of the supplies collected from the supermarket and hand them over to Zhang Chen. Zheng Hao commanded. What? Half? So much? Qian Jinyu exclaimed in surprise. Just give it to him. This killing god took down 4 with a single blow. He made it clear that we either give half, or he will annihilate us and take everything. You studied accounting. Calculate how this should be handled. The two young men beside him had yet to recover from the fear instilled by Zhang Chun. With trembling hands, they leaned on Qian Jinyu, saying, "What's going on?" Qian Jinyu felt increasingly bewildered. He understood Zhang Hao's character, which was fiercely protective of the camp's interests. That he would suggest giving away half of the supplies was astonishing. The other two young men were known for their fearlessness, willing to confront 3 or 4 zombies head-on. What could have frightened them so much today? If I tell you to give it, then do so quickly. You must honestly provide half the supplies. Absolutely no hidden portions. Can you understand? Execute this immediately. This is my command. Seeing Zhang Qin's expression of slight impatience, Zhang Hao hastily urged that I will start now. Qian Jinyu began to retrieve the supplies one by one. He was responsible for their storage, so all the fragments of storage rings obtained from the zombies had been gathered together. He had upgraded his storage ring, making it quite high level and capable of holding a substantial amount. He was essentially a walking storage warehouse and a key asset of the camp. Boxes of instant noodles, frozen foods, snacks, seasonings, clothing, cigarettes, alcohol, tea, beverages. A mountain of supplies piled high, nearly filling half the alley. Half. The instant noodles are an odd number. We took an extra bag, and we added a bag of vermicelli for Mr. Zhang. The beverages are also odd. We took an extra bottle of white wine, and we added a bottle of red wine for Mr. Zhang. It's essentially like this. Mr. Zhang can verify, Qian Jinyu said, pouting his lips, clearly displeased. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. Qian Jinyu was a mid-level accountant with 10 years of experience. You need not worry about my professional integrity. Our camp operates on the principle of honesty towards others. Moreover, you are aware of our camp's location. I would never deceive you. Zhang Hao spoke seriously. Very well. I shall tentatively trust you. Zhang Qin nodded, waving his hand to absorb all the supplies into his storage space. He then commenced gathering the corpses of the neons. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Energy Crystal 350 plus 70, Mutated Fertilizer 3265, Clean Fabric 1233, Lunch and Meat Canned Food 12, Self-Heating Hot Pot Noodles 33, Sake 43, Unknown Vibrant Object 12, Professional Attire 3, Nurse's Uniform 1, Handcuffs 3, Leather Whips 3, Waterbeds 3, Strange Wooden Horse 1, Sharp Samurai Sword 7, Dagger 1, Sharp Samurai Sword Design Blueprint 1, Ability Enhancement Potion Blueprint 1, Ability Enhancement Potion 15, Reconnaissance Drone 3, Off-Road Vehicle Key 1, Universal Hotel Access Card for Couples 1, Storage Ring Fragments 275, Another Bountiful Harvest. Upgrade Progress 121-28002. Storage Ring Upgrade Progress. Storage Ring Fragments 275200. Energy Crystals 1212100. The storage ring meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Ding. You have lost storage ring fragments 200, energy crystals 100. Congratulations. Your storage ring has upgraded from level 3 to level 4. Storage space expanded from 48 to 72 slots. Vehicle warehouse space expanded from 1 slot to 2 slots. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5 requires storage ring fragments 500, energy crystals 1000. Note: a level 5 storage ring can unlock the building warehouse, allowing for the storage of buildings. Now I can store 2 vehicles. Zhang Chun turned and walked to the end of the alley, getting into the off-road vehicle driven by the neons, revving the engine and departing swiftly. Watching Zhang Qin's retreating figure, Qian Jinyu furrowed his brow and asked Zhang Hao, "Boss, are we just letting this kid go? We are 8 people. We allowed this kid to take away half of the supplies we gathered at the cost of one brother's sacrifice. I can't shake this feeling of discontent." Silence. Zhang Hao suddenly spoke harshly, startling everyone. Zhang Hao had always maintained a gentle and refined image within the camp. They had never seen him so enraged. Qian Jinyu trembled at the outburst, uncertain why Zhang Hao was so furious. After a moment, Zhang Hao sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. "Considering we are just a few close brothers here, you may voice such thoughts. However, such words must never be spoken again. If this were to reach the ears of the great Zhang Chun, our camp could be razed to the ground." Although Zhang Hao spoke calmly, the impact of his words struck the others like a boulder thrown into a serene lake. They understood Zhang Hao's character. He was a man of his word, never one to boast or resort to alarmist rhetoric. His ability to utter such statements indicated Zhang Chun indeed possessed formidable strength. Moreover, he saved us. That is an undeniable fact. Zhang Hao spoke slowly. Qian Jinyu glanced at the 2 fearless young men who had come with Zhang Hao. Their faces were ashen, seemingly still reeling from the shocking scene they had just witnessed. What on earth happened? Who was Zhang Chen to instill such terror? Zhang Chen drove back to the side of the heavy truck, gently touching it with his hand, promptly recalling it into the storage ring. Now, the vehicle slots in the storage ring were full, one for the heavy truck and one for the armored mech. Then, Zhang Chen drove the off-road vehicle, humming a tune, back to the exterior of Building 8. Airpang, seeing Zhang Chen's return, could no longer contain his excitement. His tail wagged like a fan as he ran over, leaping into Zhang Chen's embrace, enthusiastically licking him. "Did you miss me? Did anyone else come by today?" Zhang Chen inquired. Pang, of course, remained silent and could not comprehend such a complex question. Still brimming with excitement, he nuzzled against Zhang Chen in joyous abandon. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Chen discovered that the food bowl was completely empty. The courtyard walls stood intact, and the crops remained flourishing. However, in the corner, there were several dark piles. Zhang Chen approached to inspect them and was immediately met with a notification: mutated beast feces, which can be used as fertilizer, though its efficacy is slightly inferior to that of mutated fertilizer. Hiss, this is something I can do without, Zhang Chen mused, covering it with some soil. The courtyard remained undisturbed, with no signs of intruders scaling the walls. This indicated that the number of survivors daring to venture outside in search of provisions was still scant. Moreover, even if they did search, they would instinctively gravitate towards the commercial district. Few would dare to enter the residential area. After all, the commercial district is replete with restaurants and supermarkets, brimming with supplies. The residential area is fortified with security doors and anti-theft measures, making entry challenging. Not to mention the narrow hallways. Should one encounter a zombie, it could prove quite troublesome. Thus, the residential district was unlikely to be the primary choice for survivors. As dusk approached, Zhang Chen led Airpang back into the building and secured the unit door. He first descended to check on the diesel generator, as electricity was seldom utilized during the day and only occasionally needed before bedtime. Consequently, not much diesel had been consumed at this rate. A single barrel of oil could last quite a while. Zhang Chen then returned to his room. Airpang, filled with glee, darted around the floor, occasionally glancing at Zhang Chen as if fearful that he might vanish. Zhang Chen closed the electric curtains and turned on the lights. He then accessed the chat channel to review the day's trading activities and messages. Zhao Xia, Brother Chen, today was a bountiful harvest. I sold several tents, sleeping bags, chairs, and tables, all separately. I also managed to sell quite a number of bows and arrows. Just as you mentioned, the demand for arrows has surged, and I've sold out completely. How about you, Brother Chen? Was your day smooth? Just now, I heard the loud screech of a car brake. It seems someone has entered the schoolyard. I saw zombies flooding in like a tide. Thanks to that person, there are significantly fewer zombies around me, and I managed to slay a dozen this afternoon. Hee, I'm quite formidable, aren't I? Brother Chen, you haven't said a word all day. Is everything all right on your end? It's afternoon now, and I even spotted a few foreigners in the campus heading towards the dormitory. I thought our world was solely inhabited by people from Longhua, yet there are foreigners too, but these individuals are rather dubious. They even attempted to lift the skirt of a deceased zombie. What a perversion. Brother Chen, are you okay? You haven't replied to my messages all day? Puffed, puffed, puffed. My crow's mouth. Brother Chen must surely be fine. Brother Chen, please respond to my message. Zhang Chen read through the lengthy message, which spanned from morning until afternoon. The last one sent merely 20 minutes ago. I'm here, just got home. Zhang Chen replied. Brother Chen, you're back. Came the instant response from Zhao Xia. Seemed this girl was perpetually stationed at the trading and private chat channels, ready to reply the moment she saw Zhang Chen's message. Is it safe on your end? Zhang Chen inquired. Quite so. No one knows I'm in the security room, and there are significantly fewer zombies around. If the zombie population continues to dwindle in the coming days, I might just sneak across the road to the convenience store. Then I can sustain myself without having to constantly rely on you for food. Zhao Xia admitted, a hint of shyness in her tone. Oh, by the way, I'll trade you the resources from today's transactions. With that, Zhao Xia sent over a trading box detailing today's haul. Most of it consisted of food, water, and energy cores, a total of 122 energy cores, the largest and most precious resource from this transaction. One core can be exchanged for a cheap longbow, combined with readily available wood for arrows. Selling them could yield supplies worth several times their value. It was akin to picking money off the ground. Yet now, Zhang Chen had devised a better method for collecting energy cores, thus, to the average person. These 122 cores represented a windfall of riches, whereas to Zhang Chen, they were merely a modest sum. Well done. Here is your payment for today's efforts. Zhang traded a sausage, a box of instant noodles steeped in hot water, and a bottle of carbonated drink. Instant noodles steeped in hot water? They're still steaming. They smell divine. Zhao Xia exclaimed, her mouth watering at the sight of the steaming bowl of noodles. Well, I'm having instant noodles for dinner as well. And 1 pot of boiling water is just right for 2 bowls. It'd be a shame to let the excess hot water cool down, especially with the current power outages. Hot water is a resource that shouldn't go to waste. So, I conveniently made you a bowl, considering it today's sales commission. Zhang Chen stated nonchalantly. You're so kind. Zhao Xia replied, blushing as she sipped the warm broth, while the young girl savored her noodles. Zhang Chen shifted his attention back to the regional chat channel. Logically, having encountered a neon person today and Zhao Xia spotting foreigners, this situation could not be an isolated incident. IT indicated that. After several days of the apocalypse, survivors were gradually acclimatizing to this new reality and beginning to scavenge for resources. Foreigners had even started to infiltrate Longwa's territories. Surely, there would be chatter in the chat channel. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Chen opened the regional chat channel, he was greeted by a flurry of contentious exchanges. Alas, the people of Longwa are utterly devoid of compassion. I merely seek some food and water. Yet no one offers assistance. It's disheartening. Just moments ago, a friend contacted me, claiming he had arrived in the Neon area and invited me over. He said the Neon people are incredibly hospitable, providing free food, water, and comfortable bedding. There's no need to risk encountering zombies. They have specialized teams to gather supplies. Today, I even observed a group of Neon people collaborating at the entrance of a large supermarket, with some guarding and others counting. They even rescued a woman along the way. What admirable spirit the Neon people possess. A person named Wu Jingri proclaimed with a sense of superiority. His statement was met with a chorus of ridicule. Someone promptly shared a series of photographs depicting precisely the scene Wu Jingri had described. Look, are these the people? Yes, these are the Neon people. Did you see them too? Everyone, take a look. This is evidence. You needn't doubt it. The people of Longwa are simply not united. There's nothing more to say. Wu Jingri boasted triumphantly. At that moment, Zhang Hao stepped forward, asserting, excuse me, the individuals in that photo are me. I'm a native of Longwa. Moreover, I have never held a favorable opinion of the Neon people. Today's events have only solidified my stance, given that the avatars of those speaking in the chat channel were their three-dimensional representations. Everyone quickly recognized that the person in the photo was indeed Zhang Hao. With the true identity emerging to refute the claims, the crowd erupted in mockery. Haha, what a grand spectacle of pro-Neon sentiment crashing down. The situation is utterly pitiful. The backlash was instantaneous. Haha, the person in the photo has personally spoken out. This Wu Jingri, from the very sound of his name, seems far from reputable, unabashedly fawning over the Neon people. To even use our Longwa survivors' cooperative efforts as proof of the Neon people's unity, this must be friendly forces. Ha ha ha, I am laughing so hard that tears are streaming down my face. Is this a place for comedic dialogues? Wu Jingri's face flushed with embarrassment, and he continued, perhaps I have made a mistake with this photograph, but the people of Neon are exceedingly polite and courteous. Joining the camp of the Neon people should pose no problem at all. They harbor no racial prejudices and treat us with the same warmth they would offer their own kin. My friend is living quite well there, and I plan to visit in a few days. Let this group of sour lemons lament the grapes they cannot reach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoren's expression darkened as he remarked, the politeness of the Neon people is nothing but a fade, devoid of genuine warmth. I suspect that if you were to go there, you would merely become a fat sheep for them to fleece. Do you truly believe that one can receive food, water, and shelter without lifting a finger? You need only use your imagination to realize that such good fortune has never existed in times of peace. In this apocalyptic age, with resources so scarce, would the Neon people sustain idlers? Allow me to share with you the reality I encountered today. The woman I rescued is one of them, and my team nearly met their demise at her hands. Zhang Hao's words immediately stirred a commotion. What? Zhang Hao nearly lost his life. It seems there is not a single decent Neon among them. Surely not. Zhang Hao is robust and formidable, with 7 strong men in the photograph, all armed with longbows and daggers, a veritable elite force. How could they almost be wiped out? Have the Neon people truly advanced so swiftly? It appears I must also step up my game. Zhang Hao sighed. I too believed our strength was formidable, having vanquished hundreds of zombies in a large supermarket. Yet, what I failed to anticipate is that the most malevolent force in this world is not the zombies, but the treachery of mankind. The Neon people's power is comparable to ours, but their cunning far exceeds our imagination. He recounted the entire saga in brief, then continued, in short, these neon people employed the wiles of seduction against us. Resorting to the despicable tactic of hostage-taking, they sought to annihilate us and plunder our resources. This is what some would call friendliness and enthusiasm, were it not for a certain hero who single-handedly felled 8 neon warriors. I might have been unable to voice my thoughts in this channel. Furthermore, please refrain from referring to me as a big shot. I am but an ordinary person in the presence of that hero. I am nothing. This declaration sent shockwaves through the gathering. The neon people dared to lay hands on us. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? We must unify and confront them. Is it not said that there are still black people nearby? Perhaps there are even Westerners, none of whom are to be trusted. We must tread carefully. Indeed, Zheng Hao, where is your camp? We shall seek refuge there and bolster our ranks. A mysterious figure single-handedly defeated 8 neon warriors. How astonishing. Could such an individual truly exist? Someone worthy of Zheng Hao's admiration? The talents of the Dragon Kingdom are unmatched, far beyond the comprehension of such wretched beings. This is the true state of affairs. Wu Jingri, that freeloader, scorns Zheng Hao's camp for requiring effort to acquire food. Yet he goes on to lick the mud from the neon people's feet. Such a revelation is utterly mind-boggling. Wow, the description above is so vivid that I suddenly lost my appetite. Zhang Chen noticed Zheng Hao refraining from revealing his name and couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that Zheng Hao, capable of leading a survivor camp, possesses some discernment. He understands that one must not speak recklessly without permission. It is astonishing that even in this apocalypse, there are those who mindlessly idolize and believe that the moon is rounder abroad. They even trust in the notion of falling pies from the sky. What a peculiar individual. With this thought, Zhang Chen recalled Zhao Xiya's mention of several black individuals. Zhao Xiya is in the security room, and Zhang Chen suddenly felt a twinge of concern. After all, tomorrow we are to clear out zombies and unlock the level 3 resource box. I might as well eliminate those perverts while gathering intelligence about the surrounding situation. Who knows whether these black individuals belong to the Gray State tribe or are a faction of Westerners? The circumstances around us must be thoroughly investigated before proceeding with our next actions. Survival in this apocalypse is paramount. Zhang Chen has no desire to engage in robbery, arson, or plunder. However, he will not passively wait for potential enemies to harm him. The threat must be extinguished in its infancy. After perusing the chat messages for a while, he found nothing of value. The remainder consisted of advertisements for trades or the continuation of the recent quarrels, utterly devoid of substance. A silent night ensued. The following day, just as Zhang Chen rose from his slumber, the system promptly presented a message. The game has entered its 5th day. The camp system is now active. Subsequently, a point of light flickered on the operating interface. Where there was once nothing, a camp option now appeared. Zhang Chen clicked on the camp. Ding. You have not yet joined any camp. Ding. This function has just been activated. And no valid camp information has been detected. Would you like to create your own camp? Zhang Chen clicked yes. Please select the type of camp to establish. 1. Shelter. Requires at least 1 secure room. With a maximum of 10 survivors, establishing it consumes 10 people's worth of food and drinking water per week. It can later be upgraded to a camp. 2. Survivor camp. Requires at least 20 rooms or an equivalent safe area. With a maximum of 100 survivors, as the camp level increases, the population cap will rise, and various positions will emerge, granting corresponding bonuses. Establishing it consumes 100 people's worth of food and drinking water per month. Along with 100 energy crystals, upgrades can be chosen as Production Camp, Raider Camp, Collection Camp, or Comprehensive Camp. 3. Mysterious Organization. Requires the creator to be among the top 1,000 in combat power. Members must have a minimum combat power ranking within the top 1 million. These conditions will proportionally change with the total number of survivors. Organization members will remain eternally loyal to the leader, never betraying. Unless expelled, members can join any camp while concealing their organizational identity. The leader can teleport to any member with a cooldown period. The leader's status is exceedingly exalted, allowing them to have their own servants who will never betray and will obey unconditionally. Establishing this requires 1,000 energy crystals. The number of crystals increases over time. Zhang Chen briefly reviewed the options and found the necessity for choice to be minimal. The outcome was glaringly evident. Compared to establishing a camp filled with an unwieldy population and uneven survivor capabilities, it would be far more prudent to pursue an elite path, establishing a formidable organization capable of wielding power in this apocalyptic world. Choosing to establish an organization, this function undoubtedly offers the most potent effect. Furthermore, the consumption of energy crystals will escalate over time. This means that establishing it now incurs the least cost in energy crystals. After all, Zhang Chen would soon be battling in an armed mech, requiring no personal involvement for the time being. Once the zombie tide is eradicated, he can enhance his strength at a later stage. Click. Establish organization. Ding. Your strength has been detected to be among the top 1,000 in the world. You meet the criteria to be an organization founder. Ding. Sufficient energy crystals have been detected. You can establish the organization. Ding. You have lost 1,000 energy crystals. A new organization has been established. Please name your organization. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and entered. Dream Nightmare. The dot between dream and nightmare symbolizes the distinction. Dream represents those who support and follow him, striving toward the ultimate goal of thriving in the apocalypse. Conversely, for his enemies or those who provoke him, only endless nightmares await. It embodies a clear dichotomy of affection and disdain. Ding. Please select an emblem for the Dream Nightmare organization. A plethora of emblems appeared before him. As only the top 100 strongest in the world can establish organizations, there are precisely 100 emblems. Those who establish first get to choose. Later founders will have to settle for whatever remains. Zhang Chen browsed through the options, noting the distinct masculine and feminine features, as well as various mythological totems from Eastern and Western cultures. Without hesitation, he selected the dragon totem of the Dragon Kingdom as his emblem. In the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon is the most revered divine beast, the mark of kings. Since I have the first choice, I shall not hold back. Ding. The selection of the organization emblem has been completed. Bang. Congratulations. The organization Dream Nightmare has been established. You are both the founder and the inaugural leader of this organization. Please promptly recruit your members. Zhang Chen glanced at the organizational interface, which was quite similar to that of a game guild. It displayed the conditions for member recruitment, the mission of the organization, and the organization's battle attire. The battle attire could be a cloak, ordinary clothing, or armor, emblazoned with a prominent organizational emblem. Currently, this section remains blank. The organization cannot be upgraded, but it can provide bonuses to its members by collecting special cores from mutated creatures. In the option for core sacrifice, there are 7 slots. This means that at any given time, a maximum of 7 special cores can be placed here. Special cores. Zhang Chen scratched his head. He had yet to encounter what a special core actually was. He tried using an energy core. Indeed, it could not be placed. Hiss. Perhaps one would need to defeat more formidable monsters to obtain it. More formidable monsters. Zhang Chen immediately thought of the mutated Type 3 zombies, the giant tanks. On the playground of Tianyang University. Let us go. Zhang Chen accelerated the growth of all the meat potatoes in the yard using growth fertilizer. He harvested an additional 380 meat potatoes in one go. Each meat potato weighed over a pound and was remarkably elastic. This substance not only tasted like meat but also felt like it. Moreover, each meat potato produced 10 seeds. Thus, Zhang Chen harvested another 500 seeds of meat potatoes. This was incredible. Farming could not only sustain a livelihood but could even lead to wealth. Due to the limited space in the yard, Zhang Chen planted another 50 meat potatoes. He continued to leave the guarding of the premises to Erpang. After a day of training, Erpang seemed to have taken a liking to this role. Perhaps wolves and dogs share a common ancestry, enjoying the act of guarding territory. Woof! Erpang barked at Zhang Chen, wagging his tail. It seemed to convey the message, Master, go ahead and leave, I will protect the home. What a reassuring little fellow. Zhang Chen combined 2 large pots of growth fertilizer and placed them in Erpang's food bowl. Yesterday, he only put mutated fertilizer in, but upon returning, he found that the bowl had been emptied. It seemed Erpang had even thoroughly licked it clean, rendering it shiny. It must have been quite hungry. Hence, Zhang Chen increased the quantity. Attracted by the scent of the growth fertilizer, Erpang watched as Zhang Chen boarded the off-road vehicle, disappearing behind the buildings. Only then did it eagerly plunge its face into the food bowl, devouring heartily. As the growth fertilizer was quickly consumed, Erpang's physique appeared to become even more robust. Are you there? Zhang Chen sent a message to Zhao Siya. Yes, good morning. Chen Ge, why are you contacting me during the day? Don't you need to go out to gather supplies? Zhao Siya had set reminders for Zhang Chen's messages. Due to her business, she had gone to bed later than Zhang Chen. At this moment, she was startled awake by the notification sound. Upon seeing Zhang Chen's message, she immediately forced herself to respond with alertness. Yes, I will be going to Tianyang University today to gather supplies, and will also ask those few foreigners some questions, so it might be quite noisy during the day on your end. Regardless of what sounds you hear, do not leave the security room, understood? If there is an urgent matter, you can message me privately. I will enable your private message notifications shortly, Zhang Chen said. Okay, I understand. I will behave and not cause trouble for you. Chen Ge. Are you planning to open a level 3 supply box? Please be cautious. There are tall zombies in that area. If you need assistance in diverting their attention, you can call on me. I can help draw their fire. Zhao Xie earnestly reminded him. Understood. Zhang Shen replied succinctly, refraining from elaborating further. If it were ordinary zombies requiring diversion, Zhao Xie would undoubtedly be capable. However, the vicinity was currently swarming with mutated Type 2 and 3 zombies. Even survivors at the peak of human physical capability would find it extremely challenging to survive against such monsters, let alone Zhao Xie. Moreover, when Zhao Xie first encountered mutated Type 2 zombies, she had been in a state of despair. The intention was commendable, but this task was far beyond Zhao Xie's capabilities. Zhang Chen did not wish to dampen the young girl's enthusiasm. Thus, he only offered a perfunctory response before closing the dialogue box. The off-road vehicle swiftly traversed the route taken yesterday, arriving at the street directly opposite Tianyang University. Originally, the zombies on this street had been cleared by Zhang Chen. Now, they were densely packed once more, reminiscent of a bustling commercial street during the holidays. In the distance, several crawlers could be seen darting about among the throngs of zombies. The entrance of the mall, which previously concealed a level 2 supply box, was now teeming with a massive horde of zombies, stacked one upon another like a small mound. It was unclear what had transpired. Let us begin. Time to warm up. Zhang Chen parked the vehicle by the roadside. He stepped out to stretch his limbs and then wielded his tang knife. Ever since acquiring the skill of concentrated strikes, the usage of the blast shield had diminished. This was because the skill required activation from the palm, and holding a shield would severely diminish his strength. Moreover, now equipped with basic energy armor, the blast shield could be relegated to history. Zhang Chen leaped lightly, landing once again on the roof of the bus where he had previously vanquished the horde of zombies. The ammunition for the powered armor was limited, and using it here felt wasteful. Additionally, the road was narrow, leading directly to the zombies' lair at Tianyang University. Thus, it was not suitable for repeated crushes with heavy vehicles. It was better to manually clear the area first as a warm-up. With this thought, he drew his handgun and fired a shot at a distant crawler. Bang! The bullet struck the crawler's thigh. However, for such a tough-skinned creature, this meager damage was utterly ineffective. On the contrary, the resounding gunshot echoed through the street, startling the entire horde of zombies, who, roar, almost simultaneously. All the zombies turned their heads in unison towards Zhang Chen. Occasionally, some zombies in the distance would turn towards the source of the echo. Following that was a cacophony of terrifying howls. The zombies surged towards Zhang Chen like a tidal wave. The distant zombies curiously ran toward the direction of the echo for a moment, but soon realized something was amiss. They then joined the main horde, howling as they charged forward. It was no wonder a zombie tide could form. It turned out zombies also exhibit a herd mentality. Zhang Chen chuckled at himself, then swung his knife, effortlessly cleaving the heads of the first wave of zombies charging towards him. Roar. Ugh. The zombies crashed against the bus in relentless waves, as if they were ocean waves, each one crashing against the other. The piled-up zombies even created a human ramp around the bus. The subsequent zombies climbed the slope directly to reach him. Zhang Chen, meanwhile, swung his tang knife with ease, slicing through the advancing zombies with minimal effort. The bodies piled up on either side of the bus, rising higher and higher. Zombies from all directions began to converge on Zhang Chen. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked the sky above him. A crawler tilted its head, grinning eerily at Zhang Chen. Its sharp claws descended towards him. An ambush. Is this all? Zhang Chen counterattacked rather than defending. With a burst of strength in his legs, he leaped into the air, grasping the crawler's left hand with his left hand. He horizontally sliced with the tang knife, severing its spine in two. Simultaneously, the crawler's sharp claws grazed Zhang Chen's chest. However, at the moment of contact between the claws and his clothing, the energy armor enveloped Zhang Chen's body instantaneously. The friction between claws and armor left behind but a pale mark. Soon after, the crawler met its demise. In the midst of its descent, Zhang Chen raised his left hand, obliterating the unsuspecting crawler below into a mere pulp. Subsequently, he viciously stomped on the zombie's skull. With that single blow, the cervical spine was shattered. Thereafter, Zhang Chen leaped high into the air, akin to a master of martial arts from a cinematic epic, and delivered a downward strike that impaled the third crawler firmly into the ground. With 3 crawlers dispatched, only the ordinary zombies remained. Although these zombies were numerous, their arsenal consisted solely of fingernails and teeth. Such meager assaults posed no threat to the energy armor whatsoever. With the danger of injury averted, Zhang Chen found himself in a far more favorable position during combat. This was undeniably a one-sided massacre. He charged into the horde of zombies, effortlessly shattering their skulls with the slightest of punches, sending them hurtling 3 or 4 meters away. A swift kick sent several zombies flying high, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Chen advanced, quickly finishing them off with a flurry of strikes. His state resembled that of a player immersed in the world of Dynasty Warriors, as countless zombies were sent flying, shredded, and slain. Wherever he traversed, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the ground. Zhang Chen seemed to embody a vengeful deity from the depths of hell. After more than an hour of relentless battle, he had cleansed this street of zombies entirely. The blood had stained the energy armor a deep crimson. However, the armor appeared to absorb the blood, as moments later, it gradually seeped into the armor itself. Once the battle concluded, the energy armor reverted back to its wristband form. Collection, congratulations, you have obtained Energy Core X4 5090, Accelerated Fertilizer 3, Mutated Fertilizer 2112, Clean Fabric 943, Storage Ring Fragment 17, Assault Rifle 11, Fragmentation Grenade 33, Rifle Bullets 3217, Military Dagger 8, Bloodied Key 63, Car Key 22, Walkie-Talkie 15, Leather Notebook 1, Medical Box 3, Antibiotics 30, Tough Leather 3, Evolutionary Blood 3, Sharp Claws 6, Shelter Guidance Map 1, Oddly Shaped Key 1. The other items were self-explanatory. But what on earth is this oddly shaped key? Zhang Chen examined it in his hand. In truth, it bore no significant distinction from an ordinary key. What could possibly be strange about it? At that moment, a prompt materialized once more. Congratulations, this key can unlock the armory of Tianyang University Shelter. Welcome to the Age of Firearms. A key that can unlock the weaponry vault of Tianyang University. This is exhilarating. Firearms are an utterly overwhelming force against these ordinary zombies. Although Zhang Chen currently dominated the ordinary zombies, firearms would save him considerable effort. In times of lesser strength, he had refrained from using guns casually. After all, the noise could easily attract a horde of zombies. Without the immunity serum and proper protection, facing numerous zombies at once posed a perilous risk. A single scratch could spell doom. However, the situation had changed. Ordinary zombies could no longer inflict harm upon him. In this context, firearms became a divine weapon. Not only could they eliminate swathes of zombies from a distance, but they also conserved energy. The previous drawback of attracting zombies with gunfire had transformed into an advantage, automatically luring and exterminating zombies. What could be more delightful? Zhang Chen retrieved the skill, Sharpshooter, from his storage space and activated it. In an instant, a surge of knowledge flooded into his mind and muscles. He drew forth the assault rifle, deftly changed the magazine, disengaged the safety, and fired a shot into the distance. Ding! A perfect hole was pierced through the center of a donut advertisement 100 meters away. He shot purely by instinct. Hitting a stationary target required no special aiming. This was exhilarating. Zhang Chen stored all the collected items into his storage ring. A fierce battle awaited him. He popped open a bottle of carbonated drink and gulped it down heartily. Refreshing. Let's get to work. He strolled leisurely to the entrance of Tianyang University and summoned his armored mech. Climbing aboard, he prepared for battle. First, he launched a rocket to set the stage, observing the throng of zombies in the distance. He lightly pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A rocket, trailing wisps of white smoke, shot directly into the horde of zombies. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from not far away, deafening to the ears. Even the glass of the teaching building trembled slightly from the immense sound. Then, a massive fireball, accompanied by the remnants of zombies, soared skyward, reaching 2 or 3 stories high. What had been a densely packed ground of zombies was instantly transformed into a crater approximately 5 meters in diameter. Goodness, the power of this rocket was beyond my expectations. Its might is astonishing. With such a weapon at his disposal, the zombies ahead were mere appetizers. However, Zhang Chen suddenly felt a pang of concern. With such devastating lethality, would the energy cores be reduced to mere fragments? As his thoughts shifted, another prompt appeared. Energy cores cannot be destroyed. Simply collect them from the corpses of zombies. Mutated fertilizer will be obliterated by high temperatures. Yet the fragmented flesh can still be transformed into mutated fertilizer. The personal belongings of zombies will mostly be destroyed in fierce combat. Please be cautious. Zhang Chen nodded at the prompt. As long as the energy core remains intact, that is paramount. Everything else is secondary, especially the last point. Zhang Chen had learned this lesson previously when he crushed zombies with a heavy truck. Even a massive truck could reduce the belongings of zombies to pulp. There was no need to consider the fate of zombies under artillery fire. Roar, cackling, gurgle, growl. The recent rocket launch had successfully drawn the attention of all the zombies. At that moment, Zhang Chen was the sole living being within Tianyang University. Instantly, he became the target of their ire. Giants, crawlers, and venomous brooders all turned their gaze upon him, rushing forth with a cacophony of cries. The giant towered impressively, rivaling even the armored mech, with each step. It covered 2 or 3 meters, either kicking aside the zombies in its path or trampling them underfoot, exuding an aura of unstoppable might. The crawlers, resembling grotesque insects, numbered over a dozen, drawn from the teaching building. Rooftops and small gardens. Gua. The venomous brooder struck first, launching a mass of corrosive liquid packed with toxic insects towards Zhang Chen. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the spray. First, I must deal with this long-haired freak. Zhang Chen maneuvered the armored mech, retreating while simultaneously activating the 12.7mm high-speed heavy machine gun. The lower 2 arms wielded alloy swords and shields, while the upper 2 arms automatically aimed and fired. The heavy weaponry was embedded in the back of the mech. Let's send another rocket their way. Whoosh! Another rocket flew forth. With a resounding explosion, it struck the venomous brooder directly. The splattering corrosive liquid instantaneously disintegrated the surrounding zombies within a radius of several meters into mere pulp, sizzling and emitting wisps of green smoke. Goodness, this is essentially a mobile biological bomb. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spat fire, automatically identifying zombie heads and executing precise strikes. One by one, zombies were decapitated, showering the field with blood. Crimson flowers bloomed across the playground. The zombies, oblivious to fear or evasion, surged forward despite witnessing waves of their kind being obliterated. Although Zhang Chen's armored mech wielded incredible firepower, it was overwhelmed by the relentless tide of zombies. With the explosive sounds echoing, the zombies that had previously hidden in the teaching building began to pour out. In an instant, the number of zombies on the playground not only remained unchanged but actually increased. 2 heavy machine guns proved insufficient to fend off such a vast horde. For every zombie that fell, 3 or 4 more surged over its corpse, as the swarm of zombies drew ever closer. Zhang Chen leaped backward, activating the rocket thrusters mid-air. He soared over 100 meters before gradually descending. Simultaneously, several more rockets were launched. A single explosive blast obliterated a crawling beast along with over 20 surrounding zombies. Another rocket struck the massive behemoth, resulting in 2 resounding booms. The crawling beast was hurled into the air, one of its arms severed. The ordinary zombies were utterly decimated, their frail flesh unable to withstand the might of the rocket. In an instant, they were reduced to mere fragments. However, on the other side, the rocket that impacted the behemoth left only a charred mark upon its chest. As the smoke cleared, the giant creature's charge was momentarily impeded. Yet it soon resumed its monstrous advance with a fearsome roar. It appeared that this behemoth's strength far surpassed that of the crawling beast, proving impervious to even a single rocket strike. Zhang Chen pondered to himself. Such a monster was nearly indestructible. One would need to obliterate over 30 of its vital organs to ensure its complete destruction. Destroying 30 organs. Zhang Chen gasped in disbelief. This creature was akin to an immortal cockroach. It was wise to engage in battle with an armored mech. Amidst his contemplation of battle strategies, the horde of zombies continued to advance several meters. At this moment, the swiftly moving crawling beast had already surged ahead, followed closely by the behemoth, and then by the ordinary zombies that surged like a relentless tide. The armored mech stood resolute, akin to a rocky outcrop, awaiting the onslaught of the zombie wave. In the chat channel, everyone was stirred by the thunderous explosion of the rocket, their messages flooding in. Holy cow, did you hear that? I think I just heard an explosion. I heard it too. It seemed to come from the direction of Tianyang University. Tianyang University again. Who in their right mind would seek trouble with a horde of zombies? Isn't that a death wish? Holy crap. I saw something you won't believe. What? Another heavy truck. But heavy trucks can't explode. Soon, a live feed appeared in the regional chat channel. There, a mech adeptly dodged a glob of corrosive liquid and began a barrage of gunfire. The zombies fell like harvested crops, one after another. Waves of them surged forth. This was akin to witnessing a sci-fi blockbuster. It was exhilarating. What is this? A Gundam? This world has such war machines. That's an armored mech. Just click on the image for details. Isn't that guy the one driving the heavy truck? And now he is piloting an armored mech. Impressive. However, it seemed that even an armored mech was insufficient. Given the sheer number of zombies, look, there's the giant monster and a long-haired female ghost. With so many zombies, it's like hell unleashed. Judging by sight, there were at least several thousand zombies, if not 10,000. And every shot needed to be a headshot to take them down. It was likely that a single armored mech wouldn't have enough ammunition. What is there to fear? The mech can fly. If it can't fight, it can escape. Those energy cores are just a fortune. I was drooling with envy. How did one person get so lucky with both a heavy truck and an armored mech? By the way, I remember that this big shot's hands could emit light. This individual was far more formidable than Zhang Hao, who had boasted about slaying 8 neon warriors yesterday. After all, a human cannot rival a mech. Yet, in a world that has developed armored mechs, how can it still be overrun by zombies? That seems a bit unscientific. It's been weakened. After 30 days, some of the suppression will be lifted. Surely you haven't forgotten. Thinking about it sends chills down my spine. How terrifying will it be in 30 days? The Wolf Fang camp is recruiting. Everyone is welcome to apply. Zhang Chen was unaware that his entire battle was being broadcast live. Whether it was being streamed or not mattered little. He was wholly focused on dealing with the behemoth and the horde of zombies before him. Without further ado, he unleashed his firepower. Zhang Chen deftly maneuvered the mech. Suddenly, the mech retracted its heavy machine gun and retrieved a weapon resembling a massive cannon over 2 meters long from its back. The shoulder-mounted rocket launchers slowly elevated. Fire. With a whoosh, dozens of rockets began a saturation bombardment on the zombies ahead. The explosive spectacle left onlookers awestruck. Indeed, if it were merely an ordinary zombie virus outbreak, modern military armaments could undoubtedly sweep through the horde. However, the zombies before him were weakened entities. Otherwise, humanity would not be cowering in bunkers to survive. Waves of heat, laced with chunks of flesh, swept through the area. The continuous explosions shattered all the glass along the streets. Some zombies leapt from windows onto the pavement below. The smoke billowed, obscuring visibility. Holy cow, this is insane. Such firepower is absolutely astonishing. This should take care of everything, right? If we clear the zombies from Tianyang University, we can move in. There are dormitories, beds. Far more comfortable than sleeping on the cement floor. Yes, and there's a cafeteria too. Surely there will be gas canisters. Finally, we can have something warm to eat. All thanks to this amazing hero. Truly impressive. I wonder if that colossal creature can be blown up? It must be toppled. Carbon-based life forms stand no chance against artillery fire. Just as the chatter concluded, a massive shadow emerged slowly from the smoke. That it was the behemoth, scorched and injured in multiple places. Yet its combat prowess seemed utterly undiminished. What on earth is this creature that it can survive such an onslaught? Is this truly the world that has been weakened? Such monsters, how are we to combat them? Forget about such creatures. Even the crawling ones we encounter can only be fled from. The armored mech now faced a serious predicament. Everyone was holding their breath for Zhang Chen. Yet, Zhang Chen was not surprised by the appearance of the behemoth. After all, he had previously gauged its strength. This barrage of firepower was merely intended to clear out the ordinary zombies and crawling beasts, allowing him to focus on battling the behemoth. A strange cackle echoed from the left. In an instant, Zhang Chen's reflexes surpassed the norm. Just as the crawling beast lunged at him, the alloy steel blade from his lower right arm thrust forth, piercing the creature's chest. With a swift pull, he tore it asunder. Its innards spilled across the ground. The crawling beast was violently ripped in two. The power of the armored mech was astounding. Zhang Chen flicked the sticky remains of flesh from his mechanical arm. Then aimed the cannon at the behemoth, coldly engaging the firing mechanism. A humming sound of electromagnetic charging filled the air. As the pitch of the charging intensified, a sharpness emerged. Sparks of blue electricity began to gather at the cannon's muzzle. With a crackle, a fierce bolt of lightning shot forth. It illuminated the street, the remains of zombies, and everything in sight in a ghostly white. The lightning danced through the air, extending like a living entity. Striking the behemoth squarely, countless sparks erupted in an instant. Simultaneously, the behemoth's body acted as a conductor, sending chains of electricity to the surrounding ordinary zombies. Boom. The tremendous voltage sent the behemoth flying far away, embedding its massive form into the school building. Debris and shards of glass cascaded to the ground. The surrounding zombies were instantaneously incinerated by the immense voltage. Even those fortunate enough to escape the flames were rendered incapable. Their brain tissues obliterated. Zombies collapsed in droves. At this moment, the mech displayed electromagnetic cannon energy depleted, unable to be used again. Clearly, this weapon had been utilized numerous times. The shot Zhang Chen had just fired was its last. He casually discarded the electromagnetic cannon to the ground. The two mechanical arms below wielded cold weapons, while the upper arms retrieved the heavy machine gun once more. At this point, the ammunition supply for the heavy machine gun had dwindled to just 20 rounds. Not much left. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen refused to wait for the behemoth to react, springing forward with a powerful push of his legs. Simultaneously, the rocket thrusters activated. The armored mech propelled itself forward. and the sharp, cold alloy steel blade drove fiercely into the behemoth's body. Boom! Two colossal figures collided simultaneously with the same section of the teaching building. The reinforced concrete structure was utterly incapable of withstanding such a magnitude of impact. With a thunderous crash, a significant portion of the external wall sheared away, leading to the collapse of more than half of the building, burying the giant beneath a heap of rubble and debris. The armored mech hovered above the shattered fragments, its alloy blade dripping with a brownish liquid. Is it done? Zhang Chen fixed his gaze intently on the movements within the debris. With the electromagnetic cannon and his recent frenzied hacking, he must have severed about 30 of its body tissue. Suddenly, the rubble stirred. A piece of debris tumbled down, rolling away. Roar. With a resounding bellow, shards of rubble flew in every direction. Countless fragments pelted the armor. Sounding like a hailstorm. It's still alive? Zhang Chen, relying on instinct, swiftly dodged to the left. The mech needed time to accelerate from a standstill to high speed. Just as it veered left, a wall piece reinforced with steel bars shot out. Zhang Chen narrowly avoided this lethal strike. However, the steel bar still grazed the upper left arm of the mech, sparks erupting in a crackling display. The spectators in the chat channel gasped at the perilous scene unfolding before them. Wow, that was too dangerous. The pilot's reflexes are impressive, making that evasive maneuver just in time. I thought the creature was done for. If I were piloting the mech, I'd have been smashed by that wall. This anticipation was remarkable, truly impressive. Yet, one had to wonder, was this monstrous creature not terrifying? With rocket bombardments and electromagnetic artillery, it still stood. Now I understand how humanity faced extinction in this world. And this is just the initial stage. I recall someone mentioning that the suppression would gradually lift, which means the zombies we are currently facing are the weakest, most feeble beings. My goodness, if this is the weakest, what chaos will ensue once the suppression is lifted? The chat room was filled with lamentations. At that moment, Zhang Chen emerged as their savior, their pillar of hope. After all, human players were still far from mastering the armored mechs. If Zhang Chen fell, it would plunge them into utter despair. Roar. The giant slowly rose from the ruins, its chest riddled with several bloody punctures, its body covered in cement dust, presenting a remarkably disheveled appearance. Yet it was still alive. Truly a resilient creature. Zhang Chen muttered under his breath. The damage to the giant's body registered at 25. A prompt appeared just in time. So it's at death's door. I want to let you escape this time. Zhang Chen snorted contemptuously. The armored mech ascended several dozen meters higher into the air, then locked onto the giant as its target, with missiles expended and bullets proving ineffective against such a behemoth. It was time for close combat. Zhang Chen thrust the steel blade forward, plummeting the mech towards the giant with full power. For any living being, such a strike would be difficult to execute effectively. After all, the distance allowed ample time for the opponent to evade. The hit rate was abysmally low. However, Zhang Chen was not confronting a sentient being but rather a colossal zombie devoid of fear. Indeed, as Zhang Chen launched this thunderous strike, descending from above, the giant did not flinch. Instead, it bellowed ferociously at Zhang Chen, bracing itself for a fierce confrontation. The giant was indeed formidable, but its lack of intelligence was a significant flaw. A smile crept across Zhang Chen's face. He then maximized the thrust of the rocket boosters, utilizing the acceleration of free fall. The descent speed of the armored mech rapidly exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. And it continued to accelerate. Bang! The armored mech crashed violently into the giant, sending rubble and debris scattering in all directions. The tremendous force kicked up clouds of dust, obscuring all visibility. What just happened? Oh no, I couldn't see clearly. Did the armored mech collide with the giant? That was too perilous. I wonder how the pilot fared. Hopefully, the pilot is unharmed. Aren't zombies supposed to be defeated by severing the head? Why isn't he aiming for the giant's brain? This person clearly knows nothing. TSK. From above, someone quipped, if you're so capable, why don't you take the helm? Amidst the cacophony of opinions, a massive silhouette emerged from the swirling smoke, gradually moving outward. Soon, the giant's characteristic grayish-brown skin was illuminated by sunlight. No way. It's the giant. It survived such a powerful blow. This is utterly tenacious. I always said one must decapitate zombies. Clearly, the pilot of that armored mech lacks experience. What a waste of such a formidable machine. If it were me, I'd have one in no time. Shut up. Dare to reveal your skill level. How many zombies have you actually slain before bragging? The mech pilot has personally dispatched thousands of zombies. What have you contributed? Just empty boasts. The chat channel erupted into a heated argument. Many were engulfed in despair. It's over. If even the armored mech cannot defeat this gigantic zombie, what chance do the rest of us have to survive? In the video, a gentle breeze swept through, gradually dispersing the dust on the playground. The crowd finally saw the truth. Indeed, the giant's body was at the forefront, but it was not advancing on its own. Instead, it was being held aloft by the armored mech. Given their similar sizes, the giant almost concealed the mech entirely. The mech's four arms held the giant's corpse firmly, and with a casual toss, the colossal zombie crashed heavily to the side. We won. We triumphed. The audience in the chat channel erupted into jubilant cheers, each person exulting. The giant was arguably the strongest entity at this stage, within less than a week of entering the apocalypse. Someone had vanquished the most formidable zombie. This revelation instilled renewed hope for survival amidst the shock. The earlier naysayer, insisting that one must decapitate zombies, was soon silenced. Look at the giant's head, perfectly intact. And yet it lies dead. The armored mech pilot dared to confront the giant head-on, indicating a keen understanding of the creature's vulnerabilities. What do you, a mere spectator, contribute aside from mockery? I suspect you would only offer yourself as a sacrifice. Recklessly attempting to sever the giant's head, only to discover it isn't even a weak point and find yourself oblivious to your own demise. Ha ha ha. The armored mech is truly magnificent. Zhang Chen swung the mechanical arm of the armored mech. Sparks erupted from the joints as the giant proved to be a tough adversary. Just moments ago, in that fleeting instant, the giant managed to seize the mech's upper arms with remarkable precision. What a rapid reaction time. Thankfully, that strike ultimately obliterated the giant. Otherwise, with the mech engaged in close combat with the giant, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Due to the excessive load, the armored mech's circuitry had begun to burn. Emitting an acrid scent, the control cabin signaled, "Energy depletion imminent. Will shut down in 20 minutes. Zhang Chen pressed the exit button. The reinforced glass canopy slowly opened, and he immediately leapt out, gasping for breath on the ground. Inhaling the fresh air, the acrid smell of burnt rubber from the cockpit was overwhelming. At that moment, however, the live stream in the chat channel abruptly cut off. The live streamer hastily exclaimed, "Oh no. Let me pause for a moment. I think I hear zombies nearby. I'll resume the broadcast once it's safe." Meanwhile, on the other side of the live stream, a group of African men were hiding around the corner of the dormitory building. They were also utilizing the regional chat channel, observing every movement on the playground. The battle had concluded, and it seemed that the armored mech had malfunctioned, as smoke filled the cockpit. Indeed, the pilot appeared utterly exhausted. Drenched in sweat, likely on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha, foolish Dragon Country people. Thank you for clearing the zombies from the playground for us. Now, all these energy crystals and other spoils belong to us. The African men chuckled, slowly emerging from the shadows. As they walked, they began casually scavenging the bodies of the fallen zombies, delivering a final blow to some of the barely alive ones. A bearded African man led the group. Holding a dagger in his hand, his intentions were clear: eliminate Zhang Chen and seize the giant zombie corpse before anyone else could. What worth did the ordinary zombie corpses hold? Merely a few common energy crystals. The resources from a formidable zombie like the giant would undoubtedly be far more abundant. How dare you touch what is mine? Zhang Chen had also noticed these men. He slowly rose to his feet, an aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The air on the playground seemed to drop several degrees. Your belongings, he retorted. Once I eliminate you, everything you possess will rightfully belong to us. You can operate an armored mech and slay such monsters. I can only imagine the treasures you carried. I am quite curious. The leading African man grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. The others, seeing Zhang Chen still on his feet, cautiously surrounded him. You're courting death. Zhang Chen extended his right hand, and a gleaming tang knife appeared as if conjured from thin air. Among these African men, save for one who had reached the peak of physical strength, the rest were merely robust fighters. At this level, they wouldn't even withstand a single blow. He needed to be gentle, leaving one alive to interrogate about their gathering location. Zhang Chen mused silently. Bang! Before Zhang Chen could make a move, a bullet suddenly whizzed in from nowhere, striking the leading man squarely in the temple. Blood splattered forth. The large figure collapsed to the ground. Propelled by the force of the bullet, bang bang, 2 more shots rang out. The shooter's marksmanship was impeccable. Instantly, 2 more men fell. The remaining 2 Africans, realizing the peril, turned and fled. They were clever enough to adopt a serpentine escape pattern. However, such a route posed no challenge for the marksman. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. The smaller of the 2 fleeing men crumpled to the ground. Only one African remained, paralyzed by fear, kneeling on the ground with his hands over his head. Bang! The final gunshot rang out. The shooter had no intention of leaving any survivors. Clang! Zhang Chen, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, intercepted the bullet with his tang knife. the African man found himself pinned to the ground by Zhang Qin's foot. Unable to move an inch, the battle concluded. Soon after, a dozen soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms approached leisurely from the side. Their attire was uniform, and their weapons were sophisticated. The marksman who had shot the Africans was a long-legged woman with a bob haircut. Her face adorned with light makeup, an uncommon sight among soldiers. She leaned out from a third-floor window of the teaching building, gracefully leaping down to the ground without making a sound. Her strength had clearly reached the pinnacle of human capability. Zhang Qin scrutinized the group of soldiers with his enhanced vision. He was astonished to discover that they were a mix of men and women, all having advanced to the peak of human physicality. Some appeared on the verge of awakening their latent abilities. Do not be alarmed. We are not your enemies. The leading man, approximately 1.85 meters tall with dark skin and a buzz cut, exuded an aura of integrity and strength. I am Zhao Longtuan, the leader of the Special Operations Unit from the Dragon Country. These are the members of my team. We were fortunate to traverse with our weapons and equipment as soldiers. It is our duty to protect civilians from external threats. Even in this apocalyptic world, I refuse to abandon my principles. Since you possess the ability to control the situation, we can rest easy. We apologize for intervening. Zhao Long once smiled at the African man pinned under Zhang Qin's foot while simultaneously expressing his astonishment at Zhang Qin's prowess. The ability to catch up with fleeing Africans and rescue them from the relentless sniper Zhang Qin demonstrated a physique and reflexes that had likely surpassed the limits of human endurance. Entering the realm of awakening, it was hard to fathom that a civilian, starting without firearms or ammunition, no team coordination, and lacking professional combat training, could evolve at a pace surpassing that of his elite Special Operations Unit. This was truly an extraordinary phenomenon. It was team meddling. I merely sought to capture one of the Africans to inquire about the situation. You handled the others, saving me some trouble, Zhang Qin replied slowly, his gaze instinctively drifting to the scattered zombie corpses. For players in this apocalyptic game, this was undoubtedly a colossal fortune. The playground was littered with nearly 10,000 ordinary zombies, along with a dozen mutated Type 2 zombies, not to mention the giant and the Level 3 supply crates. This was akin to a landscape strewn with gold bars and peaceful times. Would these individuals remain unaffected? Zhao Long once seemed to sense Zhang Qin's concerns, flashing a reassuring smile. We have the capability to eliminate zombies ourselves. We want to seize other spoils, particularly as fellow citizens of the Dragon Country. We should unite in times of peril. Together, we shall fend off external threats and these monsters. So rest assured, aside from these 3 Africans we have killed, which rightfully belong to us, everything else is yours. We mean you no harm. The other team members nodded in agreement, echoing Zhao Longtuan's sentiments. Zhang Qin scrutinized Zhao Longtuan for a considerable time, noting the clarity in his eyes, devoid of any hint of deceit, which allowed him to relax slightly. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that these soldiers could maintain such noble principles in a world devoid of government and higher authority. It was worth noting that this well-armed, highly trained, and formidable team could easily overpower any survivor camp. If they desired to exert their influence, very few could muster the strength to resist them. You are a commendable group. However, there will always be scoundrels among the Dragon Country folk. You must remain vigilant, Zhang Qin cautioned. Yes, I understand. Zhao Longtuan sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. He had indeed encountered several incidents that momentarily shook his faith in protecting his fellow citizens. Yet, that conviction had quickly been reaffirmed. Just then, a soldier hurried over, halting beside Zhao Longtuan, saluting before reporting, "Captain, we have discovered a survivor." "All right, bring them over," Zhao Longtuan remarked. Throughout this journey, the survivors he had rescued were all gathered on a large bus. They consistently parked the bus in a safe location, dispatching a portion of soldiers to guard it, while the main armed squad would venture out to carry out their operations. Suddenly, under the protection of 2 female soldiers, a strikingly beautiful girl emerged slowly. Upon seeing her, members of the Special Forces team, regardless of gender, were captivated by her presence. She was simply breathtaking. Although she was clad in loose-fitting sportswear, it did little to conceal her exquisite figure. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her fair skin and delicate features made her appear as though she had stepped out of a cartoon. It was Zhao Xie. Zhang Qin was momentarily taken aback. She was far more beautiful than the character depicted in the chat channel. An aura of delicate charm emanated from her at the same time. Zhao Xie noticed Zhang Qin. "Brother Qin," Zhao Xie exclaimed excitedly. Then her expression suddenly stiffened, and she bashfully brushed her hair, recalling that she hadn't washed it in several days, leaving it somewhat greasy. Was she still beautiful in such a state? Encountering Zhang Chun under these circumstances was undeniably embarrassing. Thus, she took a few steps toward him, only to come to a gradual halt. Brother Chun, I'm so glad you're all right. Please, never do that again. How dangerous. Just moments ago, while watching the live stream in the chat channel, her heart had been in her throat, especially during that last moment. It nearly terrified her, Zhao Xie said, lifting her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Am I not fine? Zhang Chen smiled gently and replied, Xie, you're here? How wonderful. The heavens have favored me. I thought I would never see you again. Zhao Longtuan, upon spotting Zhao Xie, hurried over. Brother. Zhao Xie recognized that familiar voice immediately. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the soldier before her was none other than her own brother, Zhao Longtuan. He had enlisted when she was just 12 years old, after 7 long years. It was unexpected for them to reunite in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Xie rushed to her brother, and although they had much to say after their long separation, she hesitated and turned her gaze toward Zhang Chun with reluctance. On one hand was her biological brother, sharing the same blood, and on the other was Zhang Chen, who had stirred her heart despite only having known him for a few days. The presence of these two men made her feel torn. Zhao Longchuan seemed to sense his sister's inner conflict, and said, This young man, I see you possess considerable skills. Surviving alone in this apocalypse for so long, while displaying such prowess, is truly remarkable. How about this? Join our Wolf Fang survivor camp. Come with us. Zhao Longchuan extended his warm invitation. Before Zhang Chen could respond, he continued, Intelligence reports indicate that a massive horde of zombies is rapidly approaching from the north. It is expected to arrive here in 3 days. This horde will vastly outnumber those here on the playground. According to drone surveillance, there are at least a dozen of those giant zombies. Hundreds of crawlers and poison breeders. The ordinary zombies are preliminarily estimated to exceed 100,000. Such a large-scale horde cannot be resisted by any individual or camp. By then, the survivors here will likely be trapped. We have already gathered all the survivors willing to leave with us along the way. I suggest you join us in retreating southward. There is a military base there. We can use it as a stronghold to withstand the horde. Zhao Longchuan said earnestly. Thank you for the invitation, but I prefer to stay here. Zhang Chen replied without a moment's hesitation, graciously declining that a horde. He was actually seeking out zombies to fight. In this apocalypse, if one does not strive to grow stronger, they will inevitably be eliminated. One must row against the current. If one does not advance, they will regress. Besides, with his abilities, even if he could not defeat the horde, escaping would not be a daunting task. Leaving now would mean missing a splendid opportunity to enhance his strength. Zhao Longchuan glanced at the worried Zhao Xie. This man was undoubtedly strong, and he might survive. However, Zhao Xie certainly did not possess the same strength. He absolutely could not allow his sister to take such risks with this man. With their parents gone, he had to ensure his sister's safety. Zhao Longchuan shook his head gently and continued to persuade, Young man, I recognize your impressive skills. However, surviving alone in this apocalypse is exceedingly perilous. Over there, we have military protection, ample food and water, and an ecological recycling system. We must band together to survive in this harsh world. Moreover, as you know, the true test begins in 24 days. Zhao Chuanlong reminded. Indeed, as Captain Zhao said, in such a brutal apocalypse, evasion is not the optimal solution. Only by continually growing stronger and adapting to the harsh environment can we ensure our survival. If I allow a mere horde of zombies to drive me away, how could I possibly face the even graver trials that await in 24 days? Zhang Chen's words resonated with conviction. They profoundly impacted Zhao Longchuan. Indeed, if he could not withstand a horde of 100,000 zombies, how could he confront the cataclysmic changes that awaited in 24 days? However, if such words were spoken by an ordinary person, Zhao Longchuan would merely dismiss them with a scoff. Who couldn't boast? But when spoken by Zhang Chen, Zhao Longchuan felt an unsettling sense that Zhang Chen was speaking the truth. He genuinely intended to intercept the horde and possessed the capability to do so. Zhao Longchuan was startled by his sudden realization. One man intercepting a horde? It was an unfathomable notion. To each their own. Captain Zhao, it seems we must part ways here, Zhang Chen said, bowing slightly toward Zhao Lingchuan. The latter understood this as a dismissal if that is the case. Until we meet again, young man. Come on, Xie, Zhao Longchuan said to Zhao Xie. Brother Chen. Zhao Xie looked at Zhang Chen with pleading eyes, filled with reluctance. Zhang Chen turned his head away, faced with tens of thousands of zombies. He dared not claim absolute victory, even if he gave his all. How could he possibly afford to protect Zhao Xie by his side? it was far safer for her to accompany her brother to the military base. At least with Zhao Longchuan's special forces there, her safety would be assured. All right, see ya, let us go. With Brother Zhang's strength, he will undoubtedly survive in this apocalypse. I have faith that we will meet again. Zhao Longchuan comforted softly. Brother Chen, you must survive. Zhao Siya suddenly turned back and shouted at Zhang Chen, her eyes sparkling with hope. She wished for Zhang Chen to change his mind and leave with her, or at least to stay and fight alongside him here. Yet, Zhang Chen merely waved silently and slowly turned away. All right, Sister Xia, let us depart. We often hear your brother speak of you, yet I never anticipated you would be so exquisite, remarked Jiang Chenchen, as she gently linked her arm with Zhao Siya's, a cheerful smile adorning her face. Simultaneously, she discreetly followed Zhao Siya's gaze towards Zhang Chen, sensing that this man seemed somewhat distinct from the others. The image of Zhang Chen heroically deflecting bullets with a tang knife replayed in her mind, leaving her somewhat perplexed. How could this man possibly withstand a bullet intended for her? This thought lingered in her mind. All right, we must set off promptly. The sooner we reach the military base, the sooner we can fortify our defenses. A great battle awaits in 24 days, Zhao Longchuan declared solemnly. Understood, the squad members responded in unison. Then automatically formed a line, marching in perfect synchrony towards the campus exit. Despite the plethora of zombie corpses strewn across the playground and the readily available energy cores, they remained undeterred, not even casting a glance. Zhang Chen silently stood in place, watching the team grow more distant until they vanished from view. Before redirecting his attention to the corpses littering the ground, it was time to reap the rewards. Zhang Chen bound the captured black man to a tree and commenced his collection. Perhaps there were indeed few survivors in the vicinity of the school, or maybe Zhang Chen's earlier display of deflecting bullets had left the remaining survivors in shock. Regardless of the reason, no other survivors appeared. For over an hour, Zhang Chen diligently collected from the multitude of zombie corpses before him. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Core 5320 plus 1064 with Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Mutated Fertilizer 13725, Accelerated Fertilizer 120, Evolutionist Blood 22, Resilient Leather 66, Sharp Claws 36, Corrosive Liquid 5, Corrosion Resistant Leather 10. After collecting from the ordinary zombies and the crawling 2-type infected, Zhang Chen finally focused on the massive giant zombie beside him. The zombie blind box is now open. The higher the level of the zombie, the rarer the materials obtained through collection. For instance, the resources from 2-type infected can be utilized to craft rare armor and weapons. Zhang Chen was filled with anticipation regarding the resources that could be extracted from the giant zombie. Collecting from the giant zombie. Ding! Collection from the giant zombie successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Core 500 plus 100 with Energy Evolution Talent Bonus. Rapid Fertilizer 5. Berserker Blood 5, Sturdy Leather 5, Submission Potion 1. Hiss. Truly, this is a mutated 3-type zombie. A single mutated 2-type zombie only provides 50 energy cores, while a mutated 3-type zombie astonishingly yields 500 energy cores. That's tenfold. Furthermore, it produced a Submission Potion. Submission Potion. When used on players of a lower rank, it brainwashes them into becoming loyal servants of the user, who can command them at will. This item seems rather sinister. The ability to command at will. Zhang Chen stored the submission potion in his inventory, knowing it would surely serve a purpose in the future, though not at this moment. Zhang Chen assessed his current status. Current upgrade progress, 773-68002. Player meets the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have advanced to Awakener Early Stage 2. Your physical attributes have significantly enhanced. The energy enveloping your body has grown even more potent. As Zhang Chen possesses dual talents, each upgrade increases the base attributes of both talents. Gene Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Ding. Current upgrade progress, 613615002. Player meets the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. You have advanced to Awakener Early Stage 3. Your physical attributes have significantly enhanced. The energy enveloping your body has grown even more potent. Gene Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Energy Evolution Direction has gained 1 talent point. Next level. Awakener Mid-Stage 1. Current upgrade progress, 3136250002. Having leveled up twice consecutively, Zhang Chen refrained from hastily allocating his talent points. Instead, he approached the level 3 golden supply box, the size of a small van. There's still a level 3 supply box. The talent points can wait. Opening the treasure chest is paramount. Zhang Chen gently raised his hand, and the golden chest seemed to respond, instantly emanating a faint golden glow. Discovered level 3 supply box. Would you like to open it immediately? Yes. The box opened on its own. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Talent Crystal 1, Powerful Corrosive Bomb Design 1, High Quality Pet Food 2, Submission Potion Blueprint 1. Worlds only. Special Crystal, Collection Enhancement. The Talent Crystal speaks for itself, a rare item that directly increases talent points by 1. The Powerful Corrosive Bomb Design requires Corrosive Liquid 1, Corrosion-Resistant Leather 2, and Steel Tin to create a powerful corrosive bomb. Powerful Corrosive Bomb. Upon being thrown and colliding, it inflicts severe corrosive damage to all entities within a 2-meter diameter from the point of impact, with doubled effectiveness against metals and living beings. As Zhang Chen perused the description of the Powerful Corrosive Bomb, a prompt appeared. Corrosive liquid can inflict tremendous damage on enemies with strong physical damage resistance, such as the giant zombie. The Powerful Corrosive Bomb is the giant zombie's nemesis. I must hold on to this. Submission Potion Blueprint. Worlds only requires Ice Condensation Flower 10, Energy Core 1000, Berserker Blood 5 to create the Submission Potion. The worlds only. This means only Zhang Chen has the ability to craft the Submission Potion among all players. This level 3 supply box was immensely worthwhile. Possessing this blueprint equates to having an additional unique ability. Although 1,000 energy cores may seem a tad expensive at this stage, as zombies and monsters gradually lose suppression, their core yield will undoubtedly increase significantly as the game progresses. The resources required for this blueprint will likely become cheaper. Collection Enhancement. Special crystal used for embedding in the Dream Nightmare organization's core sacrifices. Once embedded, all members within the organization can gain one-click collection capabilities. They can automatically collect from the corpses of defeated zombies and mutated creatures without any additional collection actions. This, without a doubt, is a particularly practical ability, as the required cores for future upgrades increase. The number of zombies that need to be defeated will also grow exponentially. If I were to collect them one by one, it would not only consume time, but also make me vulnerable to other survivors who might seize the opportunity to steal some corpses. With this skill, Zhang Chen can fight while collecting, significantly enhancing both combat and collection efficiency. Now, onto this red crystal. Zhang Chen gently crushed the talent crystal, gaining an additional point in each of his dual talents, coupled with the 2 points earned from leveling up twice. He now possessed 3 points in each talent. Zhang Chen examined the talent tree. At present, only the first 2 layers of talents were illuminated, while the third layer remained locked. He must advance to Awakener mid-stage 1 to unlock it. Currently, he was at Awakener early stage 3, just 1 level away. The first layer talents, Strong Body and Enlightenment, had been fully allocated. The second layer talents, Fury and Energy Strike, were also maxed out. 2 talents, Spirit Reflection and Wealthy, required 3 points of genetic talent. Perfectly, I can allocate all 3 points. Ding. Talent allocation successful. Spirit Reflection 33, enhances evasion, speed, and reaction ability by 100. Wealthy 33, increases the yield of non-special item resources obtained during collection by 60. This effect can stack with the 20 energy cores collected through Enlightenment. The energy core collection bonus has significantly increased. Originally, the energy evolution direction granted a base pickup bonus of 20. With the additional 60 from Wealthy, the total bonus now stands at 80, greatly enhancing the yield. The only shortcoming lies in the fact that the recently fallen corpses of the zombies did not benefit from these enhancements, resulting in the loss of several energy cores. Some readers have mentioned this issue, and I have come to realize it as well, but it is difficult to amend, requiring recalculations, so let us just overlook it. You want to see it. You want to see it. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. Zhang Chen's next target is set on the horde of corpses in the north that will arrive in 3 days. That is where he aims to seize the key opportunity, with hundreds of thousands of corpses. That is practically a treasure trove of energy cores. Just the thought of it stirs a sense of excitement within him. However, Zhang Chen must not be complacent. He needs to make thorough preparations in advance. After upgrading his talents, Zhang Chen approached the African man bound to a tree. This moment, the man was already pale with fear, rendered almost speechless. He was, after all, a remarkably strong individual. The fact that Zhang Chen could effortlessly catch up to him after he had run a considerable distance and even deflect bullets from a sniper rifle with a knife indicated that his strength had likely surpassed the limits of human capability. What is even more terrifying is that Zhang Chen, already abnormally powerful, had just scavenged a field full of energy cores. Plus, there was a level 3 supply box. His strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Faced with such a harbinger of death, the man felt utterly powerless. If Zhang Chen wished to end his life, it would be as simple as crushing a large bean bug. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. Do you understand? Zhang Chen inquired ominously. I understand. I understand. I can comprehend Mandarin. I am an exchange student from the United States in Longhua. My name is Habu, and I can speak Mandarin. I will answer whatever you ask. I assure you I will not deceive you. I only hope you will spare my life. Habu spoke nervously. Where did you come from? Zhang Chen asked. We are exchange students. We have been in the survivor area of Longhua for the past few days. We have been hiding in the cafeteria, occasionally venturing out to scout. Today, we saw you clearing the horde on the regional channel, which is why we came out. That big guy is our leader. He said we could seize the spoils while you were weakened. But I was firmly against it. You must believe me. Habu hastily added a defense for himself. Where is the food in the cafeteria? Zhang Chen continued his questioning. There was hardly any food in the cafeteria to begin with. Only the kitchen had a few semi-prepared dishes. However, many of them had spoiled and were covered with red mushrooms. We noticed a room that was locked, which seemed to be the storage room for the cafeteria. There should be food inside. Originally, we planned to break down the door, but we were afraid of attracting the zombies, so we never dared to act. There should be plenty of food in there. I can take you there. I know the way. Habu quickly pledged his loyalty. He was afraid that if he did not demonstrate his value, Zhang Chen might dispose of him casually. Very well. Lead me there. Don't play tricks. Zhang Chen nodded, reaching out to tug at the ropes binding Habu. With a snap, the rope, as thick as a pinky finger, was effortlessly torn apart. It was evident that his strength was extraordinary. Habu, frightened like a quail, nodded submissively and obediently led the way. The zombies on campus had mostly been drawn away by the recent explosive sounds. At this moment, there were hardly any zombies in the corridor. Occasionally, a few weak zombies could be seen, blocked by the classroom windows. Their pale hands desperately pounded against the glass, creating a series of dull thuds. Zhang Chen surveyed his surroundings. Notifications promptly appeared in Building 7. There are 23 weak zombies. They pose no threat to you. In the library, there are 15 weak zombies. They pose no threat to you. In the shower room, there are 8 unclothed male zombies. If you have special interests, you may enter to have a look. These few zombies are hardly worth mentioning. Given Zhang Chen's previous strength, ordinary zombies could no longer inflict harm upon him. Even the 2-type infected, such as the crawler, could be easily dispatched. Now, having leveled up twice, his strength was incomparable. As long as there were no grotesquely powerful zombies like the giant tank, there would be no issues. Soon, the two arrived at the back door of the cafeteria. This is it. Entering here leads to the kitchen's cold storage and storage room. Now that there is a major power outage, the status of the cold storage is uncertain, but the food in the storage room is surely still intact. I have fulfilled my part of the bargain. Can I leave now? Habu asked with a forced smile. Is it safe inside? Zhang Chen inquired. Safe? Of course it is safe. We have cleared the zombies from here. There isn't a single zombie inside. How could it not be safe? Habu hurriedly explained. However, the prompt before Zhang Chen displayed a different message. There are 30 hungry zombies behind the door. They pose no threat to you. Haha. This fellow is full of lies. If it's so safe, then you should go in first. Zhang Chen had no intention of giving Habu the opportunity to explain. With one hand, he seized his neck, lifting him off the ground like a chick. With the other hand, he opened the back door of the cafeteria and threw Habu inside. I was wrong. Please spare me. I was just joking with you. Before Habu could finish his sentence, his throat was bitten through. Following that was the sound of muscles being torn apart, along with the gnashing of teeth as the zombies devoured flesh. Silence enveloped the space until there was not a sound left. Zhang Chen waited for 25 seconds before opening the door. At this point, the number of zombies in the cafeteria had increased to 31. Roar. Hiss. A horde of zombies charged at Zhang Chen, just in time to test the strength of my upgraded body. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. This time, he did not draw his tang knife but instead charged directly at the nearest zombie. Delivering a punch. Bang. With a crunch, energy armor enveloped his body instantaneously. This punch was not delivered with all his might, yet the zombie's head crumpled as if made of cardboard. Its jaw dislocated, and a substantial dent formed in its skull as its entire body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, colliding with the 5 or 6 zombies that followed closely behind. Ding. Zombie killed. Special core. Collection enhancement has been triggered. Automatically collected energy cores 5+4. Enhanced by energy evolution talent. Mutated fertilizer 3. Cold storage key 1. A single strike. And the upgraded strength of his body was indeed extraordinary. Against these zombies, Zhang Chen was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With overwhelming force, he effortlessly dispatched all 31 zombies. With the enhancement of the collection, the items obtained from killing zombies directly entered his storage ring. Only when the storage space was insufficient would they drop outside. Currently, Zhang Chen still had ample space left in his storage. Moreover, the zombies yielded only a few types of items: energy cores, mutated fertilizer, clean fabric, and some miscellaneous personal belongings. Zhang Chen kept the cold storage key, discarding useless items such as business cards, meal cards, and student IDs to save storage space. After entering through the back door of the cafeteria, he did not walk far before encountering a heavy iron door. Water continuously flowed from the gap beneath the door. This should be the cold storage. Zhang Chen's gaze fixated on the cold storage door, and soon, another prompt appeared. The frozen meat in the cold storage has just thawed and is still safe for consumption. Excellent. Zhang Chen rejoiced. In the desolate world, the most prevalent food items are those convenient instant noodles and self-heating hot pots, which are processed and ready to eat. While these foods may offer a delightful taste on occasion, consuming them daily, meal after meal, becomes quite unbearable for other survivors who struggle even to find enough to eat. Any food is a welcome relief. However, Zhang Chen is different. He currently possesses an abundance of meat, potatoes, canned beef, and a plethora of goods acquired from supermarkets. With such a diverse array of provisions at his disposal, he faces no shortage of sustenance. Consequently, Zhang Chen places greater emphasis on the quality of his food. Undoubtedly, freshly grilled or simmered meats far surpass the instant meals in both texture and flavor. While others grapple with survival in this apocalyptic landscape, Zhang Chen has already begun to plan for a life of quality. He opened the cold storage, revealing 4 large, headless pigs hanging, alongside a cow and 2 sheep. In the corner, stacks of semi-finished food items were piled up, all of which he promptly stored away. Zhang Chen gently touched the boxes of food. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you've acquired 72 bags of French fries, 48 bags of fried calamari, 96 shrimp cakes, 72 chicken wings, 30 packs of cheese, 500 G each, 100 packs of sausages, 6 per pack, 24 packs of knife fish, 1000 G each, 82 packs of sole fish, 1000 G each, 48 packs of synthetic steak, 300 G each, 20 packs of popcorn chicken, 300 G each, and 66 packs of Orleans chicken legs, 2 per pack. What a bountiful harvest. Zhang Chen then approached the storage room. Previously, during a trade with Zhao Xie, he had received a set of keys, which included the key to the cafeteria's storage. Thus, he easily unlocked the storeroom. This small chamber, approximately 50 square meters, was densely packed with shelves, for tiers high. The bottom tier held staples such as rice and flour. Without exception, the rice and flour here had been contaminated by red mushrooms. Only those items that were well sealed and unopened had been preserved. Collection. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you've acquired 10 packs of cooking oil, 5L each, 5 packs of oyster sauce, 6 packs of soy sauce, 10 packs of ketchup, 6 packs of cooking wine, 6 packs of aged vinegar, 4 packs of white vinegar, 30 packs of salt, 30 packs of sugar, 10 packs of bean paste, and 20 packs of hot pot base. The variety of seasonings was overwhelming. Zhang Chen selected only those he commonly used for cooking, along with those already present in his storage space. This strategic stacking would save considerable space after a thorough search before leaving the cafeteria. Zhang Chen also stealthily took the gas canisters. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired 6 gas canisters. Exiting the cafeteria, Zhang Chen returned to the playground. He recalled from a previous diary entry that the diary's owner had stolen a battle mech from the storage of a shelter beneath the school playground. The mech had erupted from the shelter's entrance, only to perish almost instantaneously. This illustrated just how terrifying the outside world had become. It also suggested that 2 more battle mechs should still be intact within the shelter. Such formidable weapons of combat must be secured. Zhang Chen approached the entrance of the shelter, which had been converted from an air raid shelter. The entrance lay beneath the flagpole on the playground. The massive iron doors were severely damaged, revealing a pitch-black interior. Standing at the threshold, he could feel the chilling air wafting out. The darkness was daunting, yet fortunately, no immediate threats loomed. Oh, Zhang Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to discover some crystal cores here, yet there were no zombies. Upon reconsideration, it made sense. The shelter had been breached by the undead monsters emerging from the ground. These creatures likely consumed all the inhabitants within, explaining the absence of zombies. Now, the world had the monsters under control, and it was not yet their turn to appear. Thus, it was natural that nothing more terrifying than zombies would exist here, just darkness. Zhang Chun descended the stairs, thick with dust and debris, each step creaking ominously in the silent air raid shelter, creating a faint echo that sent shivers down his spine. After traversing just 3 or 4 meters, the surrounding world plunged into complete darkness. The light filtering in from the entrance had diminished to a negligible glow. Zhang Chun retrieved his night vision goggles and donned them. Buzz. The night vision activated. The once pitch-black air raid shelter became illuminated, though everything appeared shrouded in an eerie green hue. In such a scenario, despite knowing there was no threat, his body instinctively reacted. Every hair stood on end, and his nerves were on high alert. Even his energy armor rapidly enveloped him in response to the surging adrenaline. Zhang Chun proceeded cautiously, the walls adorned with graffiti. The colors were indiscernible, but they resembled blood. Smeared with a palm, scrawled upon them were words: "Help, this is hell, curse you to die," alongside many incomprehensible symbols. Numerous small rooms, separated by iron doors, lined the corridor. Most of these doors stood ajar, filled with remnants of various food packaging. The ground was covered in a thick layer of red mushrooms, extending up to the walls. Some small iron doors had been deformed, bulging outward dramatically. Zhang Chun examined one of the open doors. Noting its solid construction, approximately 5 centimeters thick and quite heavy, he delivered a powerful punch to one of the open doors. Thud! The dull sound echoed throughout the air raid shelter. Zhang Chun felt a slight ache in his knuckles. At such force, the iron door had only bent slightly to create such an exaggerated bulge. The entities responsible were far beyond his current strength and stature. He realized he was not strong enough. He must grow stronger. Continuing his exploration, Zhang Chun soon reached the end of the corridor, where a laboratory awaited him. The deformed iron door lay on the ground, and the remaining door frame bore the inscription, Raven T-325 Laboratory. Stepping into the lab, he found a spacious area, partitioned into several smaller labs. Along the walls stood a dozen tall transparent jars filled with murky liquid that in some jars, the specimens pressed against the container's edge, exposing what appeared to be innards, a sight most unpleasant. However, they had long since lost any signs of life. On the opposite side, a glass wall offered a clear view of the area beyond. Seated in a chair was a desiccated corpse, head tilted back, face obscured. The walls and glass were marked with bloody claw marks, suggesting unimaginable suffering before death. Zhang Chun glanced around, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. However, upon focusing on a computer, a prompt appeared beside it. This computer contains experimental logs that will aid your understanding of the enemies in this world. The operation of this computer is fundamentally similar to that of the real world, so there is no need for concern regarding usage. Experimental logs. What a valuable find. This would represent the official research on the monsters, thus carrying greater authority. Collection. Zhang Chun reached out and touched the computer gently. Ding. Collection successful. Congratulations, you've acquired an experimental laptop with power supply. In the laboratory, there was nothing else worth mourning. Many of the liquids in the test tubes had shattered, spilling everywhere. Departing from the lab, Zhang Chun moved forward to the left and, after a short distance, discovered a large pit on the ground. This pit was ample enough to engulf a small car in motion. Peering down through his night vision goggles, he found it to be bottomless. All that was visible were the excavated earth on either side and exposed steel rebar and concrete. This hole was 53 meters deep. With his current capabilities, should he jump, there was a 90 chance of twisting an ankle, a 35 chance of fracturing a bone, and a 100 certainty of being unable to climb back up. Goodness, you might as well have told me outright not to jump. How straightforward that would have been. Zhang Chun silently scoffed at this thought. This pit was likely excavated when the monsters broke through. The true enemies originate from beneath. That certainly takes one by surprise. Zhang Chun turned and walked in the opposite direction. At the end of this path stood a large iron gate, marked with the words, Military Restricted Area, Unauthorized Personnel Keep Out. Zhang Chun produced a strangely shaped key for the armory and unlocked the gate directly. Instantly, a vast space came into view. Boxes of military supplies lined the ground. From some of the scattered crates, rows of brand new assault rifles could be seen. On the opposite shelves, tactical helmets, bulletproof vests, and spare camouflage uniforms were neatly stacked. Against the innermost wall stood 2 armored mechs. This was precisely as documented in the diary. What a windfall. This was a guaranteed profit. Zhang Chen first returned to the deep pit. Retrieving a heavy truck from his storage space, the truck, head down, plummeted directly into the abyss. Soon, a dull thud echoed, accompanied by the sound of falling parts. After countless encounters with zombies, the truck had reached the limits of its endurance. Though still operable, its bumper was shattered and the tires were damaged to varying degrees. Moreover, Zhang Chen no longer required the heavy truck to dispatch zombies. Its historical mission had been accomplished. Only then did Zhang Chen return to the armory. He stored the 2 armored mechs into his storage space, just the right number of vehicles. Subsequently, he reached out to collect other items in succession. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, you have obtained M16 Assault Rifle 100. AMR Sniper Rifle 5, Anti-Armor Handheld Cannon 1, Exoskeleton Assist Devices 20, Tactical Helmets 100, Bulletproof Vest 100, Camouflage Military Uniforms 100, Fragmentation Grenades 200, Aluminum Thermite Grenades 80, Laser Tripwires 120, C4 Adhesive Explosives 80, Flashbangs 50, Tear Gas Grenades 50, Smoke Grenades 50, Assault Rifle Ammunition 100000, Sniper Armor Piercing Rounds 1200, Anti-Armor Shells 200, T-20 Armored Mech Energy Cores 4, Armored Mech Ammunition Supply Boxes 20. Goodness gracious, Zhang Chen exclaimed. With all these items, one could indeed form an army. A plethora of explosives, combined with armored mechs capable of replenishing energy and ammunition. This bolstered Zhang Chen's confidence against the impending horde of zombies. This was truly exhilarating. Thankfully, he had upgraded his ring. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry all these items at once. Even so, the 72 slots of storage space still felt somewhat cramped. With only 2 slots remaining, he needed to find a way to obtain fragments of storage rings to upgrade its level. Zhang Chen exited the armory, removing his night vision goggles. The outside world was dazzlingly bright. The glare compelled Zhang Chen to rub his eyes, taking a while to readjust to the external light. It was now just past 2 in the afternoon, with over 4 hours until sunset. There should be enough time. Zhang Chen left the campus and re-entered the off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. Off he went. Following the map's guidance, the off-road vehicle traveled north along the main road. After a brief 10 minutes, the vehicle halted at the south side of a river-crossing bridge, right in front of a convenience store. As soon as Zhang Chen exited the vehicle, the surrounding zombies were drawn in by the sound of the car, converging upon him. These nuisances were indeed quite bothersome, wasting precious time. Zhang Chen drew his tang knife and swiftly eliminated the nearby zombies. He then turned and entered the convenience store. Inside, there were no zombies, but the shelves were stripped bare of food and daily necessities. On the wall, someone had smeared a few words using zombie blood. We are in Jiabei. There is food here. Jiangbei was the territory of the Neon people, a fact Zhang Chen was already aware of. What puzzled him, however, was that the words on the wall were written in simplified characters, clearly intended for the Dragon Kingdom people across the river. Free food. What a laugh. Even in the apocalypse, surely no one would still believe in such lowly scams. Searching the convenience store was merely a casual endeavor. But regrettably, no usable resources were found. Zhang Chen stepped out of the convenience store, directing his gaze toward the adjacent starry building. This newly constructed edifice had no zombies, yet it also lacked any resources. Perfect, this will do. Zhang Chen approached the entrance of the starry building. The main door was secured with a chain lock. Peering through the window, he saw a clean marble floor, with some construction materials piled nearby. It was indeed recently completed. Zhang Chen unsheathed his tang knife and struck fiercely at the chain lock. With a clang, the chain fell away. Pushing the door open, a pungent smell of fresh paint wafted out. The city was currently experiencing a complete power outage, meaning the elevators were undoubtedly inoperative. He could only enter the emergency exit and sprint quickly upward, ascending a full 45 floors. He passed through a fire break without needing to rest. Upon reaching the top floor, he was only slightly out of breath. He arrived at the edge of the rooftop, surveying the area below. A good portion of the Jiangbei district lay before him. For major bridges connected Jiangbei to Jiang'an. Of these, 2 bridges had already collapsed. Only 2 remained. One was the Glorious Bridge, situated about 2 kilometers from the starry building. One side of this bridge had caved in, but the main structure was intact, choked with cars. The road was densely packed with zombies. He could even see 2 or 3 crawlers swiftly leaping from one car roof to another from a distance. They resembled peculiar monkeys wreaking havoc. Occasionally, a zombie would wander aimlessly, only to accidentally slip from the collapsed section and plunge into the water. On the opposite side, approximately 100 meters away, stood the Yongyu Bridge. Its design suggested it was an early construction, quite dated. Due to its narrow surface, it had been converted into a one-way street. There were hardly any cars backed up, nor were there zombies. Zhang Chen produced the AMR sniper rifle, utilizing its scope to observe the roadway, which bore numerous pools of blood. This area had evidently been the site of zombies, but they had been eliminated by passing survivors. The bodies had been collected, leaving only bloodstains behind. This indicated that the Neon people had crossed this bridge to enter Jiangnan. Following the bridge, in the trail of blood, Zhang Chen quickly uncovered the whereabouts of the Neon people at a hot spring hotel. On the second floor of the hotel, 2 Neon sentinels sat atop the awning, each adorned with a katana at their waist. Next to the hot spring hotel was a couple's hotel. Zhang Chen distinctly recalled that during his extermination of Mei Neko and other Neon individuals, he had collected a room key from this couple's hotel. It seemed they had indeed taken refuge here. "Huh, I found you." A smile crept across Zhang Chen's face. "Storage ring fragments. Here I come, an hour ago." In the regional chat channel, Wu Jingri was live-streaming his enjoyment of Japanese ramen, adorned with slices of meat and mushrooms. As he slurped the noodles, he boasted in a muffled manner, "I told you there was free food in Jiangbei. Yet you still didn't believe me." Initially, some referred to me as a fervent admirer of the Neon people, yet here I stand, broadcasting live as I transport ramen from Jiangbei to Jiangnan. I am determined to prove to you all, through tangible evidence, that the Neon individuals are remarkably hospitable, offering plentiful sustenance, clean water, and secure havens. Shortly after my meal, I shall share with you the video of the sanctuary I recorded in Jiangbei. Jiangnan and Jiangbei are distinct regions, and the chat channels are operative only within each respective area. Upon arriving in Jiangbei, one can only converse in the Jiangbei channel. Hence, Wu Jingri must carry his ramen to Jiangnan in order to broadcast. Otherwise, he would be limited to transferring videos to Jiangnan. Oh my, there is indeed ramen to savor, and it is still warm. I haven't had anything hot in several days. Subsisting on biscuits has been quite torturous. To those feasting on biscuits, relish your fortune. I am compelled to consume dog food daily. What more can I say? I envy those who indulge in dog food, as at least it contains some meat. By the way, upon reaching Jiangbei, is there truly warm food available? Is there no cost involved? Seeing some intrigued expressions, Wu Jingri waved his hand and remarked, "The Neon people emphasize unity. Greater numbers yield greater strength. However, a contribution is certainly expected, though it does not involve slaying zombies. Daily tasks may include sweeping floors and washing dishes. Engaging in manageable activities is only fair, especially since they provide you with food. Wouldn't it be a tad unreasonable to do nothing?" Upon uttering these words, the chat channel erupted with even more lively discussions. What? Just sweeping and washing dishes? That seems exceedingly simple. These chores are tasks one would typically perform at home. They hardly qualify as work. Indeed, I have joined a camp of my own people, and the workload is overwhelming. Each day, I must practice decapitating dummies for 5 hours, and later, I must forage for food. If one hoards food, they risk punishment. What a challenge. I too must venture forth to battle the zombies. Just yesterday, a fellow who joined the camp alongside me was bitten in the face by a zombie right before my eyes. The notion of receiving meals without combating zombies feels a bit unreal. In the past, would the Neon people truly regard us as kin, considering we hail from different nations? Yes, venturing there recklessly poses significant risks. We have no acquaintances on that side. Observing these sentiments, Wu Jingri realized many were swayed. He hastily added, "Fear not, for the Neon people have proclaimed that we now live in an apocalyptic world. There are no longer distinctions of nation. All that remains is our solidarity as survivors, striving to weather the storm together. If one cannot grasp this fundamental truth, how can we hope to thrive? How can we endure in this new world? We are no longer in the past. It is imperative to cast aside prejudices and unite as humanity. Anyone wishing to join the Jiangbei camp may privately message me. Those with conditions should gather at Yongyu Bridge. Those without conditions can also message me their location, and the Neon people will send someone to escort you. Currently, I am in a restaurant near the Yongyu Bridge. The surroundings are quite safe." In response to this declaration, many in the chat channel maintained their rationality. Some even cautioned others against falling for such schemes. Nonetheless, some could not resist the allure and began messaging Wu Jingri privately. Indeed, a few had already started to discreetly depart from their original camps, heading towards Yongyu Bridge. Meanwhile, At the stadium, where Zheng Hao had established the revival camp, he stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, observing the weary survivors within. Recently, the influx of survivors seeking refuge with Zheng Hao had surged, particularly following Wu Jingri's fervent admiration of the Neon people, which Zheng Hao had publicly exposed. Zheng Hao's reputation and the notoriety of the revival camp had grown increasingly formidable. The stadium was nearing full capacity. Some individuals had set up tents, while others opted to sit directly on the ground. There were also those who chose to recline in the stands to rest. At a glance, it resembled a refugee camp. As the number of survivors swelled, management became ever more challenging. Initially, when there were merely a dozen individuals, everyone was familiar with one another, collaboratively gathering resources, engaging in combat, and sharing meals. Now, the population had multiplied tenfold, including many frail women and the elderly. These individuals possessed little combat prowess yet contributed additional mouths to feed. The camp frequently witnessed altercations, injuries, and even heinous crimes such as assaults. Zheng Hao was not a police officer. He lacked the capacity and energy to identify the culprits. Fending off zombies, fortifying the camp, and searching for supplies were already overwhelming challenges. The current state of the camp could only be described as chaotic. However, this was not the most troubling issue for Zheng Hao. The most distressing matter was the emergence of a pervasive sense of despondency within the camp. Many were averse to engaging in combat. They preferred to eat less and lie on the ground rather than participate in training or step outside the camp. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Zheng Hao adjusted his demeanor, ensuring his face radiated confidence. As the leader of the camp, if he displayed despair, the members would undoubtedly succumb to panic. Thus, even if he had to feign it, he must maintain an air of ease. The door opened, revealing Qianjinyu, who entered carrying a ledger. There are two matters I must report, he said, his expression somber. Are they good news or bad news? Zheng Hao inquired with a smile. Both are bad news. Qianjinyu, clearly lacking the spirit for jest, cut to the chase. The supplies we have are running low. Didn't we just raid the supermarket a few days ago? How could they deplete so swiftly? Zheng Hao was taken aback. He understood that with an increased population, resources would be consumed more rapidly, but he had not anticipated such a drastic rate of depletion. It exceeded his expectations significantly. The supplies from that supermarket were already limited, and half had been allocated to Zhangchen. According to our current system, those who partake in missions can prioritize receiving meat, and they may claim multiple portions. Conversely, those who do not participate can only receive meager rations. However, there are now far too many non-participants, at least 150 individuals awaiting their meals. Originally, after distributing supplies to the task force, the remaining provisions could sustain the camp for at least a month. But with the current surge in population, as you are well aware, and with the daily influx of survivors in double digits, at this rate, our supplies can last at most 5 more days. And this is not even the worst of it. The second matter I am about to share is far graver. Ignoring Zheng Hao's potential distress, Qianjinyu divulged everything at once. Currently, while many survivors have joined, the number of those participating in foraging teams is alarmingly low. The majority of the camp is composed of individuals waiting idly for food. Furthermore, we have exhausted all nearby convenience stores, supermarkets, and restaurants. To procure more food, we must venture to farther locations. The longer the journey, the more challenging our support will be, and the greater the likelihood of unexpected incidents. Currently, the casualties among the foraging teams have already outnumbered the newly recruited members. The sentiments within the teams are fraught with dissent, with some feeling as though they are the sole providers for the entire camp, and a few have even begun to disobey orders. At this juncture, Qianjinyu sighed deeply, continuing, just now, that scoundrel Wu Jingri was once again inciting survivors in the chat channel to head to Jiangbei. Zheng Hao nodded, acknowledging, I saw that message. It is indeed quite provocative. However, it is clear that he is merely encouraging survivors to deliver provisions to the Neon people. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to believe this. After all, we were just robbed by the Neon individuals a few days ago. Qianjinyu chuckled wryly and remarked, you truly overestimate some people's intellect. Some individuals are indeed lacking in intellect, while others simply cannot resist temptation. It is not merely the regional channels that have fallen into such beliefs. I recently passed through the area where the homeless reside and overheard a clandestine discussion. They lamented our enforcement of combat training, branding it as corporal punishment devoid of humanity. They complained that those with whom you and I share a good rapport feast heartily on meat, while they are relegated to mere snacks such as chips, which leave their stomachs aching. It infuriates me that our allies are exclusively those from the collection teams, who risk their lives to procure sustenance for everyone. Why should they not enjoy better fare? These individuals languish in idleness, content with meager chips, yet they dare to voice their grievances? Do you not think these people lack a conscience? Qian Jinyu's face flushed crimson with indignation. Zheng Hao promptly offered him a glass of flat cola, urging him to calm down. This beverage, which serves to replenish both energy and hydration, is undoubtedly a luxury. He opened it cautiously, sipping it slowly rather than consuming it all at once. His anger had long dissipated. Even so, after taking a sip of cola, Qian Jinyu's mood visibly brightened. After a brief pause, he continued, "The more outrageous matters lie ahead. I overheard them planning to rendezvous at dawn and escape along Binjiang Road. I just checked the map. We are merely 2 kilometers from Yongyu Bridge. If they walk, they could reach it in no more than half an hour, which has tempted many. Should we not prepare in advance to prevent their escape?" Zheng Hao found Qian Jinyu's words both amusing and exasperating. Surely, there cannot be such naivete. Do they truly believe the territory of the Neon people is paradise? It seems that despite our heartfelt efforts to support them, even sharing our food, we end up cast as the cruel overlords. Those obscure Neon individuals become the saviors instead. No, apart from the lookout scouts for zombie warnings, everyone else must withdraw by morning. Furthermore, inform the team searching to the north to ensure the road is cleared of zombies. I want these people to reach Yongyu Bridge unscathed. As Zheng Hao spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Not only will we not obstruct them, but we will also assist in clearing their path. What is the rationale behind this? These are still citizens of Longhua, and they have spent time in our camp. Instead of persuading them to stay, we are facilitating their departure? Qian Jinyu stared blankly at Zheng Hao, perplexed. But you just mentioned that our camp is already overburdened. We cannot sustain so many survivors. If this continues, the only outcomes for our camp are starvation due to food shortages or self-destruction from betrayal within the collection teams. I believe neither of these fates is what you wish to see. Zheng Hao gently patted Qian Jinyu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. That is true, but we know that their departure will not end well for them. By allowing them to leave, are we not complicit in their demise? Qian Jinyu furrowed his brow, countering. Although he harbored no particular fondness for these individuals, he felt a pang of conscience at the thought of pushing them into the abyss. I do not wish to act in such a manner. But you see how divided the hearts of men are. I desire to lead everyone towards growth. If only we had more time, I could select some articulate individuals to help unite thoughts and bolster confidence. However, we have only 3 days of food left. The time is far too short for such endeavors. Moreover, you know that once the 3-day deadline passes, their hearts will naturally drift away from us. If we lose our food supply, I will instantly lose control over the camp. As the guardian of resources, you will undoubtedly become their target. Thus, my actions are not merely for the sake of the camp, but also for your safety. Zheng Hao gently tapped Qian Jinyu's storage ring. The latter instinctively withdrew his hand. Indeed, Zheng Hao had utilized all the fragments of storage rings acquired to upgrade Qian Jinyu's ring. This ring contained nearly all the resources of the camp. Should supplies run dry, ordinary survivors would remain oblivious to these secrets. However, the earliest members of the collection teams who followed him were well aware. They are formidable fighters. Who knows what they might do? Qian Jinyu was drenched in cold sweat at Zheng Hao's words. Moreover, my approach brings us numerous benefits. By letting these people go, we first alleviate our resource pressure. Secondly, their fate will serve as a wake-up call for those reluctant to train or slay zombies. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If they wish to survive in the camp, they must learn to fight. Thus, we can seamlessly encourage everyone to participate in resource collection, a twofold advantage. What do you think? Under Zheng Hao's piercing gaze, Qian Jinyu's lips moved, and he eventually nodded. Although he did not fully agree with the plan, he had to admit it was the only viable option at present. In this apocalyptic world, extraordinary measures must be taken. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Zheng Hao smiled satisfactorily at Qian Jinyu, saying, "Then you shall notify the collection teams. I will handle the communication with the guards." Meanwhile, at a restaurant near Yongyu Bridge, Wu Jingri animatedly boasted about the Neon People's camp. After finishing his ramen, he played a video filled with images of couples' hotels, inadvertently capturing some scantily clad neon beauties wandering the corridors. Once the video concluded, Wu Jingri wiped his mouth, stood up obediently, and extended his hands. Click! Immediately, a disheveled neon individual, his hair resembling untamed grass, unceremoniously cuffed Wu Jingri's hands. With a look of disdain, he spoke in Neon. I truly cannot fathom what the counselor is thinking, to allow this pig to indulge in ramen. Resources are so scarce, and yet he devoured an entire bowl. Such a tremendous waste of food. Another Neon individual with yellow hair chimed in. Oh, come now, there's no need for complaints. This fellow is quite beneficial to the counselor's plans. The Longwa people trust him immensely. Besides, he only consumed half the ramen. Do you wish to continue eating it yourself? The disheveled individual spat contemptuously, aiming directly at Wu Jingri's shoes. The latter, unable to comprehend Neon, smiled broadly and replied, not a problem at all. I understand you did not mean it. Furthermore, as long as I continue this, I can enjoy ramen, right? The counselor once promised to assign me a beauty, whenever that may come to fruition. But do not misunderstand. I have no intention of pushing him. The disheveled individual gave Wu Jingri a disdainful glance and scoffed to his companion. I simply cannot comprehend how such undignified beings exist in this world. If it were me, I would rather perish than live like a dog. The yellow-haired individual chuckled, squeezing the shoulder of the disheveled man, signaling him to temper his emotions. Only then did the yellow-haired individual address Wu Jingri. Speaking Mandarin with a heavy accent, Mr. Wu, please do not take offense. This person is simply like that. He certainly meant no disrespect. If we have done anything wrong that has made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. As the yellow-haired man spoke, he immediately bowed deeply to Wu Jingri. No, not at all. Everything is perfectly fine. There is no need for such formality, dear Koji. Wu Jingri hastily extended his hand to assist Koji. However, his hands were restrained by handcuffs, rendering any attempt to help futile. Upon seeing the handcuffs, Wu Jingri could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. In truth, these handcuffs are for your protection. I trust you can comprehend that, right? Koji tentatively remarked, though he felt quite uncertain as he spoke. To suggests that handcuffs are a means of protection. That explanation seems rather strained. I truly wonder how the legislator managed to persuade Wu Jingri. I understand. I completely understand the legislator's intentions, Wu Jingri replied with a smile. Rest assured, once the number of survivors from Longwood increases, I shall prove my loyalty and capabilities to him. That is indeed reassuring. Mr. Wu, the legislator holds you in high regard, so do strive to meet his expectations, the blonde-haired man said, suppressing his inner laughter, his face beaming with encouragement. Survivors from Longwa have arrived. Just then, the unruly man returned, his face alight with excitement. Well, in that case, Wu Jingri raised his hand, showcasing the gleaming handcuffs. I shall assist you in removing those, Mr. Wu. It will be up to you from here on. Koji personally took the key and unlocked Wu Jingri's handcuffs, smiling as he did so that a total of 5 men and 3 women had arrived. They were survivors from the vicinity, fortuitously arriving just as the zombies had been nearly cleared out by the Neonji. Upon seeing the messages in the regional chat channel, they rushed over to seek refuge. Welcome to the grand family of the Jianbei survivor camp. Wu Jingri greeted the Longwa survivors with a cheerful demeanor. This fellow may lack various skills, but his ability to engage in lively conversation is exceptional. In a matter of minutes, he had the previously wary Longwa survivors laughing heartily, their guard significantly lowered. The unruly man stood beside Koji and whispered, the tall man has reached the limits of human strength, while the slender fellow beside him is remarkably robust. That stout woman is also strong. The others are merely ordinary individuals. He possesses the ability of insight as well. After all, these abilities are unique to the world. Unlike the subjugation potion blueprints, they aren't even considered rare abilities. It's just that few have acquired them during the early apocalypse. As time progresses, such fundamental abilities will become increasingly common. To think there are such powerful beings with physical limits. It seems we have truly struck gold this time. Koji nodded in satisfaction. After another 10 minutes, 3 or 4 more survivors trickled in. Koji ordered a van to transport these survivors to the camp. He, along with the unruly leader and Wu Jingri, remained behind, awaiting the arrival of new survivors. I truly envy them for being able to settle into such splendid accommodations and live joyous lives, Wu Jingri lamented as he watched the van depart. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, once your duties conclude, you shall undoubtedly enjoy an even more favorable living environment than theirs. Moreover, the legislator will assign you an important position, allowing you to oversee these individuals, to be beneath 1 and above 10,000. Such a lofty status evokes envy even within me, Koji added with a smile. Behind the hot spring hotel, the swimming pool was designed for diving and seasoned swimmers, boasting a depth of 4 meters. The water had long since dried up. Surrounding the pool were 3-meter-high walls, topped with a massive iron net. At the bottom of the pool stood 7 Longwa survivors, wielding an assortment of weapons. axes, kitchen knives, and sabers that they had scavenged from the pool floor. They anxiously gazed at an iron grate on the wall. Some were venting their frustrations aloud. Wu Jingri, I curse your very name. How dare you deceive me? Once I escape, I will surely sever your third leg, one shouted. Damn it, I knew there was something off about those Neon Gene. I never imagined they would betray us. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Why didn't Ti grasp this truth from the beginning? Hey, have you all lost your minds? We harbor no animosity towards you. We have come to ally with you. Allow us to join the fight or gather supplies. Just let us go, another pleaded. Given the circumstances, it's best not to be so naive, all right? If begging were effective. We wouldn't be trapped here. The pool's floor was stained with blood, and occasionally, one could see clumps of congealed matter. The air was thick with the stench of decay, although the contents behind the iron grate remained a mystery. It certainly wasn't a cleanly washed neon girl. On the diving platform, legislator Yusuji observed the Longo individuals in the cage with an impassive expression. Beside him stood two individuals. The burly security captain Nakajisamu and the female secretary Akitani Yko. Yusuji had been teleported from a meeting, accompanied by his secretary and armed bodyguards. Under Yusuji's cunning leadership, and with Nakajisamu's formidable security team, they had swiftly overrun many nearby Neon Gene camps. Those who complied were absorbed into their ranks, while those who resisted were cast into this pool to test the zombies' weaknesses. The behaviors of ordinary zombies had been meticulously studied. It was discovered that even breaking a neck could effectively eliminate a zombie. Upon death, an individual would transform into a zombie within a fixed time frame of 25 seconds. Those alive, when scratched by zombies, would perish within 4 to 24 hours, depending on their physical resilience, and subsequently turn into zombies 25 seconds later. These findings were not derived from just one or two living tests. To ensure precision, the data had been amassed at the expense of survivors' lives. Like other survivor camps, Yusuji's camp required sustenance, although his current supplies were ample. In an apocalyptic environment, no one would ever complain about having an excess of resources, just as in peaceful times no one would claim to have too much money. What progress have we made in the experiments? Yusuji inquired. The ordinary zombies have been thoroughly researched, and the insect incubators have also been completed. We are currently investigating the weaknesses of the crawlers. So far, their heads, limbs, abdomen, and cervical vertebrae do not seem to be vulnerable. The secretary reported in detail while holding a folder. Then let us provide these fellows with a hint, encouraging them to attack the crawlers' backs. Yusuji replied slowly. Understood. Shall we proceed with the usual experimental protocol and release a new crawler for combat? The secretary sought confirmation once more. Currently, we have several injured crawlers within the Hot Spring Hotel. Luring them is simple. A loud shout from a survivor will draw them into the trap, which can then be gradually led to the pre-dug hole beside the pool. However, exterminating them is no easy feat, especially given their formidable strength, resilient exoskeletons, and sharp claws that a mere scratch, even if just a graze, would be fatal. Indeed, to ensure the accuracy of our experiments, we must release intact crawlers. Yusuji commanded. Understood. I will commence execution immediately. The secretary communicated a few instructions over the intercom. Soon, the bolt on the iron grate's door was pulled forcefully by those above using a rope, unlocking it. A strong, metallic scent of blood began to waft from the iron grate. Following that, a spine-chilling sound echoed throughout the pool, cackling. Suddenly, a long-nailed hand emerged, followed by a grotesquely smiling face, cackling. Everyone, be cautious. A crawler is coming. What? How could it be this kind of monster? This group of neon fiends is truly inhumane. Wouldn't it be more merciful to end our lives swiftly? My previous captain was slain by this monstrosity, and we stand no chance against it. The moment the survivors in the arena laid eyes on the crawlers, their morale plummeted. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. In the past, whenever we encountered such a creature, we would evade it at all costs, fleeing for our lives. Now, in this confined space, to confront it head-on, is that not akin to courting death? Listen up, everyone below. The crawlers have a weakness in their backs. If you can slay it and prove your worth, I will let you go. I swear I will not go back on my word. Yusuji shouted from the platform. His secretary hastily translated his words into Mandarin. A weakness in its back. Can we trust the words of these little neon fiends? Regardless of their credibility, the only way to find out is to try. I believe they must have some ulterior motive beyond simply wanting us dead. Shall we give it a shot? The few among us with greater strength exchanged glances and positioned themselves in 3 different directions, ready to launch an assault as soon as the crawler entered the arena. The other survivors had no combat experience whatsoever. They had come seeking free food, a life devoid of conflict, and a comfortable refuge. They were merely here to enjoy themselves. They had never even slain ordinary zombies. Now, faced with such a grotesque creature, their spirits were utterly shattered. Some simply collapsed, their legs giving way beneath them, as a yellowish liquid pooled beneath them. Others struggled to steady their weapons, trembling uncontrollably, as if their bodies had been set to vibrate. Gah, gah, gah. The crawler seemed to prefer targeting the weak. It leaped down from above, its elongated claws piercing the chest of a survivor upon landing. With a swift motion, it tore open the flesh, leaving entrails strewn across the ground. Two survivors, having mustered the courage to fight, were met with such a gruesome sight that their resolve evaporated in an instant. Gah, 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 gah. The crawler moved with blinding speed, darting toward another survivor, with a sickening sound. Its claws severed his head, which rolled several meters away, leaving a fresh pool of blood on the floor of the pool. Now's our chance. The crawler's attack had inadvertently exposed its back to a survivor of extraordinary physical prowess. He swung his axe with all his might, aiming for the creature's vulnerable spot. With a resounding clang, the axe penetrated merely an inch before halting. That forceful blow felt as though it had struck stone. The tremendous recoil left his hands numb. Was this truly a zombie? Hadn't it been said that the monsters of this world were subdued? How could such a ludicrous being exist? Roar. The crawler swiftly turned. Swiping its claws horizontally, the ambushing survivor was sent flying over 2 meters by the tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground, his axe slipping from his grasp. When Zhang Chen had slain the crawler, he had already ascended to the rank of awakened, wielding a sharp tang knife. His first strike hadn't been fatal. He had to strike the same wound again to finally bring it down. Among these survivors, the strongest was merely at the physical limit. Though they differed by only 1 rank from the awakened, the gap in strength was staggering. Furthermore, the sharpness of their weapons paled in comparison to that of the tang knife. With inadequate weaponry and insufficient power, the prospect of slaying the crawler was nearly impossible. Sever its limbs, render it immobile, another survivor shouted. Understood. A robust survivor hoisted a katana and swung it towards the crawler's hind leg. With a thud, the katana struck the leg, but it too only penetrated an inch. While the defense of the legs was indeed weaker than that of the back, this survivor's strength was not on par with the previous one, rendering him just as ineffective. The crawler suddenly opened its maw, emitting a piercing, high-frequency sound wave. The noise echoed throughout the pool, resonating with the walls, causing them to tremble. Concrete dust fell like rain, though Yusuji and the others were at a distance. And the sound was not primarily directed upwards. They could not help but cover their ears. From the sheer sound alone, Yusuji discerned that victory or defeat had already been decided within the pool. What remained was the crawler's unilateral slaughter. Let's draw the crawler back. We mustn't let it devour all the corpses. We still need to collect the crystal cores and rings, Yusuji stated calmly. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Nakaho replied, hurriedly descending. Sir, we've received word from the northern defense line. Another wave of zombies is approaching. Our live bait is dwindling. And if this continues, we may not withstand for many more days. The female secretary expressed her concerns to the senator. The so-called live bait refers to placing living people in cages or on high platforms to attract zombies. The interest zombies have in the living far surpasses the allure of mere sounds. Some individuals, in their panic, might even scream, which greatly aids in luring the undead. Let them hold on as best as they can. If we cannot find a way to slay the crawler, we shall forever wander like lost dogs. Never able to settle, perpetually pursued by the tides of the undead, this is merely the beginning. A terrifying catastrophe awaits us in 24 days. To survive, we must endure what ordinary people cannot, and suffer what ordinary people cannot bear. The more experience the warriors on the front line gain, the stronger their survival capabilities will become. Do you understand? Yusuji said sternly. Yes, I understand. I will never suggest such a foolish idea again. The secretary quickly bowed in apology. By the way, have we heard any news from the team we dispatched to explore the Jiangnan region? Yusuji inquired as he returned to the lobby of the Hot Spring Hotel and took a seat on the sofa. The Minako team has not reported since they encountered a powerful man from the Dragon Kingdom. They have likely met with misfortune. Additionally, the Sakata team has just reported the discovery of an island in the center of a lake within a residential area. The island features buildings, railings, and cultivated crops, making it an ideal stronghold for us, the secretary reported honestly. The island in the lake? It certainly presents an attractive location. With railings and crops, there must be guards. How many are stationed there? Yusuji asked. He was merely inquiring casually, as the 6 members of the Sakata team had all reached the physical limit, and Sakata possessed a handgun. Dealing with an ordinary survivor camp would be a breeze. In his view, this stronghold was already secured. There appear to be no guards. It seems the inhabitants have all gone out to gather supplies. Only a small dog is left to watch over the crops. The secretary replied, These Dragon Kingdom denizens are woefully lacking in crisis awareness. How can they so easily expose their stronghold to others, with no one to guard it? Notify the Sakata team to eliminate the dog first. And then they can lie in ambush nearby. When the camp's occupants return, they will be taken by surprise, and we shall capture them all. Remember, leave no survivors. Yusuji is meticulous in thought, fully aware that Jiangnan is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. During battle, the chat system is inoperable. However, should anyone manage to escape, they can call for help in the regional chat channeled at that moment. Squad Sakata will likely face the wrath of dozens, if not hundreds, of enraged Dragon Kingdom citizens. That would indeed pose a significant problem. Understood. I shall contact Squad Sakata immediately, the secretary concluded, hastily bringing up the chat interface. The system's chat interface consists of 2 types, regional chat and private chat. Regional chat is only effective within the same area and is visible to all present. Private chat has 2 methods. One requires both parties to add each other as friends, allowing communication regardless of location. If they do not add each other, one must see the name in the regional chat channel to initiate a private conversation. Furthermore, if communication ceases for over an hour, the private chat window will vanish. All forms of communication are rendered useless during combat. After a while, the secretary, looking bewildered, reported to Yusuji, Counselor, I cannot reach Squad Sakata. They seem to be engaged in battle. However, I do not recall him mentioning any survivors nearby. Yusuji waved dismissively and replied, It matters not. Even if there are some ambush survivors, they will not pose a challenge to Sakata and his team. Once their battle concludes, they will naturally contact us. No sooner had he spoken than Nakahoyu, armed with a pistol and wearing a vigilant expression, rushed over, urgently stating, Counselor, quickly, get in the car. We must leave this place at once. The iron fence of the crawlers has been breached. Now 3 crawlers have emerged, hunting the living indiscriminately. Our current strength is utterly insufficient to withstand them. Counselor, please follow me immediately. As his words fell, a shadow darted past the window. Moments later, 2 neon warriors let out blood-curdling screams. These 2 individuals were also bodyguards, having reached the pinnacle of physical prowess. Yet, within just a single round, they were dispatched by the crawlers. Nakahoyu is already a first-stage awakener, a powerful figure among all survivors. This status is not merely due to the number of zombies he has slain, but rather because he has harvested a substantial amount of crystal cores from fallen survivors. The stronger the survivor, the more crystal cores can be collected upon their demise. Harvesting the body of a survivor at the peak of physical strength yields more crystal cores than defeating 100 zombies. When considering the value of the supplies in his ring and the fragments of his storage ring, the worth is immeasurable. It is precisely for this reason that Yusuji has begun to frantically test the zombies with living beings. This approach not only allows for the collection of invaluable experimental data, but also enables the acquisition of abundant crystal cores and supplies without bloodshed. It is truly a twofold gain. Alas, with the impending zombie tide, this location cannot be held. We must relocate to a different area and start anew. That island in the lake seems quite promising. You, drive to Squad Sakata's last known location. There is a suitable refuge for us there, Yusuji declared. The female secretary, Akitani Yoko, promptly relayed the last known position of Sakata to Nakahoyu. The vehicle is equipped with a navigation system, and it is approximately a 20-minute journey from here. We shall set off immediately. Should we notify the others? Nakahoyu inquired, casting a worried glance at the chaotic hot spring hotel, from which intermittent screams could still be heard. This place is beyond salvation. I have the supplies, so there is no need to worry about them. Additionally, inform the northern defense line and Koike at the bridge to gather at the direction I indicated. Yusuji responded, his expression devoid of emotion. Understood. Nakahoyu nodded and commanded the nearby bodyguard to drive. He then opened the chat interface to establish contact. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan District, on the island in the lake, Building 8, Urpeo lay languidly on the ground, basking in the sun. Although tasked with guarding, not a single soul had come by. Indeed, not even a passerby. These meat potatoes were utterly immobile. Urpeo was bored to the point of explosion. What troubled him most was that he had been growing rapidly. His physique had become even more robust than during his juvenile stage. Yet, when Zhang Chun left each day, he was still fed the same amount as before. That meager supply had long since proven inadequate. Now, it was barely afternoon, and his food bowl was completely empty. Even the remnants of fertilizer around the bowl had been meticulously licked clean. The bowl gleamed as if brand new. Ooh, Urpeo let out a bored whine, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. Just then, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent in the air. Someone was approaching. Urpeo excitedly sprang to his feet. At that moment, he spotted Sakata, accompanied by 5 team members, all grinning as they stood outside the wall. The wall only reached chest height, yet the neon people were slightly shorter than those from the Dragon Kingdom. The 6 individuals appeared quite peculiar. With only their heads visible over the wall, from the yard, it looked exceedingly strange. There were numerous unfamiliar crops, but since the owner of this house cultivated them, it indicated they must be edible. If we could cultivate these crops in bulk, we would never have to worry about food again. Several neon individuals exchanged excited remarks. However, before that, we can indulge in some meat. Have you ever tasted dog meat? Particularly that of a puppy. The flesh is tender and the flavor exquisite. Sakata rubbed his hands together, greedily eyeing Urpeo, who was also drooling at the sight. Both man and wolf simultaneously thought of the same notion. It's time to feast. Generally speaking, whenever Urpeo encounters strangers or hostile individuals, he instinctively bares his teeth as a warning. However, today was different, that he feared that showing his teeth might scare them away, leaving him to starve until Zhang Chun returned. Such opportunities for food to come knocking were rare and must be cherished. Urpeo excitedly wagged his tail, standing still, his dark, beady eyes fixated on Sakata and his agile companions as they effortlessly vaulted over the wall. See that? This little puppy has a weak territorial instinct. It is quite friendly towards humans. Look at it wagging its tail at us. What a pitiful creature. It has no idea what fate awaits it. Sakata chuckled, and the surrounding neon individuals erupted in raucous laughter, perceiving Urpeo as utterly foolish, devoid of any sense of crisis. Come here, little pup. I have something delicious for you. Sakata laughed, crouching down and lightly tapping the ground with his fingers. In reality, he held nothing, merely wishing to toy with the puppy before its demise. That he had already envisioned the scene of the puppy struggling and wailing in his grasp. Woo! A droplet of saliva plopped onto the ground from Urpeo's mouth. He truly could not resist the temptation. Slowly, he approached Sakata. Look at this little dog. It is so naive that it genuinely believes I have something in my hand. It is drooling with anticipation. How easy it is to deceive, just like those Dragon Kingdom citizens who blindly believe whatever the counselor posts in a video. Ha ha ha. Just as Sakata laughed a few times, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. At the same moment, Urpeo's body rapidly expanded, reaching a length of 3 meters and a shoulder height of nearly 1.5 meters. This physique rivaled that of a grizzly bear. With a massive maw, he clamped down hard on Sakata's forearm. With a mere snap of his jaws, the sound of crunching echoed. The formidable bite force effortlessly severed Saburo's forearm, shattering the bone into 3 segments. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The rotund creature shook its head a few times out of habit, and with tremendous strength, it tore half of Saburo's shoulder away, blood splattering everywhere. The other individuals were instantly paralyzed with fear. Is this really a puppy? What kind of monster is this? It's enormous, they exclaimed. Attack! Open fire! Kill it! Observing the pain-stricken Saburo, the remaining team members shouted desperately, both to reassure their companion and to bolster their own courage. Ah, die! One team member raised a katana high and swung it fiercely at the creature's back. A dull thud echoed. The creature's hide was remarkably tough. Even a single hair was as sharp as a steel needle. The katana, a mere ordinary weapon, could not penetrate its thick fur. After all, just days prior, the creature had been able to single-handedly take on a crawler and had since become even more robust. These neon warriors, incapable of defeating a crawler, stood no chance against the mightier beast. It was a futile endeavor. With a swift motion, the creature's tail swept across, striking one warrior's thigh with a force akin to a heavy iron rod. A crack resounded as the femur fractured, and the warrior collapsed, his face violently meeting the ground. Unable to even emit a cry of agony, the creature leaped, pouncing upon another neon warrior who was attempting to drag Saburo away. With a single bite, it crushed the warrior's skull, the white matter bursting forth and spilling onto the ground. You monster! Another neon warrior shouted, drawing a handgun and unleashing a frenzied barrage of bullets at the creature. Unfortunately, the handgun's ammunition proved too feeble. The bullet struck the creature, singeing patches of its fur but failing to inflict real harm. Though the impact stung, the creature roared in fury and then howled to the heavens. Oh! Suddenly, two wolf-like creatures, the size of lions, emerged from the shadows. They're in ambush. Retreat. We must retreat. But what about Captain Saburo? At this point, if we don't flee, we'll lose our lives. Captain Saburo will understand. Just moments ago, the creature had grievously injured Saburo and another team member, killing one. And this beast was impervious to blades and bullets. How on earth could they fight back? The remaining three, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee. The creature, with a grunt, swiftly devoured the gun-wielding Neon, initially intending to swallow it whole but reconsidering, spat it out. Placing a foot upon the warrior's head, it began to feast, determined to leave a corpse for Zhang Chen to claim as a trophy. After all, this was its spoils of war. If it consumed all 6 adversaries in one go, how could it prove that anyone had come? Moreover, having witnessed Zhang Chen collect corpses before, it understood the potential utility of such remains. Thus, it indulged in the flesh while leaving the majority of the bodies intact. Meanwhile, as the other 2 Neon warriors scrambled over the wall, preparing to leap down, they suddenly felt themselves lifted. 2 small howling moon wolves each seized one, dragging them back. The enormous canines sank deep into the warrior's flesh, sealing their grim fate. Oh, the creature exclaimed, excitedly wagging its tail. Now there's food. The feeling of a hearty meal is simply exquisite. On the other side, at the Zhongbei Hot Springs Hotel, the crawlers had been unleashed by Zhang Chen, who had come specifically to trouble the Neon warriors. Birds of a feather flocked together, he mused, having witnessed Minako's ruthlessness. It was clear that any Neons allied with her were not to be trifled with. However, upon investigation, Zhang Chen discovered that over 100 Neons occupied the Hot Springs Hotel. He was not intimidated by their numbers, but rather concerned about potential stragglers. Unlike zombies, who would mindlessly swarm towards the living, humans possessed fear, leading them to hide and flee, especially the camp leader, who controlled all the resources. If he escaped, it would not only pose a future threat but also deprive Zhang Chen of the spoils of his assault. By releasing the crawlers, Zhang Chen intended to exploit their keen senses to hunt down the survivors, forcing the camp leader into the open, standing on the rooftop of the Hot Springs Hotel. He surveyed his surroundings. Sure enough, a black SUV emerged from the underground parking lot, heading straight for Yongyu Bridge. At last, I have found you. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. In this apocalypse, vehicles had become luxury items. He had received a tip that obtaining the car keys would lead him to the corresponding vehicle. However, other survivors lacked this ability. Finding the right car among the horde of zombies was no easy feat, especially in such chaotic times. Thus, vehicles were prioritized for key individuals. Zhang Chen leaped from the 5-story rooftop of the Hot Springs Hotel, landing gracefully on the ground. Previously, he had been able to withstand such impact even at his physical limit. And now, as a Stage 3 beginner awakened, his strength had escalated significantly. Upon landing, he did not pursue the SUV but instead found the right angle, drawing out his assault rifle, with the enhancement of his sharpshooter skill. He fired a shot, puncturing the SUV's tire. The vehicle emitted a sharp screech before swerving slightly, struggling to maintain its course as it continued to speed forward. Zhang Chen inhaled deeply, raising his rifle once more. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking the right front tire. A plume of smoke erupted, and the SUV lost all semblance of control, its wheels leaving a serpentine trail on the asphalt, with a deafening crash. The front of the vehicle slammed into a stone pillar at the bridge's entrance. There was no escaping now. With his rifle in hand, Zhang Chen approached the SUV slowly. The armored mech was designed to combat hordes of zombies, and deploying it here would be a waste. Against these Neons, whose combat prowess was questionable, he was more than capable on his own. Who are these reckless fools, seeking death and dragging us along? One of the lawmakers grumbled, rubbing the bruise on his forehead. We must leave. Let's regroup with Koike and the others. Leave this to Mr. Nakich. His strength is reliable. Akiji Yoko exerted herself to pull the lawmaker from the twisted car door. Miss Yoko is right. Leave this dragon countryman to me. You all go ahead. I won't take long, Nakich said with a grin, then delivered a powerful kick to the car door. With a resounding thud, the door crumpled under his might, flying several meters before finally coming to rest. Having previously slaughtered uncooperative Neons, Nakich's inner beast had been awakened. The dragon countryman was now a test subject, not to be harmed indiscriminately, which irked him. Today, however, he was elated to finally unleash his skills once more, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It had been days since he had last taken a life. Hey, just kill him already. Don't play around. Yusuji, feeling somewhat uneasy, issued a command. Nakaho Isamu was a formidable first-stage awakened individual, and Yusuji had complete faith in his abilities. However, Nakaho had a rather disturbing tendency. He relished torturing his victims to the brink of disfigurement before delivering the final blow. Under normal circumstances, this would not pose a problem, as time was plentiful, and such a gruesome demise could serve as a deterrent to others. Yet the current situation was different if the crawlers were to eliminate the survivors in the Hot Spring Hotel. They would soon pursue them. A swift resolution was imperative. Understood. Rest assured, counselor, this Dragon Kingdom individual is intriguing. Killing him should allow me to level up once more. I will be swift. Nakaho leaped from the off-road vehicle, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he gazed at Zhang Chun. An awakened one. A genetic evolution type. It was Zhang Chen's first encounter with an opponent of this caliber among the awakened. However, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. The Zhao Lingchuan squad was composed of armed, well-trained soldiers, yet this Nakaho, at a mere physical limit stage, boasted an alarming rate of advancement, considering Minako's behavior and their experiments on individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. The only plausible explanation was that he had killed numerous people. One must acknowledge the cruel rules of this world. Upgrading through the slaughter of survivors undoubtedly surpassed the speed of leveling up by eliminating zombies. If someone were indeed hunting down survivor camps for massacre, their rate of advancement would surely rival or even surpass Zhang Chen's. Die, brat. Without further ado, Nakaho roared and charged towards Zhang Chen. Eliminating Nakaho was not a challenge, but it was crucial to extract maximum value from him before his demise. Zhang Chen raised his weapon, aimed at Nakaho's head, and fired. Bang! Nakaho's reflexes were astonishing. He anticipated Zhang Chen's shot the moment it was fired. The bullet grazed his cheek as he deftly evaded the attack. So, awakened individuals at stage 1 can dodge bullets. Let's try this. This time, Zhang Chen engaged the continuous fire mode rather than a single shot. Typically, activating full auto would cause most to struggle with recoil, diminishing accuracy. However, Zhang Chen's physical prowess rendered such concerns moot. Coupled with his sharpshooter skills, his bullets were nearly guaranteed to strike Nakaho. While shooting, Zhang Chen even anticipated Nakaho's potential evasive maneuvers. Thus, this barrage of bullets effectively covered nearly every area surrounding Nakaho. Damn Dragon Kingdom brat, Nakaho bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression a terrifying mask of rage. His speed surged once more, allowing him to evade the majority of Zhang Chen's bullets. Yet, a few still struck his thigh and chest. Nevertheless, Nakaho pressed on, unperturbed, closing the 200-meter gap in an instant. Surprised, are you? Bullets are ineffective against me. Die! Nakaho roared, showing no sign of slowing down. That he swung his fist with ferocious intent towards Zhang Chen's head. Nakaho was not unarmed. He bore a knuckle duster, metallic weaponry adorned with spikes, designed for brutal efficiency against zombies, delivering a punch that would fell one with ease. Boom! In an instant, Nakaho's massive frame crashed violently against the pavement, creating fine cracks in the asphalt. Zhang Chen, clad in energy armor, stood impassively, his expression devoid of emotion. 1 strike, 1 kill. Although it appeared that Zhang Chen, a third-stage awakened individual, was merely 2 levels above Nakaho, the reality was far more complex. Zhang Chen possessed dual talents, effectively elevating both his genetic evolution and energy evolution paths by 3 levels each, while fully allocating all his talent points. The disparity in their strengths had far surpassed the mere 2-level difference. Thus, it was a decisive victory. Ding! Target eliminated. Congratulations on acquiring Energy Crystal 255 plus 204, 80 talent bonus. Knuckle Dusters 2, Alloy Knuckle Duster Blueprint 1, Akadani Yoko's Lingerie 2, Storage Ring Fragments 107, Sake 15, Clean Fabric 25. Certain Cruel Video 20, Couple Hotel Room, Card 1. After collection, Nakaho's body vanished without a trace. Nakaho had been merely a bodyguard tasked with Yusuji's protection. The entirety of the camp's resources lay in Yusuji's hands. Thus, Zhang Chen was not surprised by the meager spoils. Regrettably, he had only 2 slots remaining. Zhang Chen accepted the Energy Crystal, Storage Ring Fragments, and Alloy Knuckle Duster Blueprint, leaving 1 last slot available. The other uncollected items fell to the ground in the form of a survivor's supply box at Nakaho's former location. Yusuji and Akadani Yoko sprinted across the bridge. Akadani Yoko, clad in her professional attire, form-fitting skirt, and high heels, was a sight that Yusuji greatly admired. Moreover, with the hotel heavily fortified against zombie attacks, She felt secure in her attire. Little did she know that today's unforeseen events would severely hinder her mobility. After merely a few dozen meters, she found herself left behind by Yusuji. Mr. Yusuji, wait for me. Akadani Yoko panted breathlessly. Yoko, you must persevere. You cannot rely solely on others, Yusuji turned back to say. However, he barely finished his sentence before a gust of wind swept past him, and Zhang Chun, exuding an air of lethal intent, blocked Yusuji's path. How did you get here? W. Is Nakaho? Yusuji shouted in Japanese, his panic palpable. In truth, his words were futile. Zhang Chen's presence signified Nakaho's demise. Yusuji's initial panic subsided as he quickly regained his composure. Adopting the demeanor befitting a counselor, he spread his arms, palms facing Zhang Chun, signaling his lack of hostility. Let us converse amicably. Your assault on our camp must be for resources. I can offer you everything we possess, including this woman behind me. You may have whatever you desire, provided you spare my life. After all, we bear no enmity. I will remember your kindness. Should you ever need anything in the future, I will repay you with utmost effort. Yusuji's face radiated sincerity. As he spoke earnestly, he clasped his hands together, exuding a sense of reliability. Those who ascend to counselor positions possess an innate talent for verbal persuasion. Otherwise, they could not have so thoroughly convinced Wu Jingri to serve them loyally. Yusuji felt immense satisfaction with his performance. Such acting should surely earn him high marks. The next steps hinged upon Zhang Chen's response. Regardless, Yusuji was confident that once Zhang Chen engaged in dialogue, he possessed the ability to negotiate favorable terms for himself. Bang! Zhang Chen, expressionless, unleashed a punch that sent Yusuji hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. In his final moments, Yusuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend why this individual would launch an unprovoked attack on himself, who was willing to offer all his resources. What are those wailing sounds? Not a word is intelligible. Zhang Chun furrowed his brow and remarked. Previously, when Nakaho charged at him, it was accompanied by a cacophony of similar shrieks. Now, this fellow was no different. They not understand the issue of a language barrier. Ding! The target has been eliminated. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal Core 30 plus 24, 80 talent bonus, Storage Ring Fragment 773, Instant Noodle Pack, 6 bags, 290, Frozen Sea Shrimp 500 G 100, Frozen Sea Cucumber 500 G 80, Frozen Scallop 500 G 120, Fresh Wagyu Beef 1 kg 300, Soy Sauce 70, Frozen Beef 1 kg 800, Frozen Chicken 300, Instant Noodles 6 bags per pack, 150, Purified Water 5L 500, Unspoiled Eggs 500 G 70, Luxury Yacht 1, Level 1 Protective Hot Spring Villa 1, Zombie Research Notes 1, Sealed Unknown Potion 1, Carefully Preserved Map 1, Automated Watchtower Design Blueprint 1, Full Technology Blueprint 4-1. In an instant, a dazzling array of resources filled his vision. The variety was so abundant that it was hard to discern at a glance. Yusuji held a level 5 storage ring, capable of accommodating 96 slots worth of items, 2 vehicles, and a building. The wealth of treasures on him was staggering, leaving Zhang Chen somewhat overwhelmed. Upgrade the ring. Ding! The current storage ring is level 4. Upgrading to level 5 requires Storage Ring Fragments 1, 157, 500, Energy Crystal Core 1000 points. The upgrade conditions have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding! You have lost Storage Ring Fragments 500, Energy Crystal Core 1000. Congratulations, your storage ring has upgraded from level 4 to level 5. Storage capacity has expanded from 72 to 96 slots. Building warehouse activated. It can accommodate buildings with a total indoor area not exceeding 500 square meters. Decorations, furniture, and appliances can be retained. To upgrade from level 5 to level 6 requires Storage Ring Fragments 657, 800, Energy Crystal Core 21, 362,000. After the upgrade, the number of slots increases from 96 to 120. Note: a level 6 storage ring allows for the storage of resources within the building warehouse. The ability to store resources in the building warehouse? If that is the case, it essentially provides an additional storage space, significantly conserving room. Just 143 more ring fragments are needed. Once the crawlers have slaughtered the Neon People's camp clean, there should be plenty of fragments to collect when returning. It seems today's endeavor to upgrade the storage ring by 2 levels is utterly effortless. Zhang Chun smiled gently, turning his gaze towards the hot spring hotel. However, he was met with the sight of two crawlers charging towards him at full speed. One suddenly tackled Akigawa Yoko, tearing into her with ferocious bites. The other rushed directly at Zhang Chun, emitting a chilling cackle. Kiki Kiki. Inside the Bridgehead restaurant, Wu Jingri was brainwashing the three new survivors. Extolling the safety of the hot spring hotel and the friendliness of the neon people. Suddenly, a volley of gunfire erupted from the direction of the bridge, followed by the sharp screech of brakes. The group turned to see what was happening. It appeared that a chaotic battle cry and cries for help were emanating from the direction of the hot spring hotel, in the apocalypse. Everyone tried to keep quiet to avoid attracting zombies, making the ruckus from the hotel particularly jarring. Even from across a bridge, the disturbance could be faintly heard. Wu Jingri, could there be a problem over there? One survivor remarked warily. Although they yearned for easy gains, they were not foolish enough to wholeheartedly trust a stranger they had only encountered once. Of course not. After all, the Neon camp was fortified with over 100 people. Moreover, there was a formidable elite squad guarding against zombies to the north. They were professionals, far beyond the makeshift camps we have here, Wu Jingri declared confidently. Bang! Just as Wu Jingri finished speaking, gunfire erupted once more. It was then that people noticed a man and a woman sprinting from the opposite end of Yonyu Bridge. In the distance stood a lone figure. Due to the distance, only a small silhouette could be discerned. Something must have happened. Otherwise, why would they be running? The survivors' wariness intensified. We apologize, but we only came to take a look. We have no intention of staying, the leading survivor said dismissively. Subsequently, he turned to leave with several members in tow. Wait, don't go. There must be some misunderstanding. Wu Jingri attempted to retain them, but these individuals had already drawn their weapons, cautiously retreating. In such circumstances, forcing them to stay would lead to violence. Wu Jingri had always believed that the Neon camp was indeed a paradise. There was no need to escalate matters, so he swallowed hard and remained silent. Xiaoqi and Luan Chaodu stood quietly by the window, saying nothing. It was evident that something had gone awry at the Hot Spring Hotel. Otherwise, Yusuji and Akigawa Yoko, who lived in luxury and held themselves above others, would not be fleeing in such disarray. Should we go lend a hand? Luan Chaodu inquired. Given Yusuji's character, do you think he would be grateful to see us in such a state? Xiaoqi retorted with a cold laugh. Shall we eliminate him then? His ring holds all the resources we amassed in Jiaobei. With these supplies, we could establish our own base. Luan Chaodu grinned maliciously. It seems someone has gotten a head start. A flicker of shock crossed Xiaoqi's eyes. Just then, as the two were idly chatting, a figure suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Yusuji in an instant. With a single punch, Yusuji was sent flying. In midair, there was no sign of the attacker reaching out to touch Yusuji, yet Yusuji's body transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. Only the bodies collected would exhibit such an effect. This individual possessed not only formidable strength but also a unique ability. Subsequently, a survivor's supply box plummeted to the ground. Let us assess this fellow's strength. Xiaoqi suggested that I've been watching, but Luan Chaodu seemed to witness something extraordinary. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered for words. What on earth is happening? Can you not discern the opponent's strength? Xiaoqi exclaimed in astonishment. Luan Chaodu's strength was at the physical limit, and his basic insight allowed him to perceive the strength of opponents within 3 levels of himself. The man before him clearly surpassed Luan Chaodu. Counting 3 stages up, that would be a primary awakened stage 3. Only beings exceeding primary awakened stage 3 would elude Luan Chaodu's perception. Could such an extraordinarily powerful survivor truly exist? This upgrade is akin to riding a rocket. No, I can discern that his strength should be at primary awakened stage 3, yet his primary awakening differs from others. Nakaho follows the genetic evolution route. His display is red. Nomura from the northern defense line follows the energy evolution route. His display is blue. And this person possesses both colors, blue and red. And both are at primary awakened stage 3. Luan Chaodu regarded the man before him. His formidable power exceeding Luan Chaodu's comprehension. To reach the awakened stage already places one at the pinnacle among survivors. It was unimaginable to encounter someone with dual talents. Moreover, dual talents at stage 3. What a monstrous number of people must this fellow have slain, Xiaoqi remarked, his face as pale as a ghost. In his mind, the notion that killing zombies could lead to strength was utterly preposterous. To kill 100 zombies and obtain a mere 60 energy cores was already considered fortunate. It was nowhere near as swift as the slaughter of survivors. Zhang Qin's rapid advancement could only be attributed to his frenzied killings of survivors. The massacre of their own hot spring hotel camp must undoubtedly be the work of this god of death. With the hot spring hotel gone, what shall we do next? Lan Xiaodu inquired. Before this god of death discovers us, we must hastily retreat. We certainly cannot seize Yusuji's supplies now. Survival is our utmost priority. As he spoke, a sudden scream pierced the air. Akadani Yoko was pinned beneath a crawler, its jaws tearing into her flesh. She was not dead yet, but was wailing in agony. Given this man's strength, the crawler would not be able to hold him for long. We must retreat quickly. Furthermore, we need to bring Wu Jingri along. This is the territory of the Longwa people, and we require a Longwa face to speak on our behalf. Xiaoqi commanded. Understood. I shall take care of it. Lan Xiaotu, accompanied by other neon warriors and Wu Jingri, dared not use the front entrance for fear of encountering Zhang Qin on the main road. They slipped out through the back door of the hotel, fleeing down a narrow alley. As for their destination, they themselves were uncertain. For now, they simply needed to escape this man, who was even more terrifying than the crawler. Upon exiting the alley, Xiaoqi could not help but glance in the direction of Yongyu Bridge. He beheld a crawler with half its body dangling from the bridge's railing, which then dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Another, crushed beneath Zhang Qin's foot, struggled in pain before similarly vanishing in a puff of smoke. The crawlers, deemed invincible by the neon people, could not withstand even a minute in the presence of Zhang Qin. Is this still humanity? Meanwhile, atop Yongyu Bridge, Zhang Qin effortlessly dispatched 2 crawlers in the blink of an eye. Considering Zhang Qin's current strength, crawlers were merely zombies that ran a bit faster. In terms of combat capability, they bore little distinction from ordinary zombies, especially once their weaknesses were known. They could be taken down with a single strike. There was no difficulty whatsoever. After eliminating these 2 monsters, Zhang Qin redirected his attention to the supply crates that Yusuji had dropped. There were far too many valuable items here. He intended to collect them all. Food, blueprints, and various essential supplies were all gathered. Items of lesser significance, such as zombie research notes, meeting minutes, personnel rosters, and key cards, were perused and then discarded back into the supply crates. Among the remaining items collected, many could be categorized together. Additionally, Zhang Qin already possessed soy sauce, instant noodles, and beef, so the combined total barely sufficed. With 96 slots, only 2 remained. Such a burden. An abundance of supplies can also be troublesome. He had filled up his storage without even trying. Sighing in exasperation, Zhang Qin reached out and touched the corpse of Akadani Yoko. Collecting the energy core and fragments of her storage ring from her, his supplies were pitifully scarce, yet he found an abundance of peculiar vibrating items. The supply crates of these survivors were immobile, remaining in place unless someone removed their contents. Thus, they would remain there indefinitely. Zhang Qin made his way directly to the Hot Spring Hotel. At this moment, the establishment lay in utter disarray. Flames were persistently leaping from a room on the 2nd floor. The ground was littered with bodies, gnawed upon by crawlers, some having already turned into zombies, struggling to crawl on the floor. Others had not even had the chance to transform into zombies, merely lying there as bloody corpses. The entire Hot Spring Hotel was suffused with a stench of blood. As Zhang Qin walked, he delivered finishing blows to the fallen survivors, recovering what little valuables they possessed. The neon people bore few worthwhile items. Only the energy cores and fragments of storage rings were worth collecting. As he passed, he left a trail of survivor supply crates in his wake. Some survivors had so little on them that they did not even require a supply crate. Their possessions simply fell to the ground. After thoroughly ransacking the Hot Spring Hotel, he collected a total of 218 fragments of storage rings. Finally, he could upgrade. Upgrading the ring. Ding. The current storage ring is level 5. To upgrade to level 6 requires 875,800 storage ring fragments and 20002136 energy cores. The upgrade conditions have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade immediately? Yes. Ding. You have lost 800 storage ring fragments and 2,000 energy cores. Congratulations, your storage ring has upgraded from level 5 to level 6. Storage capacity has expanded from 96 to 120 slots. The reinforced building warehouse has been unlocked. It can accommodate indoor structures with a total area not exceeding 1,000 square meters. Renovations. Furniture and appliances can be retained. Additionally, items can be stored within the building. To upgrade from level 6 to level 7 requires 751,500 storage ring fragments and 136,5000 energy cores. Good heavens, does it really require 5,000 energy cores to reach the next level? Even the upgrade to my dual talents only demands 5,000 energy cores. This is simply outrageous. Now that the building can store items, space will be significantly conserved. With this thought in mind, Zhang Chen walked to an open area and summoned a level 1 fortified hot spring villa. In an instant, a villa materialized before him. The entire villa consists of 2 above-ground levels and 1 basement. Each floor spans a generous 150 square meters, offering ample space. The villa's exterior is reinforced with iron plates. With a simple operation, all doors and windows can be secured with sturdy iron panels. Once the danger has passed, it can revert to its original state. All glass is bulletproof and impact-resistant. At this level, it should withstand the crawler's ambushes. However, fending off a giant tank might still pose some difficulty. Zhang Chen pushed open the door and stepped inside the villa. Upon entry, he found a foyer. Beyond the foyer lay a spacious living room, furnished with a long L-shaped leather sofa. Thick carpets adorned the tiled floor, and a fireplace stood against one wall. Adjacent to this was an open kitchen, a bedroom, and a gym. The basement could serve as a storage area, housing a generator or functioning as a workshop. The second floor contained a bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a home theater. One must admit, this villa is indeed more luxurious and comfortable than Building 8. Yusuji certainly knew how to indulge himself. Zhang Chen descended into the basement and began to inventory his storage space. Meat, seafood, and fruits have short shelf lives, so it is more economical to store them in the space. In contrast, items like instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and hot pot bases can be kept at room temperature. First, Zhang Chen visited the kitchen pantry of the Hot Spring Hotel and collected the shelves. He then returned to the villa and placed them in the basement. Categorizing the food for storage, soy sauce, sugar, and vinegar, along with cooking oil, were placed on a few shelves in the kitchen. The rest were all stored on the bottom shelf, as they were not frequently accessed. Next came the instant noodles, ramen, hanging noodles, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice. Above them were chips, cookies, and other snacks. Beverages and alcoholic drinks were stored separately on another shelf, given their diverse variety, along with large barrels of drinking water. After over an hour of diligent work, the storage space was emptied by more than half. Now, there was plenty of room. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the villa, he casually stored it away in his spatial compartment. At this moment, the sun had begun its gradual descent towards the west. The buildings cast elongated shadows in the golden-red sunlight. Before the sky succumbed to darkness, Zhang Chen had one more task to accomplish. He discerned the direction and then jogged northward. According to Zhao Longchuan, a horde of tens of thousands of corpses would arrive from the north in 3 days. Thus, a few zombies should have already begun to trickle in. Zhang Chen ran approximately 3 kilometers. Here, the road was barricaded with cars, forming a defensive line. One could easily access the barricade from the adjacent buildings. Scattered remnants of food on the ground indicated that there had been people here not long ago. But for some unknown reason, they had withdrawn. Zhang Chen lifted the cars one by one, creating a narrow passage for a single person to pass through. Subsequently, he positioned a laser tripwire at a height of 1.6 meters above the ground. With everything prepared, he then sprinted back to Jiangnan. He drove back to building number 8. Zhang Chen's intention was to test whether the automatic collection function had a distance limitation. In previous battles, the enemies had been directly eliminated, and the collected items naturally entered his storage space. This time, however, the distance was a full 10 kilometers. Would he still be able to collect from such a distance? Zhang Chen parked the off-road vehicle outside building No. 8. As soon as he stepped out, he sensed something was amiss, and a metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. It was highly likely that a battle had occurred here. Air Pow, Zhang Chen called out. Wang Wu. Indeed, wolves do bark. They only howl when truly in distress. Air Pow excitedly responded from the yard. It had heard the sound of the car and knew that Zhang Chen had returned, wagging its tail in excitement. Now, upon hearing Zhang Chen call its name, it was even more thrilled, attempting to leap over the high wall twice without success. Just as Zhang Chen pushed open the wooden door, a massive shadow lunged towards him. Air Pow, eager to see Zhang Chen, transformed into its combat form, ready to leap over the wall. As a result, when Zhang Chen opened the door, man and wolf collided in a hearty embrace. Had it not been for Zhang Chen's robust physique, this encounter could have ended in a rather unfortunate manner. All right, I'm back, Zhang Chen said, dodging Air Pow's massive tongue. When it was small, a lick was manageable. But now, a lick felt akin to a thorough face wash, quite overwhelming. After a moment of enthusiastic licking, Air Pow reverted to its smaller wolf form, excitedly rubbing against Zhang Chen's legs. Suddenly, it barked and dashed towards a corpse, wagging its tail in glee. Only then did Zhang Chen notice that there were 6 corpses lying in the yard. They had been mangled beyond recognition. However, the bodies remained, and the rings on their fingers were intact. Allowing for recovery, Zhang Chen proceeded to collect from each one, acquiring energy crystals 420 plus 336 with an 80 talent bonus, and fragments of a storage ring 23. The extraordinary loot acquisition bonus was truly astonishing. At this rate, leveling up to an intermediate awakened being would be remarkably easy. Let us go. Follow me upstairs. Zhang Chun patted Air Pow's fluffy head as they entered building number 8. Upon returning, oh goodness gracious, we are all struggling for survival, and you seem to be here on vacation. Zhang Chun slowly peeled the shrimp shell, took a hearty bite, and remarked, "This is delicious. Would you care to try some?" "Is it permissible?" Zhao Longchuan hesitated momentarily. Logically, it should be out of the question. One cannot take even a needle or thread from the masses. That is a matter of discipline. However, from another perspective, his sister harbored feelings for Zhang Chun, and Zhang Chun had even made his acquaintance. One could say they were friends. Is it a breach of discipline to share a little something among friends? Absolutely not. Before Zhang Chun could utter a word, Zhao Xie firmly rejected the idea. Brother Chun has already done so much for me. I have yet to repay his kindness. How can you shamelessly ask for his things? Brother Chun, I am going to pause the video for a moment to settle this matter with that guy. He is supposed to be the captain of the special operations team, yet he hardly embodies the role. Noticing Zhang Chen's nod of agreement, Zhao Xie finally turned off the video and stormed off to confront her brother. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. After finishing his meal, Zhang Chen began to inventory the supplies he had acquired today. The afternoon's encounter with Kamiyama had been rather rushed, leaving him little time for a thorough assessment. Previously, he had noticed many peculiar items that now required careful examination. Zhang Chen opened his storage space and retrieved all those objects. First, there was the experimental research computer found in the air raid shelter. Following that were a sealed vial of an unknown reagent 1, a meticulously preserved map 1, and the design blueprint for an automatic guard tower 1, along with 4 full technology blueprints 1. What on earth are these items? There were no explanations from the system. Zhang Chun examined the sealed vial of the unknown reagent. It was a silver metal container the size of a thermos, revealing a red liquid within. Just as he was gazing at it, a prompt gradually appeared. Awakening reagent, capable of awakening organisms that have been placed in a state of dormancy by the sleeping agent. Zhang Chen scrutinized the prompt for a while. For the first time, he realized that the information provided was as vague as it was informative. What does it mean to awaken dormant organisms or a sleeping agent? I have never heard of such things. Is this explanation truly meant for me? Let us set it aside for now and study it further later. Zhang Chun then turned his attention to the meticulously preserved map. The map bore no title and was filled with a multitude of numbers, likely representing coordinates. There were no names of cities or countries, resembling a wilderness map. Within a dense thicket, a single point was marked. Yet there was no description of what lay within. Zhang Chen re-examined the map, and another prompt appeared. This map records the precise location of the meteorite that fell on May 11, 2012, within the National Forest Park of Heisei City. May 2012, Zhang Chen vaguely recalled that this was around the time the virus began to spread in this world. He quickly retrieved the blood-stained diary from the bookshelf and flipped through its pages. Indeed, the first entry mentioning the virus was written on May 17, 2012. Was it mere coincidence, or was there an inevitable connection between the two? Given that this map was so carefully preserved, it must hold great significance. Should he take advantage of the suppressed strength of the monsters and venture to the Heisei City National Forest Park to investigate further? Zhang Chen stored the meticulously preserved map and the bloodstained diary in his storage space. His intuition told him that these items were intricately linked. The indigenous people must have valued this meteorite landing site for a reason. It was essential to safeguard them. Perhaps one day, when the chain of evidence is complete, the truth will be revealed to the world. Next, Zhang Chun examined the design blueprint for the automatic guard tower. Requires 500 kilograms of steel and 500 energy crystal cores. Can be constructed at designated locations. The automatic guard tower can autonomously attack mutated organisms within a 200-meter radius. Attacks consume energy crystal cores. It can be installed on building exteriors, the ground, rooftops, or any other location. Note: the tower's kills count as direct kills by the host. and automatic collection is equally effective. This will be tremendously useful in combating the zombie horde. The final item was the full technology blueprint 4, which also lacked an explanation from the system. It resembled a small chip. There were a total of 27 full technology blueprints scattered among key technical personnel. Once pieced together, they could unlock all of the highest level technology of the water blue planet and activate the lighthouse. The lighthouse is a massive artificial space station capable of providing a self-sustaining ecosystem for 100,000 people. These items are remarkably advanced, especially the lighthouse, which could be seen as the hope for the indigenous people as continuation. Currently, Zhang Chun possessed 4 of these chips. Does this imply that the indigenous people's immigration plan has failed? Or is this the last hope for survival left to Zhang Chun and his fellow outsiders? Ultimately, these items did not clarify the nature of this world for Zhang Chun. Rather, they added to the many mysteries. After a moment of contemplation regarding these items, Zhang Chun once again stored them in his storage space. The experimental notebook computer was charging and could not be powered on at the moment. Just as Zhang Chun was preparing to retire for the night, a sudden explosion echoed from the north. Normally, explosions are quite loud, but in the stillness of the night, the sound traveled even further. It must have been a trap triggered. The absence of a prompt indicated that automatic collection has distance limitations. Once a certain distance is surpassed, there are no rewards for kills. Zhang Chun nodded. It seemed that his plan to sit back at home and collect crystal cores had gone awry. He would still need to engage in battle with the zombies. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the slumbering air pal before climbing into bed and drifting off to sleep. Outside the window, the zombies in the streets reacted to the explosion with a chorus of terrifying growls. The zombies tonight were particularly restless. Meanwhile, at the stadium within the revival camp, Zheng Hao was wide awake. He recalled what Qian Jinyu had told him. There were individuals in the camp who would stealthily escape at dawn. These people must leave. Only when they do can the revival camp finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zheng Hao would then be able to focus on implementing reforms. Thus, the morning's actions were of utmost importance. He was so anxious that he couldn't close his eyes all night. It was not until a little after 5 in the morning that the sun finally rose above the horizon. Only then did the agitated zombies settle down, returning to their aimless state. After a moment, a tent within the stadium trembled slightly. The male survivor cautiously emerged, his face marked with vigilance. He first glanced around, then immediately raised his head to look towards the large glass window of the VIP box, where Zheng Hao conducted his business and resided. Once he confirmed that no one had noticed him, he beckoned into the tent. 2 women, their hairstyles untouched and their makeup impeccably done, clearly having prepared in advance, hurriedly stepped out. Subsequently, these individuals began to contact other survivors one after another. In no time, a survivor team of over 50 was formed, all without making much noise. Some survivors were roused by the commotion, but upon casting a glance, they merely closed their eyes again to continue sleeping. Different paths do not warrant collaboration, yet there was no need to risk offending these individuals by alerting others. Many adhered to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zheng Hao observed everything clearly through the gap in the curtains. The leader of this group was named Zhou Jiqiang, one of the few survivors of exceptional physical prowess in the camp. Zheng Hao had originally intended to groom him as the captain of the 6th gathering team, having taken care of him with food supplies. Aware of Zhou's lecherous tendencies, several incidents of impropriety reported to Zheng Hao had been suppressed, all in hopes of winning him over. Little did he expect that Zhou Jiqiang, while outwardly obedient to Zheng Hao, had been organizing other survivors to flee behind his back. The few individuals closely following him were also exceptionally strong survivors, whom Zheng Hao had initially intended to include as seed members for the 6th Resource Collection Team. To his shock, they had conspired with Zhou Jiqiang as well. The depth of this betrayal profoundly unsettled Zheng Hao. While he maintained a facade of composure, he clenched his fists tightly. If it weren't for the neon people dealing with these miscreants, Zheng Hao would have seriously considered capturing Zhou Jiqiang to confront him directly. Why betray me? As these individuals slowly departed from the stadium's secure passage, about 5 minutes later, Zheng Hao's intercom crackled to life. It was Qian Jinyu. These people had successfully exited and were heading towards Yongyu Bridge. However, I noticed that the leader was Zhou Jiqiang, who had submitted a handwritten team roster to me just yesterday. How could this be? Before Qian Jinyu could finish, Zheng Hao's cold voice echoed through the intercom. This was not arranged by me. That guy is a traitor. Upon hearing this, Qian Jinyu fell silent. He understood well the feeling of betrayal Zheng Hao must be experiencing from someone he had placed significant trust in. It must be incredibly disheartening. When Zheng Hao was the camp leader, he was only entitled to a single can of luncheon meat for himself. Out of pity for Zhou Jiqiang, He had even shared half of his meat with him. Who would have thought that today Zhou Jiqiang would lead a defection? Truly, one cannot gauge a person's heart from their exterior. Qian Jinyu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. At that moment, another intercom from Zheng Hao's office buzzed. This time, it was Tan Sibo, the captain of the 4th team, sending a message. Two different intercoms operated on separate frequencies to prevent crosstalk. Zheng Hao's room housed 6 intercoms, each corresponding to the 5 collection teams and the camp's guard team. Currently, the guard team's intercom was in Qian Jinyu's possession. Brother Zheng, I need to lodge a complaint. The 5th team is downright despicable. Yesterday, we were ambushed by a horde of zombies at the market location. They were conveniently collecting supplies from an adjacent building, and when we requested archery support, they brazenly claimed arrows were too costly and told us to fend for ourselves. We lost 2 brothers before we managed to escape. Damn it, Qi Hongda is truly inhumane. How can someone who disregards his own brothers be a team captain? Tan Sibo exclaimed indignantly. I understand. Preserve your team's strength for now. Find a safe route and return to the camp swiftly. I will certainly address the matter concerning Qi Hongda, Zheng Hao replied in a calm tone. However, upon hearing Qi Hongda's name, his heart trembled. That was close. He nearly forgot about this guy. Zhou Jiqiang was introduced by Qi Hongda. The two had been university classmates and close friends prior to the apocalypse, now that Zhou Jiqiang was leading a defection. Could it be that Qi Hongda was unaware? Moreover, previously Qian Jinyu mentioned that certain teams were unwilling to follow orders. He was referring to Qi Hongda, coupled with his reluctance to assist the 4th team's brothers in combat against the zombies. It was evident that this individual was likely to rebel. Damn it. Zheng Hao angrily slammed a paper cup onto the carpet, using the bow and arrows he had traded at a high price from Zhang Chun. Only to seek refuge with the Neon people, was he treating himself as a fool? How could he endure such indignation? Yet Qi Hongda was a survivor of exceptional physical prowess. Zheng Hao was merely of superior strength. If a confrontation arose, he might not fare well. The more Zheng Hao contemplated, the angrier he became, and he found himself without a good plan for revenge. However, if he allowed these individuals to venture to Jianbei, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. He paced anxiously around his room, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of gloom, anger, and helplessness. The resentment within him was unbearable. It was driving him to the brink of madness. After several laps, Zheng Hao suddenly retrieved a handgun from his ring. This was something he had scavenged from a police officer's corpse, a fact he had not disclosed to anyone, intending to keep it for life-saving purposes in critical moments. Perhaps now is the time to employ it. However, Qi Hongda's 5th team, aside from Qi Hongda himself, also included 2 individuals of exceptional physical prowess. Could a single gun truly contend with 3 such formidable beings? Zheng Hao felt uncertain. Hello? Zheng Hao, are you there? There's new information. The intercom crackled again. It was Qian Jinyu's voice. What new information? Is the 5th team coming? Zheng Hao asked anxiously. Currently, aside from the 4th team, led by Tan Sibo, which was closest to the camp, the other teams were all situated 3 kilometers away, unable to return in a short time. If Qi Hongda were to launch a surprise attack now, it could spell disaster for the revival camp. No, it's not the 5th team. It's Zhou Jiqiang and the others. I spotted them entering a restaurant at the bridgehead with my binoculars. However, shortly after, they all began to head back. The specifics are unclear. If they return, what shall we do? Act as if nothing has happened. Qian Jinyu inquired. What? They're coming back. Could it be that the Neon People's camp encountered an issue? Or have they discovered something? No matter what, separate Zhou Jiqiang from the others, bring Zhou Jiqiang to my office, and arrange for the others to the parked bus on the roadside. I'll handle the rest. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Zheng Hao's mind. 20 minutes later, Zhou Jiqiang knocked cheerfully on the door and entered Zheng Hao's office. Zheng Hao had just prepared breakfast, instant noodles and sausages, 2 servings in total. One was placed in front of him, and the other across the table, clearly reserved for Zhou Jiqiang. How is it? Did your morning exercise go smoothly? Did you encounter any zombies? Zheng Hao inquired with a smile, and upon finishing his question, took a hearty bite of the sausage, savoring it with evident delight. This matter is precisely what I intended to report to you. Yesterday, numerous individuals remarked that spending an extended period in the camp has rendered them utterly lethargic. I figured, since you are in the process of forming the 6th collection team, I could seize this opportunity to take them out for some physical exercise and sift through for a few promising candidates, thereby establishing the team effortlessly. Last night, I even submitted a plan for the formation to old Qian. I wonder if he has mentioned it to you. Zhou Jiqiang glanced at the sausage before him, inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from the instant noodles, unable to suppress a swallow. However, he refrained from indulging. The purpose of bringing these individuals out in the morning was certainly not for a morning run. It was to seek refuge among the neon people. Yet, upon arriving at the designated restaurant by the bridge, they discovered it was completely deserted. Someone had even scrawled on the wall that the camp had fallen. The Jiangbei camp had succumbed. Shou Jichang's immediate response was to suspect a zombie attack, with Jiangnan and Jiangbei merely a bridge apart. Venturing over recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. It would be wiser to return to the camp and devise a plan at leisure. After all, sustenance was not a concern within the camp. A few days of survival would suffice. Once Qi Hongda had gathered sufficient supplies, they intended to take a few attractive women out for independent endeavors. Anyone could establish a camp. Why should they heed Zheng Hao's directions? Was it merely because he established his camp earlier? Zhou Jiqiang had his own calculations. Feeling guilty, he was reluctant to eat. Zheng Hao feigned ignorance of Zhou Jiqiang's apprehensions. Continuing to eat his noodles while casually remarking, "Old Qian has indeed mentioned it to me. Your suggestion is quite commendable. Currently, there are far too few strong individuals like you in the camp. With you here, I can rest easy. I also plan to consolidate teams 4, 5, and 6 into a single squad under Qi Hongda's command. You shall serve as the vice squad leader, with all resources entrusted to your care." After swallowing a mouthful of noodles, Zheng Hao smiled and continued, "As you know, our management and resource authority are separate to ensure mutual checks and balances. You and Qi Hongda are good friends. I believe that only with you as the vice squad leader will he have no objections. What do you think?" Zheng Hao's gaze was amiable as he looked at Shou Jiqiang. "I can certainly fulfill the task you have entrusted to me. I shall never forget that you aided me during my most challenging times, providing me with a safe haven. I will undoubtedly excel as the vice squad leader, serving the camp and you faithfully." Zhou Jiqiang could not help but smile. With Zheng Hao not being a tad too naive, he was so intent on promoting him. Once he became the vice squad leader, along with Qi Hongda as the squad leader, wouldn't it be even easier to detach later? This Zheng Hao truly is a fool. With this thought, Shou Jiqiang finally lowered his guard and took a bite of the noodles. "Delicious. Go ahead and eat." "I still have half a bottle of cola. Let me pour you some," Zheng Hao said cheerfully, rising to walk behind Shou Jiqiang. He twisted the cap off the cola bottle. "There's cola." Shou Jiqiang felt as though he might burst with happiness. What has come over Zheng Hao today? It was a complete blackout, and obtaining hot water was not an easy task. Today, he had hot water for noodles, sausages, and even offered him cola. This was akin to receiving Michelin star treatment in peacetime. How delightful. Yet, something felt amiss. Where there is abnormality, there must be a demon. Shou Jiqiang's smile suddenly froze. Zheng Hao was behind him. Could he be plotting something sinister? In a panic, he turned around only to see Zheng Hao holding a large vase in one hand and a gun in the other. Before Shou Jiqiang could react, the vase slipped from his grasp and shattered upon hitting the ground. Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out, at such close range, with Zheng Hao launching a surprise attack from behind. Even Shou Jiqiang, who had reached his physical limits, could not evade. Moreover, there is an inherent difference between reaching physical limits and awakening one's potential. No matter how extreme, he remained a mere mortal. He could not withstand the bullet's assault. With a resounding bang, the gun fired, coinciding almost perfectly with the shattering vase. Subsequently, Shou Jiqiang fell into a pool of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Collect!" Zheng Hao reached out and touched Shou Jiqiang, immediately gathering all the resources and energy crystals from his person. In an instant, Zheng Hao felt as though he had been reborn. His muscles became even more solid, and he seemed to have grown a bit taller. He had successfully leveled up to the physical limit tier. However, with only himself at the physical limit and a gun, it seemed somewhat inadequate to confront Qi Hongda's squad. What happened? What is going on? A few minutes later, Qian Jinyu rushed in with several members of the city defense team, their faces etched with concern. "It's nothing to be alarmed about. Merely a vase is broken," Zheng Hao replied with a smile. By this time, Shou Jiqiang's body had been completely scavenged, leaving no trace behind. The remnants of his sausage and instant noodles were also tucked away into Zheng Hao's storage space. No evidence remained at the scene. "Oh, then I can rest easy. I just settled those people in the bus and hurried over," Qian Jinyu said with relief. "You're fine, but Shou Jiqiang must have driven you mad." "Forget it. He has decided to leave, and I cannot do anything about it. However, my outburst and destruction of property was my fault. I will reflect on that. Sigh, I will go talk to the others and hope they are willing to change their lazy ways," Zheng Hao said with an expression of helplessness. "Then let me bring the city defense team with you. There are many of them, and in case of a disturbance, there will be backup," Qian Jinyu suggested. "There's no need. I can manage on my own. After all, this is about doing ideological work, and establishing trust with everyone is paramount." If you bring people along, it will only appear as if we are gearing up for a fight. How will they ever trust us then? Just give me a watermelon knife, and I will be fine for self-defense. Zheng Hao replied nonchalantly. Very well, but please ensure your safety. If anything arises, use the walkie-talkie to call us. And we will come to your aid, Xian Jinyu cautioned, still somewhat worried. Understood. This time it will be perfectly safe. A confident smile curved on Zheng Hao's lips. A few minutes later, in the bus around the corner. It was a tourist bus with only a front door. When discovered, it was empty, lacking both passengers and keys. Merely an unoccupied bus. At that moment, over 50 survivors sat inside. Showing signs of impatience. I heard Zheng Hao is going to give us a lecture? Goodness, training is the bane of my existence at work, and now in this apocalypse, we still have to endure his teachings. Exactly. Will attending his class earn us extra food rations? Will we receive treatment as favorable as the Neon people? Without a doubt, he is here to brainwash us into fighting and becoming cannon fodder. Does he take us for fools? Shou Jiqiang has reached his physical limits and is not out there battling. Why should we, ordinary folks, risk our lives against zombies? For a bag of chips, for a pack of instant noodles. Enough, enough. Let us quiet down. We cannot go to the Neon side anyway, so we must remain hidden here. When under someone's roof, one must bow their head. Oh, I say you are all overthinking this. Zheng Hao is surely afraid we will return and incite more people to leave, so he has come to seek our cooperation. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Perhaps we can negotiate better food provisions later. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for negotiation that must not be missed. Everyone should be united in our demand for improved food rations. No one can back down at the last moment, or else don't blame us for not considering you a brother. Rest assured, this is a good thing, and we will surely be unanimous in our requests. Indeed, Zheng Hao possesses a soft heart, easily swayed with a little persuasion. Just as the conversation grew lively, someone suddenly rapped on the glass and exclaimed, "Shh, everyone be quiet, Zheng Hao is coming this way." The group promptly fell silent. They pondered internally on how best to negotiate with Zheng Hao. His strides were swift, akin to a gust of wind as he approached the bus. Gradually, he ascended into the vehicle, forcefully shutting the door behind him. The door was electric, and pushing it shut solely by brute strength was quite the endeavor. Yet, the occupants within paid no heed to this detail, assuming Zheng Hao was merely concerned about the sound of their discussion spilling out. Zheng Hao stood at the front of the bus, gazing at the survivors within, who wore expressions of disdain, even mockery. He recalled the arduous efforts he had undertaken to gather provisions, only to be expected to share with them. In the end, he received not a single word of gratitude, but instead found himself cast in the role of the villain. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, as if a bottle of assorted flavors had been overturned within him. All he desired was to unite their strengths amidst the apocalypse for mutual survival. How had human nature descended into such chaos? Now that there are no outsiders present, I wish to speak candidly. Zheng Hao said, weariness etched upon his face. I did not establish this camp to serve my own selfish desires. You should have come to know the kind of person I am during your time here. I have never hoarded food, nor have I allowed anyone to go hungry. Whenever I encountered a distressed survivor, I would lend a hand, even at the expense of my own sustenance. What do you think my intentions are? At this point, Zheng Hao felt a swell of grievance, his eyes reddening as his voice trembled. We are in an apocalypse. We are all survivors. The purpose of this camp is to unite our efforts against the zombies and the even more terrifying monsters that lie ahead. In such a brutal world, survival necessitates the enhancement of our strength. If the indigenous people cannot withstand the horrors that lurk, what gives you the notion that you can survive without contributing anything? Is that not a ludicrous notion? I urge you all to train, to engage in combat with the undead, not to send you to your demise. If I intended for you to perish, I could have simply refused to accept you from the start. Why would I provide you with ample food and drink, only for you to fill your bellies before meeting your end? What I seek is a united camp of survivors, each possessing combat capability. Only by standing together can we endure the harshness of this world. Do you understand? Zheng Hao cried out in anguish. However, the survivors within the bus remained inscrutable, their faces betraying no emotion, utterly unmoved. Zheng Hao, what good are your words? The treatment we receive is far inferior to that of the Neon people. If you provided us with meat daily, I might consider hunting zombies. But look at what we are given daily. Chips, biscuits, bread, and even the water is shared among 2 or 3 people. Are you truly expecting us to risk our lives for such meager offerings? Do you take us for fools? A man shouted, his voice echoing with indignation.